Chapter 1. The Life Simulator. In the 8th year of the Yunhe era of the Great Wei, the world faced a severe drought. In June of the same year, a locust plague further devastated the land, leaving countless people starving. On the 8th of July, famished citizens in Yuzhou gathered in revolt, plunging the realm into chaos. Qingzhou Hechuan City. The vibrant red pomegranate flowers swayed gently in the morning breeze, a dewdrop gliding down, cascading from a height of 5 or 6 meters to land softly on a young man's cheek. Su Jiuchuan wiped his face and softly addressed the frail woman beside him. "Second sister, our elder brother has gone on a long journey, and I cannot say when he shall return. Please ensure the door is secured and do not venture outside." "Yes, I understand. Do take care and return promptly," she replied. The woman, facing the dawn, revealed a delicate countenance. Although her skin bore the marks of hardship, her tall and curvaceous figure was undeniably enchanting. Her name was Su Yunxia, the second sister of Su Jiuchuan. Su Jiuchuan also had an elder brother named Su Yuanjiang, who worked as a porter at the local Fuyuan escort agency. Though porters were not martial artists, they accompanied the bodyguards, performing tasks such as clearing the path during their journeys. The bodyguards, at the very least, were 9th-grade warriors. Because of this, the 3 siblings of the Su family managed to maintain a fragile stability amidst the turmoil of the outer city. Having traversed this world for over half a year, Su Jiuchuan initially harbored the confidence and aspirations typical of a newcomer. He had tried his hand at mixing cement, selling grill buns, and even storytelling on the streets, but in such chaotic times, such endeavors were beyond the capacity of someone like him. Eventually, he came to terms with the harsh reality, left with nothing but anxiety and uncertainty about the future. This was a time of disorder, where strength alone served as the only guarantee of survival. Of course, Su Jiuchuan had his own hidden card. Upon his arrival in this world, a panel appeared before him, titled Life Simulator. However, this golden finger was yet to be activated. Each time he summoned the simulator, he was met with the message, "Insufficient balance. Please recharge." Ah, if it isn't the young brother of the Su family. "Is your second sister at home?" As Su Jiuchuan emerged from an alleyway, he unexpectedly encountered 3 burly men. He recognized them as local ruffians. The leader, Yang Hu, was flanked by 2 lackeys. These men loitered about the streets, their ulterior motives shrouded in mystery. "Second sister isn't home. A few days ago, our elder brother arranged a laundry job for her with a wealthy family in the inner city," he replied. Yang Hu had long coveted his second sister, but out of fear of Su Yuanjiang's status at the escort agency, he refrained from acting on his desires. Nevertheless, in these turbulent times, where the escort agency's work was fraught with danger, one could never be certain of their return. Thus, Yang Hu often sought opportunities to cast his gaze upon the Su household. Today, Su Jiuchuan chose to weave a lie with his elder brother away. It was wise to remain cautious. "Oh, she's not home, is she?" Yang Hu lamented with a shake of his head. "If you see your second sister, do send my regards. I noticed she looked a bit thin recently. I might bring her some quail eggs to help her recover." Su Jiuchuan merely nodded, offering a few perfunctory words before hastily departing. Navigating through the winding paths, he soon arrived at an ancient courtyard made of blue stones. The sounds of spirited reading echoed from within, occasionally punctuated by the soft reprimands of an elderly instructor. This was an academy where the teacher had once achieved scholarly distinction. Yet, in this chaotic era, educated individuals struggled, often relegated to teaching the children of affluent families. Su Jiuchuan strolled slowly around the courtyard before settling in a sunlit spot, crossing his legs and gazing skyward, lost in thought. Time slipped away, and soon the sounds of commotion signaled the end of classes. Su Jiuchuan, a large child with horned braids, stealthily approached him, calling out. "These are for today," the child said, tossing a bundle of scrolls and a box of writing tools into his lap. Su Jiuchuan caught them deftly, weighed them in his hands, and replied calmly, "Today, it's 1 tael of silver for 1,000 characters." Previously, he charged half a tael for the same amount, but today marked a price increase. The world was growing increasingly chaotic. He needed to activate his golden finger as soon as possible. All right, just hurry up. He'll go play first and come back later to collect. The child grumbled impatiently, tossing a piece of silver before striding away. This child was the son of a prominent salt merchant in the city, known for his generous nature and indifference to money matters. Su Jiuchuan took his time to inspect the silver, knowing he had established a long-term business relationship with this hornbraid child. Over the past few months, he had accumulated a fair amount of silver through his copywriting services. He skillfully made his way to a nearby large blue stone, wiping it clean with a sleeve before retrieving the writing tools, grinding the ink, and diligently beginning his transcription. At times, Su Jiuchuan found it quite amusing. In his previous life, his father had always pressured him to practice calligraphy, a pursuit he had resisted vehemently. Who could have anticipated that in this world, it would become his most lucrative skill? As noon passed, the hornbraid child finally returned, and Su Jiuchuan handed over the completed work before pulling out the silver to take a look. He took a deep breath and thought, recharge. Instantly, the silver in his hand vanished. Recharge successful current balance, 10.2. Would you like to use the life simulator? Each use costs 10 points of currency. Upon reading this prompt, Su Jiuchuan felt his eyes welling with tears. It had been a long and arduous journey. After half a year of trepidation, he had finally accumulated enough to activate his golden finger. Without hesitation, he selected yes. Suddenly, lines of text materialized before his eyes. At 18, you lived a frugal life in Hechuan City. Su Yuanjiang had been absent for over a month after departing on an escort mission. One day, upon returning home, you discovered that Su Yunxia had died within the house, and you knew that the culprit was undoubtedly Yang Hu. The following day, you sought revenge on Yang Hu, but were no match for him. Ultimately, you jumped into the river, narrowly escaping with your life. You vowed to avenge your sister. Thus, you sought work at a pawn shop in Shishui City. At 23, you finally saved enough money to purchase a martial arts manual, the Qing Xinju. At 28, after 5 years of diligent practice, you successfully mastered the first level, becoming a 9th grade warrior. At 29, you prepared to return to Hechuan City to seek revenge on Yang Hu. However, while traversing a valley, you encountered a monster, fought valiantly, but ultimately met your demise, passing away at the age of 29. Is this the end? A monster? Did I receive the wrong script? Setting aside these erratic thoughts, Su Jiuchuan's heart sank. His elder brother had been away for over a month without a word. Had something happened on the road, or was the journey simply too long? Yang Hu had indeed come to harm them, and his second sister was dead. The simulation concluded, and you may choose to retain one of the following. 1. The martial arts realm of your 29-year-old self. 2. The martial arts experience of your 29-year-old self. 3. The wisdom of life you possessed at 29. Upon reaching this point, Su Jiuchuan's heart surged with joy. This meant he could immediately possess the martial arts realm, experience, or wisdom of his 20-year-old self, a choice of one among 3. Chapter 2. The Young Escort Leader. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jiuchuan chose the first option. For him, at this moment, attaining the martial arts realm was of utmost importance. In the next instant, he felt a warm energy coursing through his body, and naturally, the first-level mantra of the Qing Xinju surfaced in his mind. His internal energy flowed effortlessly, as if he had been practicing for years. He had become a 9th grade warrior. Is this really it? Su Jiuchuan remained somewhat incredulous. Suddenly, he swung his fist toward a nearby blue stone, channeling his internal energy with a resounding crack. The stone shattered, leaving a significant dent. Upon inspecting his hand, he found it unscathed, and he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. It seemed he was finally on the verge of success. But the key was still to have money. Just like in those games from his previous life, one needed money to thrive. To continue growing stronger, he had to earn more. The crossroads stood between the inner and outer cities, with the largest courtyard belonging to the Fuyuan Escort Agency. 2 large stone lions flanked the entrance, though the left lion bore a chipped claw, giving it a rather pitiful appearance. A golden sign hung above the entrance, inscribed with the words, Fuyuan Escort Agency. Su Jiuchuan recalled that in the simulation, his elder brother, Su Yuanjiang, had been absent for over a month. Concerned, he decided to check on him. Who goes there? What do you want? As Su Jiuchuan peered inside, a face full of excess flesh emerged from behind the door. I am Su Yuanjiang's younger brother. I wish to inquire when he will return, he stated. Who? Su Yuanjiang? Huh. The portly man belched, pulling out a gourd and taking a swig. I don't know him, you can leave. Su Jiuchuan attempted to speak again, but the man, growing impatient, pushed him aside. Enraged, Su Jiuchuan channeled his internal energy and charged forward. With a thud, the portly man was knocked to the ground. How dare you cause a ruckus here? The man bellowed. Stop! A sharp voice commanded. Su Jiuchuan looked up to see a tall woman striding toward him, her graceful figure and striking features accentuated by the martial arts attire she wore, exuding an air of elegance and confidence. Young escort leader, the portly man exclaimed. In that instant, Su Jiuchuan recognized her. This is Zheng Xinyue, the daughter of Zheng Nanhai, the chief escort of the Fuyuan Escort Agency. At merely 18 years of age, she has already attained the rank of an 8th grade master. Su Yuanjiang has often spoken of her at home, always with a certain foolish admiration. However, his comments are only whispered behind her back, for he himself is not a martial artist. I am Su Yuanjiang's younger brother. He hasn't returned home for 2 days, and I came to inquire about him, Su Jiuchuan said respectfully, careful not to overstep. He was merely seeking information, not wishing to cause trouble, especially since he knew he could not match her in combat. Su Yuanjiang? Zheng Xinyue furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before murmuring, Oh, that errand runner. He went out on a job with my father the day before yesterday. He should be back in about half a month. Su Jiuchuan felt somewhat speechless. His elder brother often boasted about their supposed camaraderie, and yet it took Zheng Xinyue a considerable amount of time to even recall his existence. Seeing that he was merely in search of an errand runner, Zheng Xinyue lost interest and turned to leave. Realizing she had no desire to engage with him, and that the burly man beside her also appeared indifferent, Su Jiuchuan understood that he would likely gain no further information today and decided to depart. As the sun set, the last remnants of crimson light gradually faded at the alley's entrance. Su Jiuchuan hurried home, his expression calm, yet a sense of unease lingered within him. Su Yunxiao was alone at home, and in the simulated life he experienced, his second sister faced peril after a month of his elder brother's absence. Still, Su Jiuchuan could not shake off his concerns after all. This was merely a simulation, and one could never predict if any changes might occur. He swiftly navigated through a narrow alley, turning past several lanes until he soon arrived at the entrance to his home. At that moment, he spotted 3 figures crouched by his doorstep, seemingly engaged in discussion, though he could not ascertain how long they had been there. The sound of Su Jiuchuan's footsteps startled the trio, revealing Yang Hu and his companions. Yang Hu remained silent, staring at him for an extended period. By instinct, he sensed that Su Jiuchuan was somehow different from the morning. It was as if this seemingly ordinary youth harbored boundless strength within. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing this absurd notion. Earlier that day, this boy had appeared quite timid. Without uttering a word, Yang Hu strode past him, followed closely by his 2 lackeys. Su Jiuchuan calmly observed their departure, despite a strong desire to teach them a lesson. Yet, having just broken through to become a martial artist, he lacked combat experience and felt no confidence in facing 3 robust men alone. He hastened to his front door, retrieved his key, and entered the house. Su Yunxia sat curled in a corner, motionless. Upon seeing him return, she stood up with tear-filled eyes. Xiaochuan, I almost thought I would never see you again, she exclaimed, bursting into tears. There's no need to worry as long as I'm here. Everything will be fine. Su Jiuchuan reassured her in a low voice. Yang Hu was at the door, kicking it for a long time. I dare not make a sound. Su Yunxia recounted through her sobs. Su Jiuchuan remained silent, his gaze growing colder, while he continued to comfort his elder sister. Sister, it's all right. When elder brother returns, we'll ask a well-connected escort to teach Yang Hu a lesson. In truth, Su Yuanjiang was merely an errand runner. How could he possibly summon those martial artist escorts? However, Su Yunxia did not comprehend this and nodded vigorously, believing it to be sound advice. Once Su Yunxia's emotions stabilized, she began to prepare dinner. Though referred to as dinner, it consisted merely of some wild vegetables accompanied by a small portion of rice porridge. In this era, the common folk endured great hardships, typically subsisting on just 2 meals a day. Particularly after the locust plagues and civil unrest the previous year, grain prices soared beyond the reach of most families. Common households could scarcely afford white rice. They would venture into the outskirts to gather wild vegetables, mixing them with millet to make do. The white rice in their home was a meager reward bestowed upon Su Yuanjiang for his contributions to the escort agency. When Su Jiuchuan first traversed into this world, he had been so hungry that he could hardly sleep, forcing himself to slumber only after filling his stomach with water. Fortunately, as time passed, his body adapted to the circumstances. Indeed, life in this chaotic world was exceedingly difficult for the common people. After they finished their meal, Su Yunxia tidied the dishes and then retired to her room to sleep. The moonlight was chilling and sharp, casting a blade-like glow across the courtyard. Su Jiuchuan found himself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He quietly rose from his bed and listened at his sister's door, faint sounds of snoring indicating she was deep in slumber. Yang Hu and his gang would inevitably bring trouble rather than living in constant fear. It was better to take proactive measures. Su Jiuchuan retrieved a paper package from his belongings and found a pouch in the house to tie around his waist. His late return was primarily due to a trip to the general store for some lime. Now that he was a martial artist, he still could not shake off his cautious nature. After placing the lime powder into the pouch, Su Jiuchuan carefully inspected his entire body, ensuring he was adequately prepared before stealthily making his exit. Chapter 3. Taking action in the southern part of the city, Shuani Lane is merely a 15-minute walk from the alley where Su Jiuchuan resides. Yang Hu's dwelling is located in this vicinity. In fact, Su Yuanjiang had instructed Su Jiuchuan to gather information long ago. He was well aware that this ruffian had been fixated on his younger sister, and trouble was bound to ensue. The two brothers had long conspired to teach Yang Hu a lesson, but before they could execute their plan, he was dispatched by the escort agency. The night in Hechuan City was eerily silent. With scarcely a soul on the streets. Of course, the inner city was a different story. The neighborhoods where the dignitaries resided were patrolled day and night by the court's constables, ensuring a high level of security that was worlds apart from this impoverished district. Su Jiuchuan navigated through a row of low bamboo poles used for drying clothes and arrived at the front of a dilapidated courtyard. He did not enter through the main gate, but rather scaled the low wall to gain entry. Yang Hu's family had long since perished, leaving the place unattended. It appeared that the courtyard had once been quite decent, at least far better than the ramshackle abode of Su Jiuchuan, but now it was a disheveled wreck, permeated by a foul stench. Suppressing his nausea, Su Jiuchuan scanned the surroundings. Remarkably, Yang Hu had yet to return. I shall wait here. Once he arrives, I will strike, he resolved. His expression was calm, yet turmoil churned within him. Today he had come with the intent to kill. Throughout his life, he had never taken the life of even a chicken, and now he found himself poised to commit murder, a daunting mental hurdle to overcome. However, Su Jiuchuan knew he could not find peace until Yang Hu was dealt with. He concealed himself behind a rickety cabinet, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts, patiently awaiting Yang Hu's return. After what felt like an eternity, the sound of approaching footsteps broke the stillness. Voices emerged from outside, and moments later, the creaking door swung open, allowing a figure to step into the courtyard. Yang Hu had just parted ways with two of his underlings. Appearing quite jovial as he hummed a tune, occasionally letting out a belch, Su Jiuchuan held his breath, biding his time until Yang Hu drew nearer to strike. "Who there?" Suddenly, Yang Hu's voice boomed. A chair was hurled toward the side of the cabinet where Su Jiuchuan was concealed. The moonlight was bright, and Su Jiuchuan's hiding spot was illuminated on the ground, revealing his presence to Yang Hu, who was astute enough to sense something amiss upon entering. Instead of confronting him immediately, Yang Hu stealthily seized a chair and circled to the side, launching a surprise attack. Realizing he had been discovered, Su Jiuchuan decided against remaining hidden. He swiftly emerged, unleashing a powerful punch against the chair. To his astonishment, the chair shattered into splinters upon impact. Yang Hu recognized Su Jiuchuan. his eyes widening in shock as he assessed the unfolding scene. A martial artist? Although Yang Hu was a thug, he was not devoid of awareness. In this chaotic era, those lacking insight had already perished. The sudden revelation that the boy had become a martial artist took Yang Hu by surprise. And he opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, a cloud of lime dust was thrown directly into his face. Yang Hu flailed his arms in a futile attempt to block the impending assault. Seizing the moment, Su Jiuquan circled behind him and, channeling his internal energy, struck Yang Hu's back with a fierce blow. With a resounding thud, Yang Hu crumpled to the ground. Lifeless, he likely could not fathom why a martial artist would attack him using such a lowly tactic as throwing lime dust. Su Jiuquan prodded the body with his foot, and, seeing that there was no movement, he finally felt a sense of relief. Although the plan had deviated slightly, the outcome was remarkably smooth as for the lime dust. He bore no psychological burden. Having only recently transitioned from an ordinary person to a martial artist, he had no sense of a martial artist's code. He rifled through Yang Hu's corpse and discovered 2 taels of silver. Su Jiuquan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He was on the brink of poverty and needed to continuously feed the simulator with silver to grow stronger. Earlier, while waiting for Yang Hu to arrive, he had not searched the house. Now that Yang Hu was dealt with, he could not let the opportunity slip away. After a short while, Su Jiuquan unearthed a package buried beneath the coal dust in the stove, which astonishingly contained 100 taels of silver. This idle scoundrel has amassed such wealth? Su Jiuquan marveled, well aware that in these times, 100 taels of silver could sustain a family for 2 to 3 years. What is this? He held a black iron token inscribed with a character on one side, and the words Hechuan City on the other. A sudden realization struck him, and he hastily exited the house, securing the courtyard gate from within before scaling the wall once more. Not long after, he found himself at the residence of another of Yang Hu's lackeys, a modest bungalow, with a stoic expression. Su Jiuquan entered, and shortly thereafter emerged with bloodied hands. This time, his efforts bore fruit. He had dispatched both underlings who were still inside, indulging in drink. Naturally, before taking action, he had extorted some information from them. As he had suspected, Yang Hu was indeed a spy for the Lord of Hechuan City. In no wonder he loitered aimlessly. He was likely gathering intelligence. Unfortunately, the 2 lackeys were too lowly to possess any substantial knowledge. Su Jiuquan washed his hands by the riverside nearby, and then returned to his dwelling, feeling detached. Not only had he failed to locate his elder brother Su Yuanjiang, but it seemed that troubles were mounting. Recharge. This evening, the only silver lining was the money acquired from Yang Hu. Recharge successful. Current balance stands at 102.2. But would you like to use the life simulator? One use consumes 20 points of currency. Is this a doubling? Su Jiuquan pondered. Bemused by the steep price increase, he was uncertain whether the simulator's cost doubled with each use or only upon elevating his martial arts realm. Now was not the time for such thoughts. He promptly selected YES AT18. You became a 9th-tier martial artist. You decided to search for the whereabouts of your elder brother Su Yuanjiang. You learned that Su Yuanjiang's escort was ambushed by the Black Wind Bandits. You planned to infiltrate the Black Wind Bandit stronghold, but were discovered by the Mountain Bandits. During the ensuing battle, you were thrown off a cliff, but by sheer fortune, you became entangled in a tree and avoided a fatal fall. In the cavern beneath the cliff, you discovered a set of blade techniques. The wind-cleaving blade technique, that AT23. You devoted 3 arduous years to mastering the blade technique, ultimately achieving proficiency. You prepared to seek vengeance against the Black Wind Bandits. At 24, you assaulted the Black Wind Bandit stronghold once more. Although your blade technique was exquisite, the bandit leader Li Heihu was an 8th-tier martial artist, and you were ultimately no match for him, resulting in your demise at the age of 20-4. Su Jiuquan began to understand. The simulator extrapolated scenarios based on his thoughts in other words, as he contemplated pursuing Su Yuanjiang's whereabouts outside the city. The simulator simulated that very path. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following. 1. Martial arts realm at 24.2. Martial arts experience at 24.3. Life wisdom at 24. Chapter 4. 8th tier Su Jiuquan was well aware that the head of the Fuyuan escort agency, Zheng Nanhai, was a 6th tier martial artist, while the Black Wind Bandit leader, Li Heihu, was only an 8th tier martial artist. How could he possibly orchestrate a successful ambush? As for the notion of challenging someone of a higher tier, Su Jiuquan had no faith in such a concept. Having become a martial artist, he understood how vast the chasm was between each tier. In this world, it was entirely implausible to surpass one's tier. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledged that despite everything, this simulation had yielded some benefits. After a moment of contemplation, he chose option 2 to instantly. His mind was enriched with a set of blade techniques, imbued with an unparalleled finesse, as if he were wielding them with effortless grace. This was the culmination of his 3 years of painstaking practice within the simulator. Thus, not only had he attained the 9th tier, but he had also acquired a matching martial skill. Finally possessing the true strength of a 9th tier martial artist, Su Jiuquan glanced at his balance. He could still simulate 4 more times. He understood that with his current strength, venturing into the Black Wind Bandit stronghold was still a futile endeavor. He needed to simulate a few more times. Simulation. One use consumes 20 points of currency. Would you like to use the simulator? The price has not increased this time. This indicates that the cost of using the simulator is unrelated to the number of simulations. Taking a deep breath, he nodded, yes. At 18, you became a 9th tier martial artist. You resolved not to act rashly and diligently hone your martial skills. You joined the Fuyuan Escort Agency. 1819. The authorities accused the Fuyuan Escort Agency of colluding with rebels, leading to a raid. You and Zheng Xinyue fought your way through, but Su Yunxia perished amidst the chaos. A month later, you ventured alone to Shifeng City, where you garnered the favor of the station general and became his personal guard. At 21, you accumulated military achievements and exchanged them for a high-tier technique, the Blood Fiend technique. AT-22. After spending over half a year, you finally reformed your martial technique. AT-25. After 3 years of arduous training, you finally broke through to become an 8th tier martial artist. AT-26. The Turks invaded, leading to the fall of Shifeng City, and you perished in battle at the age of 26. Upon reviewing this simulation, Su Jiuquan's expression darkened. The Fuyuan Escort Agency colluding with rebels, and his second sister was implicated and killed. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following. 1. Martial arts realm at 26.2. Martial arts experience at 26. 3. Life wisdom at 26. There is no hesitation in this matter. Upon making a choice, he felt an intense surge of energy swelling within him. More alarming was the innate ferocity of this energy, as it coursed through his veins, causing a slight burn in his meridians. Simultaneously, a new martial technique emerged in his mind, specifically the initial 2 tiers of the Blood Fiend art. Previously, he had cultivated the Cleansing Heart technique, an authentic Taoist practice, so transitioning to another method posed no significant issue. As he sensed the vigorous flow of energy within, Su Jiuquan's heart trembled. Was this the essence of the 8th rank? Now, he perceived that the energy within him had at least quadrupled, and with its circulation, his blood energy surged, amplifying his power significantly. To think that merely advancing 1 rank would result in such a vast disparity. Reflecting on his finances, he noted he still possessed 60 coins, suggesting a potential for further enhancement. Simulation. Using it once will consume 50 coins. Would you like to use the simulator? Has the price increased again? Su Jiuquan recalled that the first price hike occurred after he became a 9th rank martial artist, and now, with yet another increase, it seemed that the cost escalated with each advancement in martial arts rank. At 18, he became an 8th rank martial artist. The escort team led by Su Yuanjiang was ambushed by the Black Wind Stronghold. One fateful night, he infiltrated the stronghold and discovered that members of the Fuyuan Escort Agency were indeed imprisoned there. He stealthily commenced their rescue, but unfortunately, he was soon detected by the bandits, leading to a fierce confrontation. During his retreat, he encountered Li Heihu of the Black Wind Stronghold. After exchanging dozens of blows, he succeeded in slaying Li Heihu. That he rescued Su Yuanjiang, yet failed to locate Zheng Nanhai. Returning to Hechuan City with the others, outside the city, they were pursued by a group, led by a young man who, without a word, engaged him in combat. In mere 3 exchanges, he was killed, dying at the tender age of 18. Was this the conclusion? Su Jiuquan felt perplexed. The Black Wind Stronghold was indeed a den of peril. With Li Heihu slain, yet an expert emerged. However, to have captured Zheng Nanhai likely indicated the presence of even greater forces. Could this young man be one of them? Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial arts rank at 18.2. The martial arts experience at 18.3. The wisdom of life at 18. This time was too brief, merely a few days. Choosing between martial arts rank and experience seemed futile. So he opted for 3. Su Jiuchuan was eager to discern the nature of this wisdom of life. In the next moment, fragments of memory materialized in Su Jiuchuan's mind. He finally beheld the young man, clad in resplendent attire, clearly of noble lineage. Just before his demise, Su Jiuchuan inquired, "You are not from the Black Wind Stronghold. Who exactly are you?" "Ha! You possess 8th rank prowess at such a young age. You are indeed a talent worthy of knowing my name. Remember, I am Lan Guping." In his final moments, Su Jiuchuan perceived this individual as exceedingly formidable, at least a 5th rank expert. This was the wisdom of life he had gained from the simulation. Su Jiuchuan fell into deep contemplation. The Black Wind Stronghold was far too dangerous. With his current cultivation, attempting a rescue would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, could he simply refrain from intervening if he did not act? His elder brother Su Yuanjiang would surely perish. Though Su Yuanjiang was merely the elder brother of this body, they had shared half a year together. He could not bear to witness Su Yuanjiang's demise. Furthermore, even if he resolved to neglect Su Yuanjiang, could he truly survive? Yang, who was indeed a person he had slain. If he were merely an ordinary ruffian, it would be one thing. But this individual was a covert operative of the city lord. And although he had silenced him, Hechuan City was not vast, and the constables would likely trace the matter back to him swiftly at that moment. He doubted that his 8th rank cultivation would suffice to evade the onslaught of the officials. Su Jiuchuan felt he was teetering on the brink of inevitable demise. How could he extricate himself from this predicament? Yet, this was not the gravest concern. What loomed larger was his lack of funds. Without money, he could not continue to grow stronger, nor could he resolve the situation. Where could he procure sufficient funds to empower himself? As he pondered, Su Jiuchuan's eyes narrowed. He thought of a person. Perhaps he could devise a plan involving them. Indeed, he contemplated Zheng Xinyue, the young leader of the Fuyuan escort agency, for all those captured were members of their agency. Chapter 5. 2 conditions. Early in the morning, Su Jiuchuan ventured to the street corner to procure breakfast for Su Yunxia. Do not waste money. His second sister was frugal. She usually subsisted on wild vegetables for breakfast. Now, seeing Su Jiuchuan recklessly spending, she was somewhat displeased. Not long ago, my elder brother brought back a martial arts manual from the agency. I've made significant progress in my training these past few days and have become a martial artist. With that, Su Jiuchuan picked up a stone slab from the courtyard, exerted force, and crushed it effortlessly. Su Yunxia stared in astonishment at the cloud of dust, dumbfounded. You have truly become a martial artist? Su Jiuchuan nodded, fabricating a reason, for failing to explain his sudden ascension to martial prowess would complicate matters in the future. In time, I will earn money, and we will no longer endure such hardships. Moreover, Yang Hu will likely no longer dare to approach. If he does, I shall teach him a lesson. Su Jiuchuan refrained from disclosing that he had already dealt with Yang Hu. Fearing it would frighten her out of him, Su Yunxia, though not well versed in martial arts, felt reassured upon witnessing Su Jiuchuan's demonstration, nodding repeatedly. Having calmed Su Yunxia, Su Jiuchuan departed from home. At the Fuyuan escort agency, Zheng Xinyue paced anxiously. 2 days had passed with no news. Was there an issue with the escort mission? Zheng Xinyue recalled the details of the task, although she lacked clarity. She only knew that the mission involved escorting an individual to Shuzhou, with the 2 escort carts carrying gravel to obfuscate their true purpose. What troubled her most was that prior to departure, Zheng Nanhai had earnestly spoken with her, establishing a protocol for communication every 2 days. If there were 2 days without news, she was to prepare to leave Hechuan City immediately and head straight to the capital at the time. She found it curious. Shuzhou was not far from Hechuan City and was a common route for their operations. Why was this instance treated so exceptionally? Zheng Nanhai had provided no explanation. Young leader, the voice of a burly man interrupted her thoughts at the door. It was Su Yuanjiang's younger brother, who claimed he wished to speak with her. I'm too busy to see him. Send him away, Zheng Xinyue replied, not lifting her head as she continued to pace, lost in thought. However, the burly man did not budge, lingering at the entrance. Zheng Xinyue's irritation flared. She raised her gaze to reprimand him, only to find him covering his face, through his fingers revealing a clear mark of a slap. Zheng Xinyue seethed. How dare he act violently within the Fuyuan escort agency? Yes, that brat has advanced to become a martial artist, and now he struts about as if invincible, showing no respect for the agency. Seeing Zheng Xinyue's anger, The burly man hastily added, his brother Su Yuanjiang is no good either. Always trying to take advantage of the agency. Let him in. Zheng Xinhua, lacking patience, coldly huffed. The burly man rejoiced. Having spent considerable time at the agency, he understood the dynamics, despite Zheng Xinhua being a woman of beauty and grace. When angered, no one could restrain her. Moreover, she was an 8th-rank martial artist, and this Su fellow was destined for misfortune for daring to strike him. When Su Jiuquan arrived earlier, the burly man had still been unwelcoming. Yet now, with his newfound confidence as an 8th-rank martial artist, Su Jiuquan had no qualms about retaliating. Resulting in the earlier altercation, as Su Jiuquan entered the hall, he was met with Zheng Xinyue's furious glare. Prompting him to attempt an explanation, Zheng Xinyue, already vexed, saw the opportunity to vent her frustrations and decided to discipline him first. Crack! A whip lashed out toward him. Furious, Su Jiuquan thought, although this woman is beautiful, her temperament is exceedingly reckless. Without any dialogue, she resorts to violence. Nevertheless, now that he was also an 8th-rank martial artist, he felt no fear that he swiftly seized a chair, detached a leg, and executed the wind-cutting blade technique. Upon their first clash, Zheng Xinyue realized something was amiss. Her opponent was also an 8th-rank martial artist. More critically, the chair leg wielded a remarkably sharp technique, and after a few exchanges, she found herself subtly at a disadvantage. Cease. Recognizing her inability to secure victory, Zheng Xinyue commanded her words. Su Jiuquan smiled, halted his assault, and casually discarded the chair leg. The burly man, who had intended to spectate, was taken aback. This young man was also an 8th-rank martial artist and was even besting the young leader. Could Su Yuanjiang still aspire to work at the agency as a mere escort? He must be out of his mind. With a brother like this, opportunities for wealth would abound, while the burly man internally critiqued. He did not dare linger and quickly retreated. The goods from the Fuyun escort agency have been robbed. Su Jiuquan had no intention of engaging with this fiery woman for too long and directly addressed the matter at hand. What do you know? Zheng Xinyue's heart stirred. This woman exhibited no shock. Rather, she remained composed. Something was amiss. She must already be aware of the situation concerning the escort mission that I know where they encountered trouble. Su Jiuquan had several results from the simulations, feeling somewhat reassured. However, he found himself in dire need of silver. What reason did he have to trust her? Zheng Xinyu, after all, had traversed the martial world alongside her father. And despite her inner apprehensions, she began to question him meticulously. Su Jiuquan recalled one of the simulations where the Fu Yuan escort agency was accused of colluding with rebel forces. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He retrieved a token from his bosom and tossed it before her. Zheng Xinyu picked it up, her fingers tracing the silver characters inscribed on the token, which read Hechuan City. Her heart raced in astonishment. Indeed, this was the very token found on Yang Hu that I discovered it while searching for my elder brother, Su Yuanjiang. Outside the city, he fabricated, as he could not divulge the truth about the simulator. Zheng Xinyu recalled the admonitions from Zheng Nanhai before his departure, and thus found herself believing him to some extent. Where did this incident occur? 1,000 taels, Su Jiuquan stated matter-of-factly. As the cost of utilizing the simulator had become exorbitant, necessitating a high price, Su Yuanjiang is also in the same party. Su Jiuquan regarded the astute woman before him with a calm demeanor and replied, if the money is not forthcoming, we shall each find our own way. They locked eyes for a prolonged moment. Zheng Xinyu, still somewhat lacking in mental fortitude, finally nodded, I agree, but you must accompany me. Having witnessed Su Jiuquan's capabilities, she deemed that securing such an ally made the proposition of 1,000 taels quite reasonable. Very well, Su Jiuquan assented, but I have 2 conditions. First, the silver must be provided immediately. Second, given that the Fu Yuan escort agency will likely cease operations, you must take my second sister with you when you leave. This consideration had preoccupied Su Jiuquan prior to his arrival. As Hechuan City was fraught with peril, regardless of whether he could rescue Su Yuanjiang, they needed to depart from this treacherous place as swiftly as possible. It would be no small feat for his defenseless sister, Su Yunxia, to escape alongside him. However, with the escort agency's personnel, who were professionals in such matters, it would be significantly easier. Zheng Xinyu mentally acquiesced. Entrusting his second sister to the escort agency was akin to providing a safeguard, allowing her to proceed with him without trepidation. Agreed. By the way, are you familiar with a person named Lan Guping? Chapter 6. Despair. Su Jiuchuan suddenly recalled that formidable young man from one of the simulations. Zhang Xianyu was taken aback, her expression grave as she inquired, is this matter connected to him? Su Jiuchuan could not reveal the circumstances of the simulation, and thus awkwardly responded, I have merely heard of him and wish to inquire further. Lan Guping was the second son of Lan Shang. The lord of Hechuan City. It was said he was merely 20 years old, yet already a 5th-tier master. Su Jiuchuan couldn't help but marvel internally. He had trained for at least 20 years in the simulations to barely reach the 8th tier. This young man had achieved the 5th tier by the age of 20. The Lan family's current generation was indeed remarkable. Lan Sheng's eldest son, now 22, had already attained the 1st tier and was under the tutelage of the innate master Nin Ruotan. It was feared that in a few years, he would become an innate master himself. The 1st tier, Su Jiuchuan felt somewhat lost. At his current pace of cultivation, he could only wonder if he would even reach the 1st tier in another 100 years of simulation. Perhaps the Lan family believed that Hechuan City was too small to contain them and, amidst the chaos of the world, were contemplating other ventures. Zhang Xianyu offered a few comments before realizing she had perhaps spoken too much and fell silent. Upon hearing this, Su Jiuchuan felt a heavy weight in his heart. The situation was indeed grim. Hastily returning home, he called, Second sister, Su Jiuchuan carefully articulated, there is news from the escort agency regarding eldest brother. Eldest brother encountered bandits on his way to Suzhou. Although old escort master Zhang is quite valiant, eldest brother was still injured. He is currently recuperating in Suzhou City. The escort agency has sent word that due to his condition, you are to go and care for him. Su Jiuchuan did not dare to reveal the full truth. Su Yunxia was merely an ordinary girl, and encountering such grave matters could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, he fabricated an excuse. Su Yunxia was indeed startled and immediately inquired, where is eldest brother injured? Does he have money for medicine? Su Jiuchuan, observing the anxious expression on his second sister's face, felt a pang of guilt but steeled himself to say, according to the escort agency, the injury is not severe, he has merely injured his leg and is unable to move, so they requested that you go assist him. Oh, Su Yunxia sighed in relief, saying, thank heavens, my heart has been racing these past few days. I'm glad he is all right. Second sister, why not gather your things? We shall set off shortly. All right. Indeed, there were many inconsistencies in his words. For instance, Su Yuanzhang had only departed 2 days prior and could not possibly have reached Suzhou. Moreover, it was implausible for him to have sent word back. However, Su Yunxia, being an innocent girl who had not experienced much of the world, placed her complete trust in Su Jiuchuan and did not dwell on such details. She went into the room to gather her belongings. Su Jiuchuan found a corner to sit down, retrieving the silver and murmuring, recharge successful, current funds, 1,010.2 points. Each use consumes 50 points. Do you wish to employ the simulator? Yes. At 18, you become an 8th-tier martial artist, Su Yuanzhang, accompanying the Fu Yuan escort agency to Suzhou. Was ambushed by bandits at Blackwind Stronghold. You arranged to explore the stronghold with Zhang Xianyu. Within the stronghold, you discovered the captured Su Yuanzhang along with others, yet Zhang Nanhai was nowhere to be found. Your presence was detected, leading to a fierce confrontation with the bandits. Ultimately, you captured the stronghold leader, Li Heihu, while Zhang Xianyu insisted on taking him to seek Zhang Nanhai, which you opposed. Zhang Xianyu, unable to best you in combat, fled. Li Heihu offered to exchange his hidden treasures for his freedom, which you accepted. After acquiring significant wealth, you released Li Heihu, descending from Blackwind Stronghold. You found the others missing and, after days of searching in vain, were compelled to leave. At-20, you arrived in Donghu City, commencing a life of seclusion and cultivation. At-23, you broke through, becoming a 7th-tier martial artist. At 25, Zhang Xianyu burst into your home. Now a 5th-tier martial artist, she accused you of causing her father's demise, leading to your untimely death at the age of 25. Who would have thought Zhang Xianyu could be so ruthless? Su Jiuchuan felt a wave of frustration. He had secluded himself to diligently cultivate, barely reaching the 7th tier from the 8th, while Zhang Xianyu had surged from the 8th tier to the 5th with apparent ease. His aptitude for cultivation seemed woefully inadequate. The simulation concluded, and you may retain one of the following. 1. The martial realm at 25 years old. Point 2. The martial experience at 25 years old. Point 3. The wisdom of life at 25 years old. There was no hesitation. He chose the first option. Instantly, Su Jiuquan felt a surge of internal energy roaring within him, flowing along predetermined pathways as several acupoints were unblocked. Thus, he attained the 7th tier. Su Jiuquan felt an invigorating rush of energy coursing through his body, seemingly boundless. Contemplating the enigmatic Lan Guping, Su Jiuquan shook his head. He was still not strong enough. Continue the simulation. Each use now required 100 points. As the costs continued to escalate, Su Jiuquan felt a pang of regret. The remaining funds would only allow for 9 more simulations. Yes, AT-18. You become a 7th tier martial artist. You and Zheng Xianyu venture to investigate Black Wind Stronghold. Within the stronghold, you find Su Yuan Jiang and other members of the escort agency, but Zheng Nanhai remains elusive. Your presence is detected, leading to a fierce battle with the bandits. Ultimately, you capture the stronghold leader, Li Heihu, and Zheng Xianyu insists on taking him to search for Zheng Nanhai, to which you agree. Yet you do not accompany them. Instead, you return to the base of the mountain, bringing Su Yuan Jiang and Su Yunxia to Suzhou City. You are pursued by a group led by Lan Guping. A fierce battle ensues, and after 10 exchanges, you are struck through the heart by a sword, meeting your demise at the tender age of 18. There truly no chance to escape. Su Jiuquan felt a wave of despair. This was a hellish level of difficulty. 1. The martial realm at 18 years old. Point 2. The martial experience at 18 years old. Point 3. The wisdom of life at 18 years old. In this simulation, there was no improvement in realm. After some contemplation, he chose the second option. Instantly, he gained the experience of a fierce battle. Lan Guping's swordsmanship was exceedingly refined. He was clearly toying with him. Several strikes that could have easily ended his life merely severed his limbs. Though it was said that 10 exchanges had transpired, Su Jiuquan felt that if Lan Guping had been earnest, he might not have even survived 3 exchanges. Was this truly the caliber of a 5th-tier master? A thread of despair began to weave through Su Jiuquan's heart that we can set off. Just as he pondered how to break the deadlock, Su Yunxia had already finished packing their belongings. Chapter 7. Lu Heihu. Su Jiuquan had made his own preparations, stuffing his pack with lime and purchasing a steel knife to carry with him. This time, as they prepared to depart, Su Yunxia aimed to bring along all the valuables from their home, including pots and quilts. Su Jiuquan found himself amused yet exasperated. He could hardly blame her, for their family had endured hardship for so long. The room was filled with an assortment of belongings. Each piece gathered 1 coin at a time. In these tumultuous times, who could predict which nefarious soul might abscond with their meager possessions? After much persuasion, Su Jiuquan ultimately had to bring forth the assistance of the Fu Yuan escort agency, stating that it would be a stroke of luck if they could help transport their belongings. After all, they bore no obligation to aid in their relocation. Reluctantly, Su Yunxia concealed her things within the confines of the house. Once everything was in order, darkness enveloped the sky, and the two slipped out of the city under the cover of night. Meeting Zheng Xianyu just outside the gates, the Fu Yuan escort agency was modest in number, comprising merely 7 or 8 individuals. Zheng Xianyu was aware that this was a flight for survival and thus refrained from making a grand spectacle of it, opting instead to select a few trustworthy individuals for the endeavor to the outside world. She merely claimed there was a small business transaction requiring an escort beyond the city limits. Su Jiuquan scanned the area, but did not spot the man with the angular face. And he silently nodded in approval. It appeared that Zheng Xianyu was indeed astute, recognizing that someone as oblivious as the angular-faced man would only bring misfortune. After a brief discussion, they decided to have the escort agency personnel escort Su Yunxia further along towards Suzhou, while they themselves prepared to investigate the Black Wind Stronghold. During a previous simulation, it was after Su Jiuquan had slain Li Heihu that Lan Guping had emerged. Hence, there should be a temporal discrepancy. At that moment, Lan Guping was likely not at the stronghold but would arrive later, coincidentally crossing paths with them. The pressure Lan Guping exerted on Su Jiuquan was overwhelming, and he was reluctant to confront him at this juncture. If they acted swiftly, there was still a chance to avoid an encounter. The Black Wind Stronghold was located in a perilous spot amidst the sprawling mountains. Characterized by elevated terrain and several meters-high earthen walls, with only a single gate for ingress and egress. This environment, easily defensible yet challenging to assault, was indeed an advantageous position. However, for martial artists like Zhang Xianyu and Su Jiuquan, it presented some limitations. Silently, they crept to the earthen wall, finding a suitable spot to scale it. The stronghold was dimly lit, with a few scruffy bandits patrolling the vicinity. Zhang Xianyu, evidently more experienced, moved swiftly along the wall, while it was Su Jiuquan's first foray into such covert operations, prompting him to closely follow her lead. Eventually, they stumbled upon a slothful bandit slumped against the wall. Sound asleep, a cold dagger was pressed against his throat, rousing him from his slumber. "Don't move. If you dare to, I'll kill you." Upon awakening, the bandit trembled and nodded in fear. "Are there members of the Fu Yuan escort agency in the stronghold?" "Lead the way." A low command from Zhang Xianyu sent the bandit into a panic, causing him to wet himself in fright. Disgusted, Zhang Xianyu shoved Su Jiuquan forward. He was somewhat speechless. Having observed her agile prowess and seasoned demeanor, he was taken aback by her sudden display of vulnerability in a situation like this. Under duress, the bandit tiptoed toward the central earthen structure of the stronghold. It was pitch dark within, devoid of any light. In this era, fuel was a rare commodity, and most households were reluctant to light lamps at night, let alone in a remote stronghold such as this. Thus, they had no reason to suspect anything amiss. However, if they had torches at that moment, they would have noticed a glint of cunning in the bandit's eyes. As they passed a haystack, the bandit stumbled, inadvertently toppling a pile of straw. "Intruders in the stronghold," he shouted. Zhang Xianyu, caught off guard by the bandit's audacity, furious at his cowardice, thrust her dagger forward, instantly dispatching him, realizing that hiding was no longer an option. Su Jiuquan drew his weapon and charged towards the earthen structure. "Who dares to challenge the Black Wind stronghold?" A thunderous voice rang out, illuminating the surroundings with flickering torches as a brawny figure emerged from among the bandits. In the wavering light, Su Jiuquan discerned that the man stood nearly 2 meters tall, his skin dark and his physique imposing, with an open collar revealing a fierce tiger tattoo. "This is Lu Heihu, the chieftain of the Black Wind stronghold," Zhang Xianyu remarked, her expression grave. Although she was an 8th-tier martial artist, she recognized Lu Heihu's formidable reputation and felt uncertain about confronting him. By now, the area was swarming with bandits. Without uttering a word, Zhang Xianyu and Su Jiuquan surged forward, swiftly dispatching 2 or 3 bandits. More fell beneath their onslaught. Lu Heihu bellowed in fury, "Get out of my way," and charged at them. Without glancing at Zhang Xianyu, Su Jiuquan barreled forward. Just as they were about to clash, he suddenly flung a handful of lime powder into the air. In the dim light, Lu Heihu, taken by surprise, did not expect a mere entry-level martial artist to resort to such underhanded tactics. Unprepared, the powder struck him squarely in the eyes, with a pained scream. Lu Heihu shut his eyes, wildly swinging his broadsword in a frantic defense against potential attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jiuquan swiftly maneuvered behind him, delivering a forceful kick that sent Lu Heihu sprawling to the ground, while his steel blade was poised against the chieftain's throat. Witnessing this turn of events, the remaining bandits recognized that their fate was sealed and fled in disarray. Zhang Xianyu remained still, initially anticipating a fierce battle, only to be astonished by the swift resolution of the conflict. She had not even realized that Su Jiuquan had already ascended to the rank of 7th-tier martial artist. However, her gaze towards Su Jiuquan had grown complex. In the martial world, losing a duel was merely a matter of skill. There was no shame in that. Yet, employing such unscrupulous methods as throwing lime after having ascended to martial prowess was indeed disheartening. Of course, the martial realm was not devoid of such unscrupulous individuals. They were typically ill-reputed and seldom provoked, as offending someone with no moral compass could lead to significant troubles. Understanding Zhang Xianyu's expression, Su Jiuquan surmised her thoughts, yet he remained indifferent. He was not bound by the intricate moral codes of the martial world. Resolving issues through the most pragmatic means was his guiding principle. As for the opinions of others, in this phase of his struggle for survival, he had no luxury to consider them. What are you waiting for? Hurry and find your escort agency members. Zhang Xianyu snapped back to reality. Quickly nodding and dashing toward the earthen structure at the center of the stronghold, it was only when she had ventured far that Su Jiuquan, with the back of his knife, playfully tapped Lu Heihu's plump face, inquiring, "Now, tell me, how much do you intend to pay for your life?" Chapter 8. Finally, a sixth-tier martial artist indeed, Su Jiuquan had deliberately sent Zheng Xianyu away to extract the whereabouts of the Black Wind Stronghold's treasures from Lu Heihu. Having been a bandit for many years, he was likely to have amassed some savings. Moreover, his collusion with Lan Guping certainly suggested a lucrative arrangement. Lu Heihu's vision had begun to clear. Alleviating some of the initial agony he endured, he was perplexed. A martial artist resorting to lime to extort a bandit. How much lower could one sink? Noticing Lu Heihu's silence, Su Jiuquan mused that this bandit leader was likely a tough nut to crack. Without applying some pressure, he would not yield. With a swift motion, he thrust his blade into Lu Heihu's foot. By the well, beneath the tree, Lu Heihu cried out in pain. He was certainly not the fearless tough guy he pretended to be. Otherwise, he would not have so readily allied with Lan Guping when threatened just days before. Now faced with the choice between life and wealth, he was astute enough to recognize the gravity of the situation. Su Jiuquan, initially planning to inflict more pain, hesitated. It appeared Lu Heihu was nothing but a facade. However, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to dwell on that. He swiftly broke Lu Heihu's leg to prevent any escape. Then set about searching the stronghold for the well. "I'll give you my silver. You can't kill me. That's the rule in the martial world." Lu Heihu protested, suddenly pausing, realizing that someone who could stoop to throwing lime had no regard for rules. Anxiety began to gnaw at him. Disregarding Lu Heihu's words, Su Jiuquan continued his search. By now, the bandits had fled, leaving the stronghold eerily empty, making it easy for him to locate what he sought. He soon discovered a well beside a banyan tree near an earthen dwelling. Without hesitation, he uprooted the tree, quickly uncovering a package. Upon opening it, he found 3,000 taels of silver, an astonishing sum. Without lingering to examine it further, he quickly deposited the funds. Transaction successful. Current balance, 3860. This was a significant windfall for Su Jiuquan. He had never felt so affluent, reveling in the righteous act of eradicating evildoers. Would you like to use the simulator? Each use costs 100 points. Yes.at18. You have become a 7th-tier martial artist. Su Yuan Jiang accompanied the Fu Yuan escort agency's convoy to Suzhou, only to be ambushed en route by the Black Wind Stronghold. You had arranged to explore the stronghold with Zheng Xianyu. Upon being discovered, you engaged in a battle with the bandits, capturing their leader, Li Heihu, to extract the location of their treasure. Zheng Xianyu was unable to locate Zheng Nanhai within the stronghold and requested your assistance in searching for her father. You agreed that on your journey, you encountered Lan Guping, and you were killed at the age of 18. Su Jiuquan felt a twinge of frustration. Having previously spared Lu Heihu, he had refused to accompany Zheng Xianyu in search of her father, and she had held a grudge against him. Now, having chosen to assist her, he met with Lan Guping's lethal confrontation. The simulation concluded, and you may retain one of the following items. 1. The martial arts realm at the age of 18. 2. The martial arts experience at the age of 18.3. The wisdom of life at the age of 18. Su Jiuquan pondered for a moment and ultimately chose the second option. Instantly, the scene of his confrontation with Lan Guping resurfaced in his mind, so powerful. It was utterly overwhelming, leaving him devoid of any means to resist. During that skirmish, Su Jiuquan even resorted to the tactic of scattering lime. Yet, for a 5th-grade martial artist, a layer of qi could already coalesce around their body, rendering the lime utterly ineffective at close quarters. With determination swelling in his heart, Su Jiuquan resolved to exploit his abundant resources. By adopting a cautious approach and simulating repeatedly, he would surely elevate his prowess. Simulation. At 18, you became a 7th-grade martial artist. Su Yuan Jiang accompanied the Fuyuan escort agency's convoy to Suzhou, but was ambushed by the Black Wind Stronghold en route. You and Zheng Xinyue stormed the Black Wind Stronghold, but could not locate Zheng Nanhai. Zheng Xinyue implored you to assist her in searching for her father's whereabouts, yet you declined. Instead of seeking Su Yunxia, you fled alone to Shifeng City, where you chose to live in seclusion. At 25, you still had not achieved a breakthrough. Burdened by frustration, you found solace in libations at the Tianxin Tavern, where a conflict erupted with a scion of a prominent family. One of his 5th-grade guards struck you down on the spot. You passed away at the age of 20-5. Su Jiuchuan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. This time, he had abandoned his elder sister and brother, opting to focus solely on his cultivation, yet he had still been effortlessly slain. The world was truly terrifying. Upon the conclusion of the simulation, you may retain one of the following. 1. The martial arts realm at the age of 25. 2. The martial arts experience at the age of 25.3. The wisdom of life at the age of 25. He chose the first option. Su Jiuchuan distinctly felt the quantity of qi within him double. Yet he still fell far short of achieving a breakthrough. At 18. You became a 7th grade martial artist. Zheng Xinyue implored you to aid her in searching for her father's whereabouts. You declined. Rather than seeking Su Yunxia, you ventured alone to the grasslands, where you lived among the nomads. At 32. While tending to the sheep, a monstrous beast suddenly appeared and devoured both you and the flock, resulting in your demise at the age of 30-2. Is this truly acceptable? Su Jiuchuan found himself speechless. Even after retreating to the grasslands, he was still consumed by a beast that he continued to select the martial arts realm. Feeling the qi within him grow further. At 18. You became a 7th grade martial artist. Zheng Xinyue implored you to assist her in finding her father. You declined, instead opting to run away to the capital, where you opened a general store and continued to diligently cultivate your skills. At 65. One day, while observing 2 bulls fight in the mountains, you experienced sudden enlightenment, achieving a breakthrough to become a 6th grade martial artist. At 88, you passed away with a smile, having lived a full life until the age of 80-8. Su Jiuchuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. After so many simulations, he had finally attained a peaceful end. Upon the conclusion of the simulation, you may retain one of the following. 1. The martial arts realm at the age of 65.2. The martial arts experience at the age of 65.3. The wisdom of life at the age of 65. This time, he had lived to 88. Why was it the realm, experience, and wisdom of 65? Su Jiuchuan contemplated that 65 should represent the pinnacle of this simulated life. What he obtained was indeed the peak state within the simulation of life. Nonetheless, finally reaching the 6th grade was a relief. Considering the time within the simulation, it had taken nearly a century to progress from 7th to 6th grade. The innate quality of this body was alarmingly poor. According to Su Jiuchuan's current understanding, 6th to 9th grades were considered low-tier martial artists, while 4th to 5th grades were deemed mid-tier. Only 3rd to 1st grades were classified as high-tier. The difficulty of future breakthroughs would likely only escalate. Chapter 9. Rescuing the captive. At this moment, the mountain stronghold was bustling once more, and Su Jiuchuan realized that Zheng Xinyue had freed all those imprisoned within the stronghold. Elder brother. Upon seeing the disheveled Su Yuanjiang, Su Jiuchuan felt a sense of comfort. After so many simulations, this dear older brother had not been met with a tragic fate. Xiaochuan. Su Yuanjiang rubbed his eyes, gazing at the somewhat unfamiliar third brother before him. Hesitant to acknowledge him, in his memory, Su Jiuchuan had always been reticent and physically unimposing, unable to manage the heavier chores at home, all of which fell upon himself. Su Yuanjiang had been contemplating earning some money to find a master for his younger brother to learn martial arts, allowing him to accompany him in the escort agency. Yet, in just 2 days of absence, he had transformed into a martial artist. Su Jiuchuan awkwardly remarked, "I found a martial arts manual on the road and practiced it at home, leading to my breakthrough. Do you believe that? I believe you're a ghost." In the midst of this awkwardness, Zheng Xinyue called for him. Su Jiuchuan hurriedly made his way over, as Zheng Xinyue's once charming visage was now grave. Lu Heihu lay on the ground, covered in whip marks, barely clinging to life, indicating he had already been interrogated. My father is not in the stronghold. Su Jiuchuan nodded. Through countless simulations, he had already come to know this information. Are you not curious? Zheng Xinyue was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of suspicion as she looked at him. Su Jiuchuan realized that failing to allay her doubts might lead her to suspect him. It was evident that Zheng Biao was a 6th grade martial artist. How could someone like Lu Heihu possibly threaten him? They must have others in their ranks. The escort party has also gone missing. Su Jiuchuan was suddenly startled. He had never paid attention to the escorted individual during his numerous simulations. That it stood to reason that someone worth Zheng Nanhai's protection and capable of prompting Lan Guping's direct involvement was likely no ordinary figure. Who is this person? Who is behind Lu Heihu? I do not know who it is. Liu Heihu divulged that the one who attacked was Lan Guping, the second son of the Lan family. At this point, Zheng Xinyue suddenly recalled that just yesterday, Su Jiuquan had inquired about Lan Guping. Could it be that he knew something? The Lan family directed them towards Hechuan City and departed just an hour ago. We must hurry. We might still catch up. Zheng Xinyue's face was filled with urgency. That I will not go. Su Jiuquan replied without hesitation. What a ridiculous notion to walk straight into danger. Moreover, with Su Yuanjiang rescued, there was no need for him to take such risks. Suddenly, he remembered from a previous simulation that Lan Guping would soon return, likely due to someone among the fleeing bandits alerting him. A sense of urgency crept in. Regardless, we must leave this place first. With that, Su Jiuquan beckoned Su Yuanjiang to descend the mountain. Su Yuanjiang was somewhat bewildered. In just 2 days, his younger brother had not only become a martial artist, but the goddess of his heart seemed to be seeking his brother. Lan Guping is a 5th-grade martial artist. I do not wish to meet my demise so swiftly. Su Jiuquan was disinterested in responding, pulling Su Yuanjiang along as they made their exit. Zheng Xinyue was filled with anxiety. If her father were delivered to Hechuan City, they would have no chance whatsoever. Although Lan Guping was formidable, there might still be an opportunity for 2 individuals to rescue him. From Su Jiuquan's earlier display, it seemed he had been concealing his true strength. If you agree to help me rescue my father, I will grant you any request you desire. With tears brimming in her eyes, Zheng Xinyue presented a pitiful visage, eliciting sympathy. The other rescued members of the escort agency stood in stunned silence. While the young deputy head was indeed beautiful, her temperament had always been fierce. They had never witnessed such a vulnerable demeanor from her. Su Yuanjiang, too, thought to himself. If only I were a martial artist, I would accompany her, as long as she would drink a bowl of rice wine with me. Not interested, Su Jiuquan did not even glance up, continuing forward. Although beauty was alluring, it was not worth risking one's life for. Zheng Xinyue's heart raced. Sending her alone to rescue her father was a futile endeavor. Suddenly, she recalled the circumstances of Su Jiuquan's first visit to her. 10,000 taels. I will give you 10,000 taels of silver. Let us depart now. Su Jiuquan abruptly turned around and spoke. Su Yuanjiang was momentarily stunned, then gaped in astonishment. 10,000 taels of silver. If used to buy steamed buns, it could sustain him for several centuries. He was astonished at the audacity of one who dared to demand such a sum. Was this truly his brother? Had a mountain demon or fox spirit transformed into him? Zheng Xinyue had not anticipated Su Jiuquan's rapid change of demeanor. He was indeed a crass individual who valued money over life. However, I cannot provide you with the money right now. Su Jiuquan was about to turn away again. I understand. This escort party is of great significance, while 10,000 taels is not an insignificant sum. For you, it is trivial. As long as you can rescue the person, you will receive 10,000 taels. I will act as your guarantor if you rescue them and do not receive the money. You may deal with me as you wish. Su Jiuquan stroked his chin, contemplating before replying. Very well, it is a deal. The risks associated with this course of action are considerable, after all, based on the plots depicted in the television dramas of the past. The more influential the individual, the less trustworthy they tend to be. However, despite the remaining sum of 3,560 pieces of gold, the escalating costs of simulation suggest that this amount may not sustain him for long. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the promised sum of 10,000 taels is exceedingly generous. It is worth noting that the Black Wind Stronghold, having operated for many years, has only managed to extract a mere 3,000 taels of silver. Should he miss this opportunity, Su Jiuquan cannot fathom when he might next have the chance to earn such a substantial amount. Yet, Su Jiuquan is not overly concerned about the prospect of not receiving payment. As long as his strength continues to grow, he is confident that the other party would not dare to default. Zheng Xinyue feels a pang of frustration. She initially hoped to inspire this fellow's sense of righteousness, only to discover that he is solely motivated by monetary gain. As for whether that influential figure will ultimately acknowledge this debt, she harbors no confidence. Yet she finds herself with no alternative but to take a gamble and stake her own fate on it. Once they reached an agreement, they wasted no time and proceeded to escort the rescued bodyguards down the mountain. Zheng Xinyue instructed the guards on which direction to pursue, ensuring they would catch up with Su Yunxia's group. The bodyguards, accustomed to life on the road, possessed their own system of signals to follow their own convoy. Su Yuanjiang, Though reluctant, yearned to assist his brother but recognized his own limitations. He also understood the perilous nature of the journey and worried for his siblings' safety. Su Jiuquan pulled him aside and discreetly handed him a book from his bosom. In this chaotic era, martial artists are not entirely devoid of self-preservation capabilities. This is the Heart Purification Sutra, a genuine method of the mysterious sect. Take it and practice. He had prepared this technique long ago and now formally bestowed it upon Su Yuanjiang. With no other choice, Su Yuanjiang accepted the manual with solemnity. Subsequently, Su Jiuquan followed Zheng Xinyue into the vastness of the night. Chapter 10. Qingyun Temple in Su Jiuquan's memory. Lan Guping would soon arrive. And it was not yet the right moment to meet. He intended to lead Zheng Xinyue on a circuitous route. However, he did not anticipate that Lu Heihu had already communicated everything clearly. Zheng Nanhai and the enigmatic figure under protection had been escorted by the Lan family to Qingyun Temple. This temple, located in the mountains of Hechuan City, is a secluded place with few visitors on ordinary days. What significance does this Qingyun Temple hold? Why not escort them to Hechuan City instead? Su Jiuquan found himself perplexed. His father had once remarked that there were no easy places surrounding Hechuan City. Every faction held its own complexities. The Black Wind Stronghold's leader, Lu Heihu, though merely an 8th-grade martial artist, has managed to endure for so many years, implying that he is likely a pawn deliberately placed outside the city by the city lord. Lan Shang. Zheng Xinyue furrowed her brow, admitting, I have not delved deeply into the discrete history of Qingyun Temple. However, considering Lan Guping's decision to bring them here rather than back to the city, it must be significant that Su Jiuquan, dismissive of this notion, thought that if the leader of the Black Wind Stronghold was merely 8th grade, then Qingyun Temple likely could not be that formidable either, even if they were 7th grade. What of it? He, now a 6th grade martial artist, felt no fear as long as he avoided Lan Guping. Zheng Xinyue, accustomed to the operations of a bodyguard agency, was well acquainted with the terrain as they traversed the mountains. Su Jiuquan consistently discovered unexpected paths, allowing them to evade Lan Guping as they hurried to the foot of Qingyun Mountain. Finding a concealed spot to rest, Su Jiuquan feigned a need for privacy. With 3,660 pieces of gold remaining, he understood the urgency of enhancing his strength. The cost of using the simulator had risen to 500 pieces of gold per session. What? A 5-fold increase, he exclaimed. Indeed, this is an exclusive deal, he lamented silently. Realizing he could not haggle to AT-18, he became a 6th-grade martial artist and set forth to Qingyun Temple to rescue Zheng Nanhai. He charged into the temple. Clashing with the guards inside, the temple's abbot, Qing Su, was also a 6th-grade martial artist. Su Jiuquan found himself outmatched and fled in disarray. Upon reaching Su Province's urban area, he discovered that the members of the Fuyuan bodyguard agency had all been slaughtered and silenced. With Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxiao among the casualties, that he vowed vengeance. At 35, he had not achieved a breakthrough, yet the desire for revenge intensified within him. At 36, he returned to Hechuan City and attempted to assassinate Lan Guping, only to be killed on the spot, dying at the age of 36. The abbot of Qingyun Temple was also a formidable 6th-grade opponent, not easily dealt with. After 18 more years of training, he still had not made a breakthrough. In contrast, Lan Guping had reached 5th grade by the age of 20. His own aptitude seemed woefully inadequate. The simulation concluded, and he could retain one of the following: the martial arts level at 36, the martial arts experience at 36, or the wisdom gained from life at 36. There was no need for deliberation. He chose the first option. Despite his lack of aptitude, he believed that quantitative changes could lead to qualitative transformations. As long as he had sufficient funds, repeated simulations could accumulate enough experience to break through to 5th grade. Suddenly, a surge of true energy surged within him, and Su Jiuquan felt his strength increase substantially, a result of his 18 years of accumulation during this simulation. Now, with 18 years of experience at the 6th grade level, he felt confident enough to face the abbot of Qingyun Temple. Just as he contemplated another simulation, he heard someone calling him in hushed tones. Zheng Xinyue, already anxious, became increasingly worried as Su Jiuquan took an unusually long time to return after excusing himself, remembering his greedy nature and fear of risk. She thought it plausible he might have fled halfway. Thus, she hurriedly followed him into the thicket. To her surprise, she found Su Jiuquan merely sitting in a daze, which only fueled her frustration. She scolded inwardly. This person truly is a cowardly, money-grubbing fool. What are you doing here? She inquired. Oh, Su Jiuquan replied awkwardly. Having been caught slacking off, I was considering how to rescue the person. Have you come up with a plan? Zhang Xinyue rolled her eyes. Yes, I figured it out. We should just go. With that, Su Jiuquan stood up and dusted himself off. Zhang Xinyue had just scrutinized the surroundings of Qingyun Temple and noticed that there were patrolling Taoists nearby. She hesitated, considering how to approach. In her mind, Su Jiuquan might be stronger, but he certainly did not seem far superior. Given the significant risk involved, she preferred a stealthy approach to rescue the captive. Su Jiuquan, aware from his simulations that Lan Guping had already gone to the Black Wind stronghold and would not return swiftly, insisted on hurrying. Let us go. He beckoned, vaulting over the wall and charging directly toward Qingyun Temple. Zhang Xinyue paused momentarily, then stomped her foot in frustration, feeling compelled to follow. She cursed Su Jiuquan internally, thinking how foolish she had been to enlist the help of such a cowardly, reckless individual. However, faced with the situation, she had no choice. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to press on. Under the cover of night, Su Jiuquan swiftly approached Qingyun Temple. The temple was far more opulent than the Black Wind stronghold. Constructed with blue bricks and green tiles, it must have cost a substantial amount of silver to build in such a remote area. Su Jiuquan felt a surge of excitement, anticipating yet another profitable venture. Who are you? The sudden appearance of a group of Taoists startled them, and one shouted at Su Jiuquan. Without a word, Su Jiuquan raised his hand and hurled a stone, striking the leader dead. The other Taoists, realizing what was happening, attempted to scream, but Su Jiuquan swiftly dispatched them with more stones, leaving them lifeless on the ground. For a 6th-grade martial artist, these patrolling Taoists were no match. They were hardly worth considering. Following closely behind, Zhang Xinyue felt a stirring in her heart. Although she still Su Jiuquan hurriedly followed her direction and indeed saw what she pointed out. He couldn't help but admire her silently. Although Zhang Xinyue's martial skills were lacking, her insight was truly extraordinary. He also reflected on himself. If it weren't for his fortuitous circumstances, he wouldn't even qualify as a martial artist. The two quickly reached an agreement and hastened towards that location. The small house in the courtyard still emitted a warm glow. As they approached, the door swung open, revealing a girl of about 16 or 17 emerging from within. They collided unexpectedly, and upon seeing someone outside, the girl raised her delicate eyebrows, ready to lash out to Su Jiuquan. Quick-witted, swiftly covered her mouth and pushed her inside. The girl had fair skin and exquisite features. Despite her Taoist robe, it was evident that it was made of high-quality silk. Upon closer inspection, a faint, alluring fragrance wafted from her, marking her as the most beautiful girl he had encountered since his arrival in this world. Su Jiuquan couldn't help but compare her to Zhang Xinyue. Although Zhang Xinyue was also beautiful, she paled in comparison to this girl. To him, she surpassed many artificially crafted beauties from his past life. Encountering such a girl within the Qingyun Temple, he felt uncertain about her identity. He whispered, "Do not make a sound. We have some questions for you. You shall answer them without fuss. Do you understand?" The girl's eyes widened in fear, tears glistening on her lashes, giving her a pitiable appearance. At his words, she nodded in understanding. Su Jiuquan released his grip, and she remained silent. "Who are you?" Zhang Xinyue inquired. "A criminal," the girl retorted defiantly. Zhang Xinyue, furious at her insolence, was about to teach her a lesson when Su Jiuquan intervened. "Oh, you know where the treasures of Qingyun Temple are hidden." Anger surged within him. This audacious girl was clearly thinking of exploiting the situation. "Let me first ascertain whether she speaks the truth," Su Jiuquan hastily said before her fury escalated. The girl paused, her eyes widening as she looked at him. "I'm asking you a question. If you know, then speak," Su Jiuquan pressed, frowning. "Are you planning to rob Qingyun Temple?" The girl seemed momentarily taken aback, but then appeared excited. I know that I'll take you there." Now it was Su Jiuquan and Zhang Xinyue's turn to be astonished. Her reaction was rather unusual. Today, two people were brought here. "Do you know where they are being held?" Zhang Xinyue inquired without waiting for a reply. Those two. I know where they are. They are confined in the old man's courtyard. The old man has amassed a considerable fortune, and I know exactly where he hides it. Let us retrieve it together." Zhang Xinyue frowned and asked, "Who is this old man?" "The master of Qingyun Temple." The Taoist Qing Su Jiuchuan, and Zheng Xianyu exchanged glances, pondering the girl's true identity. What is your relationship with Qing Su? An enemy, the girl said through clenched teeth to Su Jiuchuan, aware of the time constraints, decided not to delve further into her background, as long as she wasn't deceiving them. Her identity was of little concern to him. The three of them navigated through the night. The girl, lacking any martial skills, was kept close by Zheng Xianyu, who held her wrist firmly, both to ensure she wouldn't escape and to prevent any surprises along the way. Fortunately, while there were many patrolling outside Qingyun Temple, there seemed to be minimal guards within, indicating a degree of confidence in their external security. They soon arrived at a spacious courtyard at the back of the temple, evidently belonging to the Taoist Qing Su. Instead of entering through the main gate, they climbed over a corner wall, guided by the girl, and found themselves beside a rockery in the courtyard. The girl seemed exceedingly familiar with the area. Instead of leading them into the main hall, she weaved through the pathways of the rockery. Zheng Xianyu grew increasingly wary with each step, her caution towards the girl intensifying. Suddenly, the girl halted, fixing her gaze on Su Jiuchuan rather than Zheng Xianyu. "Today, I helped you. You must take me with you," she stated firmly. She was aware of Zheng Xianyu's animosity towards her. Hence her focus on Su Jiuchuan. A myriad of thoughts raced through Su Jiuchuan's mind. What was this situation? Had the script been misinterpreted? His primary objective today was to commit robbery, not to rescue a kidnapped girl. Seeing that he remained silent, her expression turned cold. "If you do not agree, I will scream. I would rather die than lead you to your target. What exactly are you?" Zheng Xianyu could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "The old man is my father. My name is Xue Ming Kai, taking my mother's surname. The old man wants me to become a concubine for Lan Guping." What a dream. Su Jiuchuan was taken aback. What a melodramatic twist. He had intended to say, "What does this have to do with me?" But upon seeing Xue Ming Kai's expression, he feared she would divulge nothing further. Have you thought this through? I am here to rob and rescue. I won't be a burden to you. I just want to leave Hechuan City," Xue Ming Kai replied, her eyes sparkling with hope as she sensed Su Jiuchuan's yielding stance. "Very well," Su Jiuchuan said, somewhat exasperated. Even someone with a heart of stone would find it hard to refuse such a girl. Zheng Xianyu furrowed her brow, contemplating saying something, but ultimately remained silent. Seeing that neither of them objected, Xue Ming Kai turned to continue forward. They traversed several twists and turns within the rockery until, just as Su Jiuchuan began to feel impatient, the girl came to a stop. She pressed against a smooth wall, and a hidden compartment revealed a chest. When Su Jiuchuan opened it, he discovered it brimming with gleaming silver coins. That he quickly closed it, silently calculating. Recharge successful. Current balance 8736.6. Seeing this balance, he felt elated. He hadn't anticipated finding over 5,000 taels here. What a windfall. Realizing the weight of the chest had lightened in his hands, he understood the silver had vanished. He carefully returned the chest to its place. "Rescuing the captives is our priority. We can discuss the silver later," he stated earnestly. Zheng Xianyu was slightly moved by his words. She had just witnessed that chest filled to the brim with silver. This greedy fellow was willing to temporarily set aside his desire for wealth in favor of saving her father, which was not without merit. Her impression of Su Jiuchuan improved slightly. Chapter 12. Qing Su. The trio emerged from the rockery, arriving at the back door of the house. Inside, voices could be heard. "Third Prince, in a few days, we will send someone to escort you to the Yu King for a visit. For now, you shall make do here." The Yu King was none other than Qin Ju, the leader of the uprising in Yuzhou, who had proclaimed himself as such to Su Jiuchuan felt a jolt. He had stumbled into a monumental conspiracy. In a wonder, Zheng Xianyu mentioned that this significant figure could easily offer a bounty of 10,000 taels. What she said about not knowing who it is surely a lie. Su Jiuchuan thought, casting a glance at Zheng Xianyu, who, it seemed, was indeed a beautiful woman capable of deceit. Caught in her ruse, Zheng Xianyu's fair complexion flushed, and she lowered her head. Feigning ignorance, "How dare you? Are you plotting rebellion?" A voice, somewhat aged yet resonant, spoke. That was her father's voice, Zheng Nanhai. This time, is the mastermind Lan Sheng from Hechuan City or Wang Kaiyan from Qingzhou? A younger voice, presumably that of the third prince, inquired. As a monk, how would I know so much? I am merely entrusted with temporarily housing the third prince, came the indifferent reply of Qing Su. Su Jiuchuan realized he had encountered a serious predicament. However, it was too late to withdraw now. Sometimes, distinguishing between good and bad fortune is quite difficult to survive in this chaotic era. His only reliance was the simulator, which could absorb gold. Perhaps he could eventually secure a stable source of income from this third prince. As he approached the ajar door, a bright light spilled out, revealing a grandly dressed young man seated regally, albeit with a rather pallid complexion, alongside a frail old man who appeared quite distressed. It seemed the two were restrained by some means. The Taoist priest stood with his back to the door. He must be the Taoist Qing Su. Qing Su, do you not fear a thorough investigation of your household? Zheng Nanhai exclaimed. The world is already in chaos. Who knows how long the Great Way can maintain its rule? Who can still be intimidated? Qing Su retorted dismissively. Suddenly, the third prince, who had been seated, leaped from his chair, brandishing a dagger that he had concealed, and plunged it into his own chest. Both Qing Su and Zheng Nanhai were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Blood flowed from the third prince's wound as he remained oblivious to his actions. I am a prince of the Great Way, and even in death, I will not go to the traitors. You let us go, or I will die right here. Please, do not die here, Qing Su exclaimed, visibly unnerved. That if you wish to leave, I will let you go. Antidote, Zheng Nanhai demanded. Qing Su, clearly rattled, fumbled in his robes for a small white porcelain vial and tossed it to Zheng Nanhai. Is this the antidote? The third prince inquired. Zheng Nanhai struggled to catch it, opening the vial to sniff and confirm. It is indeed the antidote. As Zheng Nanhai swallowed the antidote, the third prince let out a sigh of relief. Bang! Qing Su suddenly raised his hand and gestured towards the third prince, a cloud of white mist swirling into the air. The third prince, sensing the impending danger, intended to thrust his dagger forward, but found himself utterly powerless, unable to move. Qing Su swiftly kicked the dagger from the third prince's grasp and charged towards Zheng Nanhai. Although Zheng Nanhai had consumed the antidote, he had been restrained for too long and had not yet regained his strength. Being sent flying by a single kick. Su Jiuchuan inwardly lamented, realizing just how cunning this Qing Su was, a dignified 6th grade warrior, yet he carried narcotics with him, certainly not the demeanor of a respectable individual. In a previous simulation of life, he had faced this 6th grade opponent and had lost, likely due to being ensnared by the same drugs. Dad. Zheng Xinyue could hardly wait any longer. She kicked the door open and rushed inside. Qing Su, startled by the sudden intrusion of several individuals, was taken aback. However, upon seeing the little girl approaching, who appeared to be merely an 8th grade warrior, he raised his foot and sent her flying. At that moment, a veil of white mist enveloped the area, and Qing Su realized someone was plotting against him. Quickly holding his breath, he had always been an expert in ambushes and was exceedingly cautious in such matters. Yet, to his dismay, he was suddenly struck with intense pain in his eyes. It was lime powder, indicating that his opponent was equally unscrupulous. Nonetheless, as a 6th grade warrior, even though he could not open his eyes, he discerned Su Jiuchuan's position and lunged forward with a powerful punch. The strike was executed with remarkable speed, and as Qing Su experienced the momentary sting in his eyes, he caught a glimpse of a young man launching the ambush. He doubted that this opponent could possess the same extraordinary talent as the Lan brothers. Even if he did, those of such caliber were often arrogant. It was unlikely they would resort to such underhanded tactics, which contradicted the pride of youth. Thus, Qing Su resolved to confront his opponent head-on, relying on his strength as a 6th grade warrior to overpower him. The two fists collided with a resounding impact, and Qing Su felt a force crushing down upon him. His opponent was also a 6th grade warrior, and judging by the immense amount of vital energy he exuded, he seemed even more formidable than Qing Su himself. How could this be possible? Su Jiuchuan did not relent, continuing his barrage of strikes. Both were 6th grade warriors, yet one had sustained an injury to his eyes. The outcome was inevitable. After a flurry of over 20 exchanges, Qing Su lay defeated on the ground. Su Jiuchuan uttered no further words, drawing a long knife from his waist, prepared to end the old Taoist. Please, no. Su Jiuchuan looked up to see Xuan Mingkai's gaze, filled with complexity. After all, he was my father. Die. I beg you, spare his life. Xuan Mingkai's earlier excitement had vanished, replaced by a complicated expression as she gazed at Qing Su lying on the ground. Mingkai, Qing Su weakly called out but found himself at a loss for words. Initially, Su Jiuquan had no intention of entertaining this plea, but upon reflection, considering that Xue Mingkai had offered him 5,000 taels of silver, he felt this debt of gratitude had been repaid. With that thought, he delivered a swift kick to Qing Su's thigh joint, breaking his bone on the spot. However, Qing Su realized that his life had been spared. From now on, our ties are severed. Xue Mingkai pronounced each word with clarity, her demeanor appearing weary, as though she had exhausted all her strength. Su Jiuquan, indifferent to the family drama unfolding before him, approached the third prince. Who are you? You saved me, and for today's events, I shall reward you handsomely. The third prince, reclining beside Zheng Nanhai, maintained a facade of nonchalance. Su Jiuquan rolled his eyes, thinking, is this fellow attempting to project some kind of imperial grandeur? Does he expect me to bow before him? Perhaps he has listened to too many street tales. Before I came to your rescue, she promised you a sum of 10,000 taels of silver. Do you acknowledge this debt? The third prince was momentarily taken aback by this statement. He glanced at Zheng Xinyue, who was blushing and looking down, slowly responding, under heaven, could it be? Are you refusing to acknowledge it? Su Jiuquan was uninterested in allowing him to finish and turned to leave, stating, since Lan Guping has arrived, I shall consider this day as if I never came. As Su Jiuquan genuinely began to turn away, the third prince hastily called out, fine, I will pay. Chapter 13. Finally breaking through half an hour later, Zheng Nanhai supported the third prince, while Zheng Xinyue helped drag Xue Mingkai along, with Su Jiuquan trailing behind. They finally managed to escape the influence of Qingyun Temple. Finding an open space, the third prince disregarded his dignity and collapsed onto the ground. This ordeal had been the most arduous experience of his life. Conversely, Xue Mingkai, lacking martial prowess, had endured the journey with the aid of Zheng Xinyue, yet her feet had been bruised by branches and stones along the way. Making no sound of complaint, Su Jiuquan settled onto a large rock. Feigning rest that he felt an unsettling sense of anticipation and opened the simulator. Would you like to use the life simulator? One use costs 500 coins. Yes, AT-18. You became a 6th grade warrior at Qingyun Temple. You rescued the third prince and others. The next day, Lan Guping pursued you with his men, leading to a fierce battle where you killed several pursuers, but ultimately perished at Lan Guping's hands. At the age of 18, the next day had arrived too swiftly. Simulation ended. You may choose to retain one of the following. 1. The martial realm of 18.2, at the martial experience of 18.3, at the wisdom of life at 18. Su Jiuquan had perished too many times at the hands of Lan Guping within the simulation and had grown numb. He chose option 2 in his mind. He experienced a harrowing battle during this simulation. He utilized the narcotics and lime powder he had taken from Qing Su, yet it proved ineffective. The overwhelming difference in realms could not be countered by such petty tricks. Continue simulating. AT-18. You became a 6th grade warrior at Qingyun Temple. You rescued the third prince and others. The next day, Lan Guping pursued you, and you decisively abandoned the others, escaping into the mountains. Half a month later, you found Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxiao in Shuzhou. Settling them down before seeking out renowned martial artists. AT-19, you located the local master Kaixin in Shuzhou, hoping to become his disciple. After 6 months, your sincerity moved him. Yet he stated your aptitude was too poor to be a student. He revealed a path to breakthrough, to fight on the brink of life and death. AT-20, you began wandering the world, seeking battles with 6th grade masters. BY-23, you challenged numerous renowned experts, sensing a slight loosening in your realm. You finally glimpsed the hope of a breakthrough. Just as you prepared to continue seeking masters to hone your skills, one day Xue Mingkai appeared, now a 3rd grade expert. She harbored resentment for your failure to keep your promise and escape alone, striking at you, and you perished within 3 moves. At the age of 23, how could Xue Mingkai have reached 3rd grade? She had not possessed any martial skills back then. It seemed her aptitude was equally impressive. Moreover, all these years, she sought to kill him. This woman harbored far too much malice. Su Jiuquan felt exasperated. Did every random individual possess greater aptitude than himself in this era? Simulation ended. You may choose to retain one of the following. 1. The martial realm of 23.2, the martial experience of 23.3, at the wisdom of life at 23. This time, without hesitation, he opted for option 2. Countless experiences of life and death struggles flooded his mind, as if he had personally lived through them. Su Jiuquan suddenly gained a new understanding of martial arts. Once more, you challenged the 6th grade expert Shi Ming and failed, Perishing at 33, you prepared to head to Shishui City. En route, you were poisoned. Passing away at 42, Su Jiuquan's expression grew increasingly grim as he realized that his martial prowess had reached a standstill. He had truly plateaued. This signified that he had attained the pinnacle of the 6th rank and could no longer progress. Despite his numerous challenges, he always felt he was just a hair's breadth away from further advancement. Through countless simulations, Su Jiuquan understood that his slow cultivation pace was also due to the inadequacy of the martial arts he practiced. Lan Guping, despite his youth, had already reached the 5th rank, a feat attributed not only to his exceptional talent but also to the superior techniques provided by the Lan family since his childhood. Such advanced methods could utilize true qi far more efficiently than the bloodthirsty technique he had acquired from the military. Furthermore, the absence of a renowned master to guide him meant that he had to navigate this journey alone, causing him to stray somewhat off course. Glancing at his system balance, Su Jiuquan noted that he still had 1066 points left, enough for 2 more simulations. Taking a deep breath, he commenced the next simulation. At 18, you became a 6th rank martial artist in Qingyun Temple. You rescued the 3rd prince and others. The following day, Lan Guping pursued you with his men, and you decisively abandoned the others, fleeing into the mountains. At 19, you journeyed to Tianqi Mountain, selling yourself as a servant in the household of the innate master Dong Hu.by 23, when Dong Hu's grandson Dong Qiao was attacked by an assassin. You bravely intervened, buying Dong Qiao precious moments to escape. Though you sustained grave injuries 6 months later, your body finally healed. Dong Hu, recognizing your loyalty and valor, offered you guidance. Another 6 months passed, and you finally broke through, becoming a 5th rank master at T36. While procuring supplies in the valley, you encountered bandits and engaged in battle, ultimately falling to the chaotic forces, passing away at the age of 36. Chapter 14. A condition upon witnessing this outcome. Su Jiuquan finally exhaled in relief. This time, he had chosen to serve others as a subordinate, enduring decades of hardship to receive guidance. Fortunately, he had ultimately achieved a breakthrough, a feat not easily won. It seemed his earlier judgments were indeed correct. Despite his relentless efforts, he could never surpass his limits. Yet, with a mere few words from an innate master, he had transformed. The simulation concluded, allowing you to retain one of the following. 1. The martial realm of 36 years. 2. The martial experience of 36 years. 3. The wisdom of 36 years. Su Jiuquan opted for 1, and with the true qi within him erupting, Su Jiuquan felt it roaring and surging through his meridians. Unknown acupoints within him bursting open. Was this the sensation of being a 5th rank master? The life simulator had consumed 1,000 points for this use, leaving him with 566, that his funds were running low. Thousands of taels had swiftly vanished. Su Jiuquan opened his eyes, realizing that these simulations had consumed an entire hour. Others had found their spots to rest, while Xuan Minkai had been observing him, feeling an inexplicable aura emanating from him, one that seemed profound and unfathomable to this moment. The 3rd prince appeared to be in much better spirits. Su Jiuquan could sense the flow of true qi within him. He surmised that during their time at Qingyun Temple, the 3rd prince had also been restrained in his martial abilities. Now, during their respite, Zheng Nanhai had provided some restorative medicine, allowing the 3rd prince's powers to recover. However, Su Jiuquan, now possessing a higher realm, could instantly discern that the 3rd prince was merely at the 7th rank. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "We have already exited the confines of Qingyun Temple. Shall we settle our accounts?" Zhang Nanhai, infuriated, retorted, "How dare you speak to the prince in such a manner?" Furrowing his brow, Su Jiuquan countered, "Are you running a security agency or acting as a lackey?" This statement not only caused the 3rd prince to furrow his brow but also incensed Zhang Nanhai, who was on the verge of exploding. Yet, recalling Su Jiuquan's capabilities, he managed to restrain himself. Our Fuyuan escort agency is, after all, a secret arm of the court. The 3rd prince's visit to Qizhou was incognito, and we did not anticipate the audacity of that rogue Lan Sheng, who dared to attack. With all other guards slain, the 3rd prince could only take refuge within our agency. Su Jiuquan nodded. He had no interest in such matters. So what? As it stands, I lack the necessary silver. Once you escort me to the capital, I promise you will be handsomely rewarded, moreover, with your skills, as long as you accompany me. Wealth and honor will be at your fingertips. Despite the 3rd prince's current misfortune, he still retained an air of authority, not forgetting to attract talent. Zheng Nanhai looked at Su Jiuquan with admiration. Thinking him to be a wise choice for restoring order in the great Wei. Su Jiuquan regarded him with a hint of bemusement, shaking his head. But where's the account? We must settle this one by one. Saving you costs 1,000 taels if you intend to default on this debt. Then, I recall you mentioned a guarantee. He turned to Zheng Xinyue, who blushed but did not avert her gaze, remarking, the third prince will undoubtedly reward you upon reaching the capital. Apologies, but I run a modest operation and do not extend credit. Su Jiuquan's expression turned cold. He had seen too many wealthy individuals default on debts in his past life. I agree. If, then you may do as you wish. Her voice grew softer, yet everyone present, save for Xuan Mingkai, who were all martial artists, heard her clearly. Outrageous. Zheng Nanhai could not believe this development and was immediately enraged. The third prince raised his hand to silence him. Instead, chuckling, you are a martial genius. Since you have taken a liking to Miss Zheng, I shall take the liberty of betrothing her to you. How does that sound? Su Jiuquan felt a surge of anger. This man not only refused to pay but also intended to keep his own people. Ha! What a beautiful dream that if you cannot provide the funds, then I shall take Miss Zheng with me. Whenever you have the money, you may come to redeem her. Xuan Mingkai watched the unfolding drama with sparkling eyes, amused by the intriguing dynamic between the two. Wait, the third prince's expression darkened. He had already endured much. Unfortunately, this brash man was impervious to reason. Although 1,000 taels was no small sum, he could still produce it. However, being out in the open, he truly lacked the liquid cash at present. I have something for you. He fished out an item from his bosom and tossed it over. Su Jiuquan caught it and found it to be a small, exquisite jade pendant shaped like a dragon. This is the royal insignia. You may present this pendant at the West King's mansion in Shishui City to exchange for 1,000 taels. Zheng Xinyue quickly added in a hushed tone. The third prince grew up in the West King's mansion. Su Jiuquan nodded. Though acquiring the funds was troublesome, it was certainly preferable to losing everything. Very well, until the funds are secured, Miss Zheng shall accompany me. Although Zheng Nanhai felt aggrieved, he was wary of Su Jiuquan's strength and recognized the critical moment of escorting the third prince. He dared not stir up more trouble. The group fell silent, each finding a spot to rest. After the recent exchange, Su Jiuquan felt somewhat awkward in the presence of these individuals and instinctively distanced himself. Leaning against a large tree with his eyes closed in meditation, Su. Brother Su. Xuan Mingkai approached quietly, lowering her voice. Could you teach me martial arts? Su Jiuquan opened his eyes and regarded her. Isn't Qingshu your father? Why do you not learn martial arts from him? Humph. My mother was taken from me by him. She languished in Qingyun Temple for her entire life and passed away in sorrow long ago. As for me, he only intends to use me as leverage to curry favor with the Lan family. He claims that the Lan family is a prominent family of officials disapproving of women wielding weapons, thus forbidding me from practicing martial arts. But I refuse to live my life like my mother, at the mercy of others. I want to learn martial arts. I want to seize my own destiny. Su Jiuquan looked into Xuan Mingcai's eyes, and at that moment, her striking gaze seemed to shimmer with a divine beauty. He had initially intended to agree readily, but then recalled that in one of the simulations, this girl had actually killed him. Unable to resist, he decided to tease her a bit. Teach you martial arts? It's not out of the question. But what? Su Jiuquan smiled. You know, in this world, everything comes at a price. If you want me to teach you martial arts, you must agree to one condition. Otherwise, it's out of the question. You do. Xuan Mingcai's eyes widened. I thought you were merely greedy for wealth. I did not expect you to be this kind of person. I misjudged you. Having spoken, she stormed away in a huff. However, not far off, Zheng Xinyue had been attentively observing the scene. Though she could not clearly discern the conversation between the two, the situation allowed her to make an educated guess, prompting a sense of worry for herself. Chapter 15. Helplessness. The dawn had begun to break, yet Su Jiuquan found himself devoid of any inclination to sleep. He contemplated his current system balance, which stood at a mere 566 points. Having just advanced to the 5th tier, the cost for a single simulation was a staggering 1,000 points, rendering him incapable of affording even one session. The jade pendant bestowed by the third prince appeared exquisitely crafted and should possess considerable value. However, Su Jiuquan had discreetly tested it and received a system notification indicating that it could not be used for top-ups. This situation posed a dilemma. Given his present capabilities, Facing off against Lan Guping left him feeling uncertain that, of course, he had other options, such as abandoning this group and making a stealthy escape on his own. Yet, after numerous simulations, Su Jiuquan had come to grasp a fundamental truth. In the pursuit of martial arts, one must forge ahead with valor and determination. The moment one entertains thoughts of evasion, it becomes a psychological demon that hinders future progress. This is not to imply that one should recklessly engage in combat when outmatched. If one hesitates against an opponent of equal standing, it would undoubtedly leave a crack in the foundation of their martial spirit. Not far off, the third prince and Zheng Nanhai were engaged in hushed discussion, presumably contemplating the unreliability of Su Jiuquan and considering alternative paths. Zheng Xinyue and Xuan Mingkai, two young women, were conversing quietly in another corner. Su Jiuquan recalled that during their time at Qingyun Temple, Zheng Xinyue had been somewhat aloof towards Xuan Mingkai, yet after a night together, their relationship had noticeably improved. Both were stunningly beautiful. Despite the weariness from their travels, they exuded a unique charm that was incomparable to the artificial beauties of later generations. Su Jiuquan gazed at them, finding it a delightful sight, and could not help but smile slightly. Yet, the piercing glances they occasionally cast in his direction suggested that they were not speaking kindly of him at that moment. Su Jiuquan caught wind of some commotion nearby. It appeared that the pursuers from the Lan family had arrived. He meticulously examined his gear. He still had a little lime left from his preparations in Hechuan City, along with some sleeping powder he had procured from the old Taoist at Qingyun Temple. Closing his eyes, he recalled countless memories of life and death struggles, striving to adjust himself to an optimal state in order to confront Lan Guping. Suddenly, Zheng Nanhai sprang to his feet, unsheathing his large blade and gazing towards the source of the commotion. Clearly, he too had sensed the approaching presence. The others were stirred from their stupor as well and stood up in alarm. "Third prince, why did you leave without a word?" A clear voice rang out. With the sound of hoofbeats, several horses appeared, led by a young gentleman clad in a white brocade robe, flanked by several men dressed in black. Lan Guping smiled broadly as he regarded the third prince. "Yesterday, I had to attend to an urgent matter and left unexpectedly. I did not anticipate that the third prince would depart without a word. Thus, I have come personally to escort you back." "Humph, treacherous rebel." The third prince's countenance darkened, clearly indicating that they had fallen into Lan Guping's trap. This time, it seemed they could hardly escape. Though Su Jiuquan was powerful, he possessed a keen eye and had discerned from yesterday's skirmish with Qingshu that Su Jiuquan was merely at the 6th tier. "Ha! The chaos of the realm is indeed the fault of your royal family. My father merely invited you to meet with the Yuan to discuss matters face to face, to resolve the issues at hand." Su Jiuquan nodded in agreement. This fellow, with his appealing appearance and eloquent speech, was undoubtedly a prime candidate for the role of protagonist. The third prince bit his lip and fell silent, realizing that further words would only bring humiliation upon himself. Lan Guping scanned the crowd before fixing his gaze upon Su Jiuquan, stating, "You are the lad who saved someone yesterday, aren't you? I did not expect to find someone of your caliber in Hechuan City. How about it? You can tag along as my attendant. As for you." Lan Guping then turned to Xuan Mingkai, saying, "Though I generally do not hold women like you in high regard, my father intends to curry favor with the old Taoist Qingshu, so I will begrudgingly accept you. Yet, just as you were about to enter, you fled with someone else. Heh, that is quite the slap in my face. I shall send you to the military camp in Hechuan City to entertain the soldiers." Heh heh. Upon hearing his words, Xuan Mingcai's face instantly turned as pale as a ghost, her heart plummeting into despair. Suddenly, with a whoosh, two of the black-clad men toppled from their horses in a flash. Su Jiuquan positioned himself before Xuan Mingcai, brandishing his long blade and declaring, "I have no interest in being anyone's attendant." That moment, as the morning light began to illuminate the surroundings, the golden-red rays cast an elongated shadow of Su Jiuquan, enveloping Xuan Mingcai entirely. Lan Guping's smile froze in place. He had managed to capture princes of the Great Wei dynasty. Yet this young man in gray cloth not only ambushed and killed two of his subordinates, but also dared to point a blade at him. Displaying an utter disregard for his own life, bloodlust surged within him. Without needing to utter a word, 6 of his subordinates brandished their whips and galloped forward, their blades accompanied by the neighing of their steeds. Charging towards him at that moment, Zheng Nanhai could not afford to attend to his daughter. Instead, he positioned himself to shield the third prince. gradually retreating towards the woods behind them. The clash of blades erupted, splattering blood as several riders were thrown from their mounts. Lan Guping's expression grew increasingly grave. It dawned on him that Su Jiuquan also possessed the 5th tier of strength. He had not anticipated that Hechuan City had concealed such a formidable expert. Remaining entirely oblivious to it, drawing his longsword, he kicked off the saddle and launched himself from his horse, thrusting his blade forward like a sword flying from the heavens, with a sharp clang. Su Jiuquan engaged Lan Guping in combat. Both were at the 5th tier, their true energy surging, causing sand and stones to whirl about. Only the 3rd prince and Zheng Nanhai could discern the intricacies of their fierce exchange, both astonished by the revelation that they were indeed of equal standing. However, rather than elation, a sense of concern washed over them. Su Jiuquan had concealed his prowess too deeply, revealing new depths with each encounter. What was his true intention in remaining by the 3rd prince's side? If he were indeed loyal to the crown, why did he show no respect towards the prince and insist on using the royal jade pendant as collateral? Conversely, if he harbored ulterior motives, why had he repeatedly come to their aid in times of peril? Such a character was indeed disquieting to keep close. Zheng Nanhai discreetly gestured to Zheng Xinyue. Yet she was entirely focused on the combat unfolding before her, oblivious to his presence. In exasperation, Zheng Nanhai exchanged a glance with the 3rd prince, and the two stealthily slipped into the woods behind them, quickly vanishing from sight. Only Lan Guping noticed this exchange, but he was too preoccupied to act. Having underestimated the situation, he had brought only a handful of subordinates, all of whom had now fallen victim to Su Jiuquan's prowess, leaving him in a state of utter helplessness. Chapter 16. Fulfilled requests in the blink of an eye. The two had exchanged dozens of blows, and Lan Guping's astonishment only deepened with each strike. In the past, he had held a lofty opinion of himself, believing that apart from his extraordinarily gifted older brother, his own cultivation was quite commendable. Yet, the unheralded youth before him not only displayed mastery at the 5th tier, but also executed his moves with remarkable skill, indicative of years spent in brutal combat. Furthermore, the intensity of his true energy hinted at military training. Could it be that he was another expert dispatched by the court? Capturing the 3rd prince was a significant step for the Lan family. Thus, in Hechuan City, Lan Sheng had not hesitated to mobilize his secret-trained Iron Guard. This was the Lan family's declaration of allegiance to the uprising Yuan, and failure was not an option. Even if the 3rd prince were to escape with the loss of all his guards, he would soon be tracked down to the Fuyuan escort agency. Lan Guping had assumed that he would easily handle the situation, which is why Lan Sheng had arranged for a tight lid on information without bringing a large force. However, he had not anticipated such unforeseen complications. This was turning into a predicament. If news leaked prematurely, as Lan Guping saw the 3rd prince vanish from sight, his anxiety escalated, and he found himself growing increasingly flustered. Su Jiuquan grew more confident as he fought. Sensing that his opponent's composure was faltering invigorated him further. Executing a feint with one hand, he simultaneously flung a handful of white powder towards Lan Guping. Startled, Lan Guping hastily gathered his energy to repel the powder. Just as he did, Su Jiuquan launched another strike, only to find it was another feint, followed by yet another cloud of powder. This time, Lan Guping found himself unable to react in time, and an intense burning sensation enveloped his vision. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jiuquan delivered a fatal blow, ending Lan Guping's life. As he witnessed Lan Guping finally succumb, a surge of indescribable emotion welled within Su Jiuquan. For a time, Lan Guping had become a nightmare for him. Repeatedly thwarting his efforts in countless simulations, he had been compelled to seek funds for top-ups. And now, having accumulated sufficient strength, he had finally eradicated this persistent source of anguish. The weight that had burdened him lifted, and Su Jiuquan felt a newfound lightness within himself. "Are you all right?" Xuan Mingkai asked, her voice tinged with fear as she noted the blood covering Su Jiuquan. Examining his body, Su Jiuquan found only a few superficial cuts and casually replied, "I am fine, merely some minor wounds. My father and the 3rd prince have vanished." It was only then that Zheng Xinyue realized a few individuals were missing. Su Jiuquan chuckled softly and remarked, "I suppose they are afraid I might be killed and wish for me to cover their escape." Zheng Xinyue tacitly acknowledged this, fully aware that her father likely harbored such thoughts. "Why didn't you leave with them?" she inquired. I stated that I wouldn't depart until you secured 1,000 taels of silver. She replied, her eyes glistening with determination. Su Jiuchuan offered a non-committal smile and moved closer to Lan Guping, searching through his belongings. It present, his funds were insufficient even for a single simulation. He hoped this wealthy young master would not let him down. After some rummaging, he discovered over 100 taels of silver among several subordinates. From Lan Guping, he could only find a handful of gold leaves. Yet he also unearthed a page of gold foil, which appeared to outline a sword technique. This swordplay seemed exceedingly intricate. As a practitioner of the saber, Su Jiuchuan had little interest in delving into it, opting instead to conceal it within his robe. In this realm, the ratio of gold to silver was roughly 1 to 10, so those gold leaves amounted to a significant sum. Recharge 15-20 points. Current balance, 2,056 points. Upon seeing this, Su Jiuchuan let out a long sigh of relief. He could finally utilize the simulator again. The three of them together disposed of the bodies, only to feel an overwhelming fatigue settling in. The events of the previous night, continuous combat, followed by a frantic escape and the confrontation with formidable foes, had left them utterly exhausted. They sought refuge in a nearby cave and collapsed into slumber. When Su Jiuchuan awoke, the sky had darkened outside. Within the cave, a campfire crackled to life, and Xue Mingkai was frantically adding branches to the flames, her lovely face streaked with soot, rendering her exceedingly disheveled. Zhang Xinyue was nowhere to be found, absent from the cave. Brushing off the dirt from his clothing, Su Jiuchuan approached and settled beside Xue Mingkai, stoking the fire with a few twigs to make it blaze more brightly. Yesterday, I agreed to your request, Xue Mingkai murmured, her voice dwindling to a whisper, resembling the faint buzz of a mosquito. Su Jiuchuan paused, momentarily taken aback, and replied, What request? Didn't you say you wanted to learn martial arts, and that there would be a price to pay? I agreed. Only then did Su Jiuchuan recall that he had likely made a jest with the young girl the previous day. That I do not wish to end up like my mother. Powerless to resist, forced to passively accept her fate, Xue Mingkai declared resolutely, her gaze fixed on the dancing flames. Since I can remember, I have lived with my mother in that courtyard. She told me that beyond Qingyan Mountain lies a more beautiful world. Each spring, the mountain would be adorned with blooming azaleas, and in summer, the peach trees would bear fruit, with little monkeys frolicking amidst the trees. But I have never witnessed any of this. I could only gaze at the pines and cypresses in the courtyard of Qingyan Temple. I long to see the world outside, yet the old man does not permit why mother would take me to trim the branches and leaves of the courtyard. That I secretly asked her if we could escape that cage. To flee Qingyan Temple, she said everything is determined by fate, that escaping is futile. In the end, she succumbed to despair. Su Jiuchuan felt a pang of sympathy, turning to see tears glimmering in the girl's eyes. Regretting his flippant remarks from the previous day, upon leaving Qingyan Temple, I resolved that I must not live my life like my mother. Thus, I must become a martial artist, regardless of the cost. Su Jiuchuan inwardly sighed, pondering whether his words from yesterday had inadvertently darkened the girl's spirit. Actually, the condition I mentioned yesterday was for you to be my maid for a year. He quickly clarified. Observing the astonishment on Xue Mingkai's face, he added, What? Did you think I had other demands? Xue Mingkai's fair face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly replied, No. How is that possible? How could you, Brother Su, be that kind of person? At that moment, Zhang Xinyue entered from outside, holding 2 wild rabbits, evidently having gone in search of food. Sister Xinyue, let me help you, Xue Mingkai exclaimed enthusiastically as she rushed over. Leaving Zhang Xinyue momentarily bewildered, sensing she had missed something important, Su Jiuchuan couldn't help but smile faintly at the scene. After the trio finished their meal, Su Jiuchuan imparted the Qingxin formula to Xue Mingkai. Watching her settle in a corner of the cave to commence her training, Zhang Xinyue hesitated, seemingly grappling with her thoughts. What is it? Speak candidly, Su Jiuchuan urged, harboring a favorable impression of Zhang Xinyue. Appreciating the rarity of someone who upheld their promises in any era, after a prolonged pause, Zhang Xinyue finally spoke. To speak frankly, my martial prowess is lacking, and some matters are truly best left unsaid. Su Jiuchuan chuckled inwardly. For an 18-year-old, achieving the 9th rank of martial artist was not precisely a feat of genius, yet it could be considered a normal progression. The proud girl, as described by Su Yuanjiang. now seemed to have lost her confidence. I do not understand why you conceal your strength. Whether it was against Lu Heihu or dealing with Qingxiu, your capabilities should surpass theirs. You have relied too heavily on other means. She remarked that Su Jiuquan was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended that Zheng Xinyue was concerned about embarrassing him, refraining from directly mentioning the more dishonorable methods. I have heard my father say that martial artists should embody the spirit of courage and relentless improvement. Honing their martial arts through constant challenges against opponents, if one frequently relies on methods outside of martial arts to secure victories, over time, one risks losing the heart of a martial artist. These words are not mine to speak, but someone of your talent should aspire to greater pursuits. With that, she fell silent. Su Jiuquan then reflected. Having come from a future era, he had been excessively focused on efficiency when dealing with adversaries. As long as the desired outcome was achieved, the means employed mattered little. However, this was a world steeped in martial tradition, governed by its own rules. If one were to overly depend on external methods in combat, it would indeed become difficult to immerse oneself in martial practice, hindering future progress. Moreover, he was acutely aware of his own poor aptitude, fearing that the road ahead would be even more arduous. What Zheng Xinyue had said resonated deeply within him. Just as he was about to apologize, he noticed Zheng Xinyue had closed her eyes to meditate, making it inappropriate for him to interrupt. It then struck him. Having eliminated Lan Guping, how should he proceed on this path? Fortunately, he had discovered some funds on Lan Guping, or else he would have been unable to simulate his journey at all. Life Simulator, each use costs 1,000 points. Would you like to use it? Yes. At 18, you became a 5th-rank martial artist. After slaying Lan Guping in the outskirts, you intended to head to Shuzhou to reunite with Su Yuanjiang and the others. 3 days later, upon arriving in Shuzhou and locating the branch of the Fuyuan escort agency, you discovered Su Yuanjiang and the others had yet to arrive. After inquiring about their whereabouts, you learned that they had encountered trouble with the Lu family of Shuzhou's martial arts clan a few days prior and had been captured. You resolved to confront them, only to encounter Lu Chang, who ordered his guards to attack. After several exchanges, you were slain, meeting your end at the tender age of 18. It seems that Shuzhou City is not as safe as one might think. Moreover, Su Yuanjiang and the others are not troublemakers. How could they possibly clash with a family of martial artists? The simulation concludes. You may choose to retain one of the following options. 1. The martial arts realm of an 18-year-old. 2. The martial arts experience of an 18-year-old. 3. The wisdom of life at 18. Su Jiuquan chose option 2, eager to understand the strength of his adversary. In an instant, a segment of combat experience flooded his mind. The entire ordeal was fleeting, and he could only endure 5 exchanges before being struck in the chest by a powerful blow. This opponent must possess at least a 4th-rank cultivation level. Perhaps it would be prudent to first retrieve the 1,000 taels of silver from the third prince. Acquiring funds would facilitate the enhancement of his skills, enabling him to address the issues in Shuzhou. Current balance, 1,066 points. Each simulation cost 1,000 points. Would you like to simulate again? He selected YES.AT18. You have already become a 5th-rank martial artist. After slaying Lan Guping, you decided to head to Shishui City to exchange for the 1,000 taels of silver first. Upon arriving in Shishui City, you located the Shiwang mansion and presented the jade pendant given by the third prince. The response was swift. They readily agreed to provide the funds, but insisted on keeping you at the mansion. You declined and attempted to force your way in, only to be restrained by a 2nd-rank guard captain. A year later, the third prince arrived in Shishui City and met you. Rather than reproaching you for your earlier insolence, he invited you to serve as a guest official, aware that refusing would lead to dire consequences. You had no choice but to comply. At22, you remained a 5th-rank martial artist. The third prince was disappointed in you, relegating you to the military as a 100-man captain, tasked with exterminating the rebel forces of King Yu. By 26, you accumulated merits, rising to the rank of 1,000-man captain. Through countless life and death battles, you successfully comprehended the 5 sword techniques from the gold foil page obtained from Lan Guping at AT28. You integrated these sword techniques into your saber technique AT29. You finally encountered the main forces of King Yu, and amidst the fierce combat, you were slain. You departed this world at the age of 29. Su Jiuquan exhaled deeply. It was indeed challenging to acquire wealth from the royal family. This time, although he received the money, it was clear that he would not be easily let go. Unexpectedly, despite no progress in martial arts, he was ultimately dispatched to the battlefield, destined to become cannon fodder. Without hesitation, he chose option 2 instantly. Countless memories of battles flooded into his mind, and a sword technique he had comprehended over the span of a decade emerged. It seemed that directly going to Shishui City to demand money would not suffice. Su Jiuquan found himself in a dilemma. There were formidable enemies in Suzhou City, and he could not extricate himself from Shishui City. What was most terrifying was the lack of funds. Truly, without money, one could hardly move an inch. As he contemplated, a sudden, intense fluctuation of aura erupted from Xue Mingkai not far away. Su Jiuquan raised his head to take a look, only to see her vitality surging, clearly indicating that a meridian within her had been unblocked. Had she stepped into the 9th tier? How could such talent be courted by the elusive Qingshu Daoist? Was this truly the caliber of genius in this world? Perhaps Lan Yu, the elder brother of Lan Guping, who became a first-tier master at the tender age of 22, was no exception. Zhang Xinyue also noticed the commotion caused by Xue Mingkai. Her experience was profound, and she quickly grasped the situation, feeling a wave of despondency wash over her. She had achieved 9th-tier mastery at the age of 17. At that time, Zheng Nanhai had been elated, believing her martial path would far exceed his own. Now, Su Jiuquan, who was of similar age, was already a 5th-tier master, which she could accept. However, witnessing a young girl, who had never been exposed to martial arts, achieve 9th-tier status in just a couple of hours, was disheartening. Was she truly a waste of space? At that very moment, both individuals simultaneously experienced a profound sense of inferiority. Chapter 18. The Maid. After a short while, Xue Mingkai gradually concluded her training. Her eyes flew open, and she leapt up in delight, rushing over to exclaim, Su Gu, I've broken through. I've become a 9th-tier martial artist. Observing her radiant smile, Su Jiuquan nodded and replied, Oh, my shoulder is a bit sore. Could you give me a back rub? In an instant, Xue Mingkai's smile froze. Su Jiuquan glanced at her and said, What? Did you not promise to be my maid earlier? Are you planning to back out right after your breakthrough? Xue Mingkai had initially thought it was merely a jest, but to her surprise, Su Jiuquan was quite serious. Although she lacked freedom in Qingyan Temple, she certainly did not intend to perform menial tasks. The audacity of this fellow was truly infuriating. No, young Master Su. She gritted her teeth and declared. Afterward, she reluctantly moved behind Su Jiuquan and began to massage him. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently channeled her inner energy. Although she had just entered the ranks, she was indeed a bona fide martial artist. Her small fist struck with a resounding thud. Su Jiuquan, however, remained unconcerned. This little girl possessed such high talent that she would undoubtedly become an extraordinary figure in the future. Leaving her with an embarrassing history would serve as a reminder of who was truly in charge. Zhang Xinyue shook her head, realizing that while Su Jiuquan appeared to be an ordinary individual, he clearly had a way with women. Just yesterday, Xue Mingkai had been furious, and now he had managed to train her to be so obedient. It seemed he was quite the seasoned player in matters of the heart. Reflecting on her choice to remain behind rather than escape with the third prince, Zhang Xinyue couldn't help but doubt herself. By the way, are you familiar with the Suzhou region? As she pondered, Su Jiuquan suddenly inquired. What do you want to know? Su Jiuquan found her sudden coldness perplexing, yet he pressed on. I wish to understand the outskirts of Suzhou and the various factions present. He had been mulling over his next steps. Venturing into Shishui City was indeed too risky, and the royal family's influence was beyond his current capability to confront. However, directly seeking out Su Yuanjiang and his group in Suzhou City did not inspire much confidence either. The best approach would be to find a way to earn some money and quickly bolster his strength. He dared not linger around Hechuan City any longer, especially now that Lan Guping was dead. Uncertain when pursuers would emerge from that direction, but it should be noted that the garrison commander of a county city like Hechuan would at least be a second-tier master, with several third- or fourth-tier generals under his command. He was far from being able to resist such forces at present. Suzhou City, being the capital of the province, was even more formidable, with the commanding officer at least a first-tier master. He was unaware of the specific strength of the Liu family in simulated life and felt the need to prepare thoroughly. Of course, our Fuyuan Escort Bureau primarily operates along the route from Hechuan City to Suzhou City, so I am quite familiar with it. After saying this, she began to elaborate on the geographical circumstances surrounding Suzhou City. For a full instant's duration, Su Jiuquan meticulously recorded the various factions along the route from Hechuan City to Suzhou City, based on Zheng Xinyue's descriptions. Detailing their territorial ranges, strength levels, and more. It must be said that although the Fuan Escort Bureau lacked strength, their intelligence work was remarkably thorough. After all, they were in the business of travel, without knowledge of the surrounding circumstances. They would have long ceased to operate. Dulingshan was approximately 100 kilometers from Suzhou City, and atop the mountain was a stronghold. According to Zheng Xinyue, the leader of the bandits, there was nicknamed Yacha Ghost. A sixth-tier martial artist that a few hundred meters away, hidden in the grass, 3 figures lay flat on the ground. These were Su Jiuquan and his companions. After swiftly departing from Hechuan City's boundaries, they began to scour the bandit strongholds along the way. However, the bandits they encountered were all impoverished. After raiding 3 strongholds, they had only amassed a mere 800 taels of silver. Something felt amiss. Zheng Xinyue furrowed her brow and remarked, "This stronghold is merely over 100 kilometers from the provincial capital. In the past, they would keep a low profile, barely collecting protection fees to survive, fearful of drawing the ire of the authorities. Yet now, it is bustling with people. They must have gathered quite a crowd. How dare they expand so brazenly? Do they not fear the consequences?" Su Jiuquan, not fully understanding, replied, "Perhaps there are too many refugees, making recruitment cheaper, hence seeking more people? Impossible. These bandits are well aware. Being a bandit requires a sense of moderation. If they go too far, they will attract the government's suppression. Therefore, controlling their scale is crucial. A certain level allows for stable passage fees and the opportunity to placate the authorities. They do not need to completely align with the city lord's manner. But they must at least maintain a facade. Otherwise, a mere 6th-tier martial artist near the provincial capital could easily be eliminated. This world is indeed dark," Su Jiuquan sighed. However, since they had come this far, could they truly return empty-handed? "You two wait for me nearby. I will investigate." The mountain breeze rustled, effectively masking the sound of Su Jiuquan's stealthy movements through the grass that lay in front of the stronghold. A few ragged men sat haphazardly on the grass, casually chatting. Su Jiuquan listened carefully, noting that their dialect did not resemble the local tongue. He spotted a solitary man further away, scratching his feet. Seizing the opportunity while he was unobserved, Su Jiuquan knocked him unconscious and dragged him to the back of the mountain to change clothes. That a pungent odor assaulted him, and he spat several times to suppress the smell. It was not fear that held him back. Rather, past encounters with bandit strongholds had proven troublesome. Each stronghold boasted at least 100 men, and the proximity to the war-torn Yuzhou raised the stakes. The bandits here were significantly bolder than those around Hechuan City. He often had to eliminate 60 or 70 men before the bandits would flee. Each raid had proven laborious, yielding only 200 to 300 taels of silver. A dismal efficiency. Thus, he now aimed to infiltrate stealthily and directly locate the bandit leader. Capturing the leader would allow him to extract funds without expending excessive effort. Su Jiuquan, with his head lowered, quickly blended into the crowd outside the stronghold, brazenly entering the encampment. Upon entering, he realized why there were so many people outside. The stronghold itself was teeming with individuals. Many appeared ragged, and one might even mistake them for beggars, but they were likely refugees from elsewhere. This left Su Jiuquan puzzled. What exactly was Yacha Ghost planning? To dare shelter refugees was no small feat, especially considering how many mouths needed feeding if the issue of food could not be resolved. It would only be a matter of time before disaster struck. Chapter 19. Spare me. Good man. The stronghold inside was surprisingly large, significantly more so than the previous Blackwind stronghold. Refugees meandered through the area, and shouts of anger and scorn echoed intermittently. Navigating through the crowd, Su Jiuquan was assailed by the stench of sweat and feet, making him feel nauseous. He began to understand why many preferred to endure the wind outside the stronghold. "Hey, why are you pulling my hat? What is the matter? I finally made it over from Yuzhou. What is wrong with touching your hat? Damn it, you mud-legged fools. Our great leader is doing you a favor by taking you in. What more do you want? If you don't like it here, then get lost and eat dirt. I'll kill you." After observing for a while, Su Jiuquan grasped the situation. The original bandits were clashing with the newly arrived refugees. The latter had come due to the natural disasters in Yuzhou, yet here they were now. It was important to note that there was a significant distance between Yuzhou and Suzhou City, separated by other cities such as Yanjun. This was no simple matter. A burly man with a dark complexion suddenly charged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent several unruly vagrants flying. Second in command, shouted the surrounding bandits with delight. This is our stronghold. If you wish to bully our people, you must first seek the approval of He Lao Air, the dark-faced man bellowed. Su Jiuquan recognized him as the second in command of the bandit stronghold. A 7th-tier martial artist. Oh, hell with it. I've slaughtered entire cities in Yuzhou. What makes you think I can't handle your pathetic stronghold? With that, several vagrants rushed forward, and once again, they were kicked aside as if they were nothing. This provoked the surrounding vagrants, and more began to converge towards the scene. Disperse! Disperse! A few figures emerged from a deeper part of the stronghold, witnessing the chaos outside and urgently shouting commands. Among them was a lean man with a bald head and fierce, hawk-like eyes, undoubtedly the bandit leader, Yekague. Following him was a striking woman clad in a red cloak over a black leather armor, exuding a spirited demeanor. However, at that moment, the crowd was too tumultuous for anyone to heed their presence. He Lao Air was equally enraged, kicking aside more encroaching vagrants. Su Jiuquan could see that despite his ferocity, He Lao Air was refraining from lethal force. Otherwise, a 6th-tier expert would have easily dispatched several vagrants. Seeking death, the woman shouted angrily, bursting forth from behind Yekague, brandishing a long whip. With a few swift strikes, she sent the bandits blocking her path flying. Yekague, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger and attempted to intervene. But his hand halted mid-air in resignation, and he sighed, quickening his pace to follow her. Soon, the woman reached the center of the crowd, raising her whip to strike He Lao Air, who was engaged in combat with the vagrants. Crack! Crack! He Lao Air, taken by surprise, could not evade in time, and the whip lashed across his face. Turning to see the woman, his fury intensified. You're crossing the line. Initially hesitating, he seized a 9-ring broadsword from a nearby henchman and swung it toward her. Stop, second brother! Yekague shouted urgently, but no one paid him any mind. The woman infused her whip with energy, transforming it into a spear that lunged toward He Lao Air. He hurriedly defended himself. But upon contact, his sword was deflected, and the whip struck him again across the face. That woman is a 6th tier, Su Jiuquan thought. Astonished, he himself had only reached 5th tier after enduring centuries in his simulated life. And now he encountered someone of even higher caliber, so casually on the ground. He Lao Air lay sprawled, a long mark across his cheek from the whip, but at that moment, Yekague rushed between them, grasping the woman's whip with one hand. Miss Shen, what are you doing? The woman snorted coldly. Leader, General Guo made it quite clear a few days ago that a significant matter is at hand, and we must act with caution. Today, He Lao Air has bullied a brother from Yuzhou. This undermines our morale, that I've spared his life out of respect for you. You? Yekague's expression shifted from anger to contemplation as he sighed deeply. He turned to He Lao Air, saying, Old too, you remain as reckless as ever. Go rest in the back for a while, brother. He Lao Air's face flushed crimson, but upon noticing Yekague's indifference and realizing Su Jiuquan furrowed his brow and inquired. Once the task is accomplished, they will grant the chief a county lordship. He Lao Air, with a sense of resignation, replied, Moreover, Guo Fan is a 2nd-tier warrior. We are powerless against him. Su Jiuquan gasped in disbelief. A 2nd-tier warrior? Are you courting death? Anger surged within him. You expect me to seize silver from a 2nd-tier warrior? Please. He Lao Air was taken aback, initially intending to keep a secret, but now he dared not. Hastily adding, Guo Fan is not here, but the silver is in the stronghold Do. Upon hearing this, Su Jiuquan's expression softened. If that were the case, there was still room for maneuvering. However, you must swear not to kill me. He Lao Air, having learned his lesson, donned a look of resignation, realizing a clear promise was essential. Are you not afraid that I might simply utter a word and have you silenced? He Lao Air gritted his teeth, stating, Though my cultivation is low, I am aware that the path of martial arts emphasizes a heart unburdened. If you break your promise, you will inevitably become a slave to your own demons. And at your young age, it is not worth sacrificing yourself for someone like me. Is it? Su Jiuquan nodded. In this world, where even simulators exist, it was hard to predict the repercussions of making reckless vows. Of course, the most crucial point was that it was not worth his life for such a man. Subsequently, Su Jiuquan swore as He Lao Air requested. How do you know Guo Fan brought 5,000 taels of silver and did not take it with him when he left? Su Jiuchuan could not help but ask, for he could not believe that Guofan would divulge such information to this man. Because He Lao Air revealed a sly smile. I overheard that it turned out that this stronghold had been under the control of the Yasha brothers for many years. Operating as bandits outside of Shuzhou City, they had made numerous arrangements, as their situation was precarious. For instance, the silver hidden in the woods was one of their contingencies. They had also excavated secret passages connecting several main buildings. A precaution for when trouble arose and escape was necessary on the day Guofan arrived. He showcased his prowess, subduing the two brothers. The Yasha had resigned himself to fate, merely advising He Lao Air to keep a low profile. However, that night, He Lao Air, feeling dejected and having drunk quite a bit, could not help but think of Shun Xiu Ru's enchanting figure. Igniting a fire within him, he stealthily navigated through the secret passage to Shun Xiu Ru's chamber. Hoping to eavesdrop to his surprise, he indeed overheard something. Guofan was in the room that night, and while the two were discussing in hushed tones, they had no idea someone was listening below. Guofan's primary aim was to consolidate these forest factions. After all, he was the son of the King Yu and naturally had funds to support his endeavors. He had placed 5,000 taels of silver beside Shun Xiu Ru, allowing her to act with discretion. Su Jiuchuan perceived the cunning glint in He Lao Air's eyes and, upon a moment's reflection, began to piece things together. Today, He Lao Air stirred up a minor incident with the refugees, culminating in a confrontation with Shun Xiu Ru, which was likely not a coincidence that it appeared he intended to have the Yasha confront Shun Xiu Ru for the sake of his reputation, perhaps hoping to fish in troubled waters. However, he had not anticipated that the Yasha would be more astute, promptly backing down. Now, as He Lao Air divulged the matter of the silver to Su Jiuchuan, it seemed that he not only sought to save his life, but also aimed to incite a conflict between two formidable foes. Chapter 21. Chaos. Su Jiuchuan halted his runaway thoughts. This was not his concern that if he could obtain the money, he would leave. The two did not act immediately, but instead patiently awaited the arrival of nightfall. After all, the second-in-command had just been publicly humiliated, and any sudden movements would undoubtedly draw attention. Su Jiuchuan silently recited, "Simulation. Would you like to use the life simulator? Each use costs 1,000 points. Yes, AT-18. You became a 5th-tier warrior. You arrived at Shuanglin Stronghold, captured He Lao Air, and acquired some wealth. He Lao Air informed you that Shun Xiu Ru possessed 5,000 taels of silver, and you planned to profit. That night, you infiltrated the stronghold, killed Shun Xiu Ru, and obtained the silver. Before her death, she used a secret technique to mark you. You left Shuanglin Stronghold and fled to Shuzhou City. 1819, you diligently trained in martial arts, preparing to await the opportunity to rescue Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia from the Lu family. One day, a man in white sought you out and killed you with a single strike. You died at the age of 19. Is this the end? Su Jiuchuan found it hard to believe. This world was exceedingly difficult. Why was he being pursued? Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following. 1. Your martial arts level at 19.2. Your martial arts experience at 19.3. Your wisdom at 19. After some contemplation, Su Jiuchuan chose the third option. Countless memories flooded his mind, and he recalled a man in white. In the memory, the man had asked, "It seems you killed Su Xiu Ru." Before a sword flew out, piercing his chest, the murderous intent left no avenue for escape. Su Jiuchuan recalled that moment, still feeling as if he faced a heavenly tribulation, utterly unavoidable. He even suspected that the man in white was a 1st-tier warrior or perhaps a legendary innate being. At that moment, Su Jiuchuan found it hard to believe that the woman associated with Guofan had such formidable connections. For a moment, he contemplated simply leaving. Yet, just as that thought arose, he suppressed it. From previous simulations, Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia had already encountered troubles, and his current strength was insufficient to resolve the issues. Without securing that silver, his chances on this trip to Shuzhou were nearly non-existent. As night fell, He Lao Air finally led Su Jiuchuan into Shuanglin Stronghold without haste. Upon seeing He Lao Air, the multitude of refugees at the entrance wore peculiar expressions, caught between laughter and fear. Provoking this individual was perilous. The bandit guards wore grim faces, feeling both resentment towards He Lao Air and trepidation about provoking him further, fearing he would unleash his ire upon them. He Lao Air maintained his composure. Unaffected by the events of the day, and directly guided Su Jiuchuan towards Shun Xiuru's residence, second in command. Do not act impulsively. A few bandits sensed something amiss, fearing he was seeking confrontation, and hurriedly approached to dissuade him. Soon, someone discreetly sought out the chief, Yasha, to report the situation to In no time. Yasha arrived. Brother, do not act rashly. This time, He Lao Air was obedient, stating directly, Today's events were my folly, causing trouble for the stronghold. I intend to apologize to Miss Shun. Yasha was taken aback. When had his brother become so sensible? You've done well. There was no other option. Guofan's second-tier cultivation is simply beyond our capacity to confront. Very well, I shall accompany you. Thus, the two made their way towards Shun Xiuru's abode, while Su Jiuchuan blended in with the surrounding bandits. This scene left the other bandits feeling particularly frustrated. Many shaking their heads in silent disapproval, realizing that staying in Shuanglin's stronghold was no longer viable. Before long, the commotion outside attracted Shun Xiuru's attention. She stepped outside, encountering He Lao Air and Yasha, and frowned. Miss Shun, I sincerely apologize for today's offense. I hope you can forgive me. He Lao Air, unashamed, directly expressed his apologies. Seeing this, Shun Xiuru felt it inappropriate to respond harshly and nodded. About to speak when suddenly, a stone was hurled towards her, prompting her to duck instinctively at that moment. Su Jiuchuan lunged forward, shouting, You from Yuzhou are too much. The second in command offers his apologies, and yet you still seek to strike. We shall fight you. With that, he maneuvered around He Lao Air and charged into the room, catching Yasha off guard, who rushed to intervene. However, Su Jiuchuan, being a fifth-tier warrior, was not something a sixth-tier warrior like Yasha could contend with, and he was unable to stop him in time. Simultaneously, as Shun Xiuru dodged the stone, she heard the commotion and looked up just in time to see Yasha raise his hand, mistaking him for an aggressor, prompting her to draw her whip and retaliate. Instantly, seeing several leaders engaged in combat, the surrounding bandits turned on the gathered refugees, sparking complete chaos within the stronghold in that moment. Yasha attempted to clarify, but Shun Xiuru, being of the same sixth-tier level, did not dare underestimate him and could only brace herself for the fight. Su Jiuchuan entered the room, where two maidservants were present. He swiftly knocked them unconscious. Fortunately, this abode, a mere bandit's den, contained little more than basic furnishings, with few places to hide valuables. He quickly found a package in the corner of the room. Seizing it, it was heavy and indeed contained a considerable amount of silver. Recharge successful, current balance, 6,800 points. Seeing this, Su Jiuchuan could not contain his joy. There were over 6,000 taels of silver here. Exceeding his expectations, he did not linger, promptly exiting the room. By then, chaos had erupted outside. He Lao Air was nowhere to be seen. It seemed he was clever enough to realize that the situation had escalated and decided to make his exit. Yasha, seeing Su Jiuchuan emerge from the room, realized that this individual was the true instigator of today's turmoil and fumed. Do not let him escape. Upon noticing several individuals casting glances in his direction, Su Jiuchuan immediately bellowed, Brothers, did you hear that? The chief has spoken. Do not allow this woman to escape. Let us all converge. Upon hearing these words, Su Xiuru's fury intensified. She brandished her long whip, unleashing a flurry of strikes with renewed ferocity. No, stop. The Yasha ghost attempted to explain, yet was rendered speechless as the adversaries relentlessly targeted his vital points, leaving him no opportunity to articulate a response. Observing the unfolding chaos, Su Jiuchuan smirked slightly, feigning a few attacks before blending into the tumultuous fray, making his escape. This was the cunning stratagem devised by Su Jiuchuan. Recognizing the formidable background of Shun Xiuru, he resolved that she must not remember him. The most effective method was to obfuscate the situation and attribute the incident to Shuanglin village. Meanwhile, He Lao Air, feeling the sting of humiliation from the events of the previous day, resolutely decided to seize the opportunity to escape amidst the disorder. Intending to retrieve certain belongings hidden within the mountain stronghold. Chapter 22. A series of misfortunes upon arriving at the designated meeting place with Xue Mingkai and the others. Su Jiuchuan found Zheng Xinyue seated alone on the grassy ground. Lost in thought as she gazed skyward, it was not until he approached that she snapped back to reality, exclaiming, Xue Mingkai has been taken away. What? Su Jiuchuan was taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. After you left yesterday, a woman flew past here. Yes, she flew. Minghai gasped. This woman, upon noticing Minghai, declared her to possess exceptional spiritual roots. Fly? Su Jiuquan was astonished. Though he had attained the rank of a 5th-tier martial artist, he knew that even a 1st-tier martial artist could not possibly take flight. Could she be a congenital martial artist? Exceptional spiritual roots. Was he in the wrong domain? It seemed as though the realm of immortal cultivation had encroached upon his reality. She insisted on taking on a disciple, and Minghai was eager to comply, but she insisted on waiting for your return to inform you. Yet after waiting for quite some time, you still did not arrive. The woman, growing impatient, declared that she had gone to the Xianxian sect. Upon finishing, Zhang Xinyue produced a dark token, inscribed with the gilded characters Xianxian. Su Jiuquan accepted it, feeling its cold weight in his palm. The token was significantly heavier than ordinary iron. Its material unknown. In consideration of Minghai, she conferred this token upon you. With it, you may request assistance from the Xuande Temple once, thereby severing any lingering ties. Xuande Temple? Xianxian sect? Su Jiuquan mused. While he was unfamiliar with the Xianxian sect, he had indeed heard of the Xuande Temple. Zhang Xinyue, her expression contemplative, noted that there was a Xuande Temple in Shuzhou City. Albeit one with modest foot traffic and little understanding of its specific circumstances. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Jiuquan reflected on the abruptness of these developments. He had yet to fully grasp the situation. But since Xue Minghai had consented, there was little more to be said. He was aware of Minghai's exceptional aptitude, yet he had not anticipated it to the extent that even a passing master would come seeking her as a disciple. Then she simply took Minghai away. Both of them flew off. Zhang Xinyue's face betrayed envy. Despite her lower cultivation, her years spent traversing the martial world had sharpened her insight. The commanding presence of that woman was something she had never witnessed before. Regrettably, at that moment, the woman had not even cast her gaze upon Zhang Xinyue, leaving her feeling quite vexed. Some things, after all, were simply unattainable. Su Jiuquan casually tucked the token into his robe and proceeded to succinctly recount the events of the day. Given the considerable stir caused by the Shuanglin village incident, it was likely that Guo Fan would come to address the matter. Therefore, it was imperative to hasten to Shuzhou City. Without delay, they journeyed through the night. Fortunately, both were martial artists with remarkable stamina, and they arrived at the outskirts of Shuzhou City by dawn. The guards at Shuzhou City were particularly vigilant, subjecting all entrants to thorough inspections. Thankfully, Zhang Xinyue was well acquainted with the intricacies of the area, and it did not take long for her to lead Su Jiuquan into the city. The Fuyuan escort agency in Shuzhou was quite modest, consisting of a small courtyard and only 7 or 8 personnel. After all, Fuyuan's primary operations were based in Hechuan City, and this was merely a branch for handling affairs. Young escort leader, the doorkeeper, Old Li, was visibly delighted upon seeing Zhang Xinyue. You have finally arrived. Oh, Zhang Xinyue's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over her. What has transpired? A few days ago, some associates from Hechuan City arrived, bringing with them a man and a woman. Head Escort Lin has taken care of their accommodation. Head Escort Lin was responsible for the matters pertaining to Shuzhou, a martial artist of the 8th tier. The man and woman in question likely referred to Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia. Yesterday morning, the pair went out to purchase some supplies, and while they were nearby, Old Li gestured toward a nearby alley. A mounted gentleman claimed they startled his horse, and his subordinates apprehended them. I hastily summoned Head Escort Lin, but upon his arrival, he was also injured by them. Subsequently, they took the two away. Su Jiuquan's brow furrowed. Although he had learned through a prior simulation that Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia had encountered some trouble, Old Li's account suggested they had been specifically targeted, indicating a premeditated scheme. Let us see Head Escort Lin, Zhang Xinyue urged, maintaining her composure. Head Escort Lin was a burly man in his 40s. His face pale as he lay upon a bed. A bowl of dark herbal medicine sat on the cabinet nearby, its potent aroma permeating the room. This is a grave matter. Upon seeing Zhang Xinyue, Lin's expression grew grave. Uncle Lin, what has happened? How severe is your injury? I have fractured a rib and will require at least 2 months of recuperation, he replied, shaking his head. This incident involves Lu Cheng, the third son of the Lu family. He hesitated before adding, however, given our location in the northwest of Shuzhou City, surrounded by dock workers and traveling merchants, it is peculiar that Lu Cheng would venture here at such an early hour. Su Jiuquan's brows knitted further. In a previous simulation, he had assumed that the trouble with the Liu family stemmed from some inadvertent offense. However, the accounts from Old Li and head escort Lin now suggested a deliberate targeting of the Su siblings. Yet Su Yuanjiang was merely an ordinary laborer, while Su Yunxia had never left Hechuan City. If Lu's aim were directed at him, it seemed illogical. Su Jiuchuan was certain he had never set foot in Shuzhou, nor had any acquaintance with the Su family. What an odd journey this had become. Su Jiuchuan rubbed his forehead, feeling a sense of vexation welling within him. He quickly quelled his agitation and inquired, "What is the situation with the Liu family?" Head escort Lin glanced at Zheng Xinyue, and only when she nodded did he begin to elaborate. The Liu family is a renowned martial arts lineage in Shuzhou City, having produced first-tier martial artists in the past. Though they have somewhat declined in recent generations, this decline is relative, of course. The current head, Liu Qingyun, is a third-tier martial artist. The eldest son, Liu Yuanjun, is a fourth-tier martial artist, while today's captor, Liu Cheng, is merely a seventh-tier martial artist. While a seventh-tier martial artist possesses decent talent for an ordinary individual, in the context of a family with ample resources and martial arts techniques, he is considered quite mediocre. Nonetheless, even so, the Liu family remains a formidable entity in relation to the Feiyuan escort agency. Su Jiuchuan stroked his chin, contemplating, "This appears to be a conspiracy." Chapter 23. Transformation. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia's predicament could not be ignored. He needed to devise a plan. Su Jiuchuan had no expectation that the Feiyuan escort agency could provide assistance, that he excused himself to gather information and departed. "Would you like to use the simulator? One use costs 1,000 points. YES AT18. You became a fifth-tier martial artist. Due to offending the Lord of Hechuan City, your family relocated to Shuzhou City. Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia were captured by Liu Cheng, the third son of the Liu family. Aware that your current strength was insufficient for a rescue, you devoted yourself to martial arts cultivation. AT45. You remained at the fifth-tier level, realizing that your martial path had reached its limits. You resolved to seek revenge against the Liu family. You infiltrated the Liu residence, but were discovered by the guards, leading to your immediate demise at the age of 40-5. But Su Jiuchuan felt a wave of frustration. He had long anticipated this outcome, and now it had been confirmed. His potential had reached its peak. Yet in this rebirth, he remained trapped at the fifth-tier level, leaving him discontented. Simulation complete. You may choose to retain one of the following. 1. Martial arts level at 45.2. Martial arts experience at 45.3. Life wisdom at 45. Without much deliberation, he chose 1. His inner energy surged, and Su Jiuchuan felt the vitality within him reach its zenith. Yet several crucial acupoints remained unbroken. Is this the shackling of destiny? Su Jiuchuan sighed once more, but he was unwilling to accept it. He initiated another simulation. AT18. You became a fifth-tier martial artist. Your elder sister and elder brother were captured by the Liu family. With no alternatives, you could only hope for a breakthrough in your cultivation. Yet you were acutely aware that you had reached a bottleneck and were uncertain of the path forward. The tender age of 20. You roamed the land in search of esteemed masters. Yet every renowned expert who assessed your qualifications merely shook their heads in refusal. BY21. Despair had enveloped you, prompting your return to the city of Shuzhou. At 22, undeterred by setbacks, you resolved to seek a breakthrough amidst life and death, challenging experts of your own rank. Armed with a singular technique gleaned from an obscure sword manual, you became invincible among your peers. At 23, after the master of the Hefeng Martial Arts Academy, Gu Liangkai, suffered defeat at your hands, he cast aside past grievances and bestowed his daughter upon you in marriage. However, at 24, a fateful day arrived when you consumed a bowl of your wife's rib soup, only to collapse, discovering that Gu Liangkai had conspired to poison you in pursuit of your unique technique. Under severe torture, you remained resolute, acutely aware that surrendering the technique would spell your doom. 6 months later, on the brink of death from relentless torment, Xuan Mingkai emerged. Having attained innate mastery, she swiftly annihilated the Hefeng Martial Arts Academy's members. She revealed that the true reason for your stagnation at the 5th tier was the inferiority of your martial arts. In gratitude for your past kindness, she imparted to you the supreme technique, Xuanqinju, before vanishing into the ether. T25. Although you had acquired this exceptional technique, the prolonged torture had irreparably damaged your physical foundation. The transfer of energy into this advanced technique proved unsuccessful, leading you to a tragic demise at the tender age of 25. Such a fate felt unbearably stifling. Su Jiuquan, overwhelmed by frustration, yearned for tears, lamenting the cruel twists of fate. After enduring 6 months of torment, he had finally obtained a pinnacle technique, only to find himself incapable of mastering it. Shuimingcai's achievements were truly astonishing. In just 7 years, she had transcended to innate mastery while he remained trapped in the 5th tier. The disparity was maddening. The simulation concluded, and you were given the choice to retain one of the following. 1. The martial arts realm of 25. 2. The martial arts experience of 25. Or 3. The life wisdom of 25. Without hesitation, you selected the second option. Instantly, an enigmatic technique materialized in your mind. Xuanqingju. The martial arts technique you currently practiced was one of bloodshed. Originating from the military, while it demonstrated formidable vigor upon application, it inflicted considerable harm upon your meridians, rendering advancement to higher tiers arduous. Yet, for the military, this technique sufficed, in the chaos of battle involving thousands. Ordinary soldiers need not possess elevated realms, merely the ability to dispatch foes swiftly. In contrast, prominent families pursued higher realms, leading their disciples to disdain such techniques. Su Jiuquan's prolonged struggles within the simulation were not unexpected. It illustrated why most high-tier martial artists did not emerge from humble beginnings. Without accumulation, where could one find advanced techniques? It might take decades merely to discover a high-tier technique, followed by an equal span to convert one's energy accordingly. By the time one accomplished this, their lifespan might have elapsed, leaving a life of unfulfilled potential. Thus, to become a high-tier martial artist necessitated the concerted efforts of generations, coupled with the fortune to acquire superior techniques. This, perhaps, elucidated why noble families towered over the common folk in this world. While such circumstances might represent others' weaknesses, they did not hinder Su Jiuquan. Within the simulation of life, he possessed ample time. Contemplating this, Su Jiuquan felt a wave of relief wash over him, finally glimpsing hope. The simulation resumed. At 18, you fled from the city of Shuzhou, and in the nearby mountains, you completely discarded the bloodshed technique. By 20, you devoted 2 years to healing your internal injuries, formally beginning your practice of Xuanqingjue. At 21, you broke through to become a 9th-tier martial artist. On a day of training in the mountains, you encountered Shinshiru, who captured and ultimately tortured you to death, leaving you to perish at the age of 21. This brought to mind the many enemies you had made near Shuzhou. It was no place to linger. The simulation concluded, and you faced another choice. 1. The martial arts realm of 21. 2. The martial arts experience of 21. Or 3. The life wisdom of 20-1. Su Jiuquan chose the first option. This time, the energy within you gradually diminished, and the previously breached acupoint slowly sealed once more. After a brief moment, your internal energy reached a balance, reverting to the initial state of a 9th-tier martial artist. This experience was truly wondrous. Su Jiuquan delved into the sensations within his meridians. In earlier times, his energy flowed rapidly, accompanied by a mild heat and discomfort as it traversed his meridians, albeit not severely. Now, however, the energy coursed slowly and warmly, bestowing a sense of comfort to his meridians. After an entire cycle, it felt as refreshing as a bowl of ice water on a scorching summer day. Was this the distinction between superior energy and lower-tier energy? Chapter 24. Are all geniuses like this? Su Jiuquan reflected on the lessons learned from this simulation. He had secluded himself in the mountains, intending to convert his 5th-tier energy entirely before proceeding. Yet, unforeseen events continually intervened. Could it be that this world disapproved of his extraordinary simulator? He counted his remaining funds, discovering he possessed 4,800 taels, allowing for 4 more simulations. While it seemed a substantial amount, achieving his goals remained uncertain. Su Jiuquan resolved to focus on surviving, converting his energy first. At 18, you chose not to rescue the Su siblings, but instead retreated to the outskirts of the capital. Immersing yourself in martial arts training. 3 years later, you successfully broke through to the 6th tier. One day, while out, you encountered the 3rd prince, who, putting aside past grievances, recognized your martial talent and sought to recruit you as his guard. You declined. Days later, a cloaked figure invaded your home, attacking with a sword. You were no match and fell after 3 moves, dying at 21. The 3rd prince was indeed a treacherous man, Was it not enough that he failed to recruit you, resorting instead to silencing you? Were all such prominent figures so petty? Su Jiuquan seethed, yearning merely to survive and train in peace. Why was it so difficult? Once more, the traditional three-choice scenario unfolded, and he unhesitatingly selected the first option, martial arts realm. A wave of exhilaration coursed through him as his internal energy surged, breaking through several acupoints, and he once again attained the 6th tier. The capital, however, proved advantageous, granting him 3 additional years of relative safety. Once more, at 18, you departed alone for Jingzhou, dedicating yourself to rigorous training. 3 years later, your internal energy reached its zenith, prompting you to descend the mountain in search of a breakthrough opportunity. T25. While boating on Lake Taihu, a water monster suddenly emerged, and you, unable to withstand its might, were slain on the spot, dying at 25. Surely not, a water monster? Su Jiuquan's brows knitted in frustration at the outcome of this simulation. Were there flying masters and extraordinary spiritual roots? Now a water monster had appeared, along with the creatures encountered in previous simulations. This world seemed far from the initial perceptions he harbored. Perhaps only by attaining innate mastery could he unveil the world's true nature. Regardless, he had reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier, mere inches away from breakthrough. The simulation concluded, and you faced the choice to retain one of the following. 1. The martial arts realm of 25. 2. The martial arts experience of 25. Or 3. The life wisdom of 25. You chose the first option. Your internal energy surged once more over the course of 7 years. That Su Jiuquan was not new to reaching the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Prior to the conversion of his energy, he had already attained this state. Now, comparison revealed that his current condition surpassed the previous one significantly, both in terms of quantity and quality of energy. Once more, at 18, you stood as a pinnacle 5th-tier martial artist. Rather than flee, you resolved to rescue the Su siblings from the Liu family. One day, upon learning that the Liu family head had departed, you infiltrated their estate. Along your journey, you successfully liberated Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia, but as you attempted to escape, the guards discovered you. Your formidable strength dispatched several guards, instilling fear in those present. Just as you were about to escape, the Liu family's eldest son, Liu Yuanjin, appeared. You engaged in battle with him. Despite Liu Yuanjin being a 4th-tier martial artist, you faced him without fear, throwing yourself wholeheartedly into the fray. In a moment of near despair, you found an opening and broke through to the 4th tier. However, in that pivotal moment, Liu Yuanjin seized an opportunity, landing a fatal blow to your forehead, and you perished on the spot at the age of 18. At long last, a breakthrough. In this moment, Su Jiuquan finally exhaled deeply, having ascended from the 5th to the 4th rank, a feat that proved exceedingly arduous. Not only had he faced near-death experiences, but he had also expended over a century of time. Regardless of the trials endured, he had ultimately succeeded this time. During the selection phase, he naturally chose the path of martial arts. The true energy within his body surged and compressed, allowing him to consecutively break through 4 or 5 blocked acupoints. Once his internal state stabilized, Su Jiuquan noticed a faint layer of dark impurities secreting from his body, resembling greasy filth, viscous and tinged with a slight metallic scent. He began to comprehend that from the 4th rank onwards, each advancement would entail a degree of bodily enhancement and refinement. He wondered if innate martial artists had completely undergone a transformation of their physical constitution. However, the foul odor emanating from his body swiftly interrupted his thoughts. Su Jiuquan hurried back to the escort agency, seeking a place to cleanse himself. After scrubbing himself thoroughly dozens of times, he finally felt a semblance of cleanliness. Although the recent simulations lasted merely over an hour in the real world, for Su Jiuquan, it felt like 5 or 6 decades, leaving him mentally exhausted. And he soon fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered Zheng Xianyu anxiously pacing within the room. As soon as she saw him awake, she was about to speak, only to freeze in astonishment. Have you broken through again? Though she could not precisely gauge the depth of Su Jiuquan's cultivation, his aura was evidently much stronger than before. Yes, I am now at the 4th rank. Su Jiuquan replied nonchalantly. Zheng Xianyu couldn't help but feel speechless. In just a few short hours, he had made another breakthrough. Was this the nature of geniuses? As for herself, she feared she might truly be deemed worthless. Chapter 25. The bully ignoring Zheng Xianyu's astonished expression, Su Jiuquan inquired, You seem quite flustered. What has happened? Zheng Xianyu then recalled her purpose for coming, speaking anxiously. It's terrible. I just received news from the Lu family that Miss Su has offended the third young master of the Lu family by startling his horse. The Lu family intends to sell her to the Cui Hong Lu tomorrow. Cui Hong Lu, she blushed and added, is the largest brothel in Suzhou City. With a resounding clap, Su Jiuquan slammed his palm down, shattering a nearby tea table into splinters. This is intolerable. They likely intend to deal with you. Zheng Xianyu reasoned, aware of Su Jiuquan's background, knowing he had never set foot in Suzhou City. Yet, she pondered the reasons behind the Lu family's actions. For a moment, both were at a loss for answers. Stepping out of the Fu Yuan escort agency, Su Jiuquan's expression darkened. He now possessed only 866 coins. Insufficient even for a single simulation. More critically, with his martial arts realm now at the 4th rank, each simulation would require at least 2,000 taels of silver, while the benefits of his abilities were gratifying. The costs were simply untenable. After a moment's contemplation, he disregarded the matter and chose a direction to run towards. Soon arriving at the entrance of a courtyard, 2 stone lions flanked the entrance. And a sign read, Hefeng Martial Arts Hall. Indeed, this was the very martial arts hall that had deceived him to his demise in a previous simulation. Observing the steady flow of individuals entering and exiting, it was evident that many sought to learn martial arts here. He did not enter, but instead approached the gatekeeper, a middle-aged man seated inside, and inquired, Good sir, does your martial arts hall sell quality injury ointments? My fellow villager has broken his leg, and I wish to procure a healing pill for him. In this era, martial arts halls not only taught techniques, but also sold various healing remedies. As injuries were an inevitable part of martial training, and such sales supplemented the hall's income, that a single injury pill costs 1 tael of silver, while a healing ointment is 5 taels and 1 qian. The middle-aged man replied, unhurriedly, so expensive. Su Jiuquan feigned shock, responding, If you don't want to sell, then be gone. The man shot him a glare and chose to ignore him. Fine, I will buy one. Su Jiuquan produced a tael of silver from his person and handed it over. The man retrieved a small porcelain vial from his bosom and tossed it to Su Jiuquan. Upon opening the vial, Su Jiuquan found a black pill the size of a longan. Nodding, he exited the gatekeeper's area and, upon reaching the main entrance, banged on the door with a resounding thud. Bang, bang, bang. The echoing sounds reverberated throughout the martial arts hall. The middle-aged man, who had been seated, jumped up in fright, angrily berating, Kid, are you seeking death? Indeed, who dares to cause trouble in the martial arts hall? Several burly men, who had been training, halted their exercises, angrily shouting at him. At that moment, the hall's senior disciple, who had been instructing others, rushed over. With a swift strike like a ferocious tiger, he lunged at Su Jiuquan. With a single kick, Su Jiuquan sent the senior disciple sprawling, firmly pinning him to the ground. The surrounding apprentices fell silent. This senior disciple was a 9th-rank martial artist, and yet he had not been able to withstand a single move from Su Jiuquan. Who are you? A melodious feminine voice called out. Turning to face the source, Su Jiuquan beheld a slender young woman, presumably the daughter of the hall master, who had married him in that previous simulation. An my fellow villager broke his leg days ago and purchased an injury pill from your hall. Who knew it would lead to his death from blood vomiting? Clearly, your medicine is poisoned. Upon concluding, he produced the porcelain vial and shook it, proclaiming, This is the evidence. The middle-aged gatekeeper had intended to retort that this was the pill Su Jiuquan had just bought. But upon meeting Su Jiuquan's gaze, he swallowed his words. The woman furrowed her brows, asserting, Impossible. Our medicine cannot be poisonous. Su Jiuquan, uninterested in her denial, retorted, 5,000 taels. You must provide me at least 5,000 taels of silver to compensate for the grief of losing my fellow villager. To think you dare scheme against Hefeng Martial Arts Hall. You're seeking death? The woman exclaimed in fury, lunging at him. Su Jiuquan delivered another kick, sending her crashing to the ground, causing the others in the hall to become even more hesitant to act. This woman, Gu Lian, was the only daughter of Gu Liangkai, a prodigy in her own right, having already reached the 6th rank at a young age. Yet in the presence of Su Jiuquan, she had been unable to withstand a single blow. It seems none of you can muster 5,000 taels. That go fetch your hall master. Otherwise, I shall dismantle this martial arts hall. Several disciples hastily scurried off to fetch the hall master. Su Jiuquan then leisurely strolled around the martial arts hall, Today's performance as a bully was unavoidable. He was simply out of money. However, outright robbery felt somewhat inappropriate, especially for someone with his education. Fortunately, in that previous simulation, this Yifeng martial arts hall had wronged him, or rather, had wronged the version of him from that timeline. Thus, he felt no moral qualms about targeting them now, within the span of a single instant stick. Gu Liangkai rushed in, his voice echoing even before his arrival. Which little brat dares to lay hands on my daughter? I will kill him. Upon entering the hall, he caught sight of his daughter being supported by several apprentices. His heart filled with both shock and rage. Yu Lian, are you unharmed? The girl shook her head, merely feeling her true energy disturbed, but she managed to suppress her discomfort and replied, I am fine. Gu Liangkai's fury surged as he turned to Su Jiuchuan, coldly stating, You have come to my martial arts hall to cause trouble today. If you do not provide an explanation, you shall not leave. Over the years, even the esteemed families of Suzhou City rarely troubled him. Yet today, someone had not only insulted him, but had also injured his daughter, igniting a murderous intent within him. An explanation? Su Jiuchuan drew his long knife, declaring, Then allow me to provide you with one. Without hesitation, he charged towards Gu Liangkai, raising his blade for a strike that is at the 4th rank. Gu Liangkai was thoroughly taken aback. How could such a young individual be a 4th-rank martial artist? Having been stuck at the 5th rank for years, he understood that typically, only those backed by powerful forces could ascend to the 4th rank at such a young age. Yet, he could not recall having offended any significant faction. Chapter 26. The reason for capturing regardless, he could not dwell on it. Gu Liangkai quickly drew his long sword to block the incoming attack. However, the knife technique was exceedingly peculiar, appearing straightforward, yet proving nearly impossible to counter. Suddenly feeling a chill at his neck, Gu Liangkai realized he had failed to block successfully, the long knife resting ominously against his throat, rendering his face pale with fright. Are you satisfied with this explanation? In this moment, Gu Liangkai was devoid of the earlier arrogance, hastily exclaiming, I have offended you. My lord, I deserve death 1,000 times over. I implore you to show mercy. The once imposing Gu Liangkai now exhibited utmost humility, a striking reflection of reality. Su Jiuchuan sheathed his long sword and calmly remarked, Very well, it's time for you to provide me with an explanation. Gu Liangkai quickly replied, My lord, please enlighten me. My fellow townsman has been killed by the inferior medicine from your martial arts school. It is truly lamentable. I ask for 5,000 taels of silver. 5,000 taels? This is no trivial sum. In Suzhou, 100 taels can sustain a respectable livelihood for a family of 5 for an entire year, even for the renowned Yifeng martial arts school in Suzhou. It would be quite a challenge to produce such a large amount of silver at once. What? Are you unwilling? Su Jiuchuan glared, his murderous aura coalescing once more to no. I am willing. Gu Liangkai trembled, quickly acquiescing. It took a full 2 hours for several burly men to return with a few chests. Gu Liangkai was drenched in sweat, having no choice but to gather silver, even mortgaging several properties to the pawnshop. To finally scrape together the 5,000 taels, Su Jiuchuan counted the silver, confirming it was all there before nodding. He hoisted the 2 chests and swiftly departed. Once Su Jiuchuan's figure had completely vanished, the fear on Gu Liangkai's face gradually dissipated, revealing a glimmer of malevolence in his eyes as he muttered under his breath, You'd better wait, you outsider. In this Suzhou, it is not your place to be so arrogant. At this moment, Su Jiuchuan's mood was quite pleasant. After all, his previous life simulation had been fraught with poison and torment for half a year. Today, he finally vented that pent-up frustration. He found a secluded corner and opened the system. Selecting to recharge, the recharge was successful, and his current balance stood at 5,866 points. Upon seeing this balance, Su Jiuchuan couldn't help but sigh. After breaking through to the 4th rank, each simulation would cost 2,000 points. Barely enough for 2 attempts. Would you like to use the life simulator? Each use costs 2,000 points. Yes, at AT18. You had become a 4th rank warrior, and your family arrived in Suzhou. You received news that the Liu family would sell Su Yunxia to the Zhong building the following day. The next day, you lay in ambush near the Zhong building, waiting for the Liu family to arrive, ready to rescue her. At this moment, Liu Yuanjin appeared. He was a 4th rank warrior, and you engaged him in battle. Having just broken through, your true energy was still somewhat lacking. After hundreds of exchanges, you were injured and fled. At 20, You went to Shishui City to cultivate your martial arts in seclusion, Danikati 32. You heard news that the Liu family, having offended the general in charge of Shuzhou, was raided, and several direct descendants fled. You rushed over, intending to pursue them. Half a year later, you found the severely injured Liu Yuanjin and demanded to know why he had captured the Su siblings back then. He feigned an explanation, but as you drew closer, he ambushed you, leading to your demise at the age of 30-2. Su Jiuchuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. To have been ambushed by an injured foe was indeed a stroke of misfortune. The simulation concluded, and you may retain one of the following. 1. The martial arts level at 32.2, the martial arts experience at 32.3, the wisdom of life at 30-2. At this moment, Su Jiuchuan hesitated. It was over a decade of cultivation. However, he prided himself on being cautious and meticulous, making it improbable for him to be easily ambushed by others. It seemed that Liu Yuanjin must possess other hidden cards. Without clarifying this, he felt a twinge of unease. Choosing option 3, an instant memory surged into his mind. In the depths of a serene forest, a light rain fell from the sky as Liu Yuanjin lay on the ground. Blood oozing from his chest, in the memory. Liu Yuanjin weakly uttered something. He leaned closer, straining to hear. Suddenly, a cylindrical object appeared in Liu Yuanjin's hand, and with a whoosh, a flurry of needles shot forth. Su Jiuchuan was immediately struck, and the needles were laced with poison. Yet, as he lay on the brink of death, he heard Liu Yuanjin laughing, saying, "Capturing your siblings was merely repaying a favor to Lansheng." Lansheng? Su Jiuchuan felt a sense of relief. Indeed, Hechuan City was not far from Shuzhou. The Liu family, being a prominent local clan, had connections with Lansheng, which was not difficult to surmise. However, since Lansheng had once pursued the third prince, and the Liu family colluded with him, could it be possible to turn this situation to his advantage? After contemplating, Su Jiuchuan felt a surge of confidence in the potential for success. Now he could only simulate once more. It was unlikely he would break through to the third rank, and he wasn't in a hurry. Thus, he strolled leisurely toward the Fian Escort Agency. By the time Su Jiuchuan returned to the Fian Escort Agency, night had fallen. Recently, the agency had been plagued by misfortune. Not only had the headquarters encountered issues, but even their head escort, Lin, had sustained injuries. Some of the staff, fearing trouble, had chosen not to return. Even Lin, realizing the escort agency's bleak prospects, left despite his injuries. The once bustling agency appeared desolate, with only the light in the doorman's quarters still aglow. Su Jiuchuan couldn't help but sigh, pondering the fickle nature of human relationships. As he entered the agency, intending to head to his room, he heard some noises emanating from the corner of the courtyard, as if someone were practicing. Under the moonlight, he beheld a graceful figure moving fluidly. It was Zhang Xinyue. Previously sheltered by her father's protection, she had never perceived her martial skills as lacking. However, after enduring so much, she realized how inadequate she truly was, feeling profoundly disheartened. With the agency facing so many troubles, the sycophants who once fawned over her had all vanished. The sense of urgency welled within her, compelling her to practice diligently. Su Jiuchuan watched for a while before suddenly darting out, delivering a swift punch. Zhang Xinyue, wholly engrossed in her training, was caught off guard by the attack. Her true energy surged, and several acupoints within her body naturally opened up. 7th rank. Upon witnessing her breakthrough, Su Jiuchuan smiled faintly and withdrew. In truth, he had observed for a considerable time and discerned that Zhang Xinyue's true energy was already sufficient. She merely lacked an opportunity for breakthrough, prompting him to lend her a hand. Chapter 27. Change. After a full incense stick's worth of time, Zhang Xinyue's true energy finally stabilized. Her face radiated excitement, having been stuck at the 9th rank for several years, while her talent was not lacking. Especially compared to Su Jiuchuan, her previous complacency had hindered her progress for years. Now, after her efforts, she had finally broken through. However, her joy was soon overshadowed by a sense of melancholy as she reflected on her contemporaries, including the newly initiated Xue Mingkai and the talented Shen Shiru, both of whom made her feel inferior, not to mention the prodigious Su Jiuchuan. During her time in Hechuan City, she had held a certain disdain for this man, who seemed solely motivated by money. Yet, after facing numerous formidable foes alongside him, her perception of Su Jiuchuan had transformed. Each encounter with a master revealed his ability to grow stronger, eroding her initial contempt and gradually shifting to admiration, ultimately culminating in a profound sense of inferiority. Congratulations, You've broken through to Su Jiuchuan had not anticipated her myriad thoughts. Please don't mock me, Brother Su. Zheng Xinyue chuckled wryly, saying, this meager cultivation is hardly worth your notice. Su Jiuchuan refrained from responding, feeling that any reply would come across as boastful. Your father is a secret agent of the court. I have heard that the Lu family is in collusion with the city lord of Yichuan. Lanxing.do you have any means to report this? This was his strategy to deal with the Lu family. Since his current strength was insufficient to confront them, he intended to leverage the power of the court. Moreover, the recent events in Yichuan City, which involved the third prince's escape, had effectively severed ties with the court. The Lu family's audacity in colluding with traitors signified a death wish, although he possessed no tangible evidence yet. It was likely that court agents did not require proof. From Su Jiuchuan's previous life memories, he knew that these agents could fabricate accusations even where none existed, especially given the veracity of this particular matter. Zheng Xinyue furrowed her brow, pondering for a while before saying, I once met with the deputy lord of Shuzhou, Chao Hexing, with my father. I will try to reach out to him. Su Jiuchuan nodded in acknowledgement. As dawn broke, the back door of the Lu residence slowly creaked open, and a horse-drawn carriage cautiously emerged, trailed closely by 5 or 6 bodyguards. The carriage traversed the bustling streets, arriving at the city's western market, where the largest brothel, Suihong building, resided. Who goes there? The leading bodyguard swiftly drew his long knife. Barking an ordered, in the center of the street stood a figure, arms crossed over the sheath of his sword. It was none other than Su Jiuchuan. The carriage came to a halt, and someone inside parted the curtain, revealing the pale face of Su Yunxia. She exclaimed, Jiuchuan, run. The nearby bodyguard, growing impatient, raised the hilt of his sword and jabbed it at the curtain, causing Su Yunxia to cry out in pain and fall back inside. Seeking death, Su Jiuchuan's fury was uncontainable as he drew his long blade and charged forward. Several guards rushed to arm themselves. Yet the strongest among them barely reached the 6th rank. After a few exchanges, they all lay sprawled on the ground. Noticing this, Su Jiuchuan intended to check on Su Yunxia, who was still on horseback, when he heard a series of claps. Turning his head, he spotted a young gentleman clad in a blue robe emerging from a corner of the street. Su Jiuchuan recognized him as Lu Yuanjin, the one who had plotted against him during the simulated life event. To his astonishment, Lu Yuanjun was at the 4th rank. With a look of admiration, he remarked, given your background, achieving this level at such a young age can only be described as true genius. How about this? You pledge your allegiance to the Lu family, and I will take care of the matters in Yichuan City, erasing them in one fell swoop. Su Jiuchuan let out a cold laugh and retorted, go to hell. With that, he lunged forward. Both were 4th-rank fighters, and for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Just as their fierce battle raged on, the sound of hooves echoed, and soon a tide of cavalry surged forth from the alleys, encircling the two men. Upon witnessing this turn of events, both fighters separated. At the forefront was a brawny man clad in full steel armor. This must be Chao Hixing, the vice mayor mentioned by Zhang Xinyue. Su Jiuchuan breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, the vice mayor Zhang had contacted the day before had arrived just in time. Otherwise, he might not have been able to overcome Lu Yuanjun. What does this mean, Vice Mayor Chao? Lu Yuanjun furrowed his brow. The Lu family was a prestigious clan in Suzhou City, deeply rooted with intricate ties through years of intermarriage with other noble families. Although this vice mayor was of the 3rd rank, Lu Yuanjun was not intimidated. Reports have surfaced alleging that the Lu family conspired with Yichuan City to plot rebellion. Chao Hixing replied calmly. That's absurd. Lu Yuanjun frowned, realizing that this matter was confidential and shouldn't have reached the mayor's office. But do you have evidence? Well, not exactly, Chao Hixing said. But the Lu family is indeed a prominent clan in Suzhou, and it is inconceivable for them to have any rebellious intentions. However, rebellion is a grave offense, so I must request the Lu family to clarify this matter. He spoke with a smile that masked his true intentions. Lu Yuanjun's expression darkened, knowing that this smiling tiger would likely extort him severely, yet he dared not confront him directly. The Lu family will certainly cooperate, ensuring your satisfaction. As he spoke, Lu Yuanjun felt a pang of pain. It seemed this man's appetite was insatiable, and it was evident that he would have to pay a hefty price today. In mere moments, a transaction had been completed before the eyes of so many. You, how can you be so brazen? Zheng Xinyue, who had been hiding in the shadows, unexpectedly leaped out in fury. Chao Hixing scoffed. I have ascertained that Su Jiuchuan is merely a bandit. colluding with the Fu Yuan escort agency to oppress the innocent, a veritable villain. Today, I shall take you both into custody. How could this be happening? Su Jiuchuan was stunned, having assumed victory was assured. Only to be met with such a twist. You slanderer. Zheng Xianyu was furious, equally perplexed by the unfolding events. Ha. I do not speak without basis. Chao Yixing waved his hand, and from behind the soldiers, a figure rushed forward. As Su Jiuchuan focused, he realized the newcomer was Gu Liangxi, AI.my lord. It's him. Just yesterday, he stormed into the Hefeng Martial Arts Hall, leveraging his higher cultivation to extort 5,000 taels of silver. I implore you to take action. Gu Liangkai pointed an accusing finger at Su Jiuchuan. In an instant, Su Jiuchuan understood. Those who sought to make a name for themselves often required powerful backing. Gu Liangkai, despite his low cultivation, had managed to make a name for himself in Suzhou City. It was clear that his backing was none other than Chao Yixing now that Zheng Xianyu sought his assistance. Had she not walked straight into a trap, trouble loomed large, and just as Su Jiuchuan contemplated a desperate escape, he felt the vice mayor's aura lock onto him. He sensed that any movement on his part would likely result in immediate death. Seize him, Chao Yixing coldly commanded. Instantly, the surrounding soldiers began to close in, their spears glinting ominously in the light. Lu Yuanjin smirked, retreating to the periphery of the encirclement, a cruel smile gracing his features. Su Jiuchuan realized that if he were truly captured, both the Lu family and Gu Liangkai would not spare him. Ultimately, it was his lack of connections and background that made him an easy target for this vice mayor. Even the past favor from Zheng Nanhai paled in significance when weighed against self-interest. Zheng Xianyu, resolute, drew her sword and stood beside Su Jiuchuan. Sighing heavily, Su Jiuchuan produced an object from his robes and raised it high. Saying, Vice Mayor Chao, what do you make of this? Chao Yixing, who had been a mere observer until now, was taken aback upon seeing what Su Jiuchuan held aloft. It was the auspicious jade pendant. Pledged for 1 million taels of silver by the third prince, this renowned royal artifact featured intricately carved clouds, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the faint outline of a golden dragon. This treasure belonged to the founding monarch of the Dawei dynasty, of which there were only 3 known pieces, bestowed by the reigning emperor, Jingdi, to his 3 most favored princes. This is the Xiong Longpei? How is this possible? Lu Yuanzhan, unaware of the connection between Lan Sheng and the third prince, had initially believed that the Lu family was merely assisting in dealing with a rootless 5th-rank warrior. Little did he know that he had miscalculated. The opponent was not only a 4th-rank warrior, but also possessed a royal treasure. Could it be that he was of royal descent? It seemed that Lan Sheng had led him into a trap. Gu Liangkai, though not particularly skilled, had long mingled among the upper echelons of Suzhou and was well informed. Even he paled at the sight of the pendant, realizing the gravity of the situation. Could it be that they had kicked the iron plate today? Chao Yixing, being a cautious man, extended his hand. Su Jiuchuan understood his intent and tossed the treasure across. The royal artifact arced through the air. Onlookers held their breath until it was caught by Chao Yixing, finally exhaling in relief. What audacity! Everyone thought in unison. Should this royal artifact be damaged, there would be no one who could shield them from the consequences. Yet, it wasn't audacity on Su Jiuchuan's part. He simply did not understand, believing it to be merely a royal token, provided it was genuine. Chao Yixing examined the pendant closely, and indeed, amidst the mist of the jade, flecks of gold shimmered in the light. This pendant was authentic. For a moment, he was at a loss that he had come only to deal with a wild 4th-rank warrior, yet now found himself entangled with the royal family. Although the Dawei dynasty was currently in turmoil, it was still beyond the purview of a mere vice mayor to disregard. This matter is of great importance. I shall take you to see the city lord. Chao Yixing ultimately decided to elevate the issue to the city lord. It appeared they had indeed encountered a formidable obstacle today, yet he had not truly apprehended anyone that if it came to a pinch. He could simply claim that Gu Liangkai had slandered Su Jiuchuan and cast him aside. As for the origins of this individual and why he possessed a royal token, the waters were too deep for him to wade into. The surrounding soldiers sheathed their weapons and stood in formation. Su Jiuchuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had surmounted this hurdle. The city lord's mansion was located at the heart of Suzhou City, an expansive estate of immense grandeur. Under the guidance of Chao Yixing, Su Jiuchuan and Zheng Xianyu traversed the corridors, arriving at a side room to await their audience, while several attendants went to make their report. Once inside, Chao Hixing was no longer as imposing as he had been outside. He merely seated himself, sipping tea, as if a student awaiting his teacher. Observing the composed demeanor of this second-rank expert, Su Jiuquan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Clearly, the city lord was no ordinary figure. The city lord of Suzhou, Guanlin, had entered the first rank over 20 years prior, possessing extraordinary combat prowess, and had safeguarded Suzhou for over a decade without defeat. They waited for several cups of water before an attendant notified them that they could proceed to the garden. As they walked along, marveling at the intricately carved beams and painted rafters, Su Jiuquan suddenly realized that he had taken a detour. He recalled that while Gu Yongkai appeared to be thriving, he was merely running a training academy in Suzhou City. To speak of wealth is merely a relative notion when compared to the common populace. As for the ill-gotten gains he has seized from the counterfeiters, the affluent noble families dare not lay a hand on them, resorting instead to extracting a meager sum from the common folk. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, those martial clans with legacies spanning millennia must have amassed a considerable fortune. It is no wonder I find myself in such dire straits. Despite possessing such a formidable advantage, I am reduced to the point of being unable to afford a simulator, truly a path misaligned. Contemplating this, Su Jiuquan felt as though he had stumbled upon the key to wealth, a flicker of excitement kindling within him. Before long, several individuals traversed a quaint garden path and came upon a middle-aged man amidst clusters of exquisite flora. Clad in a flowing white robe, he appeared to be in his 40s, exuding an air of scholarly grace that belied the image of a fierce general. Guanlin paid them no heed, instead occupied with pruning a sapling using a pair of shears. It was only after Chao Hixing cleared his throat and approached that he spoke in hushed tones. "My lord, this man possesses the royal Xianglong jade pendant. I dared not make a decision, thus I brought him forth." Guanlin continued his task undeterred, and after a considerable interval, he straightened and replied, I see. You may withdraw for now." Upon hearing this, Chao Hixing felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, promptly turning to leave that moment. Only Guanlin, Zheng Xinyue, and Su Jiuquan remained. Su Jiuquan could distinctly sense the weight of pressure. Even without employing true energy, an imposing aura emanated from the higher-ranking individual, rendering him hesitant to act recklessly. "Speak. From whence did you acquire the jade pendant?" Guanlin cast a sidelong glance at the pendant in Su Jiuquan's grasp, his tone indifferent. Su Jiuquan found it difficult to offer an explanation. He could hardly divulge that it had been pawned to him by the third prince. However, a thought flitted through his mind, recalling the encounter outside the city. The third prince, incognito near Shuzhou, had unwittingly discovered that Guofan and others were consolidating bandit forces, seemingly plotting against Shuzhou. He had also uncovered that the Liu family appeared to harbor nefarious intentions, prompting him to possess the pendant to summon the Shuzhou officials to quell the bandits. This narrative had been meticulously crafted by Su Jiuquan while he awaited outside, and it seemed plausible enough. How could a local official refuse a royal command to eradicate bandits? You dare to deceive me. You seek death. Chapter 29. A sense of security. With that declaration, Guanlin pointed a finger toward him. Su Jiuquan summoned all his true energy, but it felt as though an invisible force held him in place, rendering him immobile as he helplessly watched the finger approach his brow. Regret washed over him. This seemingly perfect excuse had been seen through. What was most infuriating was that he had failed to simulate the scenario in advance, not for lack of desire, but simply due to financial constraints. It became apparent that one could indeed be driven to poverty. Just as Su Jiuquan felt he was about to meet his end, Guanlin abruptly halted, opting instead to grasp something from Su Jiuquan's embrace. It was the very token that Xue Mingkai had left with him before being taken by the passing woman. It turned out that when Su Jiuquan had retrieved the Xianglong jade pendant from his bosom, a corner of this token had inadvertently been exposed, catching Guanlin's eye. Where did you obtain this token?" Guanlin's eyes revealed a hint of trepidation, having just experienced the incident with the jade pendant. Su Jiuquan dared not speak carelessly. Yet, his knowledge of the matter was scant, so he mustered the courage to say, "A passing elder bestowed it upon me, instructing me to seek out Xuande Temple." "Oh, Xuande Temple?" Guanlin's expression shifted like the weather, oscillating between various emotions before he suddenly smiled. "So you have a connection with Xuande Temple." It appears today's events were a misunderstanding. Su Jiuquan was taken aback. This Guanlin was unpredictable. He had dismissed the royal pendant with disdain, yet upon hearing the name Xuande Temple, he appeared quite cautious. What could this mean? Subsequently, Guanlin invited the two to his study for a detailed conversation. This time, Su Jiuquan refrained from concealing details, briefly recounting the third prince's tale, as for the jade pendant. He merely mentioned that the prince wished to express gratitude for his life-saving intervention, offering the pendant in exchange for a promise of 1,000 taels of silver as recompense. Young Master Su, Guanlin, undeterred by the earlier altercation, expressed warmth. Since you possess this jade pendant merely as a voucher for 1,000 taels, why not sell it to me? Su Jiuquan's heart soared with delight. He was truly desperate for funds, and the prospect of nearly losing his life due to financial constraints loomed large, although the jade pendant was said to be worth 1,000 taels. The process of retrieving funds from the West Wang mansion was notoriously difficult. Now, with someone proactively offering to exchange money, it was an opportunity he could not afford to pass up. Very well. He agreed without hesitation. Guanlin, decisive in his actions, immediately arranged for the preparation of banknotes. Su Jiuquan had initially intended to request cash, but upon considering the inconvenience of transporting 1,000 taels, he acquiesced. Naturally, this transaction did not disadvantage Guanlin either. The Xianglong jade pendant held little practical use for him. Yet as a royal treasure lost by the third prince, it would likely command a significant price to reclaim. Should others learn of it? This thought brought a spark of joy to Guanlin's heart. Noticing Guanlin's high spirits, Su Jiuquan cautiously inquired, Lord Guan, I indeed witnessed Guofan consolidating bandit forces outside the city. With Shuzhou's formidable strength, why do you not eliminate them? In good humor, Guanlin responded without reservation. It is merely children playing at games, a fade for show. Guokue is surely unaware of this affair. Perceiving Su Jiuquan's puzzled expression, he continued, though the world appears chaotic, it operates according to its inherent rules. The Lu family and the Lan family of Hiqing have only risen in prominence over the past century. Lacking the depth to comprehend the essence of dynastic change, though they may seem to revel in their current fortunes, they are likely to meet a grim fate in due time. Guokue may appear fierce, but only dares to conduct small-scale disturbances. Biding his time, I maintain my stronghold in Shuzhou, allowing these clowns to frolic about, yet I too await the moment. The current ruler of the Great Way, should calamity strike, the world could be upended in the blink of an eye. Ha ha! Thus, the great families and powers of the realm merely wait in silence. With that, Guanlin chuckled, regardless of whether Su Jiuquan grasped his words, and chose not to elaborate further. Upon exiting the lord's residence, Su Jiuquan immediately spotted Gu Liangkai lingering outside, evidently anxious about the potential ramifications, thus seeking information nearby. Many others loitered about, likely keeping watch for members of the Lu family, disregarding the Lu family's presence. Su Jiuquan strode directly to Gu Liangkai and declared, You dare to slander me. I hereby challenge the Hefeng Martial Arts School that it was an unwritten rule among martial arts schools that if a challenge was issued, one could not evade it. To do so would signify capitulation, necessitating the closure of the school, lest they become the subject of ridicule among their peers. Gu Liangkai wore a crestfallen expression, realizing that even enlisting the deputy Lord Chao Hexing's assistance had proven futile, and he now feared for his very life. There's no need for a match. I must have been blinded by greed to dare to slander an esteemed individual. I shall return to close the school. Pleading for mercy for my daughter and I. After contemplating, Su Jiuquan deemed Gu Liangkai to be detestable, yet killing him seemed pointless, so he replied, Close the school, and let that suffice. Since you have offended me, you shall compensate me with another 5,000 taels. 5,000 taels? Gu Liangkai winced at the thought. He had already relinquished 5,000 taels previously, and had subsequently paid an additional 2,000 taels to Chao Hexing in retaliation against Su Jiuquan. Leaving him significantly drained, to procure another 5,000 taels would truly require him to sell his belongings. However, Shuzhou was a large city, and having operated there for decades, he was loath to abandon it. In this tumultuous world, finding a city of similar stature to settle down and establish a martial arts school was no easy task. Yet, if he could survive this crisis, he believed that he would eventually recoup his losses. With this in mind, Gu Liangkai gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Very well, I shall deliver it to your residence by tomorrow. Su Jiuquan nodded, unperturbed by any thoughts of Gu Liangkai fleeing. Next, he accompanied Zheng Xinyue to a money exchange in Suzhou City to retrieve the silver. At his age, it was his first experience utilizing banknotes. Fortunately, Zheng Xinyue was well-versed in this process, and they arrived at Tongyuan Money Exchange, the largest in the Great Way. Fortunately, although 1,000 taels was no small sum, it could still be gathered in Suzhou City. Before long, they procured 2 chests of silver. Su Jiuchuan carried one in each hand and returned to the Fuyuan escort agency. After seeing Zheng Xinyue off, Su Jiuchuan opened the system and selected to recharge. The transaction completed successfully, revealing a current balance of 10,866 points. Upon seeing this number, Su Jiuchuan finally felt a long-lost sense of security. Chapter 30. Undercurrents. On a 3-story platform within the Lord's residence, Guanlin gazed into the distance. Watching Su Jiuchuan and the others depart, that he waited until they were out of sight before beckoning to someone behind him. "Lord, is there something you wish to convey?" Chao Xinghe emerged from an undisclosed location, swiftly disseminating news that Su Jiuchuan's auspicious dragon jade pendant served as a token, having facilitated the exchange of 10,000 taels of silver from the Lord's manor, thus settling the matter. Indeed, he dared not hesitate, promptly bowing before turning to depart. Guanlin paid him no heed, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. "Xinda Temple, is it?" Heh. Simultaneously, in a secluded alley near the Lord's manor, a finely crafted carriage stood still. Inside, 2 individuals whispered conspiratorially. How did Su Jiuchuan become entangled with the royal family? Will Lord Guan pose a threat to our Lu family? Indeed, the 2 were none other than Lu Cheng and Lu Yuanjin of the Lu clan. "Elder brother, I just observed Su Jiuchuan and his companions swaggering out of the Lord's manor. We have indeed played the Blue family for fools this time." Lu Yuanjin remained silent, his brow furrowed. As the prospective head of the Lu family, he had been groomed for leadership from a young age. Unlike Lu Cheng, who was in a fit of agitation, he sensed something amiss. This situation bears peculiarities. His slender fingers tapped lightly on the carriage's wall as he pondered. Guanlin's demeanor is quite strange. The court has long since issued decrees against rebellion, yet the royal army is actively maneuvering outside Xianzhou, and he remains steadfastly entrenched. Thus, he has not completely surrendered his allegiance to the court. Lu Cheng, returning to his senses, remarked, "That makes sense. Could he share the Blue family's intentions?" "No. I have heard that the royal army has already attempted to contact Guanlin, only to be rebuffed. If he were merely biding his time, he would not have dismissed them outright. Moreover, if he had chosen loyalty to the royal family, he would likely have already raided the Lu family to seize assets and personnel. Yet, that has not occurred. If he were to betray them, then Su Jiuchuan and his companions ought not to have been allowed to leave. Guanlin is no fool. Shall we send the Su siblings back? Futile. They have already offended him. We must first ascertain the Lord's manor's stance. If the Lord's manor intends to protect him, then our Lu family must tread cautiously. In that instant, both fell into contemplative silence. "Young master." Suddenly, a young servant rushed into the alley. "Quiet." Lu Cheng, already vexed, raised his hand and delivered a stinging slap. The young servant, initially rushing forth to convey urgent news, was momentarily stunned by the unexpected blow. Rendered speechless, Lu Yuanjin's expression flickered with displeasure at Lu Cheng's impulsiveness, demanding, "What is it?" "The Lord's manor has relayed word that Su Jiuchuan exchanged his jade pendant for 10,000 taels of silver, and the matter has been resolved. Elder brother, does this imply that the Lord's manor will not protect the Su family?" Lu Cheng laughed heartily. Lu Yuanjin, upon hearing this, exhaled in relief, saying, "You may leave now and collect 5 taels of silver from the treasury." "Yes." The young servant, clutching his face, departed in high spirits. In that case, let us return home to consult father and deliberate our course of action. Lu Yuanjin, however, did not make an immediate decision, preferring to confer with his father. Lu Xianshan, the head of the Lu family, one a grassroots 4th tier, the other a barely 20-year-old 4th tier, and one who has already made enemies. It would be best to eliminate him for peace of mind. At that moment, Su Jiuchuan had returned to the escort agency, waiting for the others to disperse before activating the simulator. "Would you like to use the life simulator? Each use costs 2,000 points. Yes, AT-18. You are already a 4th-tier martial artist. You learn that the Lu family has captured Su Yunxia and Su Yuanjiao. You resolve to rescue them. One day, the Lu family invites you to their manor for a banquet. apologizing for the misunderstanding regarding the Su siblings. You attend the gathering. During the feast, the Liu family proposes that you join them and marry a distant female relative. You refuse. The Liu family, unfazed, raises a toast in your honor. As the evening progresses, Liu Yuanjin suddenly attacks you. Just as you prepare to retaliate, you discover the wine is poisoned. You are unable to resist and are killed on the spot, at the tender age of 18. It seems the Liu family is resolute in their intention to eliminate him. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following. 1. Martial Realm of 18.2. Martial Experience of 18.3. Wisdom of Life at 18. This time, the three options bear no significant difference. He randomly selects 3 instantly. A memory resurfaced. The overwhelming sensation of helplessness, Liu Cheng's sinister grin, Liu Yuanjin's sword, and then the infinite darkness. Su Jiuchuan was drenched in sweat. The experience was truly terrifying. Once more. At 18, you are a 4th-tier martial artist. The Liu family invites you to a banquet. That night, you arrive at the Liu Manor, but instead of feasting, you engage in slaughter. You face Liu Yuanjin, and after 30 exchanges, neither side gains the upper hand. Just then, Liu Xianshan, the head of the Liu family, appears. This 3rd-tier martial artist merely points a finger at your forehead, and you perish. At the age of 18. This time, Su Jiuchuan selects 2. A surge of combat experience floods his mind, particularly the last finger that sealed his fate. He had tried everything but could not escape. No wonder it is said that the difference between 1st and 3rd tier is high-tier martial artists, while 4th to 6th tier is mid-tier, and anything below 6th is low-tier. The disparity between tiers is immense. He is merely 1 tier below Liu Xianshan, yet cannot withstand even a single blow. Once more. At 18, you have become a 4th-tier martial artist. The Liu family invites you to the banquet. That evening, you approach Xiande Temple, presenting your token, hoping they might assist in eliminating the Liu family. The master of Xiande Temple informs you that the time for intervention has not yet arrived. Thus rejecting your request. In despair, you retreat to the temple for secluded training. A decade later, Xue Mingkai passes by, engages in conversation with you, and departs gracefully. The next day, a senior brother from the Xianxian sect finds you and claims you have disturbed Xue Mingkai's cultivation. He swiftly kills you with a sword, and you perish at the age of 28. What kind of nonsense is this? Su Jiuchuan felt a wave of frustration. He had secluded himself in the temple, and merely conversing with Xue Mingkai led to his demise. Where can one seek justice for this? Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following. 1. Martial Realm at 28.2. Martial Experience at 28. 3. Wisdom of Life at 20-8. Su Jiuchuan chooses 1. Instantly. A profound energy surged within him. Su Jiuchuan realized this was the essence of his arduous decade of training. Chapter 31. The Banquet. What sort of place is Xiande Temple? Is it not said that presenting a token guarantees fulfillment of requests? How can they refuse? Let us continue. At 18. You are already a 4th-tier martial artist. The Liu family hosts a banquet to apologize to you and the Su siblings. You do not attend, secretly leaving Xianzhou City at midnight, heading towards Tianmu City. On the way, you rescue a woman named Kai Rujin and escort her home. To repay your life-saving grace, Kai Jing, her father and a congenital expert, imparts the Blade Chi's secret record to you. 5 years later, on a stormy night, inspiration strikes, and you successfully comprehend the Blade Chi's secret record. T32, feeling that your vengeance remains unfulfilled and your body weary. You return to Xianzhou. One night, you invade the Liu family manor and slay Liu Yuanjin. Ultimately, you meet your end at the hands of Liu Xianshan. At the age of 30-2. Su Jiuchuan reflected on this simulation outcome. Feeling a mix of emotions, he still had not broken through to the 3rd tier, yet at least he had avenged Liu Yuanjin. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following. 1. Martial Realm at 32. 2. Martial Experience at 32.3. Wisdom of Life at 30-2. Is there any need for deliberation? He directly selects 2. A set of profound sword techniques infiltrates his mind. Su Jiuchuan recognizes this as the Blade Chi secret record imparted by the congenital expert. The intricacies of this sword technique are indeed remarkable. In previous encounters with Liu Yuanjin, they had been evenly matched, but now he is capable of defeating him, undoubtedly owing to this newfound sword technique. However, the head of the Liu family presents a greater challenge. Though only 1 tier apart, the division between mid-tier and high-tier martial artists is stark. Su Jiuchuan calculated that the remaining silver would suffice for 2 more simulations. hoping to deepen his foundation and achieve a breakthrough. At 18, you are a fourth-tier martial artist. The Lu family invites you to the banquet. You decline and make your way to Xiande Temple. Within the temple, you devote yourself to arduous training. At 28, you have yet to achieve a breakthrough point. One day, Xue Mingkai passes through Xiande Temple, now a congenital expert. You inquire earnestly about the path to breaking through to the third tier. Xue Mingkai generously shares her insights, and you gain newfound understanding before she departs gracefully. The next day, Xue Mingkai's senior brother arrives, claiming you have become a source of inner turmoil for his junior sister. And he unsheathes his sword to kill you. You fight desperately, and just before your demise, you break through, becoming a third-tier martial artist. At the age of 20-8, Su Jiuquan felt a sense of relief. He had finally achieved a breakthrough. This time, he did not hesitate, directly selecting one. Instantly, a surge of true energy coursed through him. As several acupoints were unblocked, Su Jiuquan sensed that the amount of true energy within him had increased 3- to 4-fold, and its resilience had vastly improved. Indeed, the third tier signifies a qualitative leap. At that moment, Zheng Xinyue knocked and entered. Upon seeing Su Jiuquan, she was filled with curiosity. In just a short span of time, how had Su Dage's aura grown so profound? She could hardly fathom that in such a brief interval, Su Jiuquan had ascended from fourth tier to third tier. Su Jiuquan smiled gently, choosing not to disclose his advancement. Su Dage, the Lu family has sent an invitation, stating they wish to apologize to you. Zheng Xinyue still wore a frown as she remarked, "However, I can't shake the feeling that things are not as simple as they appear." Su Jiuquan chuckled lightly and replied, "What could possibly be the matter? We should simply rely on our connections to the royal family to find a way out." Despite his words, a cold sneer danced in his heart. Lu family. That evening, Su Jiuquan escorted Zheng Xinyue to the Lu residence. The Lu family was a martial arts lineage boasting a history of over a century in Shuzhou, with a vast estate sprawling over dozens of acres, staffed by hundreds of guards and servants. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lu Yuanjun personally greeted them, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture as he smiled. "Brother Su, I beg your pardon for any offense. Today's banquet is meant to atone for our missteps, and I hope you can forgive us." Su Jiuquan smiled in return, inwardly thinking how hypocritical these aristocratic youths truly were, yet he chose not to expose their fade. Leading the way, Lu Yuanjun guided him, and as Su Jiuquan surveyed the surroundings, he noted the grandeur befitting a noble family. Ornately carved beams, picturesque pavilions, and an abundance of rare flora seemingly planted without concern for expense. If one sought wealth, it seemed prudent to align with these illustrious families, he mused. Soon, they entered a secluded courtyard where a banquet had been laid out. 3 or 4 individuals were already seated. With Lu Chengzheng engaged in conversation with them, Lu Yuanjun quickly introduced, "These are local scions, here to witness Brother Su's prowess today. This is Lian Xiong from the Lian family, Lin Yu from the Lin family, and Qian Jiayu from the Qian family." The trio merely cast indifferent glances at him before resuming their hushed discussions. Su Jiuquan observed them closely. The 2 men and 1 woman were undoubtedly scions of prominent local families. Had he chosen the path of wisdom in his previous life simulations, he would have discerned their intentions. Lu Yuanjun ushered Su Jiuquan and Zheng Xinyue to a corner, whereupon several servants brought forth 2 familiar figures, Su Yunxia and Su Yuanjiao, now clad in fresh robes, indicating that the Lu family had indeed made an effort. Upon seeing Su Jiuquan, both were engulfed in excitement. With Su Yunxia's eyes brimming with tears, he quickly pulled them to sit beside him. This incident was a reckless act by the Lu family, and I implore you, Brother Su, to drink this cup in good faith, Lu Yuanjun declared, raising his cup towards Su Jiuquan before downing it in one go. The other young nobles remained silent, their gazes fixed upon the unfolding scene. Su Jiuquan, wearing a beaming smile, responded, "Very well, let this matter be settled." He lifted his own cup, holding it with both hands before consuming its contents. As the last drop vanished, a collective sigh of relief swept through the onlookers. Lian Xiong even whispered to Lu Cheng, "Later, send that young woman over to me." Lu Cheng nodded in acknowledgement upon realizing he was referring to Zheng Xinyue. Although the young aristocrats believed their conversations were discreet, Su Jiuquan, now a third-grade martial artist, heard every word with clarity, prompting a cold smile to form within him. Lu Yuanjun set down his cup and remarked, "I've heard that your affairs with the royal family have concluded, so I believe it's time to resolve matters with the Lan family as well." Zhang Xinyue's heart raced in alarm upon hearing this unexpected twist, while Su Yunxia and Su Yuanjiang behind her displayed expressions of sheer horror. After enduring a harrowing ordeal just days prior, they had hoped to find solace in a change of circumstances, only to find themselves amidst yet another crisis. Now with the entirety of the Su family present, Chapter 32, Liquidation. Su Jiuchuan, unhurried, replied, "Oh, how do you propose to conclude this matter?" "Naturally, with death as atonement." Lu Yuanjin sneered. "Now, fall to the ground." Su Jiuchuan rose slowly, turning in a deliberate circle. "And how exactly do you envision this fall?" You aren't poisoned," Lu Cheng exclaimed, the first to break the tension. Su Jiuchuan revealed his sleeve, dampened by a substantial liquid, and retorted, "Are you referring to that cup of wine?" "Heh, I had intended to take it home with me. Cunning little brat. But what does it matter? The Lu family is not a place you can enter or exit at will." Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed as a middle-aged man emerged from behind a screen. It was Lu Xianshan, the head of the Lu family. "Since you desire to avoid a swift demise, then it seems we have no choice." With that, Lu Yuanjin wickedly drew a sword from his waist and lunged forward. A sharp crack resounded as Lu Yuanjin's sword had barely left its sheath when he was struck down by a resounding slap. "Third grade," Lu Xianshan gasped in astonishment. The real shock came to Lu Yuanjin, who had sparred with Su Jiuchuan just yesterday, certain that they both possessed fourth-grade strength. How had he suddenly dropped to third grade? The surrounding young nobles could no longer remain seated, retreating rapidly to the courtyard's edge. Their purpose had been to ascertain Su Jiuchuan's background, and while a fourth-grade martial artist was respectable, it paled in comparison to the status of these centuries-old families. However, the situation had shifted dramatically. A third-grade martial artist was now considered a high-ranking warrior, worthy of establishing their own lineage in Shuzhou. By distancing themselves, they signaled that today's events were a matter strictly between the Lu family and Su Jiuchuan, no longer involving the others. Lu Cheng, filled with resentment, noted the hypocrisy of these noble youths, who would claim brotherhood in calm times, yet scurry away when trouble arose, especially Lin Xiong, who had just suggested sending Zhang Xinyue to him, now appeared to be a stranger. "It's time to understand." Su Jiuchuan drew his long blade, charging toward Lu Yuanjin. With a swift slice, before Lu Xianshan could intervene, Lu Yuanjin's head was severed from his body. "I demand your death," Lu Xianshan roared, his fury filling the air with sword intent as he unleashed the Lu family's ancestral swordsmanship, Heart Moon sword technique, said to be inspired by one of their ancestors during a moonlit night. The sword's power was formidable, capable of manifesting the current state of mind into its strikes. Amidst the flickering sword shadows, discerning the real from the illusion became an impossible task. Su Jiuchuan focused intently, executing a move from the secret record of blade power. Drawing the blade to cut water, "I care not for your flourishes. I shall simply cleave through." With a decisive strike, the blade met Lu Xianshan's neck, ending his life on the spot. Finally, Su Jiuchuan exhaled in relief. Countless simulations had seen him fall at the hands of this father-son duo, but now, he had achieved resolution. "Spare me." Lu Cheng, witnessing the demise of his father and brother, was rendered utterly paralyzed with fear. Su Jiuchuan dismissively shook his head. "I might consider sparing you, but you must surrender the Lu family's assets." Seizing the opportunity for survival, Lu Cheng eagerly agreed, quickly summoning the steward. The steward presented the property deeds and account books, stating, "The estate contains 15,000 taels of cash, 100 acres of farmland, and 20 shops." Su Jiuchuan's heart soared. Indeed, aligning with noble families was the path to wealth. Even a minor family like the Lus possessed such riches. Imagine the fortunes held by families with a history of 1,000 years. How much could the farmland and shops fetch? The steward shook his head, replying, "In these chaotic times, both farmland and shops have depreciated significantly. If we were to sell quickly, we might only receive half of their worth, around 30,000 taels." Su Jiuchuan winced at the thought of losing 30,000 taels due to the half-price offer. Just then, he glanced up to see a few young aristocrats observing from a distance. "You there, come here." The three noble youths, who had come to merely spectate, were struck with shock at witnessing the head of a family dispatched so easily. Although the Lu family was one of the lesser houses in Shuzhou, the gravity of the situation was not lost on them, for they were dealing with a formidable killer. The trio obediently approached. Su Jiuchuan handed over the property deeds and tossed the land contracts toward them, saying, "You two are families of Shuzhou. See how much you can acquire for these assets." Their eyes lit up. For such properties were legacies that could be passed down through generations. Since land and shops in the vicinity had long been divided among a few families, this opportunity was rare. Qian Jiayu stepped forward. Picking up the land contract and flipping through it, the Qian family will take all the properties and estates. I will offer 40,000 taels. Unlike the other families, the Qian family was primarily a commercial lineage. And although she was not the future head, her upbringing allowed her to recognize the opportunity immediately, especially after hearing the steward mention a sale price of only 30,000 taels. She raised the offer by 10,000. The other two, not to be outdone, chimed in, "We cannot let the Qian family take everything. We wish to acquire a portion as well." Su Jiuchuan smiled. "That seems reasonable. Everyone should have a stake in this. How about you discuss it among yourselves? The total price is set at 50,000 taels." The trio paused in surprise before moving aside to deliberate. After a considerable interval, they returned, with Qian Jiayu stating, "We agree to purchase everything for 50,000 taels, though I did not anticipate that this fellow would be so cunning as to incite discord among the three families. She is, after all, from a merchant clan," and they quickly coordinated a solution. Although a bit more silver has been added to the mix, it is indeed a profitable venture. Within 3 days, I expect you to deliver the silver to the Fuyuan Escort Agency, where I shall be residing temporarily. I will only accept cash. The three individuals furrowed their brows. Although cash was troublesome, it was not beyond their capabilities, and they eventually nodded in agreement. "Though, by the way, Lian Xiong, I just heard that you mentioned to Lu Cheng that you wish for my companion to be sent to you." Su Jiuchuan's expression suddenly shifted, a murderous intent enveloping Lian Xiong. Zheng Xinhua then realized that she had been targeted long before, and at this thought, a sense of dread crept into her heart. Misunderstanding. Lian Xiong's face turned ashen, but having witnessed Su Jiuchuan's ferocity earlier, he dared not act rashly, secretly contemplating, "How dare a mere third-tier martial artist insult me so? I shall find someone to eliminate you later." Chapter 33. The blade's intent. Su Jiuchuan paid no heed to Lian Xiong's furtive thoughts. In his view, as long as he could continually enhance his strength, no problem would remain insurmountable. After settling matters here, Su Jiuchuan returned to the Fuyuan Escort Agency with Su Yunxia and Su Yuanjiang, whereupon the servants of the Lu family obediently delivered 15,000 taels of cash. After sending them away, Su Jiuchuan opened the system and selected to recharge. The recharge was successful, and the current balance stood at 17,866 points. This was the first time he possessed such wealth, enough to simulate 8 times. Coupled with the funds from selling land and property, he had nearly 50,000 taels. He truly felt as though he had struck gold. However, Su Jiuchuan quickly dispelled his excitement. Although he had acquired the money, it seemed he had also offended the local aristocracy. After all, no one relished the sudden emergence of an outsider. Su Jiuchuan did not wish to find himself killed before he could even spend his newfound wealth. He must swiftly convert the silver into strength. Let us continue the simulation. At 18, you became a third-tier martial artist. In Shuzhou, you annihilated the Lu family, causing widespread alarm among the local gentry. That very night, a masked man stormed into your residence. Upon engaging him in combat, you discovered he was also a third-tier martial artist. You were no match for him and barely escaped with severe injuries. 6 months later, having healed, you learned that Su Yuanjiang, Su Yunxia, and Zheng Xinhua had all been murdered. You vowed to exact revenge. At 20, you returned to Shuzhou, intent on uncovering the identity of the masked man. One night, he reappeared. Employing the blade techniques from the secret record of Blade Qi, you still proved inadequate and were slain, perishing at the tender age of 20. So formidable. Su Jiuchuan was taken aback. In this simulation, he had gained an additional 2 years of cultivation, yet still could not prevail. Moreover, in the previous attempt, he had managed to flee, but this time he had been killed outright. Why was this the case? The simulation concluded, and you may retain one of the following. 1. The martial realm of a 20-year-old. 2. The martial experience of a 20-year-old. 3. The wisdom of a 20-year-old. This time, he chose the second option. That a memory of fierce combat surged into his mind, and Su Jiuchuan instantly grasped the reason for his demise. The masked man's sword technique descended upon him like a towering mountain. rendering escape impossible. Is this the intent of the sword? Moreover, it embodies the intent of a mountain. Throughout his numerous simulations, Su Jiuquan had heard of sword intent. It is the merging of martial will into techniques, capable of resisting only that which possesses will. Thus, if Su Jiuquan wished to contend with his opponent, he must either ascend to a higher martial tier to suppress them with sheer force or similarly infuse his techniques with martial will, forging his own blade intent. Otherwise, he would find no solution. Let us proceed again. At 18. You became a third-tier martial artist. You slew the head of the Liu family, gaining renown in Shuzhou. The next day, you set off with your elder brother and second sister, only to encounter a masked man along the way. You drew your blade to confront him, but ultimately proved no match and fled with injuries. The Su siblings were slain. You were engulfed in sorrow. 6 months later, having recovered, you traveled to Tianmu City, where you apprenticed under Kai Jing, learning the art of the blade. One day, while out with your senior sister Kai Rujing, you encountered black-clad assailants attempting to abduct her. You engaged in combat, but after several exchanges, you were killed on the spot, dying at 18. Su Jiuquan felt a sense of frustration. This time, he had sought to hone his blade intent by apprenticing under Kai Jing, especially since the secret record of blade qi had originated from him. Thus, returning to practice under him should have been the right choice. Yet, why had he been able to repel the black-clad men during his previous heroics, but succumbed this time? Perhaps the adversaries had gleaned information about Kai Rujing's situation and sent their men accordingly. In the last instance, he had appeared by chance, catching them unawares, which had granted him the opportunity to rescue her. This time, they had clearly accounted for his strength, leading to his failure. The simulation concluded, and you may retain one of the following. 1. The martial realm of an 18-year-old. 2. The martial experience of an 18-year-old. 3. The wisdom of an 18-year-old. Su Jiuquan chose the second option. Countless memories of blade technique practice flooded his mind, and Su Jiuquan felt he had gained a profound understanding of the secret record of blade qi. Indeed, finding the right teacher is essential for rapid advancement. Let us continue. 18. You became a third-tier expert. You entrusted Zheng Xinyue with escorting Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia out of Shuzhou. That day, a masked man ambushed your residence. You were no match and sustained injuries while fleeing. Subsequently, you learned that Zheng Xinyue and the others had been ambushed and slain en route. You departed Shuzhou for Tianmu City, where you apprenticed under the innate master Kai Jing, diligently training. One day, Kai Rujing was abducted by black-clad men. Kai Jing, in a fit of rage, set out to find his daughter and did not return for many years. A decade later, Kai Jing returned home gravely injured, only to be pursued by a group of black-clad men. You were compelled to fight desperately in defense. In the end, Kai Jing unleashed a powerful attack, annihilating the black-clad men, but succumbed to his injuries. You, inspired by this, gained enlightenment and achieved blade intent. Half a month later, the black-clad men reappeared, intent on exterminating Kai Jing's disciples. You unleashed your combat prowess, battling fiercely until your demise, passing away at the age of 20-8. In this simulation, Su Jiuquan had managed to survive longer, disregarding Kai Rujing, and ultimately lived a full decade longer, with his greatest achievement being the formation of blade intent. The simulation concluded, and you may retain one of the following. 1. The martial realm of a 28-year-old. 2. The martial experience of a 28-year-old. 3. The wisdom of a 28-year-old. Without hesitation, he chose the second option. Su Jiuquan felt a surge of unwavering will within him. He could not help but draw forth his long blade. The blade quivered lightly in his grasp, urging him to charge forth and fight. This was blade intent, the resolute determination obtained through countless battles, a conviction of life and death. Outside, Zheng Xinyue suddenly felt a jolt in her heart, as though a ferocious beast had been unleashed from Su Jiuquan's room. Fierce and unyielding. Fearful, she dared not move. It was not until a full incense stick's time had passed that this overwhelming will gradually dissipated. That moment, Su Jiuquan also reigned in his blade intent. He contemplated that throughout these numerous simulations, irrespective of his actions, it was exceedingly difficult to ensure the safety of Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia. What could be done? He had begun to discern the peculiarities of the simulator. While it allowed for rapid enhancement of his strength, it was also fraught with peril. Each time he amassed considerable wealth, thinking he could relax, formidable foes would suddenly arise, leaving him perpetually teetering on the brink of death. This must be the world's abundant malice toward him, the time-transcending interloper. Thus, it became exceedingly challenging to care for his siblings. Chapter 34. Arrangements in a residence within Shuzhou. Lien Xiong was reporting the day's events to a middle-aged man. Father, Su Jiuquan is ruthless and cruel. He directly slaughtered the Liu family father and son, and even liquidated their assets. This is truly despicable. He must not be allowed to succeed. We cannot allow a mere third-tier martial artist to act with impunity in Shuzhou. Lien Xiong could not help but express his indignation at the humiliation he had suffered at the Liu family estate. The middle-aged man was none other than Lien Qi, the head of the Lien family. He shook his head and replied, "If Su Jiuquan has seized the Liu family's assets, that indeed poses a problem that it implies he intends to carve up the interests of Shuzhou. However, since he has sold the Liu family's assets to us several families, it indicates he has no intention of settling in Shuzhou. Then it matters not. A mere few tens of thousands of taels will suffice to placate him. After all, he is merely a superior martial artist." A few tens of thousands of taels sounds substantial, but for these prominent families, it is hardly significant. Moreover, for martial artists, money is ultimately external, as long as it suffices to maintain the family's expenses. That is enough. The true foundation of a family lies in martial prowess. Why has the Lien family remained the strongest among the gentry in Shuzhou? It is simply because the Lien family boasts 2 third-tier martial artists and 1 latent ancestor of the first tier. However, Lien Xiong remained unconvinced. Enough of this discussion. This matter will be settled as it is. Lien Qi waved his hand impatiently as he exited the courtyard. Lien Xiong remained resentful. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he hurried out, summoning a servant to prepare a carriage. The carriage departed the Lien residence and rushed several dozen kilometers to a cave on the outskirts. Lien Xiong emerged from the carriage, adjusted his attire, and then ventured alone into the cave. The cave was not spacious, measuring only about 10 zhang in length, and within sat a solitary figure in meditation. This person appeared to be in his 30s. His long hair obscuring his face, and his beard was unkempt, clearly having spent many years in seclusion. "Second uncle." Lien Xiong respectfully clasped his hands and called out, "This is Lien Song, the third-grade martial artist of the Lien family. Aside from Lien Qi, he is the most talented disciple of the Lien clan, not only having broken through to the 3rd grade, but also having gained enlightenment from the Lien family's Hengyue sword technique, thereby condensing his sword intent. Sword intent is the manifestation of martial will and martial arts, significantly aiding in the breakthrough to the innate realm. Thus, the Lien family refrains from allowing him to engage with the mundane world, focusing solely on his cultivation, in hopes that one day, should the Lien family possess an innate powerhouse, they could become a renowned family across the land. "What is it?" Lien Song remained with his eyes closed. "Second uncle, recently a young man named Su Jiuquan has emerged in Shuzhou City. It is said that merely half a month ago, in Hechuan City, he had just broken through to the 9th grade. However, yesterday, he killed the head of the Liu family and is now a 3rd-grade martial artist. Lien Song suddenly opened his eyes, and in the pitch-dark cave, his gaze pierced like a sharp sword, causing Lien Xiong to be filled with trepidation, as if sensing a hidden secret within his own being. Lien Xiong quickly added, "I was thinking, if second uncle could uncover the secret behind his rapid breakthrough, it might assist in advancing to the innate realm." Noticing that his father was unwilling to take action against Su Jiuquan, Lien Xiong turned to his second uncle. If it were for any other reason, his second uncle would likely show little interest. However, when it comes to secrets of martial advancement, he would certainly not let the opportunity slip. Go and investigate his situation thoroughly. I shall take action personally. After saying this, Lien Song closed his eyes once more. Understood. With that, Lien Xiong slowly exited the cave. Meanwhile, Su Jiuquan had summoned Su Yunxia, Su Yuanjiang, and Zheng Xinyue. "We shall visit Xuanda Temple tomorrow." Su Jiuquan pondered for a long while. He had encountered numerous dangers lately, particularly during various simulations where Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia had become burdens. Yet, he currently lacked trustworthy companions or a truly safe place to shelter the two. "Jiuquan, we are still a burden to you." Su Yuanjiang felt a twinge of guilt. Though they had narrowly escaped death at the Liu family, he could not shake the feeling of being a liability. Su Yuanjiang had always been the pillar of the Su family. Whenever he set out on a mission, Su Jiuquan and Su Yunxiao would worry for a long time. Yet, unwittingly, he had become a burden, which left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Really, I am fine. Su Yunxia added resolutely. I can manage anywhere. I cannot be a burden to you. Su Zhouchuan felt a pang of regret. His elder sister and brother were still as considerate as ever. Always thinking of him in the past. You protected me. Now I can protect you. However, for the time being, we are indeed endangered. I intend to place you in a safe location temporarily, once I am strong enough. I will come to retrieve you. The place he considered for their temporary refuge was Xuande Temple. Throughout countless simulated lives, Xuande Temple had sheltered him for many years until Xue Minkai appeared and he was killed by her senior brother. We will follow your lead. Su Yuanzhong silently vowed to strive to become a martial artist to alleviate his brother's worries. But for now, he would heed Su Zhouchuan's arrangement, having reassured his elder sister and brother. Su Zhouchuan then addressed Zheng Xinyue. Please make arrangements for transportation. I will escort them to Xuande Temple. As the sky gradually darkened, a carriage emerged from the Fuyuan escort agency, while traveling through a small grove at night. Su Zhouchuan suddenly called to the carriage driver. Stop for a moment. Guests are arriving. Quite perceptive, a masked figure slowly emerged from the darkened woods. Su Zhouchuan had encountered this masked individual in numerous simulations and was somewhat curious about their identity. Who are you? Why are you waiting for me here? I have heard that within a few months, you have ascended from a 9th grade martial artist directly to a 3rd grade. Let us see your caliber. Su Zhouchuan was taken aback. His identity was indeed too easy to uncover, and evidently, his rapid advancement had attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. The masked figure slowly drew a long knife, emanating an aura of immovability akin to a mountain. Impressive. You have some merit. The masked figure also slowly unsheathed a long sword. With the sword in hand, his entire demeanor transformed, and Su Zhouchuan felt as though a colossal mountain loomed above him, poised to descend and crush him. Is this the essence of mountain sword intent? The pressure emanating from this individual far surpassed that of the head of the Liu family. This was truly a high-grade martial artist. A surge of battle intent erupted within Su Zhouchuan as a faint white blade aura coalesced around his long knife, enveloping it in a thin layer. This was the true strength of the blade aura's secret record. Only with the enhancement of blade intent could the blade aura manifest. This moment, Lian Song was also astonished. Initially, he had been skeptical of Lian Xiong's words. However, the young man before him had actually condensed blade intent. It is known that while martial cultivation can be attributed to innate talent, integrating martial will into blade techniques is a testament to formidable resolve. Even he had taken until the age of 30, with countless family resources, to barely achieve sword intent. Thus, he could be considered a genius swordsman of Shuzhou City. This realization made Lian Song's heart turn cold. Such a prodigy could not be allowed to exist before him. Die? Instantly, the sky seemed to darken, as if an immense mountain was descending upon them. The overwhelming force of the mountain appeared poised to crush Su Zhouchuan into a pulp. In the next moment, a simple yet unadorned flash of blade light pierced through the darkness, cleaving toward the mountain. The blade aura expanded continuously, surging toward the mountain and shattering it as if it were dry twigs. In the sky, the mountain vanished, revealing its true form, a pitch-black long sword. Clang! The blade aura struck fiercely against the sword body, producing a resounding echo. Subsequently, the long sword emitted a mournful wail, being sent flying away. Lian Song reached out, and the sword flew automatically into his grasp, still vibrating with residual energy. Lian Song coughed up a mouthful of blood, his entire being falling into a state of disarray. The clash of sword intent was fundamentally a contest of will. While victory could be overwhelmingly destructive, failure would inflict a psychological wound that was not easily mended. Some might even develop inner demons. Halting their martial advancement thereafter, he realized he was in a poor state and could not remain here. He immediately turned to flee. Thinking you can come and go as you please, such a notion is naive. Su Zhouchuan transformed into a flash of blade light, cleaving towards Lian Song. Lian Song could only turn back to defend himself. Crack! It sounded as if something had shattered, and blood began to seep from Lian Song's brow. The fabric of the mask split in two, carried away by the night wind, and then he fell to the ground. Dead. From deep within the woods came the sound of panicked footsteps. Su Zhouchuan understood these were companions of the masked figure. At this moment, he had to guard the carriage and had no intention of pursuing them. At this moment, he was still immersed in the essence of that recent strike. relentless and unyielding. Was this my blade intent? Meanwhile, Lin Xiong fled in a panic, feeling as though calamity had befallen him. Second uncle is dead. The key point is that it was I who urged him to kill Su Jiuquan. How do I return to explain this to the family? On the other side of the grove, two individuals were observing from a distance. My lord, what kind of blade technique is this? It is so powerful. The voice belonged to the deputy city lord of Shuzhou City. Chao Xingha, the blade or a secret record of Old Man Kai. Guan Lin stroked his beard, frowning slightly. With a Xuanda Temple token and knowledge of Old Man Kai's blade technique, he is definitely not a member of the Xianqing sect. A genius capable of comprehending blade intent at such a young age would not be allowed to learn blade techniques from Old Man Kai by the Xianqing sect. Guan Lin then smiled, saying, "Very well, let him battle with those proud families first, and we shall clean up the mess afterward." Chao Xingha, noticing the admiration in the city lord's eyes, could not help but inquire, "What should we do about Su Jiuquan then? Since he is not of the Xianqing sect, our prior plans are rendered moot. Now that he has crossed paths with those self-righteous families, simply keep an eye on him. Should those old fools decide to take lethal action, you can intervene. That should allow him to be utilized for our purposes." Understood. With that, the two figures vanished into the night. Su Jiuquan examined the corpse of the masked individual, discovering that not a single coin of silver could be found. The long sword, which should have held some value, was now rendered useless by the blade intent, igniting his ire. What a loss! After simulating countless times, I finally managed to kill this masked figure, yet I earned not a single penny. This venture has cost me at least 6,000 taels. However, he had no choice but to press onward as dawn broke. Su Jiuquan and the others finally arrived at Xuanda Temple. Zheng Xinhua looked at the temple before them with a hint of confusion. It appeared to be an ordinary Taoist temple, even somewhat dilapidated. Why did the city lord Guan Lin seem to hold it in such dread? Su Jiuquan, having visited numerous times in simulations and having sheltered here for decades, found nothing extraordinary at the entrance. A drowsy old Taoist yawned and called out, "This temple only receives visitors during the hour of Chun. Please return." In his eyes, this group of individuals, accompanied by female companions, were undoubtedly ordinary pilgrims. Su Jiuquan wasted no words, directly tossing the black token over while casually stating, "Dao Yuanlao, take me to meet the temple master Dao Qi." Dao Yuan was taken aback. He did not recognize this person. Yet he seemed oddly familiar. "Who are you?" he inquired. Su Jiuquan chuckled, recalling his previous simulations where he had spent considerable time in the Xuanda Temple, seemingly forming a bond with the old man. Thus he couldn't resist making a jest. Though Dao Yuan was puzzled, the significance of the token was paramount, and he dared not delay, hastily leading the group inside. Externally, the Xuanda Temple appeared quite spacious, yet it housed few people. Traversing through the main hall, they encountered no more than 3 or 4 individuals. Before long, they were ushered into a guest chamber, where they met the temple master, Dao Qi. Dao Qi, with his flowing beard and advanced years, emanated an aura of celestial demeanor. Pinching the token between his fingers, he weighed it thoughtfully and remarked, "This is the token of Lin Shimi from our sect. How did you come by it?" Despite having experienced several simulated lives, Su Jiuquan remained unclear about the relationship between Xuanda Temple and Xuanmingcai, making this the opportune moment to seek clarification. Consequently, he recounted how Xuanmingcai had been taken away and how the token was left behind. Dao Qi nodded, stating, "It seems that Miss Xue possesses exceptional talent. Otherwise, Lin Shimi would not have entrusted this token to you. That elder mentioned she is from the Xianqiang sect, and how does that relate to your Xuanda Temple?" Su Jiuquan couldn't help but inquire, a question that had lingered in his mind. Dao Qi smiled lightly, explaining, "The Xianqiang sect serves as the mountain gate, while Xuanda Temple merely acts as a resting place for our disciples during their worldly trials." At last, Su Jiuquan nodded in understanding, asking, "I have heard that this token allows for a certain privilege at Xuanda Temple?" "Indeed, it does," Dao Qi replied, maintaining his composed demeanor. "How about granting me 100,000 taels of silver?" Su Jiuquan ventured, unable to restrain himself. If such wealth were truly attainable, it would enable him to ascend to the innate realm, thus providing a means to settle Su Yunxia and Su Yuanjiang's futures without difficulty. Dao Qi's expression abruptly stiffened. As a preeminent expert stationed in Shuzhou City, he was accustomed to requests for discipleship or martial guidance. Yet this was the first time he encountered someone directly asking for money. Chapter 36. Trouble recognizing the futility reflected in Dao Qi's countenance. Su Jiuquan understood that his hopes were dashed. For such material possessions, the temple could spare 10,000 taels, but anything beyond that was unattainable. Despite Dao Qi's cultivated demeanor, he was evidently irked. I was merely jesting, Su Jiuquan quickly clarified, proceeding to inquire. Might I have the chance to join the Xinshan sect? In his various simulated lives, the Xinshan sect had proven to be a formidable ally, with even the most remote temple housing innate warriors. Gaining admission would undoubtedly be advantageous. Dao Qi scrutinized him closely, even going so far as to pat him down, before shaking his head in disbelief. How peculiar! At such a young age, you have already reached the third-tier realm, which suggests commendable aptitude. Yet, your spiritual root is muddled, displaying a lack of talent that our sect cannot accommodate. Inwardly, Su Jiuquan simmered with indignation, convinced that the old man was deliberately belittling his abilities due to his earlier request for silver. He realized that his current cultivation was solely the result of time investment. Cumulatively, he had spent over a century in simulations, and even a pig could have reached the first-tier level by now. He could only manage a forced smile. If that is the case, then what use is this token? He still wished to test the waters with provocation. Our temple's capabilities are limited, if you are dissatisfied. I shall reclaim the token, Dao Qi replied with a faint smile, genuinely reaching for the token as if to return it to his possession. This old fox remained unfazed, prompting Su Jiuquan to sigh. Dao Zhang, it would be rather ungracious to take the token without cause. How about this? My elder brother and second sister will reside at the temple for a time. I request your protection for them. Having secured the token, Dao Qi replied, I can accommodate that request at this point. Dao Qi seemed disinclined to engage further, promptly dismissing them. The Xuande temple boasted numerous chambers, yet few inhabitants. Dao Yuan generously allowed them to select their quarters at will. Su Yunxia and Su Yuanjiang chose 2 adjacent rooms, finally settling in. Elder brother, second sister, I have made too many enemies. Please stay here temporarily until I stabilize my situation and come to retrieve you. Yes, you must take care, Su Yunxia said, feeling a pang of reluctance, yet recognizing her potential to burden her brother, refraining from further pleas. Feigning ease, Su Yuanjiang remarked, this place appears tranquil, far better than struggling in the chaotic outside world. Rest assured, we can take care of ourselves. After 2 days at the temple, Su Jiuquan and Zheng Xiyue returned to the Fuyuan escort agency, as the deadline for payment from the 3 families was approaching. They waited until noon at the agency, yet no one arrived at Su Jiuquan sensed trouble and promptly initiated another simulation at AT-18. You became a third-tier martial artist. You settled the Su siblings at Xuande Temple while awaiting the 3 prominent families to deliver the land sale funds. The following day, you sought out the Lin family to demand payment. The Lin family refused, leading to a confrontation. The family head, Lin Qi, intervened but proved no match for you and was injured, just as you were prepared to deal with the Lin family as you did with the Lu family. The Lin family's elder ancestor emerged from seclusion. You were severely injured within 2 exchanges at the hands of this first-tier warrior, and just as your life hung in the balance, Chao Xinghe appeared to save you. You became a guard for the city lord's mansion. 3 years later, you encountered Guo Fan outside the city and slew him. The king of you sent envoys to demand retribution, and Guan Lin executed you. Appeasing the king of you, at the age of 20-1 to Su Jiuquan felt a wave of frustration. The Lin family would rather sacrifice lives than lose their wealth simply due to the presence of a first-tier ancestor. At this moment, he remained unaware that the masked figure in the woods was indeed the Lin family's second son, that he merely felt that the Lin family would allow deaths to avoid payment. A despicable act. Later, Guan Lin accepted him but regarded him merely as a tool, intending to shift the blame onto him when the time came. It appeared that the Qin family and Lin family had yet to send their payments, likely gauging the Lin family's response. Should the Lin family be destroyed, they could conveniently seize the shops and land. Conversely, if the Lin family fell, they would surely capitulate. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following. 1. Martial Realm at 21.2. Martial Experience at 21.3. Life Wisdom at 21. Surprised by the Lin family's hidden second-tier strength, Su Jiuquan realized he must find a way to break through. He chose to enhance his internal energy, gaining 3 years of cultivation. Once more, at 18, you became a third-tier martial artist. You liquidated the Lu family's assets. When the agreed time arrived, The three families failed to deliver the promised silver. You refrained from confronting them and instead devoted yourself to cultivation. Half a month later, the Lien family's elder ancestor emerged from seclusion, confronting you and demanding retribution for the death of their second son. You were immediately subdued. Chao Xinghe appeared, rescuing you from peril. You became a guard for the city lord's mansion. Each time you completed a task assigned by the lord, you hurried back to the mansion to cultivate. 12 years later, a first-tier warrior passed through Shuzhou. Seeking to eliminate Guan Lin for the sake of the people, Guan Lin ordered you to stand against the threat while he slipped away. You were effortlessly slain by the first-tier warrior. Dying at the age of 40, reflecting on the results of this simulation, Su Jiuquan found himself in a state of deep agitation. He had come to understand the elder ancestor's motive for wanting him dead. The masked figure must indeed be the Lien family's second son. Now that the enmity had been established, even if he did not seek them out, the Lien family would not spare him. The city lord was indeed no virtuous character. Having been betrayed twice in simulations, he had led to Su Jiuquan's demise. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following. 1. Martial realm at 40. 2. Martial experience at 40.3. Life wisdom at 40. There was little to deliberate. 12 years of cultivation was significant. Su Jiuquan believed that accumulation would eventually lead to transformation. He chose to enhance his abilities once more. Acutely feeling the surge of internal energy, he had now reached the pinnacle of third-tier martial artist, and what he needed was an opportunity to break through to the second tier. Upon inspecting the system, he noted that only 7,688 points remained, allowing for 3 more simulations. These attempts were not guaranteed to yield success in breaking through. At-18, you became a third-tier martial artist. You liquidated the Liu family's assets. Yet the 3 families in Shuzhou failed to deliver the silver on time. Rather than acting impulsively, you escaped the city under the cover of night. You journeyed to Shishui City, where you began to cultivate in secret. At 19, Zheng Nanhai sought you out, persuading you to ally with the court and offering Zheng Xinyue's hand in marriage. Thus, you became a covert agent for the court. At 20, the chief of the town guard praised your talents, promoting you to the rank of lieutenant and granting you access to the archives. At 24, after poring over countless notes from predecessors, you gleaned valuable insights. At 31, during an invasion by the Hu people, you ventured to gather intelligence, but were slain by a first-tier Hu warrior, meeting your end at the age of 31. Chapter 37. The visit. Su Jiuquan gazed at the results of this simulation. Without hesitation, he chose to pursue the realm of martial arts, for it represented 12 years of cultivation. Although the amount of true energy within him had not increased, he could distinctly sense that it had begun to solidify. Su Jiuquan realized that he was merely one thin layer of paper away from a breakthrough. To At-18, you became a third-tier martial artist, selling off properties and land to the Lien family. Yet they failed to deliver the promised silver on time. You and Zheng Xinyue fled the city under the cover of night, heading towards Phoenix City, where you commenced your secluded training. To At-19, Zheng Nanhai sought you out, insisting that you work as a spy for the court, a request you vehemently rejected. That very night, Zheng Xinyue invited you to drink, and you indulged heartily. The following day, you discovered your limbs were immobile. It turned out the wine had been drugged. Zheng Nanhai appeared once more, reiterating his demand for you to serve the court, and promised to marry Zheng Xinyue to you. Enraged, you refused on the spot, leading Zheng Nanhai to attempt to take your life. Zheng Xinyue intervened, taking a fatal blow for you, and ultimately, you both perished. You were a mere 19 years old. Su Jiuquan stared at this outcome, unable to calm his tumultuous thoughts. This world was indeed rife with malice. Simply refusing to act as a spy warranted a death sentence. Furthermore, Zheng Xinyue had betrayed him, leading to their mutual demise. The simulation concluded, and you could retain one of the following. 1. The martial realm of 19.2, the martial experience of 19.3, the wisdom of life at 19. At the time was too brief for meaningful choices. However, reflecting on such a humiliating end, he could not bring himself to select the wisdom of life. Ultimately, he chose the cultivation of the past year, for a year of cultivation was still valuable. Now, only the final simulation experience remained. If this one too failed to yield a breakthrough, what then? A sudden thought struck Su Jiuquan. His blade intent was relentless, yet he had fled from first-tier opponents in previous simulations. Was it a matter of mindset? Resolving himself, Su Jiuquan initiated another simulation. At At-18, you became a third-tier martial artist. You eradicated the Liu family and auctioned off their assets. However, the Lin, Lin, and Qian families failed to remit payment on time. You chose to remain and continue your training. After half a month, the ancestor of the Lin family appeared, intent on avenging Lian Song. You fought valiantly, and after exchanging over 20 blows, you unleashed a devastating technique from the Blade Qi secret record, resulting in mutual destruction with the Lin ancestor. In your final moments, you broke through to the second tier. Indeed, Su Jiuquan rejoiced. Martial will is a reflection of a martial artist's spirit. If it does not align with one's martial intent, subconscious doubt will inevitably arise, making breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Su Jiuquan reflected on the insights gained from this simulation. The simulation ended, and you could retain one of the following. 1. The martial realm of 18. 2. The martial experience of 18.3. The wisdom of life at 18. There was little to deliberate. The choice was clear. Instantly, the true energy within him began to solidify once more, seemingly transforming into a liquid state, coursing through his body and breaking through numerous acupoints. Second tier. Su Jiuquan exhaled deeply, for this simulation not only marked a breakthrough in his realm but also fortified his resolve regarding his martial path. Indeed, in the following days, there was no movement from the Lin, Lin, or even the Qian families. Zhang Xingyue grew increasingly anxious, sensing that something was amiss, and spent days seeking information. Yet, Su Jiuquan remained unperturbed, spending his days seated in the courtyard. Polishing his long blade, he was preparing himself. A grand battle was imminent, and against a first-tier opponent, he had to give his all. Although in the simulated life he had met a tragic end without a breakthrough. Now having attained the second tier, he should achieve a more favorable outcome. However, Su Jiuquan did not place blind faith in the simulation's circumstances. After all, martial artists wager their lives in combat, and often, life and death hinge on a mere moment. Winning this time did not guarantee victory. Next time, the Lin family residence, the patriarch Lin Qi, accompanied by Lin Xiong and other Lin family disciples, stood respectfully at the entrance of a secret chamber. Suddenly, the heavy stone door of the chamber rumbled open, and an elderly man with white hair emerged slowly. "Welcome back, ancestor." The Lin family members bowed in unison. The elder surveyed his surroundings, frowning as he inquired, "Where is Song?" Lin Qi hastily stepped forward, stating, "A few days ago, a third-tier martial artist from Suzhou City arrived. My second brother, hearing of his swift cultivation, sought to test his skills, only to be killed." Killed? The ancestor's gaze turned icy, a wave of murderous intent enveloping the courtyard, causing all present to tremble in fear. Paralyzed with dread, the elder's heart ached. At over 80 years of age, he had yet to break through to the innate stage. Without entering the innate realm, he remained merely a mortal, and his lifespan was dwindling. Among the next generation, Lian Song held the most promise. At merely 30 years old, he was already a third-tier martial artist and had comprehended sword intent. Should he break through to the innate stage, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force. However, with his untimely demise, the future of the Lin family appeared bleak. If the elder were to pass, how could Lin Qi ensure the family's continued prominence? It seemed they were destined to fall into the ranks of lesser clans like the Liu family. Who was this individual? Was he a disciple of a renowned sect? Though consumed by rage and sorrow, the elder dared not act rashly. Anyone capable of reaching the third tier at such a young age and killing Lian Song was no ordinary foe. According to the city lord's reports, this person had a diverse skill set, making it unlikely he was a disciple of a prestigious sect. Very well. Whoever dares to kill my Lin family's kin shall pay with their life. The elder seethed through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Su Jiuquan continued to polish his long blade in the courtyard. Suddenly, Zhang Xingyue rushed in, panic evident in her demeanor. "It's terrible. The escort agency has been surrounded. I recognize their attire. They must be from the Lin family." Su Jiuquan nodded in acknowledgement, continuing his task. With a resounding crash, the main gate was smashed open, and a group of bodyguards stormed in. Leading them was Lin Qi, followed closely by a white-haired elder, presumably the Lin family ancestor, with Lin Xiong and others trailing behind. Zhang Xinyue's brows furrowed as she exclaimed, "You Lin family promised to deliver the payment for the properties and land 10 days ago. Are you attempting to renege on your agreement?" At that moment, she was unaware of the true motive behind the Lin family's siege. Lin Qi, his face twisted with malice, retorted, "You killed our kin and still expect payment. A palpable aura of murder descended upon Zhang Xinyue, the oppressive presence of a high-tier martial artist rendering her paralyzed with fear. Just then, a warm hand grasped hers, a formidable figure shielding her from harm. Chapter 38. Trepidation. Whoever dares to kill my Lin family's children must be prepared to meet death. Has he already attained the second tier? The Lin family ancestor turned to Lian Qi with a fierce glare, chastising him for his incompetence in misjudging the opponent's strength. Fortunately, he still held the upper hand. He refused to believe that just yesterday, this individual had been a mere third-tier martial artist. Regardless, a second-tier martial artist with a vendetta against the Lin family could not be allowed to remain alive. With a fierce gaze, the ancestor's murderous intent remained firmly locked onto Su Jiuquan. This was Su Jiuquan's first encounter with the full force of a first-tier martial artist pressure, although he had previously faced Guan Lin. It had been a mere casual encounter. The pressure felt insurmountable, as if it could crush him, and those surrounding him distinctly felt the weight. Retreating outside the courtyard, Su Jiuquan pushed Zhang Xinyue behind him. Creating distance, he steadied his grip on the blade, manifesting a faint blade aura. This was the blade Qi. The blade aura stood defiantly against the overwhelming pressure. Humph, you've actually cultivated blade intent. No wonder you were able to kill Erlang. The Lin family ancestor sneered. This only makes you less tolerable. Otherwise, who would dare to rein you in the future? With that, he unleashed a powerful thrust of his sword, the earth-shattering force seeming to merge with his strike. As if the very heavens would be pierced, a faint white light ignited in the courtyard, charging towards the fearsome sword light, never to return. With a sharp clang, the long blade shattered under the might of the long sword, scattering metallic shards across the sky. Zhang Xinyue gasped in horror from a distance, her complexion paling. The onlookers from the Lin family began to cheer, victory seemingly within their grasp. Yet amidst the swirling fragments, one shard encased in white light pressed on, akin to a general advancing despite being riddled with arrows, unwaveringly charging toward the enemy stronghold. The Lin family ancestor, initially relieved at having shattered Su Jiuquan's blade, suddenly sensed something amiss and was taken aback. With a sudden thrust, the courtyard seemed to freeze. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, unsure of what transpired. After a long pause, the Lin family ancestor staggered backward, a trickle of blood seeping from his brow. Ancestor. The members of the Lin family were taken aback, yet they dared not move, gazing at Su Jiuquan, who still held the hilt of his sword in the courtyard. Su Jiuquan, too, remained still. That last strike was undoubtedly the pinnacle of his prowess thus far, and he was immersed in an enigmatic sensation. After a considerable time, he felt the familiar sensations return, the fearful gazes surrounding him, the rapid heartbeats of many, and the silhouette of someone stealthily leaping from the wall, who appeared to be Chao Xing. Oh, you still wish to leave? Su Jiuquan called out sharply upon noticing Lian Qi and Lian Xiong attempting to retreat discreetly. Lian Qi retorted fiercely, given the circumstances today, my Lin family has nothing more to say. What was initially perceived as a certain victory had turned into an unforeseen outcome, recalling the fate of the Liu family. He feared he would be unable to escape unscathed. Even Lian Xiong, standing amidst the crowd, wore a face ashen as death. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have provoked this harbinger of death. Yet Su Jiuquan shook his head, deeming the Lin family no longer a worthy adversary. What purpose would it serve to slay them? 100,000 taels of silver must be delivered here by noon tomorrow. Otherwise, the Lin family will cease to exist. Lian Qi could scarcely believe his ears. Even the venerable ancestor of the Lin family had fallen here, and yet the other party merely sought silver. Such material wealth held little value for a martial artist. Very well. Lian Qi hastily nodded, and then proceeded to carry away the corpse of the Lin family ancestor as these individuals departed. Zhang Xinyue hurried over, her voice soft and concerned. Brother Suyu, you weren't injured, were you? Su Jiuquan found her tone rather strange. In the past, Zhang Xinyue had always been quite forthright in her dealings with him. But now her words were laced with tenderness, which struck him as odd. Wait, why was her face flushed, her eyes shimmering with emotion, as if ready to overflow? Su Jiuquan couldn't help but murmur to himself. Could it be that my striking blow earlier has even moved this tomboyish woman? Chao Xinghe rushed into the city lord's mansion at lightning speed, where Guan Lin was still tending to a rare flower. Ordinarily, no one dared to disturb him while he was nurturing plants. But now Chao Xinghe could hardly concern himself with such formalities, my lord. Before he could finish, Guanlin scoffed, and the sound resonated in Chao Xinghe's ears like thunder, prompting him to fall silent immediately. Guanlin continued meticulously clearing away weeds from the sapling until it was entirely free of debris, then gently spread a layer of fine soil before finally raising his head. You read quite disheveled, yet you are still a deputy city lord. Speak. What is it? That Su Jiuquan has killed the Lin family ancestor. With a loud crack, the sapling in Guanlin's hands was crushed into a pile of splinters. Clarify. Only then did Chao Xinghe recount the events that had transpired at second tier. How can that be? Guanlin was certain that during Su Jiuquan's last visit to the city lord's mansion, he had barely reached the third tier. Perhaps he had indeed reached the peak of the third tier and, by sheer luck, found an opportunity to break through. However, to kill a first-tier martial artist shortly after entering the second tier, even if the opponent was an elderly first tier, was still a remarkable feat. Such a prodigy could not be allowed to exist in Shuzhou City. Initially, Guanlin had thought it advantageous to recruit a third-tier expert under 20. However, a second-tier one capable of slaying a first-tier was a different matter entirely, and he could not allow such a person to remain uncontained. Send someone to deliver a message to Su Jiuquan, stating that I invite him to a banquet with several prominent families to mediate the conflicts between him and the local families. Guanlin paced back and forth as he continued. You will go outside the city now and summon a contingent of Tiger Biao soldiers. They must lie in ambush here, and he must not be allowed to escape. Though he was a first-tier martial artist, and a powerful one at that, he was far from comparable to the elderly Lin family ancestor. However, as the chief officer of Shuzhou City, he would not jeopardize his own safety. Understood. Chao Xinghe nodded eagerly, realizing this was a serious matter. The Tiger Biao soldiers could be considered the elite of Shuzhou City, with an annual expenditure of over 10,000 taels of silver invested in them. Not only were they equipped with the finest gear, but every soldier was at least an 8th-tier martial artist. Of course, that was not even the most terrifying aspect. The most daunting factor was that these soldiers had trained in various formations, typically employed to encircle and eliminate enemy generals on the battlefield. Now, they were being dispatched specifically to deal with Su Jiuquan, ensuring his certain demise. Chapter 39. Escape. At this moment, Su Jiuquan was troubled. The long knife he had casually picked up during his battle with the Lin family ancestor was now destroyed, and it was evident that an ordinary long knife could no longer sustain his sword intent. He needed a weapon of sufficient quality. Su Jiuquan activated the simulator. Would you like to use the life simulator? Each use costs 5,000 points. He nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Simulating at the third tier only cost 2,000 points, and now it had directly doubled to 5,000 points, which was utterly outrageous. Upon checking, he found that his current balance was merely 1688 points, just as he was fretting over his financial woes. Zhang Xiu entered, saying, Brother Su, someone from the Qian family has arrived. Su Jiuquan's heart stirred. Let's go take a look. Outside the courtyard stood several individuals, led by a portly middle-aged man clad in a robe adorned with gold patterns. Followed by Qian Jiudo, the Lin family has fallen, and you, the Qian family, wish to test your fortunes? Su Jiuquan spoke coldly, a chilling aura enveloping him. A misunderstanding. I am Qian Yuheng, the head of the Qian family. A few days ago, my daughter purchased some properties from you, and we required 20,000 taels of silver, and only in cash. Thus, I have spent the last few days gathering the funds, and I have come to deliver them personally. Qian Yuheng quickly cupped his hands, aware that even the Lin family ancestor had perished here, which was indeed alarming. That Su Jiuquan recalled that he had already inquired about the Qian family. They specialized in lending and brothel businesses in Shuzhou City. 20,000 taels was a mere trifling sum, hardly warranting several days of effort to gather. He surmised they were merely testing the waters. Should the Lin family ancestor have been extinguished, they would have profited handsomely from the land. Now, seeing the Lin family ancestor dead, they dared not harbor any other thoughts and rushed to deliver the funds. Qian Jieyu, noticing Su Jiuquan's fluctuating expression, quickly added, My father said, due to the delay, he would additionally send one more 10,000 taels of silver as an apology. Su Jiuquan nodded, his heart swelling with joy. He had been fretting over his lack of funds, and now this windfall had arrived. Truly, the affluent families were generous. A mere apology amounted to an extra 10,000 taels. With a couple more such apologies, he could afford to simulate multiple times. Seeing Su Jiuquan accept the silver, the Qian father and daughter finally relaxed, exchanging pleasantries before taking their leave. After a considerable time had passed, the Lin family also made their appearance. This was not due to any negligence on their part, but rather because they had heard that the Qian family had contributed an additional 10,000 taels. The head of the Lin family could not help but curse the Qian family for their unwarranted actions, necessitating another round of fundraising, which was why they arrived late. Yet Su Jiuquan was unperturbed. He welcomed the prospect of earning an additional 10,000 taels that by evening. The steward of the Lin family also came knocking. It turned out that given the life and death stakes, the Lin family had sought funds, selling off their assets, and had managed to gather the requisite 100,000 taels in just half a day, which they promptly delivered. This moment, Su Jiuquan finally felt a sense of affluence. These wealthy families truly possessed significant resources. Previously, he had only targeted struggling mountain bandits, which was indeed a narrow perspective. Recharge successful, current balance, 161,688 points. He had never felt so wealthy before. Brother Su, the City Lord's mansion has sent an invitation, requesting your presence at a banquet tomorrow evening to mediate the relationship between you and the families. Just as Su Jiuquan was reveling in his newfound wealth, Zheng Xinyue entered and spoke. Mediation? Su Jiuquan grew suspicious. When he had been embroiled in a life-and-death struggle with the Lu family and the Lin family, the City Lord's mansion had not intervened. Now that everything had been settled, why were they seeking to mediate? In his previous simulations, Guanlin had always acted treacherously, which left a negative impression on him. He suspected that this banquet would not be a pleasant affair. After contemplating, Su Jiuquan decided to simulate once more. 5,000 taels of silver. This fortune is truly steep. At 18, he had become a second-tier martial artist and successfully killed the first-tier martial artist Lin family ancestor. The City Lord's mansion invited him to a banquet with several local heads of families. The next day, he proceeded to the City Lord's mansion. Just as he was enjoying the feast, a large number of soldiers suddenly burst in. He attempted to flee but was ensnared by the soldiers' formation, ultimately meeting his demise on the spot at the tender age of 18. Su Jiuquan inhaled sharply. It was evident that Guanlin was indeed malicious, having sought to surround and eliminate him. Guanlin was a first-tier martial artist and had mobilized a vast number of soldiers. It was clear that he could no longer remain in Shuzhou City. The simulation concluded, and he could retain one of the following options. 1. The martial realm attained at 18.2. If the martial experience accumulated at 18.3. If the wisdom gained from 18 years of life. After careful consideration, Su Jiuquan ultimately chose the second option. A vivid memory of intense combat surged within his mind, where soldiers had surrounded him in formation. No matter which direction he fled, he could not break free, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Was this the encirclement formation used by the military? He had heard of such tactics. During battles, many high-ranking generals were first-tier martial artists, while ordinary soldiers typically found it difficult to eliminate such figures. Thus, the experts within the military devised a formation specifically targeting high-ranking warriors, sacrificing a few lower-tier soldiers to eliminate the opponent's senior generals. It is unexpected that Guanlin would employ this strategy against him. Indeed, he is held in high regard. Su Jiuquan comprehended that Guanlin had already harbored intentions to kill him, placing him in a perilous situation where frugality was no longer a concern. He continued his simulation. At the age of 18, you attained the rank of a second-tier warrior. The Lord of Shuzhou invited you to a banquet at the Lord's mansion. That very night, you promptly fled toward the outskirts of the city, only to encounter Chao Hexing leading soldiers into the city, who immediately launched an attack against you. Despite your desperate attempts, you could not break free from the encirclement and were ultimately killed. At the tender age of 18, what a stroke of misfortune to have encountered such a fate. In this instance of choosing among three options, he selected the wisdom of life. Soon, a memory surfaced. As Su Jiuquan fled towards the west of the city, he collided with a situation. What if he chose a different direction this time? Would there be a chance to escape? Continuing, at 18, you became a second-tier warrior. You received an invitation from the Lord's mansion. That night, you fled to the east of the city. Before long, you were spotted by the city guards, and a team of pursuers closed in on you. In a panic, you took refuge in the Black Wind Ridge. The pursuers dared not enter, remaining outside to guard. Inside, you became lost, and after half a month, you encountered a monster. which killed you on the spot. At the age of 18. What on earth? Another monster. In Su Jiuquan's memories. Several simulations ended in death at the hands of such creatures. He felt a vague sense that this world was far more complex than it appeared. However, with life and death at stake. It was not the time for such contemplations. Since both the western and eastern gates were impassable, he resolved to try another direction. Chapter 40. The treasure once again. 3 options appeared before him. Su Jiuquan chose the third, eager to discover what manner of monster it was. Instantly, a memory emerged. He was fleeing through a pitch-black cave, having discarded his torch, when something struck him in the back. As though he had been hit by a freight train, the last memory he had was of a massive shadow on the cave wall, barely discernible in the flickering light of the torch, an overwhelming force. Su Jiuquan sighed. Despite having attained the second tier, this world harbored numerous formidable threats, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Continuing. At 18, you became a second-tier warrior, and the Lord of Shuzhou invited you to a banquet the following evening. That night, you stealthily slipped out through the southern gate of Shuzhou, only to find Guanlin patrolling the area, and you were discovered that he immediately commanded his subordinates to apprehend you, leading to a fierce struggle. After slaying dozens of soldiers, Guanlin, furious, took action personally, and you were killed on the spot. At the age of 18. Su Jiuquan was somewhat speechless. It was indeed unfortunate to have encountered Guanlin during his patrol. The simulation concluded, and you may retain one of the following. 1. The martial arts realm of your 18-year-old self. 2. At the martial arts experience of your 18-year-old self. 3. At the wisdom of life from your 18-year-old self. This time, he opted for the second choice. During his previous visit to the Lord's mansion, he had not truly grasped Guanlin's prowess, only knowing him to be a well-known first-tier expert. Countless experiences, techniques, and memories flooded into his mind, and Su Jiuquan felt as though he viewed that memory from a third-party perspective. In merely 10 moves, he was slain by Guanlin. This Guanlin was indeed formidable, far surpassing even the ancestral figure of the Lien family, possessing a quantity of energy at least 10 times greater than the latter. The pinnacle of the first tier. Su Jiuquan was inwardly astonished. It seemed that Guanlin was but a step away from truly becoming a congenital warrior. In his final moments, he felt an overwhelming sense of futility against Guanlin. Now, only one path remained. Continuing. At 18, you became a second-tier warrior, and the Lord of Shuzhou invited you to the banquet the next day. Aware that banquets seldom bode well, you fled overnight. You slipped out through the northern gate, but were still detected by the soldiers atop the city wall. Exiting the city, you vanished into the mountains as the soldiers of Shuzhou began their search. You retreated deeper into the forest, where, in a secluded valley, you discovered Guofan with many subordinates, seemingly searching for something in that valley. You trailed them, realizing they were in pursuit of the treasure of a congenital warrior. Thus, you planned to observe from the shadows. 2 days later, Guofan and his associates finally located the treasure, and you seized the opportunity to snatch it. Guofan was no match for you. Just as you were about to defeat him, a flash of white light appeared, and you were killed instantly. At the age of 18. What was this? Could it be Guofan's hidden trump card? Su Jiuquan thought to himself that these individuals with connections were indeed not to be underestimated. This white light was no ordinary phenomenon. It suggested he had previously underestimated the limits of martial prowess in this world. Once again, 3 options appeared before him. Without hesitation, Su Jiuquan chose the third. He needed to ascertain the location of that treasure. Through this simulation of life, some of Su Jiuquan's prior confusions were clarified. According to Guanlin's words, it seemed the royal family was embroiled in significant troubles, prompting others to stir restlessly, whether it be King Yu or Guanlin. They both appeared to be awaiting a definitive message, and until that message was clear, the territorial skirmishes among the local lords held little meaning. If this were the case, then why had Guofan, as King Yu's son, come to the outskirts of Shuzhou and incorporated the nearby bandits? Initially, Su Jiuquan had thought Guofan was preparing to attack Shuzhou, but with the number of refugees he brought along with the local bandits, it was a mere pipe dream to seize the city. However, now the situation was clear. Guofan must have obtained news of a treasure belonging to a congenital warrior located outside Shuzhou. He brought so many individuals for the sake of convenience in the search. Su Jiuquan calculated in his heart that he must intervene in this treasure hunt, now that he had become a second-tier warrior. The Xuanqing Sutra he had acquired only reached the first tier, This implied that once he broke through to the first tier, there would be no martial arts for him to learn. To study a higher-level technique of the Xuanqing Sutra, he would need to join the Xinxian sect, but the Taoist Qi of Tiangshuan had made it abundantly clear that his aptitude was insufficient. The most likely treasure of a congenital warrior would be either martial techniques or divine weapons. Esqua Fan was the son of King Yu. He would undoubtedly look down upon ordinary martial arts. Thus, the value of the items here was likely immense. While Su Jiuquan was deep in thought, Zheng Xinyue approached him, calling him for dinner. The two shared a simple meal, and Su Jiuquan hesitated, given the circumstances. It was evident that Guan Lin was resolutely intent on dealing with him. He had to leave that night, yet in the days prior, Zheng Xinyue had stood by him through thick and thin. To leave her behind would surely spell disaster for her. However, taking her along would be a burden, as her cultivation was only at the 7th tier. Su de go. What troubles you? Zheng Xinyue, possessing both beauty and intellect, discerned the concern etched on Su Jiuquan's face. Guan Lin intends to target me. Su Jiuquan did not conceal his worries. Zheng Xinyue was taken aback, connecting the dots with recent events, and nodded in agreement. I've heard that Guan Lin is quite petty. He is indeed likely to pose a threat to you. Degu. She bit her lip and continued, you should leave immediately, the longer you stay. The more perilous it becomes to I am but an inconsequential weak woman. It is better I do not accompany you. She understood that once Su Jiuquan escaped, not only would Guan Lin pursue him, but other noble families would not spare her either. Yet, she also recognized her own limited abilities. This escape would likely become a burden. Su Jiuquan had initially intended to reassure her, but upon hearing her words, he felt a pang of guilt. He shook his head, declaring, no, if I leave, they will undoubtedly seek you out. He recalled how the third prince and Zheng Nanhai had once attempted to take her with them in their flight. And Zheng Xinyue had insisted on staying behind under the pretext of providing a monetary guarantee. How could he abandon her now, fleeing for his own life? If they were to live, they would do so together. If they were to die, they would meet their end together. As he spoke, a swell of righteous fervor rose within him. With the simulator in hand, there was no reason to forsake a vulnerable woman. His previously dim eyes sparkled with newfound determination, and Zheng Xinyue revealed a faint smile, saying, indeed, if we are to live, let us live together. If we are to die, let us die together. Observing the tenderness in her gaze, Su Jiuquan suddenly wondered if she had misunderstood something he wished to clarify, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately saying, then hurry and prepare. We shall leave at once. Chapter 41. Another encounter. Suzhou City was a grand metropolis. Even amidst the current chaos, there was no curfew, and the city gates remained open at night. This indicated Guan Lin's confidence in his control over Suzhou City. However, on this particular day, the scrutiny at the city gates was considerably more stringent. The two donned thick garments, lowered their heads to obscure their faces, and changed into the attire of ordinary folk. Just before their departure, Zheng Xinyue applied a touch of makeup to her face, enhancing her appearance. Unless one looked closely, it would be challenging to recognize her. Disguised as a peasant couple, they made their way to the northern gate. Halt! The guard, yawning, blocked their path, inquiring, what brings you out of the city at such a late hour? My lord, we hail from Duzhuang and work as attendants at the Yuesian Tower. A message arrived from the village today, stating that my brother is gravely ill, prompting us to return home post-haste. Su Jiuquan discreetly handed over several copper coins from his sleeve. The guard scrutinized the two individuals, failing to discern anything amiss. Before extending his hand to accept the coins, he waved his hand dismissively and remarked, Duzhuang, the wine brewed by Old Li from the village, is truly exceptional. Next time you enter the city, do bring me a flask. Certainly, certainly, Su Jiuquan replied, his heart brimming with joy in his simulated life. He had always barged in boldly. It seemed fortune favored him this time. That as the two passed through the city gate and made their way outward, a voice suddenly called from behind, wait a moment. Turning around, they beheld a young lieutenant, recently relieved from duty at the city tower, who had evidently witnessed the exchange of coins. Do you two possess a travel pass? Su Jiuquan was taken aback. He was well aware of the significance of a travel pass. In ancient times, population management was rather primitive, and the movement of people largely relied on such documents for identification. However, the two had been in a rush and had not prepared one. Even if they had intended to, It was unlikely that the local authorities would have issued them a pass. Exchanging a glance, they both understood the precariousness of their situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jiuquan suddenly seized Zheng Xinyu and bolted toward the outside of the city. Stop! The lieutenant, sensing something amiss, hastily rallied his men to pursue. However, amidst the dark, desolate mountains and wilds, the two soon vanished from sight. After a brief chase, the lieutenant, finding no further leads, could only send word back while he returned at a sluggish pace. After running for a while, the two noticed the absence of pursuit and let out a sigh of relief. Seeking a place to rest, Brother Su, where shall we go next? Beneath the moonlight, Zheng Xinyu's face radiated with a joyful smile, her sparkling eyes fixed upon him. Su Jiuquan, feeling somewhat flustered, hastily averted his gaze. I still have some matters to attend to nearby. He intended to express a desire to part ways, but suddenly, he sensed something and turned to look back. From a distance, the sound of galloping hooves and raucous shouts approached. A troop of cavalry emerged from the city of Shuzhou, hastening toward their direction. With remarkable eyesight, Su Jiuquan could discern that the leader of the cavalry was none other than Guanlin. Scouts, search the nearby mountains and woods immediately. We must capture the two who just fled, he commanded. Yes, the voices of the conversation drifted over from the main road outside the city. Subsequently, a dozen riders from the cavalry charged out in different directions. Racing away to Su Jiuquan's heart sank. It appeared that Guanlin was determined not to let him escape today. He pulled Zheng Xinyu and ran with urgency. After a brief moment, a scout suddenly shouted from the darkness. They are this way. Instantly, the cavalry pursued them in their direction. Su Jiuquan felt vexed. He had never experienced evading a pursuit before and was quickly discovered by the scouts, an unfortunate turn of events. Both were martial artists, and though Zheng Xinyu was merely a 7th-tier warrior, she kept pace with Su Jiuquan's rapid strides. However, humans were not horses. After half an hour of frantic running, even Su Jiuquan, a 2nd-tier warrior, began to feel fatigued, and the pursuing soldiers seemed to be gaining ground. It appeared that there was no choice but to lead them to a certain location and see if there was a glimmer of hope. Su Jiuquan initially intended to shake off his pursuers and return to search for Guofan and the others in the treasure-seeking canyon. However, there was no time for that now. He had to lure the pursuers away first. With that thought in mind, the two changed direction and ran toward a steep hillside, specifically seeking out areas where the terrain was rugged, effectively rendering the cavalry's horses useless. Abandon your horses, Guanlin's authoritative voice rang out. Continue the pursuit. Seeing that Zheng Xinyu was becoming breathless, Su Jiuquan disregarded his own fatigue, scooped her onto his back, and continued to sprint. Drawing upon his memories from the simulated life, he deftly navigated through the wilderness and quickly located the canyon. By this time, the canyon was already illuminated by flickering shadows, and a large group of people wielding torches was searching the area. Su Jiuquan set Zheng Xinyu down, signaled for silence, and then led her to blend in with the crowd of torchbearers. After about a brief moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the canyon. Who are you? Who are you? It was evident that the pursuers had encountered the individuals inside the canyon. I am from the Shuzhou Tiger Biao camp. Ah, the officials have come to capture us. The bandits, who had initially been scattered, were now frightened by the mention of officials and began to flee in disarray. Silence. Everyone, remain still, or I shall execute you for desertion. A stern voice resonated from deep within the canyon, followed by several individuals brandishing torches advancing toward the canyon entrance. At this moment, Guofan was truly enraged. 3 months prior, he had discovered a treasure map from a corrupt official's estate in Yuzhou. Based on the markings, he knew this was the treasure of a congenital warrior, specifically that of a renowned sword saint from 2 centuries ago. This sword saint was a warrior of the Tianming realm and a master of the 3rd tier of congenital prowess, who had dominated his era. Thus, he had persuaded his father, King Yu, to bring a group to Shuzhou, even enlisting bandits to aid in the search. After months of diligent effort, they finally pinpointed the treasure's location to this canyon. Yet, at this critical juncture, the officials had arrived, which was utterly infuriating. Who could it be? Ah, it turns out to be the 3rd of the Guo clan, Guanlin's voice echoed, reverberating throughout the vast canyon. Upon hearing this, Guofan's heart sank. He realized the severity of the situation, for it was none other than Guanlin, the lord of Shuzhou City. Could this cunning old fox have sensed his movements? Ah, "It is Lord Guan." He feigned cordiality with a slight bow. "What brings you and so many men to the vicinity of Shuzhou? Are you planning an ambush against me?" Guan Lin, too, was filled with suspicion. Guo Fan felt a wave of frustration. After all, Yuzhou had not officially declared war on Shuzhou, and this fellow was an established first-tier warrior leading the formidable Tiger Biao camp. He feared that they would not be a match for him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He pointed to Shun Shiru behind him and said, "This is Miss Shun from the Qi-Yin sect. We are merely here to assist the Qi-Yin sect in locating a medicinal herb." Chapter 42. Conflict Qi-Yin sect? Although Shun Shiru was somewhat reluctant to reveal her sect's name, she felt compelled to support Guo Fan, unwilling to let him down. She produced the Qihua token from her possession, which served as the emblem of the Qi-Yin sect. Guan Lin's heart raced. He was a rogue cultivator who had endured countless hardships over the years to forge his own path. Despite his current status as the lord of a city, he understood that without congenital cultivation techniques, he would forever remain a pawn. The congenital techniques of this world were monopolized by major sects or prominent families. Of course, some fortunate rogue cultivators managed to acquire them, but he, Guan Lin, was not among the lucky ones. He had lingered in the first-tier realm for 20 years, initially intending to exploit Su Jiuquan to plot against Xuande Temple, hoping to gain some benefits. Ultimately, he discovered that Su Jiuquan lacked any significant sect background. Now, witnessing that King Yu was so closely associated with the Qi-Yin sect, he felt a mix of envy and jealousy. Naturally, he dismissed Shun Shiru's lower-tier status as inconsequential, pondering whether there was a way to leverage this young woman for his own gain. Guan Lin calculated in his mind, though his expression remained inscrutable. From a distance, Su Jiuquan had initially assumed that the two parties would engage in a confrontation, but to his surprise, their conversation seemed to be moving toward reconciliation. How could he profit from this murky situation? Anxiously, he suddenly pinched his nose and called out, "General Guo, was it not said that the treasure of that congenital warrior elder lies within this canyon? Why have my brothers searched for so long without finding it?" "Who?" Guo Fan shot a furious glare at the scattered individuals within the canyon, internally cursing, "Which incompetent fool has brought this upon us?" Yet, in the pitch-black canyon, with at least several hundred people searching, he could not immediately identify the source of the voice. The treasure of a congenital warrior. Guan Lin paused, then felt a surge of elation. Trembling slightly, he inquired, "Guo Xianzi, what is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this?" Guo Fan's face turned ashen as he retorted, "Just now, some reckless thief was spouting nonsense. What treasure could possibly exist in this desolate wilderness?" Seeing Guo Fan's expression, Guan Lin grew even more suspicious and declared loudly, "Surround the canyon entrance. Not a single person is to escape. As for the Qi-Yin sect, to hell with them. Once I obtain the congenital techniques and ascend to the congenital realm, let us see what they dare to do." Becoming a congenital warrior means attaining a status above mere mortals, making it exceedingly difficult to be killed, with a tremendous opportunity for martial advancement before him. Guan Lin disregarded everything else. "Lord Guan, what do you mean by this?" Guo Fan asked, panic rising in his voice. "Oh, you truly disregard the Qi-Yin sect? I know nothing of your Qi-Yin sect. All I know is that you are a rebel. And those with you are also rebels. If the Qi-Yin sect has an issue, let them address it with the court. After all, the court was the greatest sect, yet the congenital techniques would not be disseminated among local officials, only circulating among royal family members. Those who do not surrender will be killed." With a stern shout from Guan Lin, the soldiers in the rear brandished their spears, effectively blocking the entrance of the valley. The majority within the valley were mere bandits and refugees, who, despite their bravado in daily life, were genuinely terrified of the soldiers. Upon witnessing the soldiers sealing off the valley entrance, many were paralyzed with fear, some even discarding their weapons and torches, scattering in panic. Su Jiuquan realized that if these bandits behaved in such a cowardly manner, they would soon be subdued by the soldiers. Holding his nose, he continued to shout, "The soldiers regard everyone as rebels. If captured, execution awaits. We must fight back." After uttering these words, he crouched low, pulling Zheng Xingyue along as he dashed towards a location etched in his memory. Guo Fan, who had remained silent until now, was diligently searching for the source of the voice amidst the crowd. Though Su Jiuquan spoke discreetly, Guo Fan, being a second-tier martial artist, had been attentive and soon discerned the hidden Su Jiuquan and Zheng Xingyue. Upon seeing them rush towards a pool in the valley, Guofan recalled that apart from this location, he had thoroughly searched elsewhere. Feeling a surge of determination, he decided to pursue them. However, unbeknownst to him, Guan Lin had been observing closely. Noticing Guofan's intention to flee, he disregarded the soldiers in front of him, pushing past two individuals, and charged down with his sword drawn. Consequently, Guofan found himself unable to escape, forced to confront the situation with all his might. Although Guan Lin was also a first-tier martial artist, capturing his opponent was no simple task. Amidst the chaos, Zheng Xinyue, being pulled along, felt perplexed. It appeared that Su Jiuquan was quite familiar with the terrain. Had he been here before? Yet Su Jiuquan had no time for such thoughts. He dragged Zheng Xinyue to the edge of the pool and suddenly embraced her tightly. Zheng Xinyue was taken aback. Was this truly a moment of escape? Xianti braced herself for such an abrupt action. Feeling tightly held, she found herself unable to move, eventually resigning to her fate. Her face flushed, just as she was lost in thought. A sudden chill enveloped her. The two of them had plunged into the waters. Upon entering, Su Jiuquan released her, signaling her to follow as he swam ahead, occasionally feeling along the sides. Just when Zheng Xinyue felt she could hold her breath no longer, Su Jiuquan abruptly pulled her to the side, and they leaped into a cave. They ascended for quite some time before finally breaking the surface of the water. The entrance to this cave was located near the bottom of the pool, making it exceedingly difficult to find if not for Su Jiuquan's vivid memories. Guofan and the others would likely have taken days to discover. Su Jiuquan retrieved an oil paper-wrapped bundle from his clothes, containing some garments and flint. Aware of the terrain, he had made preparations prior to arriving. It was now November, and the valley was already cold, being soaked to the skin. Zheng Xinyue's lips had turned purple. Though she was a 7th-tier martial artist, the conditions were hardly favorable for her. Despite the absence of light, Su Jiuquan's night vision allowed him to see her clothes clinging to her form. Accentuating her graceful figure, he promptly said, "I have prepared some clothing. Please change." Turning away, he began to cultivate, causing a white mist to envelop him, quickly drying his own clothes. When Su Jiuquan turned back, he heard a rustling sound behind him and caught a whiff of her fragrant hair and the unique scent of a young girl, causing his thoughts to wander. However, he soon cast aside those distractions. Their lives were at stake, and it was best not to indulge in frivolous thoughts. Chapter 43. White Light. When Su Jiuquan turned around, he found Zheng Xinyue had already changed. Although the torch in her hand emitted only a faint glow, she kept her head lowered, fearful that her flushed cheeks might betray her. Su Jiuquan feigned ignorance, leading the way ahead. That he knew that this cave concealed a stone door, behind which lay the so-called treasure. During his previous simulated life, he had tracked Guofan to discover the stone door. But due to his slightly hurried breathing, Guofan had noticed him, and he had ultimately failed to discern the specifics of the treasures hidden within. Relying on his memories, he located a protruding stone on the cave wall and gently pressed it. A rumbling sound echoed as the wall shifted, revealing a stone door, just as he remembered. With a gentle push, the door swung open. A cloud of dust erupted, and a heavy, musty odor assaulted their senses, prompting them to step back. It took a considerable time for the air to clear. Upon entering, Su Jiuquan found only a stone table, a stone bed, and a skeleton seated upon it. It must belong to the legendary innate martial artist. After a thorough inspection, he discovered a black, unadorned blade beneath the skeleton, accompanied by a small booklet. The blade was a long-handled sword, and when Su Jiuquan hefted it, he found it surprisingly heavy, at least 100 pounds. Indeed, not an ordinary weapon. As he wielded the blade, a swift motion resulted in a sharp crack, the seemingly sturdy stone table being effortlessly cleaved in two, revealing a smooth cut in the center. What a fine sword, he mused, admiring the blade's unremarkable appearance, which belied its incredible sharpness. Truly, it was a weapon worthy of an innate martial artist, and Su Jiuquan found himself increasingly enamored with it. At Su Dage, "Come and take a look at this," Zheng Xinyue called. Having opened the small booklet and perused it for a moment, Su Jiuquan approached her, their proximity rendering them acutely aware of each other's breaths. Zheng Xinyue felt a ticklish warmth by her ear. She initially wished to retreat, but, for reasons unknown, suppressed her embarrassment and gazed at the shadows of their forms converging in the flickering torchlight. Lost in thought, oblivious to her inner turmoil, Su Jiuquan examined the booklet closely. It appeared to be the self-account of the deceased. The owner of this place, it turned out, was named Ouyang Xian, a loose cultivator of the destiny realm from 300 years ago. Martial artists who achieve the innate stage are categorized into three realms: the Qi condensation realm, the essence solidification realm, and the destiny realm. Ouyang Xian was indeed a figure of the destiny realm. It was astonishing that such a powerful being had perished in these desolate mountains. As Su Jiuquan continued reading, he discovered the narrative of Ouyang Xian's life, his pursuit of the Tao, his cultivation journey, and ultimately, his quest for a breakthrough. Could there be further realms beyond the innate stage? Su Jiuquan pondered. He encountered a line stating, "In this world, destiny is suppressed. Thus the three innate realms are the pinnacle of martial arts. Yet I have observed the celestial energies daily and found that destiny is changing. Destiny is changing." Upon reading this, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. What could destiny is changing mean, and why emphasize it twice? His own understanding was still too rudimentary to grasp the truth of this world. At the end of the booklet, there was a map, but the inscriptions were entirely incomprehensible, resembling an ancient script. After pondering for a while, he remained utterly stumped. "We should not linger here. We must leave at once," Su Jiuquan finally declared. Securing the booklet, leave? All right. Zhang Xinhua snapped back to reality, hastily lowering her head. Anxious not to reveal her inner thoughts, Su Jiuquan observed that Zhang Xinhua seemed particularly odd today. After contemplating a while, without reaching any conclusions, he simply decided to let it be. He took the unadorned blade and dug a pit in the stone cave, respectfully placing the skeleton within and bowing his head in reverence, acknowledging the debt of gratitude he owed. Just as they planned to depart, they discovered that the cave was connected to another narrow passage. Considering that Guan Lin and the others were currently engaged in a fierce battle in the valley, they opted to take the newly discovered path. This passage was somewhat constricted, with some sections blocked by debris that had fallen over the years. Su Jiuquan wielded the blade, clearing away several obstructions until they finally emerged. Looking back, Su Jiuquan realized they were positioned on the opposite cliff facing the valley's entrance, affording him a panoramic view of the entire valley. At this moment, the government troops had regained control, driving the bandits towards a nearby hollow. Su Jiuquan's keen eyesight quickly spotted Guan Lin and Guo Fan among the fray. At that moment, Guo Fan had already been captured, while Guan Lin was in the midst of questioning him. Shun Shiru was held back by several soldiers. It seemed that the Qi Yin sect still carried some weight, preventing Guan Lin from acting rashly. "Guan, if you dare harm a hair on Fan Ji's head, I will fight you to the death." At that moment, the wind howled through the valley, and even from a distance, Su Jiuquan could hear Shin Shiru's furious cries. Su Jiuquan remained curious about the white light that had struck him dead in his simulated life. Its speed had been such that he, a second-tier martial artist, had been completely unable to react. It was undoubtedly something extraordinary. Even Guan Lin, as a first-tier martial artist, would not be able to withstand it. That skill had surpassed the level of a first-tier martial artist, operating on an entirely different plane. Yet now, with Guo Fan in captivity, why had he not utilized that white light? Could it be that his simulation had been erroneous? That seemed impossible. Guan Lin, however, sneered, "I cannot afford to offend the Qi Yin sect. Otherwise, a mere brat of the 6th or 7th tier could be easily crushed by me. Get rid of them." Although the Qi Yin sect occupies a lofty position, to dare to confront the officials of the court is tantamount to opposing the imperial family, and naturally, there will be those who will deal with it. Guan Lin is not concerned that Shun Shiru will seek trouble with him through the elders of the Qi Yin sect. Although he no longer adheres to the court's commands, officials represent the authority of the court, and not everyone can act against them. 2 Spear-wielding soldiers advanced to drive Shin Shiru away, prompting her to retreat repeatedly. Her anger boiling over. "Old scoundrel, you go too far." With that, she bit her finger, drew a hidden object from her bosom, and smeared her blood upon it, causing a flash of white light to erupt. "Ah!" In a moment of urgency, Guan Lin shouted, seemingly employing some secret technique, as his body swiftly dodged. Unfortunately, the white light was too swift, flashing past his shoulder, and he collapsed to the ground on the other side. Zhang Xinhua could not see clearly but sensed that something significant had transpired. She hurriedly turned to inquire about the situation from Su Jiuquan. Upon glancing back, she was startled to find him missing and quickly scanned her surroundings, only to see Su Jiuquan racing towards the valley's entrance. Chapter 44. To fight or not to fight, it turned out that Su Jiuquan had discerned that the white light was, in fact, a short sword. What did this imply? He hesitated to contemplate it. The situation within the venue was rather peculiar. Guan Lin lay on the ground, his chest pierced, teetering on the brink of life and death. While the other soldiers, witnessing their leader's plight, found themselves at a loss. Many bandits, previously cornered, seized the opportunity to break free from their encirclement and fled. The soldiers seemed to lack the will to fight, merely standing aside and glancing repeatedly towards their leader. After releasing the white light, Shun Xiuru appeared utterly drained, her complexion a ghastly shade of purple gold, collapsing to the ground as if on the verge of death. The two soldiers who initially intended to drive her away were now at a loss for what to do, resorting to pressing their spears against her chest, awaiting orders from above. Only Guofan remained in relatively good condition, albeit tightly bound after his capture, gazing enviously towards the direction where the short sword had fallen. "Stop!" Guofan suddenly shouted at that moment. Guan Lin regained consciousness, his face ashen and disregarding his serious injuries. He cried out, "Stop him!" The soldiers, relieved to see their leader still alive, were startled by his command. Turning to look, they spotted a shadow darting towards the direction where the white light had vanished. Immediately springing into action to pursue Ey this time, Su Jiuquan had located the short sword that was elegantly crafted, lying amidst the grass, occasionally twitching as though a fish tossed ashore, that he quickly grasped it. Feeling it struggle momentarily before becoming still, this was undoubtedly a treasure, and not wanting to linger, Su Jiuquan turned and fled towards the distant mountains. Behind him, countless soldiers were closing in, illuminating the forest with flames. Half a month later, Su Jiuquan appeared outside Tianshui City. During his escape, he had not had the chance to rendezvous with Zheng Xinyue, focusing solely on fleeing into the mountains. Several times, he found himself surrounded by soldiers from the Tiger Biao camp, who employed a formation to trap him. Even with his considerable prowess, he found it challenging to break free with a steady influx of reinforcements, were it not for his reliance on the crude blade in his hand to sever the soldiers' spears and force his way out. He might have succumbed to this relentless onslaught. In the midst of his flight, he finally took the time to scrutinize the crude blade, discovering that two characters were inscribed on the hilt: Hei Ren, Black Blade. And thus he decided to name it the Black Blade. Regardless, he had managed to evade his pursuers and emerged from the mountains, only to discover that the nearest city was Tianshui City. Upon entering, he found it to be a peaceful and harmonious place, situated deep within the dynasty's heart. Su Jiuquan finally relaxed, relieved to be far from Shuzhou, after the arduous day spent fleeing through the mountains. He yearned for a hearty meal and sought out the most renowned tavern in Tianshui City, Drunken Immortal Pavilion, this time. The sun had just passed noon, and the tavern was not overly crowded. Guided by a server, he settled into a corner on the second floor, ordered several dishes, and warmed a jug of wine to drink alone. "I've heard that something significant has happened in Shuzhou City," remarked a middle-aged man in a blue robe to his companion. "Has there been a conflict with King Yu?" The middle-aged man chuckled and replied, "I don't believe so. It is said that a young genius has emerged. Only 18 years old, already a second-grade martial artist. In Shuzhou, he not only injured Guan Lin, the city lord, but also wounded members of the Qi Yin sect." Upon hearing this, Su Jiuquan furrowed his brow. How could it be said that he had injured Guan Lin, and why were the Qi Yin sect's misfortunes attributed to him? There seemed to be a hint of conspiracy in the air. It was impossible. Guan Lin was already a first-grade martial artist and a formidable figure capable of defending a city. How could he be defeated by a second-grade? This was clearly false news. The middle-aged man, unconvinced, insisted, "How could it be impossible? I heard my master discussing it with others. This young man is named Su Jiuquan, and no one knows his origins, only that he wields a black crude blade and has not only assassinated Guan Lin, but also escaped the pursuit of the Tiger Biao camp." As he spoke, his voice grew softer. The onlookers followed his gaze and saw a young man sitting in the corner, a crude blade leaning against the wall beside him. Su Jiuquan sensed the attention on him and felt somewhat annoyed. The crude blade was indeed too conspicuous. After all, its hilt was nearly 1.5 meters long, entirely black, making it impossible not to draw attention. Could this be the esteemed young master Su Jiuquan? At that moment, a young man in a brocade robe approached from a window seat, cupping his hands in greeting. Indeed, that is I. Although he did not wish to provoke trouble, he was not one to shy away from it either. "I am Lin Yini and wish to spar with you. This is Lin Yini. I have heard he is a first-grade martial artist who has challenged the young warriors of 10 cities." The middle-aged man in blue gasped in surprise. "That I've heard he claims to be the best under heaven. How arrogant." Su Jiuquan felt somewhat perplexed. It seemed this fellow sought to use him to enhance his reputation. Not interested. He was disinclined to engage with such individuals. Lin Yini frowned and said, "Could it be that the rumors are false? How could one so cowardly as you have injured Guanlin?" Su Jiuquan shook his head, thinking that this method of provocation was rather juvenile. That it seemed that his meal would not come to fruition today. That he stood up, casually tossed a silver ingot onto the table, and intended to leave. Clang! A long sword crossed his path. Su Jiuquan chuckled. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he would not be easily provoked. Merely sidestepping the sword and continuing down the stairs, Lin Yini's face flushed red. He had never encountered a martial artist who remained indifferent to such provocation at a young age. He had already attained first-grade status and had challenged the young generation's warriors across 10 major cities without a single defeat. Now, hearing of someone his age capable of defeating a first-grade martial artist, he felt an irresistible itch. Such a talent must be tested. However, he was reluctant to draw his sword and force the other to fight, as it would tarnish his image. "What would it take for us to engage in a duel?" Upon hearing this, Su Jiuquan paused, looked back, and said, "How about we add a wager? The loser pays 100,000 taels of silver." Lin Yini was taken aback, muttering, "Silver? What need have I for such material wealth? How about it? To fight or not to fight?" Su Jiuquan shrugged, turning to walk away. "All right, I accept. 3 days hence, we shall meet on the arena." Lin Yini called out loudly as Su Jiuquan began to walk away. Chapter 45. Finally, a first-grade Su Jiuquan nodded, indicating his agreement to the duel. However, he was unaware of Lin Yini's motives in scheduling the contest for 3 days later. Even if he did, he would not have cared much. In truth, Lin Yini was a scion of the illustrious Lin family, one of the 5 great families of the Wei dynasty, and practiced a top-tier martial art, Saint Yuan Ju. This technique emphasized forging an unyielding will through continuous trials, achieving a state of perfect mental clarity before entering the innate realm. The intricacies of this technique were many, but the paramount focus was achieving perfect mental clarity, a feat that eluded many disciples of the Lin family. Only a predecessor from 500 years ago had successfully entered the innate realm through this practice. Now, with the extraordinary Lin Yini emerging, he was deemed the most likely candidate to attain perfect mental clarity once more. Thus, after reaching first grade, Lin Yini challenged the young talents of 10 cities to hone his indomitable spirit. Now that he has heard of the genius Su Jiuquan, who has astonishingly defeated the seasoned first-grade warrior Guanlin, he cannot help but feel a renewed sense of competitiveness. Although his opponent is currently merely a second-grade warrior, he does not underestimate him in the slightest. These 3 days are meant to notify the renowned warriors near Tianshui City that he intends to defeat this prodigy before all eyes, fulfilling his own aspirations amid the astonishment of the crowd. After exiting the drunken immortal pavilion, Su Jiuquan found an inn, booked a top-tier room, and settled in. He took a seat, activated the system, and opted to start the simulator. Would he use the life simulator, which costs 5,000 points each time? Yes. At 18, he became a second-grade warrior and arrived in Tianshui City. Lin Yini has challenged you to a duel in 3 days. 3 days later, you went to face him. After 10 exchanges, you were killed by Lin Yini, dying at the age of 18. Su Jiuquan could hardly believe his eyes. He had perished after merely 10 exchanges. He had thought that with the blade intent he had cultivated, he could at least contend evenly, but he had not anticipated such a swift demise. The simulation concluded, and he could retain one of the following options. 1. The martial arts realm of 18. 2. The martial arts experience of 18. 3. The wisdom of life at 18. He chose the second. A segment of combat memory surged into his mind, and Su Jiuquan could only gasp in astonishment. Lin Yini was indeed formidable. Having also mastered sword intent, which was even more powerful than in their battle, he had ultimately been vanquished after his blade intent was shattered. Su Jiuquan regretted agreeing to this duel. Lin Yini felt like an existence with the odds stacked in his favor. And yet he was merely 18, far surpassing Guanlin. Moreover, he was uncertain if he could even defeat Guanlin. However, the shattering of his blade intent signified what? It indicated that the opponent possessed a martial will more potent than his own. Su Jiuquan exhaled deeply, aware of his strengths. Now equipped with the simulator, his greatest advantage was time, but if this approach failed, he would continue simulating the AT-18. He became a second-grade warrior. Lin Yini scheduled a duel with you 3 days hence. That night, you fled Tianshui City and sought seclusion in an oasis in the desert to diligently cultivate. 20 years later, Lin Yini found you and struck you down in one blow, dying at the age of 38. Despite 20 years of arduous training, it was still insufficient. Su Jiuquan chose the martial arts realm this time. Accumulating gradually to bridge the gap in their realms before proceeding, he continued the simulation. 30 years later, Lin Yini located you on the grasslands and killed you with a single strike, dying at the age of 48. 60 years later, Lin Yini found you at Qinglong Mountain and killed you with one blow. Dying at the age of 78, Su Jiuquan was on the verge of despair. After a century in the second-grade realm, he had yet to achieve a breakthrough. Such aptitude was truly. He calculated that his current balance allowed for over 20 more simulations. Su Jiuquan silently steeled his resolve. He would not accept failure. He pressed on with the simulation. You fled Tianshui City and journeyed to the grasslands to hone your martial arts. At AT-21, you consecutively killed several second-grade warriors on the grasslands. Inciting the ire of the Hu people, who dispatched a congenital warrior to hunt you down at AT-23. Under the relentless pursuit of this congenital warrior, you evaded for 2 years. Feeling utterly exhausted, you resolved to cease fleeing and fight to the death. In this battle, you cast aside all thoughts of life and death, and at the final moment of your existence, you broke through, becoming a first-grade warrior, dying at the age of 20-3. Su Jiuquan exhaled deeply. Lacking aptitude, he could only exchange his life for progress, but at last, he had entered the first grade. The simulation ended, and he could retain one of the following options. 1. The martial arts realm at 23. 2. The martial arts experience at 23. 3. The wisdom of life at 23. This time, he hesitated not, and directly selected the first. Suddenly, his internal vital energy surged, and several acupoints within him were opened, causing Su Jiuquan to feel an invigorating flow of true energy coursing through him. Is this the sensation of being a first-grade warrior? He glanced at his current balance, which stood at 116,688 points. He decided to continue. Would he use the life simulator, which costs 10,000 points each time? The cost had doubled. Su Jiuquan felt a pang of helplessness. It was exceedingly expensive. At this rate, he could only simulate 11 more times. Regrettably, this was a monopolized business, and bargaining was futile that he had no choice but to proceed. At 18, you became a first-grade warrior, and Lin Yini scheduled a duel with you 3 days later. 3 days later, you and Lin Yini engaged in a fierce battle for 10 exchanges, and you were killed by him. Dying at the age of 18, Su Jiuquan was incredulous. He was now a first-grade warrior, yet he was still slain after merely 10 exchanges. This time, he opted for martial arts experience. The scene of the duel replayed in his mind. The vast, invincible sword intent bore down upon him, shattering his blade intent, utterly unstoppable, still insufficient, and only 10 simulation opportunities remained. Yet, the situation had reached this point. He could not truly flee. Retreat in the face of battle would shatter his martial resolve. He continued the simulation. At 18, you became a first-grade warrior, and Lin Yini scheduled a duel with you 3 days later. That night, you fled Tianshui City and ventured into the desert to refine your blade techniques. One day, a sandstorm arose in the desert, and while seeking shelter from it, you stumbled into an oasis, where you inadvertently revealed the treasure map you carried. Half a month later, a congenital warrior pursued you, demanding you hand over the treasure map. You refused, and were killed on the spot, dying at the age of 18. A treasure map. Su Jiuquan suddenly recalled that when he acquired the wooden blade, there was also the treasure map left by Ouyang Xian. Chapter 46. Taking on a disciple for my father, Su Jiuquan pulled out the treasure map and examined it repeatedly, ultimately placing it back down. From this life simulation, he could tell that congenital warriors held this treasure map in high regard, far beyond the reach of a mere first-grade warrior like him. He lifted his gaze towards the window. Darkness had fallen, and these several simulations had consumed 3 to 4 hours. Su Jiuquan exited the inn and strolled along the small river in front of the door. It was merely July, and the weather was sweltering. Many townsfolk sat beneath the trees by the river, fanning themselves, while children frolicked around, playing. Su Jiuquan watched with a smile. Having been in this world for so long, it felt as though he had been in a constant struggle. Rarely had he experienced such a state of relaxation. Unconsciously, he wandered to the western outskirts, where the small river flowed into a lake. At this point, there were no townsfolk around. After all, ancient times lacked streetlights. And in the pitch darkness, ordinary people were understandably concerned for their safety. Just as Su Jiuquan was gazing into the distance, he heard a sudden rush of wind and quickly dodged, only to have a stone shot from the nearby bushes. "Who goes there?" A hunchbacked figure sprang forth. Brandishing a long knife, Su Jiuquan slapped his back, and the black blade flashed into view. This long knife was indeed somewhat cumbersome. He could only strap it to his back. Although it appeared odd, such a formidable weapon could not be discarded lightly. Clang! An unexpected first-grade warrior. From the sound, the hunchbacked figure was an elderly woman, who was momentarily taken aback. Su Jiuquan chuckled. It seemed the opponent had heard the rumors of him being a second-grade warrior. Prompting this ambush, this hunchbacked woman was also a first-grade warrior, which surprised her. Seeing that she couldn't subdue him immediately, the hunchbacked woman turned to flee. "You came here, so don't think you can leave." Su Jiuquan flicked his wrist, and a layer of white mist enveloped his wooden blade, executing a technique from the blade or a secret record. Clang! The hunchbacked woman appeared quite familiar with this style of blade technique. She casually raised her weapon to block the attack, but did not continue to flee or press the assault. Instead, standing aside, Su Jiuquan was filled with suspicion and did not act immediately. "Ah, it truly is the blade or a secret record." A figure leapt out from the bushes, standing beside the hunchbacked woman, and said, "Kid, where did you steal this blade technique?" Su Jiuquan, taking advantage of the faint moonlight, observed the newcomer, a slender woman with an attractive appearance, sporting two charming dimples as she spoke. "Who are you rascals?" Upon hearing this, the woman's nose flared in anger, and she retorted, "You are the rascal. I have never seen you before. Speak. How did you learn my father's blade technique?" "Your father?" Su Jiuquan was taken aback, quickly realizing who this girl was. She was Kai Rujin, the daughter of the congenital warrior Kai Jing. Why was she in Tianshui City? Had certain events in this world changed because of him? Noticing that Su Jiuquan was merely dazed, Kai Rujin assumed he looked down on her and immediately shouted, "Aunt Li, help me teach him a lesson." The hunchbacked woman nodded, saying nothing, and once again swung her long knife at him. To Su Jiuquan's astonishment, Aunt Li's blade technique was quite formidable, although it was not from the blade or a secret record. It was exceptionally exquisite. After several exchanges, Su Jiuquan found himself unable to gain the upper hand. Prompting a sense of caution within him, he focused his blade technique, and his entire demeanor shifted as if he were a fearsome blade unsheathed, ready to consume everything around him. Though Kai Rujin could not help but exclaim, "You have actually condensed your blade intent." Su Jiuquan remained unmoved, his intent with the blade quietly fixated on the hunchbacked woman. Poised yet restrained, the hunchbacked woman, equally engrossed, stared intently at him, while only Kai Rujin beside her was aware that her back was soaked with sweat. That moment of impending confrontation, Kai Rujin suddenly sighed. "All right, let us not fight." Upon hearing her words, the hunchbacked woman seemed to exhale in relief, sheathed her long knife, and stepped back. Su Jiuquan felt somewhat bewildered. However, recalling the deep friendship he had cultivated with this girl during several simulated lives, he too put away his wooden sword. "The rumors in the martial world say you have mastered the blade chi secret record, which I found hard to believe, yet here we are, and you have even condensed your blade intent. Alas, if my father were to find out, he would surely scold me for lacking comprehension, infuriating me." She pouted adorably as she spoke. Seeing her like this, Su Jiuquan couldn't help but chuckle. This blade technique is... Su Jiuquan racked his brain for a plausible explanation. After all, the matter of the simulator was difficult to elucidate. Before he could devise a suitable excuse, Kai Rujin mused aloud. "My father said this set of blade techniques was discovered in a cave. I suppose you must have some connection to the predecessor who left behind this method." Hearing her say this, Su Jiuquan quickly nodded. "Indeed, I also found it in a cave to bolster his credibility." He brandished the wooden sword in his hand, along with the blade technique. "I also discovered this wooden sword." Kai Rujin inspected the wooden sword closely, and upon confirming its authenticity, remarked, "This sword of yours is quite remarkable. It seems to be related to the secret manual my father obtained." She began to pace back and forth, completely disregarding the two individuals beside her. "Your name is Su Jiuquan, right?" Kai Rujin said. Since your blade technique also originates from a manual, why not tell others that I taught you this technique? Huh? Su Jiuchuan was taken aback. Was this girl's thought process truly so erratic? Well, just say that I discovered a prodigy in blade techniques and am passing on my father's teachings. Yes, that sounds good. When Kai Rujin reached this point, she couldn't help but burst into laughter, her amusement rendering her unable to stand upright for quite some time. Once she regained her composure, she continued, if that's the case, my father surely won't insist on me practicing the blade techniques every single time. Su Jiuchuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to keep pace with this girl's rhythm. What's wrong? Aren't you eager to take my father as your master? He is a congenital martial artist. Kai Rujin raised her brow and said, with a congenital martial artist protecting you, how could Guan Lin dare to trouble you? How could Lin Yan even think of challenging you with such a humiliating condition of 100,000 taels? In her view, a first-rate martial artist was not something that could be swayed by mere money. It was merely the disdainful tactics of powerful clans. Chapter 47. Exhaustion. Listening to Kai Rujin's indignant remarks, Su Jiuchuan felt somewhat embarrassed and chuckled awkwardly. Well, actually, that humiliating condition was proposed by me. Huh. This time, not only Kai Rujin, but even the hunchbacked Ant Li looked at him in astonishment. Su Jiuchuan felt rather vexed. In this world, martial artists were all quite proud, believing that money was as trivial as dust. Even a superficial martial arts manual could not be measured by money. He truly wished he could sell all his martial arts skills for valuable techniques. Su Jiuchuan reckoned that perhaps only the Xuanxin Ju and the Blade Qi secret record held any worth. Other techniques like the Qingxin Ju were simply inadequate compared to the exorbitant prices of over 10,000 for simulation. Are you in dire need of money? Kai Rujin inquired hesitantly. Su Jiuchuan nodded. Yes, I lack a substantial amount. Since you have agreed to become my father's disciple, I can offer you 5,000. She hesitated before continuing. Let us make it 10,000 taels, senior sister, Su Jiuchuan shamelessly exclaimed. Ant Li rolled her eyes at this display of audacity, having seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Kai Rujin waved her hand dismissively. I don't have the money right now. Let us discuss it later. I heard that in 3 days, you are to duel with Lin Yan. I have seen Lin Yan in action. Your blade intent is no match for his sword intent. Su Jiuchuan couldn't help but be astonished. This girl, despite appearing somewhat scatterbrained, possessed sharp insight and immediately discerned his weaknesses. Truly a product of her esteemed upbringing. It doesn't matter if you lose. Those unaware would think the Blade Qi secret record fell to the Lin family. Is there any way to hone blade intent? Su Jiuchuan couldn't help but ask, as his blade intent had been cultivated inadvertently within the simulator, and now he sought to strengthen it, but found himself at a loss. Kai Rujin touched her beautiful nose and replied, my father once said that blade intent and sword intent are fundamentally rooted in one's spirit, and that he often took me to practice striking the rushing waters beneath waterfalls to temper my skills. But it was too arduous, and I couldn't persevere. She sighed. However, this isn't something that yields results in a short time. Finally, she shook her head. Even if my father were here, I doubt it would make a difference. Time is too short. The group fell into a moment of silence. Su Jiuchuan then nodded. Since you have no other methods, I shall manage on my own. After saying this, he turned and slowly walked back. Hey, it's senior sister, not just some girl. Kai Rujin's annoyed voice followed behind him. Upon returning to the inn, Su Jiuchuan fell into deep contemplation. Regardless of Kai Rujin's nature, she had indeed provided him with a crucial clue. The so-called blade intent could only be strengthened through the honing of one's will. Whether or not to utilize the life simulation device, each use costs 5,000 points. At 18, you became a first-rate martial artist. Lin Yan challenged you to a duel in 3 days. That night, you fled from Tianshui City, seeking a waterfall, using your blade intent to combat the rushing waters. At 30, your blade intent became even more refined. Under this waterfall, you unleashed your blade intent, causing the water to falter. At 31, you confronted Lin Yan once more in battle. This time, you clashed your blade intent against his sword intent, ultimately leaving Lin Yan gravely injured, yet you fell short and perished beneath his sword. You died at the age of 30-1. Su Jiuchuan sighed. 12 years, and I still couldn't match him. How exactly did Lin Yan cultivate his sword intent? Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following. 1. Martial realm at 31 years of age. 2. Martial experience at 31 years of age. 3. Wisdom of life at 31 years of age. Without further thought, he opted for the second choice. Countless memories of hacking at the waterfall surged through his mind, and his aura became increasingly refined. All memories gradually faded. Su Jiuquan felt an overwhelming fatigue and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. He was awakened from his slumber by a persistent knocking at the door. Rising, he felt a dull ache in his head. It seemed that while the method to hone blade intent was effective, it indeed drained a considerable amount of mental energy. The door swung open. Kai Rujin and the hunchbacked Antli entered. Why do you sleep so soundly? I've been knocking for ages. Kai Rujin pouted, grumbling. Wait. She seemed to realize something and immediately stepped back, circling around Su Jiuquan, stating, Your aura seems different. How could this be? Kai Rujin exclaimed in surprise. When I saw you yesterday, I felt as if you were a blade, sharp and radiant. But now, that feeling is gone. What happened? Su Jiuquan couldn't help but regard her with newfound respect. He hadn't expected her to be so perceptive. However, the matter of the simulation was impossible to explain, so he could only offer vague responses. Although Kai Rujin was skeptical of his excuses, there was no way she would believe that his blade intent had significantly advanced. Since you are my junior brother, I will definitely support you in the duel the day after tomorrow. Rest assured, with me around, Lin Yan wouldn't dare to take your life. Su Jiuquan chose to ignore her and sat on a stool, polishing his black blade. Now that his blade intent was profound, he found solace in quietly caressing the sword, as if it were an extension of his very being. Noticing his solemn demeanor, Kai Rujin attempted to engage him in conversation. Finding it tedious, she eventually departed with Antli. Since he still fell short of Lin Yan, he could only continue to simulate. According to Kai Rujin, harsher environments were more conducive for enhancement. 18. You had already become a first-rate martial artist. Lin Yan invited you to a duel 3 days later. That night, you left Tianshui City, heading towards the frigid wasteland. 19. You discovered a rushing stream on the icy plains, dedicating yourself to training here. At 21, you honed your blade intent on the icy plains, utterly exhausted, and succumbed to the freezing waters. You perished at the age of 21. Upon seeing the outcome of this simulation, Su Jiuquan fell silent. Understanding that the so-called honing of will was essentially a dance with death, one misstep could lead to demise, he chose to continue accumulating martial experience. At 32, while honing your blade intent on the icy plains, a massive crystal-like python suddenly leaped from the water and swallowed you whole. You died at the age of 32. At 25, you were besieged by a pack of ice wolves and met your end on the spot. You perished at the age of 20-5. As Su Jiuquan continued to peruse the simulation results, his perplexity deepened. Despite being a first-grade martial artist with formidable knife intent, it was utterly unreasonable for him to be slain by a mere beast on this icy expanse. Nevertheless, after several exhausting simulations, he chose to accumulate martial arts experience once more, and then he collapsed onto his bed, surrendering to slumber once again. Chapter 48. The Manifestation of Knife Intent. Wake up. Su Jiuquan stirred from his drowsiness to find Kai Rujin standing before him, clad in a stealthy outfit. What do you want? With a sigh, Kai Rujin replied. After contemplating for 2 days, I've concluded that you stand little chance of victory tomorrow. I've heard that Lin Yan's Sacred Yuan skill is designed to achieve invincibility among peers right from its initial stage, that it cultivates an unwavering belief in invincibility, and once the sword intent is consolidated, it often becomes the most powerful form of sword intent. He has challenged 10 cities without a single defeat, annihilating all opponents he faced. You should flee Tianshui City tonight and seek refuge with my father. I believe even the Lin family would hesitate to harm you. Moved by her earnest demeanor, Su Jiuquan felt a flicker of gratitude, realizing that their bond was merely one of circumstance. His mastery of the knife gang's secret record had prompted her to consider his well-being. Yet, he shook his head and continued to lie down, seeking the comfort of sleep. You will die, Kai Rujin exclaimed, her voice laced with anger. With eyes still shut, Su Jiuquan replied, My knife intent is unyielding. If I were to flee this time, it would surely fracture my martial heart, irrevocably severing my path in martial arts. Kai Rujin fell silent, a sigh escaping her lips. She understood the truth in his words. The higher one ascended in martial prowess, the more they prioritized spiritual completeness. Even the slightest crack could become an insurmountable barrier on the path of martial arts, let alone a retreat in the face of battle. After a prolonged silence, Su Jiuquan heard the door close softly behind her. He checked his balance and found 11,688 taels remaining. After countless simulations over the past few days, he was left with only one final opportunity. At 18, he became a first-grade martial artist. Lin Yinyi planned to step over him, achieving a complete state of mind and entering the innate realm. That night, he departed Tianshui City for the Arctic wilderness. Honing his knife intent amid the raging torrents at T-31, his will became more resolute. Even in such dire circumstances, his knife intent could sever the raging current. Yet, he still sensed a lingering inadequacy at T-31. He vanquished an ice bear, feeling his knife intent reach a slight perfection. Thus, he continued to seek out beasts to engage in combat across the wilderness to T-32, during a fierce battle with an ice python. He fell victim to poison and met his demise on the spot, at the age of 32. Having reviewed this simulation's outcome, he sighed once more, still lacking something essential. The simulation concluded, and he could retain one of the following options. 1. The martial realm of 32. 2. The martial experience of 32. 3. The wisdom of life at 32. He opted for the second. Su Jiuquan felt a profound stillness envelop him, as if he had become a statue or a stone. All his brilliance retracted, rendering him akin to an ordinary person. Alas, he was out of funds. Su Jiuquan sighed heavily. However, with his current level, he should not fall short against Lin Yinyi. That he rose, stretched lazily, and glanced outside, where dawn was breaking. Soon, he would be engaged in battle with Lin Yinyi. Suddenly, he swung the door open, only to find Kai Rujin poised to knock. Su Jiuquan chuckled, enveloped in a mysterious state, as if he could perceive everything around him, the gentle breeze, the conversations of ants in the corner, all flowed through his mind. Regrettably, he still felt something was amiss. Kai Rujin wore a tense expression, her face taut, evidently still incensed over his refusal to escape with her the previous day. Here, she tossed a small cloth pouch towards him. Su Jiuquan caught it effortlessly. It felt heavy in his grasp. Since I promised you 10,000 taels, I won't owe anyone a debt, she declared huffily before storming off. Upon opening the pouch, he discovered it brimming with gold leaves, clearly indicating that she had indeed spent the entire day gathering funds. Su Jiuquan accessed the system and selected the recharge option. The recharge was successful. His current balance stood at 11,688. Upon seeing this amount, he exhaled in relief. Would you like to use the life simulator? Each use costs 10,000 points. Yes, AT-18. He became a first-grade martial artist. And today, Lin Yinyi awaited their duel. Instead of participating, he fled Tianshui City. Journeying to the northern icy plains. At T-38, he encountered an ice leopard, a creature renowned for its speed, rendering him incapable of tracking its movements. Severely injured, he found himself at a critical juncture between life and death. With eyes closed, he relinquished his sense of hearing, compressing all his will into a singular focus. At that moment, the ice leopard struck. In its fatal blow, his will reached a critical threshold, breaking through, ultimately resulting in their mutual demise at the age of 38. He had finally transcended a barrier. It was an arduous feat, undoubtedly the most grueling breakthrough Su Jiuquan had ever experienced. He chose martial experience. His consciousness returned to the icy plains. His will had reached a critical point. Su Jiuquan sensed the birth of a vibrant essence within his intent, agile and transformative at that moment. His singular belief in unwavering forward motion manifested as a simple blade, identical to his dark blade, the manifestation of knife intent. Su Jiuquan instinctively understood the state he had just experienced. This was the legendary transformation of knife intent. In the inn, Su Jiuquan sat quietly in a chair, eyes closed in meditation, reliving the battles within the simulation of life, savoring the sensation of breakthrough. Just then, the door swung open, and Aunt Li, hunched and stooped, entered, gesturing for him to follow up. Why now? Su Jiuquan had come to realize that this Aunt Li was a servant of the Kai family, mute and having accompanied Kai Jing for many years. Now serving to protect Kai Rujin, that he understood that it was time to depart. Gathering his belongings, Su Jiuquan grasped his dark blade and followed the hunchbacked woman outside. Kai Rujin stood at the entrance of the inn. Adorned in a flowing pink gown, her hair styled in two small braids, standing gracefully yet with a displeased expression, clearly in a sour mood. However, upon seeing Su Juchuan, a flicker of bewilderment crossed her eyes. It seemed as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. Yet when asked to articulate the change, she found herself at a loss. Seeing her expression, Su Juchuan burst into laughter. "Come on. Stop looking at me like that. It's as if I'm going to my doom. That isn't that the case?" Kai Rujin muttered under her breath as she followed behind him to tea this moment. Tianshui City had already come alive, with news of Lin Yin's impending duel spreading like wildfire. In the days leading up to it, individuals from various regions flocked to witness the unblemished Lin family scion in action. As for Su Jiuchuan, he was also rumored to be a prodigy, capable of injuring a first-grade martial artist while still at the second-grade level. However, compared to Lin Yin, the outcome was devoid of suspense. Chapter 49. Retrieve it yourself in Tianxin Plaza of Tianshui City. The arena was set. Lin Yin sat cross-legged at the center of the stage, eyes gently closed, exuding an aura devoid of youthful arrogance yet imbued with a belief in invincibility. Over the past year, he had challenged 10 cities, and his momentum had peaked. Effortlessly crushing this so-called genius would bring him ever closer to the innate realm. Around the arena stood several men in black attire, Lin family guards, emanating an air of lethal intent, causing onlookers to instinctively maintain their distance. The leader of the guards, Lin Han, was in a relatively relaxed state. Before this challenge, the head of the Lin family had summoned him for a private discussion, ensuring that their young master would succeed in this trial. Thus, before each city, Lin Han would assess the local martial artists, notifying the family of any potential threats to the young master. The Lin family would then dispatch innate experts to drive away those who posed a risk. In truth, Lin Yin's martial prowess could be deemed the best beneath the innate realm. However, the Lin family was in dire need of an innate expert who could cultivate the Sacred Heart technique. Leaving no room for error, Lin Han had already gathered intelligence on his opponent, a mere second-grade martial artist. With the Lin family's resources, they quickly uncovered the truth. Guan Lin had not been injured by Su Juchuan, but rather by the machinations of others. Given the young master's prowess and the achievements of his sword intent, victory in this duel was virtually assured. Among the crowd, numerous martial artists observed, many of whom were spies from various factions, each eager to assess the strength of this Lin family prodigy. Should he ascend to the innate realm, the repercussions for the various factions would be monumental. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the throng, and the crowd parted, creating a path. Lin Yin abruptly opened his eyes, only to spot Su Juchuan emerging from the crowd, wielding a simple blade, flanked by Kai Rujin and the hunchbacked woman. Su Juchuan halted, locking eyes with Lin Yin, his aura steadily rising, compelling the onlookers to step back under the pressure of his presence. Lin Yin's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "A first-grade martial artist. Impressive indeed." He recognized that Su Juchuan had ascended to become a first-grade martial artist in just 3 days, making today's contest all the more intriguing. Lin Han gestured, and several servants brought forth 2 boxes. Placing them alongside the arena, he stepped forward and opened the box, revealing a dazzling array of gold ingots within. The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. Many had never before witnessed such a magnificent display of wealth. Su Juchuan nodded slightly. Suddenly, the ground seemed to tremble, causing the nearby food stalls to topple over. With a forceful stamp of his right foot, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he surged toward the arena. There, Lin Yin had already risen, brandishing her long sword. Its aura beginning to coalesce as she beheld Su Juchuan hurtling toward her. A fierce battle intent flickered in her gaze. Clang! The two collided fiercely upon the stage, the clashing of blades resonating throughout the square. Bang! With another resounding thud, they exchanged a palm strike, each retreating a dozen steps. Excellent! You have not disappointed me. Such a master is worthy of my ascent to the innate realm. Lin Yin slowly raised her sword, its intent crystallizing, the force of her disdain locking onto her opponent. What a thrill! Su Juchuan grinned widely, his black blade held aloft, and the two stood opposite each other in a tense standoff. After a moment, Lin Yin suddenly moved, her sword lunging forward with an unparalleled will that pressed down upon him. Su Juchuan, too, unleashed his blade, a similar intent manifesting as a black arc sliced through the air. This, how can it be? the legendary sword and tent taking form. Among the spectators, there were those well-versed in martial arts who immediately recognized the phenomenon. Gasping in astonishment, Lin Han felt a sinking sensation in his heart. The sword and tent had materialized. Only a select few innate warriors and legends could achieve such mastery. How could Su Jiuquan, so young, accomplish this? Kai Rujin had been clutching Aunt Li's sleeve since their battle began, her heart racing with anxiety. Now, witnessing the unfolding scene, she couldn't help but widen her cherry-red lips, finally asking, so strong. He is truly that formidable. Was he just toying with us the other day? Boom. The arena had dramatically shifted. Lin Yini was sent flying, landing beneath the stage. Lin Han's heart tightened as he rushed over, finding her lying still on the ground, her sword shattered, her eyes blankly gazing at the sky. He understood that her sword intent had been obliterated. Although she had survived, her spirit was shattered. If she could not reconstruct her sword intent, her path in martial arts would be severed. Several guards from the Lin family hurriedly approached to protect Lin Yini. Lin Han turned to cast a deep glance at Su Jiuquan before waving his hand. The guards swiftly lifted the young master away, quickly vanishing from sight. The entire square remained eerily silent. All present stunned by the recent display of power, Su Jiuquan exhaled deeply. After countless simulations over the past 3 days, he had finally emerged victorious. He approached the 2 chests of gold, closed them, and began to walk back, with Kai Rujin silently trailing behind him. But at this moment, the crowd began to stir, numerous spies emerging from the throng to report on the day's duel. Dai was utterly shocking. The young master of the Lin family had lost, and many noble families would surely find great amusement in this outcome. Su Jiuquan, you have concealed yourself quite well. Upon returning to the inn, Kai Rujin finally regained her composure from earlier shock, expressing her discontent. You've made me worry for nothing these past few days. That day when I pulled you to flee, you must have been secretly laughing at me. Su Jiuquan chuckled, helplessly replying, not at all. It was merely a temporary breakthrough, a stroke of luck. That is somewhat acceptable. Though she remained skeptical, it was a slight improvement over her earlier feelings of trepidation. Alas, it seems I can no longer become your master's sister. Kai Rujin sighed. After all, my father has never mastered the transformation of sword intent. I suppose he would be too ashamed to accept you as a disciple. Su Jiuquan found her abrupt thought process both amusing and exasperating. Lin Yini had been back from the arena for quite some time, lying motionless in bed, her gaze fixed on the ceiling. Young master, I will notify the family and have someone deal with him. Lin Han gritted his teeth, saying, this brat dares to disrupt the great affairs of the Lin family. He must be thoroughly punished. No, Lin Yini finally replied after a long pause. I have underestimated the world. Su Jiuquan is my whetstone. She sat up abruptly, her eyes ablaze with fervent determination. What I have lost today, I will reclaim with my own hands. Chapter 50. Trouble arises again in the inn. Su Jiuquan gazed at the 2 chests of gold before him, sighing deeply that in just 3 days, he had burned through more than 100,000 taels of silver. This amount, while seemingly substantial, would likely not sustain him long enough to break through to the innate realm. He opened the system and selected to recharge. Recharge successful, current balance, 106688. Having fully mastered the Xuanqing scripture, it seemed unlikely he could gain entry into the Xianxian sect. Where could he possibly acquire innate martial arts techniques? Furrowing his brows, he pondered whether he truly should follow Kai Rujin to seek her father's tutelage. This girl might be a bit naive, but that did not imply her father was as well. The origins of the Dao Gang's secret record were murky. If it were to be misconstrued as a ploy from a rival faction, he could easily face dire consequences. Just as Su Jiuquan was lost in thought, a stone struck the window sill, prompting him to leap up and rush to the window. That he caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure darting away in the twilight. With the sky darkening, he could still see the person's silhouette in the distance, clearly attempting to lure him. He swiftly vaulted out the window. After pursuing the figure for some time, Su Jiuquan's heart raced in alarm. No matter how he accelerated, the distance between them remained constant. This person's cultivation was certainly on par with his own. After a while, the figure ahead suddenly halted, revealing a young man in gray standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Young master, I have brought the person you seek, the pursuer said with a respectful nod. The gray-clad young man turned, appearing to be around 18 or 19, his eyes shimmering like water, strikingly handsome. Who are you? This is the second young master of the Wen family, Wen Yushu, the guide introduced. Today's duel between young Master Su and Lin Yini was truly spectacular. When Yushu lightly clapped his hands. Young Master Su, at such a young age, possesses such remarkable skills. You are indeed a genius. Why not consider joining our Wen family? Not interested. Su Jiuquan replied bluntly. In his simulated lives, he had learned that such signs of noble families were often superficial, and he had no desire to engage with them. Will you not even hear our terms? When Yushu, unfazed by the rejection, calmly continued, from what I gather, young Master Su does not hail from a prestigious sect or noble lineage. You must be lacking in innate martial arts techniques. Should you join our Wen family and pledge your loyalty, we would provide you with such techniques. What do you say? This was the very foundation upon which noble families and sects relied. All innate martial arts techniques were monopolized by them, leaving ordinary individuals with no choice but to submit to their authority to gain access. Both the Wen and Lin families had countless guest elders, essentially high-ranking guards, bound to their clans for this very reason. It was no surprise that when Yushu approached him today with such confidence, in his eyes, the only path for Su Jiuquan to continue his martial journey lay in aligning with them. Noticing Su Jiuquan's prolonged silence, when Yushu pressed on, if you have any other demands, feel free to voice them. That I can assure you, we offer the best conditions among all noble families. Joining the Wen family might not be out of the question. Su Jiuquan smiled. Hearing this, when Yushu sighed in relief, this outcome was not unexpected. After all, what could a genius do against the odds? Could he really create his own innate martial arts techniques? If you could promise me 100,000 taels of silver each month, I might consider it. The moment this demand was made, when Yushu was taken aback, almost incredulous. You mean silver? Su Jiuquan nodded. Humph, you truly do not know your place. When Yushu's anger flared, he could not believe that Su Jiuquan would make such an outrageous demand. Viewing it as nothing more than mockery toward the Wen family, Dio not regret this. With that, he turned to leave, and his companion hurriedly followed, clearly his lackey. Watching their figures disappear, Su Jiuquan sighed deeply. I was being serious. Why can no one believe me? Why doesn't the second young lady of the Wen family trust me? He had long since realized that when Yushu was actually disguised as a man, this trope had been overused in modern dramas, yet it was amusing to find it present in this world as well. However, since she had chosen to masquerade as a man, he saw no reason to expose her. It was merely a game to him. Young master. Should we notify the family to deal with this Su? The lackey inquired cautiously. Humph. When Yushu scoffed, whether he joins the Wen family or not is inconsequential. What matters is that Lin Yini must not have any chance of a comeback. The Lin family has already produced a formidable figure skilled in the Sacred Heart technique. We cannot afford to allow another innate warrior to emerge. Since Su Jiuquan has shattered his perfect state of mind, in order to make amends, he must personally eliminate Su Jiuquan. We merely need to elevate this Su individual to the innate level or eliminate him beforehand. She smiled and said, originally, if he were willing to join the Wen family, it wouldn't be unreasonable to invest some resources to enhance him to the innate level. Since he is unwilling, there is nothing we can do. Young master, which family elder should we notify to take action? When Yushu furrowed his brows, pondered for a moment, and then shook his head, saying, our Wen family cannot intervene, but if one of our own acts. It would clearly indicate that the Wen family intends to confront the Lin family. The subordinate nodded in agreement. The Lin family is currently flourishing and should not be provoked lightly. I see from the information you gathered that Su Jiuquan hails from Hechuan City and has previously slain Lan Sheng's son, Lan Guping. Meanwhile, Lan Sheng's eldest son, Lan Heguang, has already stepped into the threshold of innate mastery. You need to find a way to inform him. Understood. Upon returning to the inn, Su Jiuquan intended to head to his room, only to discover the door beside him ajar. He hurried over, only to find the hunchbacked Auntie Li unconscious on the floor, while Kai Rujin had vanished without a trace. He quickly helped Auntie Li to her feet, gently infused a bit of true energy into her, and she gradually regained consciousness. She is mute, and gestured frantically, leaving Su Jiuquan utterly baffled. After a considerable time, he finally understood that shortly after he had departed, someone had drugged the two of them and abducted Kai Rujin. Auntie Li had no knowledge of the kidnapper's identity. However, in previous simulations, Kai Rujin was supposed to be captured by the men in black outside Tianmu City a few months later. How could it have happened so suddenly? Could it be that his presence in Tianshui City had attracted the attention of the enemy, prompting them to act prematurely? Seeing Su Jiuquan lost in thought, Auntie Li, filled with anxiety, dashed outside the inn to search the surroundings for clues, but found none. She could only inform Su Jiuquan that the young lady was missing and that she must return to report to the master. After which she hurried away. Chapter 51. Something is amiss regardless of the circumstances. Kai Rujin had been quite helpful, and Su Jiuquan could not simply disregard her. He activated the simulator to conduct a life simulation. Each attempt costing 10,000 points. Yes, that AT-18. He had already become a first-grade martial artist. Kai Rujin has been kidnapped. That night, he searched for suspicious clues everywhere and eventually learned that a group of men in black had driven a carriage northward. He immediately set off in pursuit. In a valley, he finally caught up with the group, only to find a woman on the carriage, accompanied by Kai Rujin, who appeared to be familiar with her. He attempted to rescue her, but discovered that he was no match for them. Within 2 moves, he was injured. The woman instructed Kai Jing to come to retrieve her and then departed. With no choice left, he could only turn back, but he lost his way in the mountains. Half a month later, he stumbled into the territory of a golden python and was killed, passing away at the age of 18. This is not right. Something is definitely amiss. Su Jiuquan finally recognized the issue. Why was he so frequently encountering monsters in the wild and being killed? It should be noted that he was a first-grade martial artist, which is not weak within human society. How could he be so easily slain by monsters? If the wilderness were that perilous, humanity would have likely faced extinction long ago. Could it be that, as a transmigrator, the world harbored malicious intent towards him? Yet, that seemed implausible. Surely it wouldn't summon a monster specifically to deal with him, but at least, Su Jiuquan did not believe he possessed such significance. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the black blade, and he suddenly recalled what Ouyang Xian's letter had said. Is the destiny changing? What does it mean for destiny to change? Could it be that this so-called destiny is connected to all of this? After contemplating for a long while, he still found no clues and decided to stop thinking about it. The simulation concluded, and he could retain one of the following options. 1. The martial arts realm of 18 years old. 2. The martial arts experience of 18 years old. 3. The wisdom of life at 18 years old. Su Jiuquan thought for a moment and ultimately chose the second option. He wanted to see what level the golden python was at. Surely, it couldn't be innate. In the dense forest, the massive tail of the snake coiled around him tightly. His true energy surged, and the blade intent transformed into a black blade slashing towards the snake's head, but it only left a long gash without severing the head. Subsequently, the foul-smelling maw engulfed him, terrifying. Even as an observer of this memory, Su Jiuquan was drenched in sweat. The golden python should be on par with his cultivation level, not having entered the innate realm. Yet it could still kill him due to its physical advantage. Since Kai Rujin seemed to be in no life-threatening danger, he felt no urgency that he simulated his cultivation for the day, then had a match with Lin Yinyi. And after that, he simulated a fierce battle with a monster. Mentally exhausted, he lay down and fell asleep. The next day, when Su Jiuquan awoke, it was already noon that he opened the door, intending to find a place to eat. Young Master Su, a middle-aged man dressed as a steward, previously seated on a chair at the entrance, stood up promptly upon seeing him emerge. Clearly, he had been waiting there for quite some time. Su Jiuquan frowned. He did not recognize this man, and he had not encountered him in the life simulation either. It seemed he had missed him while pursuing the kidnapper yesterday. Who are you? This is Wang Yuanwei from Tianshui City. The inn's attendant, smiling broadly, interjected. Wang Yuanwei has been waiting for you since early morning, for 3 hours now. He has some matters he wishes to discuss with young Master Su. Su Jiuquan shook his head. He was not in the mood to deal with trivial matters. Without waiting for Wang Yuanwei to speak, he stated, I'm not interested. With that, he descended the stairs without waiting for a response. Wang Yuanwei, initially beaming, felt a surge of anxiety as he realized Su Jiuquan was ignoring him. He hastily exclaimed, I noticed that young Master Su wagered 100,000 taels of silver against young Master Lin in the duel. If you could assist, I would offer 200,000 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, the attendant's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. 200,000 taels of silver. That's enough to buy this entire street, he thought to himself. Realizing that the steward would never earn that much in 10 lifetimes, Su Jiuquan returned, unable to resist the overwhelming offer. What exactly is the matter? Now intrigued, he sensed that whatever warranted such a large sum must be significant. Wang Yuanwei, seeing that Su Jiuchuan was indeed interested, beamed with joy and respectfully said, "Let's discuss the specifics at my humble abode." Su Jiuchuan frowned. The air of mystery surrounding the matter suggested it was anything but simple. So he remained cautious. "Please, young master, accompany me. Even if you ultimately decide not to assist, I will still provide 10,000 taels of silver as travel expenses." Wang Yuanwei pressed on, sensing Su Jiuchuan's hesitation. "Oh, now you've truly piqued my interest. Just to hear what you have to say, 10,000 taels of silver is quite a rare find. I must see this for myself. Let us go." Wang Yuanwei led the way, and as they exited the inn, they spotted a carriage parked outside, flanked by 7 or 8 servants. Upon seeing the two approach, the servants quickly stepped forward to assist them into the carriage. Wang Yuanwei promptly gestured for Su Jiuchuan to enter. Su Jiuchuan nodded and strode forward, stepping into the carriage, which had been furnished with plush cushions and featured a small redwood table, upon which incense had already been lit, filling the interior with a pleasant aroma. He inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. This incense must be quite expensive. Noticing Su Jiuchuan exploring the carriage, Wang Yuanwei didn't rush him and merely smiled from the side. "Let us depart." Su Jiuchuan, slightly embarrassed, felt like a country bumpkin in the city and quickly urged them on. The carriage soon set off, and to his surprise, it moved smoothly without any jostling. Su Jiuchuan couldn't help but remark on the decadence of the wealthy in ancient times. After about half an hour of travel, the carriage finally came to a halt, and the two disembarked, arriving at a courtyard. Wang Yuanwei led him into the main hall, where they sat opposite each other. "Speak. What is the matter?" Su Jiuchuan lacked the patience to engage in casual conversation with this nouveau riche. Wang Yuanwei, undeterred, gestured for the surrounding servants to withdraw. The My Wang family has resided in Tianshui City for generations. Although we own rice shops, cosmetics, and other businesses, those are secondary. The foundation of our wealth lies in a gold mine located outside the city. A gold mine? Su Jiuchuan suddenly understood why this old fellow appeared so affluent. However, there have been recent issues with the gold mine, and I would like to request young Master Su's assistance in resolving them. Chapter 52. The gold mine. It was only then that Wang Yuanwei recounted the entire sequence of events. It turned out that the gold mine belonging to the Wang family was situated in the Cold Stone Valley outside the city and had been in operation for several centuries. This gold mine was the cornerstone of the Wang family's status as the wealthiest family in Tianshui City. Everything was going smoothly until, 6 months ago, a ferocious monkey unexpectedly invaded the mine, killing both the overseers and the miners. Consequently, the Wang family's source of income was abruptly severed. Over the past few months, Wang Yuanwei had expended a fortune hiring numerous experts to exorcise the creature. But to no avail. The monkey was exceedingly savage, and not a single expert returned alive. As a result, no one was willing to come forward anymore. Of course, it was not that Tianshui City lacked genuine experts. Rather, those with true skill were not easily swayed by mere silver. However, the Wang family was left with little more than money. Thus, when Wang Yuanwei witnessed Su Jiuchuan showcasing his prowess on the arena yesterday, and noted that the wager was merely 100,000 taels of silver, he could not help but entertain the thought that led to today's scene. Upon hearing this account, Su Jiuchuan fell into deep contemplation. Had those creatures begun to encroach upon human territories? In the previous simulation, he had encountered beasts on the verge of entering the innate realm outside the city. It was likely that even more ferocious creatures lurked in the remote mountains and forests. Capable of rivaling innate beasts, the world was becoming increasingly perilous. What do you think? Wang Yuanwei asked anxiously. Su Gongzi, have you made a decision? I need to visit the restroom first, Su Jiuchuan replied casually before stepping outside, where a servant promptly guided him. Once he was alone, Su Jiuchuan activated the system. Let me simulate first. If this task is feasible, I stand to gain 200,000 taels. If not, at least I want to incur a loss of more than 10,000 taels, which is worth the investment for the simulation. FEE at AT18. You became a first-rate martial artist. In Tianshui City, Wang Yuanwei enlisted your help to deal with the monkey in the gold mine. 3 days later, you arrived at the mine and indeed encountered a monkey that had already entered the innate realm. Fortunately, it was injured. You fought fiercely, but both of you were ultimately gravely wounded. Just then, A figure appeared, swiftly killing the monkey and inadvertently taking your life as well. At the tender age of 18, Su Jiuquan was taken aback. He had been outmaneuvered. How precise was this timing? They had just engaged in a mutual struggle when that individual materialized. That person must have been lurking nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. But who could it be? Wang Yuanwei seemed rather suspicious. The more Su Jiuquan pondered, the more dubious he became. Although the Wang family appeared to be an ordinary commercial household, they possessed an entire gold mine. Even if martial artists in this world were not particularly concerned with wealth, the major factions had to sustain a multitude of subordinates, which required substantial funds. How could they possibly ignore such a lucrative gold mine? Would those prominent families truly refrain from action? It seemed highly implausible. Thus, the only conclusion was that the Wang family had a powerful martial artist backing them, deterring other factions. However, if that martial artist could not even handle an injured innate monkey and required half a year to find assistance, it suggested that this individual was likely not of the innate realm, or at the very least, lacked the strength of an innate martial artist. With this thought, Su Jiuquan felt invigorated if that were the case. Might there be a way to turn this to his advantage? At that moment, a message appeared before him. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1.18 years of martial arts prowess. 2.18 years of martial arts experience. 3.18 years of life wisdom. As he contemplated these choices, Su Jiuquan secretly devised a plan. After a considerable period, Su Jiuquan returned to the hall, where Wang Yuanwei was pacing anxiously. Clearly distraught. Su Gongzi, what do you think? Su Jiuquan smiled and replied, I haven't eaten anything since this morning. Wang Yuanwei, still wearing a radiant smile, responded, that was my oversight. Please wait a moment, and I shall make arrangements. He felt a slight sinking in his heart. Do not rush. Do not act recklessly. Do not alert the snake by stirring the grass. In no time, a lavish spread of delicacies was presented before them. Su Jiuquan needed no prompting and began to indulge to his delight. The flavors were exquisite, perhaps the most satisfying meal he had enjoyed since his arrival in this world. As the dishes were nearly finished, Wang Yuanwei continued to inquire, Su Gongzi, what do you think? Burp. Su Jiuquan let out a long belch and remarked, it's a bit too salty. Bring me some wine. Wang Yuanwei's expression stiffened, and he could only turn and signal to a servant, who promptly brought a jug of wine. Su Jiuquan took 2 hearty swigs directly from the jug before tossing it onto the table, signaling the end of his meal. Su Gongzi, might I trouble you for this favor? Wang Yuanwei asked, his anxiety palpable. Seeing his tense demeanor, Su Jiuquan could not help but chuckle inwardly. Certainly, I accept this task. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanwei clenched his right hand tightly within his sleeve. However, his heart raced again at these words. This endeavor is exceedingly perilous. I require 500,000 taels of silver, Su Jiuquan stated. Additionally, I need 30,000 taels as a deposit today. This. Wang Yuanwei hesitated, then gritted his teeth and replied, very well, I agree. Then it settled. With that, Su Jiuquan picked his teeth and sauntered out. As he watched Su Jiuquan's retreating figure, the smile on Wang Yuanwei's face gradually faded, and he coldly mused, 500,000 taels of silver. You truly dare to demand such a sum. I fear you may not live to spend it. Upon returning to the inn, it wasn't long before Wang Yuanwei sent 5 large chests to him. Once the delivery was complete, Su Jiuquan opened each chest one by one, revealing them to be brimming with gold ingots, gleaming under the flickering candlelight. He had truly struck it rich this time. Su Jiuquan extracted several gold ingots and proceeded to recharge the system. Recharge successful. Current balance, 380,003 points. For the first time, Su Jiuquan felt a sense of financial abundance. The night passed without incident, and early the next morning, Wang Yuanwei was already waiting at the inn. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two set off. Cold Stone Valley lay over 50 miles north of Tianshui City, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The gold mine itself was concealed beneath a steep cliff. Wang Yuanwei refused to venture any further than the valley's entrance, merely gesturing to Su Jiuquan. Su Gongzi, proceed forward, and you shall find the entrance to the mine. I entrust this matter to you. Unfazed, Su Jiuquan waved dismissively, brandishing his black blade as he walked into the deep, shadowy valley. Chapter 53. The hidden threat. The valley was eerily quiet, unnervingly still, devoid of even the chirping of insects. A narrow path paved with stones wound its way deeper into the valley, flanked by wooden posts that once supported bronze lanterns. Now extinguished, Su Jiuquan remained on high alert. Although he had already undergone a simulation, the wilderness could hold unexpected dangers. Alongside the path, he had already encountered several corpses. Upon closer inspection, most had their skulls crushed. The creature was indeed ruthless. Before long, he arrived at the mine's entrance, a dark abyss that plunged downward. With his long knife held before him, Su Jiuquan cautiously stepped inside. The darkness was palpable, yet for a first-rate martial artist, it posed no significant obstacle that a foul stench pervaded the air, prompting Su Jiuquan to wrinkle his nose. The ancient technology was inadequate for proper ventilation. As he pressed onward, he soon discovered several areas of collapse, with portions of the rock face crumbling several meters down. Examining the debris, he noted a fine powder scattered about. There were no larger stones, indicating the force that had caused the collapse was tremendous. What is this? A dark golden hair mixed among the debris caught his attention. Su Jiuquan picked it up, surprised by its weight. It was not much lighter than a steel needle of similar size. Just as he scrutinized it, the foul odor intensified, and a powerful gust of wind surged from behind him. Instinctively, he rolled to the ground just as a massive claw came crashing down where he had been standing moments before. A searing pain shot through his back as he felt a sticky liquid trickle down. He realized he had been injured, but there was no time to dwell on it. Before him loomed an enormous creature, with a sharp snout and a body at least twice his size. This must be the monkey Wang Yuanwei had spoken of. With a deafening roar, the beast swung its massive, furry fist down upon him. Su Jiuquan felt the air thicken with an overwhelming force, an inescapable dread settling over him. He quickly steadied his mind and hastily retreated. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath was shattered, creating a deep pit several meters wide that if struck, Su Jiuquan knew he would be reduced to mere pulp. Was this truly the power of an innate realm creature? Recognizing that he could not continue this way, he swung his black blade. Clang! The blade struck the monkey's fist, producing a resonant sound as several droplets of crimson blood spilled forth. Roar! The enraged monkey monster lunged forward with great ferocity, its fists raised in a relentless assault. Su Jiuquan narrowly evaded the onslaught by sidestepping between its dual strikes, and in that fleeting moment, he caught sight of a deep gash on the creature's waist, already congealed and dark red, indicating it had not been long since it was inflicted. Indeed, this beast was injured. Seizing the opportunity presented by their brief intersection, Su Jiuquan unleashed a shadowy blade that struck true upon the wound. A heart-wrenching howl echoed throughout the cavern. The monkey monster, thoroughly enraged, it cast a glance at its bleeding injury, blood gushing forth, and a surge of wrath welled within its chest as it fixed a gaze upon Su Jiuquan that brimmed with murderous intent. With a fierce roar directed skyward, it leaped with astonishing speed, its fists raised once more, now shimmering with a faint golden light. Su Jiuquan understood that evasion was futile this time. His internal energy surged violently, and the aura of the shadowy blade in his grasp intensified to its peak as he charged toward the monkey monster. The colossal crash resounded, shaking the cavern and causing debris to rain down from the stone walls. Su Jiuquan was hurled back several meters, crashing to the ground as if every bone in his body had shattered, pain radiating from every inch. The energy within him had been fully expended in that single blow, leaving him utterly depleted. The monkey monster, however, was not faring much better. The deep gash ran from its left shoulder to the right, blood cascading onto the ground. Though its eyes dimmed, the ferocity of its murderous intent only intensified. It had sustained multiple injuries and bled profusely, yet given a moment to stanch the flow, it would be poised to tear Su Jiuquan apart. Just then, a maniacal laugh resonated through the cavern as an individual emerged from the shadows. An elderly man, his hair white as snow and his countenance tinged with a dusky gold, bore evident wounds himself. Yet, the enigmatic aura surrounding him sent a shiver down Su Jiuquan's spine. This was truly a congenital warrior. Observing Su Jiuquan, who lay incapacitated and bleeding, and the menacing monkey monster, the elder could not help but stroke his white beard with a chuckle. It seems I have arrived at just the right moment. What is your relation to Wang Yuanwei? Su Jiuquan inquired, his voice trembling with curiosity. The elder regarded him with a knowing smile and replied, "Ah, it appears you are beginning to grasp the situation. albeit a tad late. I am Wang Qinghu, the very ancestor of the Wang Yuanwei you spoke of. Haha, you orchestrated my depletion of this monkey monster's strength on purpose? Su Jiuchuan voiced his suspicions. Wang Qinghu, unfazed, nodded and replied, not quite. That I had previously clashed with this beast, and had it not been for our mutual destruction, do you think you could have survived under its innate skill, the monkey's might? So it was that the earlier blow had been the creature's innate ability. Could it be that the distinction between congenital monsters and ordinary ones lay in this? The ordinary monsters relied on animal instincts, while congenital monsters had awakened their inherent skills. The cunning monkey monster, realizing the grave turn of events upon Wang Qinghu's arrival, swiftly altered its course to flee, only to be swiftly intercepted, drawing his sword. Wang Qinghu leaped forward towards the monkey monster. That a flicker of sorrow crossed the creature's eyes, quickly morphing into a torrent of rage as it unleashed its innate ability once more, the monkey's might, its fists radiating a dark golden hue. Yet, this exertion only exacerbated its wounds, causing blood to flow even more profusely. With a resounding crash, Wang Qinghu met the creature's punch head-on, his sword plunging into the monkey monster's already wounded flank. With a powerful thrust, its insides were shredded, life extinguished as it collapsed with a thunderous thud. Coughing violently, Wang Qinghu spat out blood, evidently injured from their encounter. Ha ha ha. He bellowed in laughter. This is indeed a congenital monster. Who would have thought that at my age, I would still encounter such fortune? Having completed his grim task, he paid no heed to Su Jiuchuan and began to excavate the creature's chest. Retrieving a crystalline object that sparkled brilliantly and stowing it away in his robes, exhausted yet resolute, he turned to eliminate Su Jiuchuan, for the latter now knew too much. However, as he pivoted, he was taken aback to find Su Jiuchuan standing there, composed and smiling gently, displaying none of the exhaustion one would expect from a depleted individual. How is this possible? Wang Qinghu exclaimed, astonished. He had lingered nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. He was certain that Su Jiuchuan had been in disarray, utterly devoid of any energy. That a first-tier warrior could not possibly conceal their state from a congenital warrior. An unsettling premonition gripped him. This was not merely a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, but rather a wolf being invited into the fold. Su Jiuchuan discerned the elder's confusion, but chose not to elucidate, for the dramas of his past life had taught him that excessive dialogue often led to calamity, especially when conversing with a congenital warrior. With a swift motion, he brandished his blade, the intent crystallizing once more into a shadowy arc aimed directly at Wang Qinghu. Wang Qinghu attempted to evade, yet his energy was depleted, and his injuries compounded his plight. There was no way he could withstand Su Jiuchuan in his prime. With a decisive strike, the blade pierced through Wang Qinghu's forehead. He was dead. Su Jiuchuan approached cautiously, ensuring the elder was beyond the point of revival before exhaling a sigh of relief. For Su Jiuchuan, his ascension to martial prowess had been almost entirely self-made, and many of the intricacies of martial knowledge remained unknown to him. During this time, he had encountered numerous bizarre phenomena that bred a deep-seated reverence for the unknown. Logically, having found a weakened congenital warrior, it was the perfect moment to extract information. Yet, he hesitated to gamble on whether the old man had any hidden trump cards. Thus, he had no choice but to remain cautious. For some time now, Su Jiuchuan had been contemplating alternative applications for the simulator, since one could select their martial realm upon the conclusion of a simulation. He pondered if it were possible to preserve the opportunity for selection. Therefore, the previous night, he undertook another simulation, this time opting not to make a selection. When he had exhausted his energy, he activated the system and accessed the simulator, choosing his martial realm. Indeed, the system infused him with the martial prowess he had possessed moments before his demise, restoring him to his peak state. This explained the preceding events, reflecting on the day's dangers. Su Jiuchuan felt a pang of unease. Had Wang Qinghu opted to strike him first before dealing with the monkey monster, the outcome would have been vastly different. Yet, he had gambled on the assumption that Wang Qinghu would underestimate him. A first-tier warrior, and fortunately, the gamble had paid off. Approaching the lifeless body, Su Jiuchuan began to inspect it, his heart racing at the prospect of what a congenital warrior might possess. That he first unearthed a pale yellow crystal, extracted from the monkey monster's chest, hard and seemingly devoid of immediate utility. Continuing his search, he discovered a parchment, carefully unrolling it to unveil a treasure, a congenital martial art technique, the Guarding Yang Sutra. However, upon fully unfurling the scroll, he noted that the latter portion had been severed with a sharp instrument, indicating that it was an incomplete technique. He could only sigh in dismay. It was evident that congenital martial arts were not as common as cabbages. Indeed, a rare find. Apart from that, there was naught else of value on the body. As he approached the carcass of the monkey monster, he scrutinized it closely. From Wang Qinghu's words, it was clear that congenital monsters were exceedingly rare, and he was eager to discern what made this one special. The monkey monster was not only 3 to 4 times the size of an ordinary monkey, but its skin was remarkably tough. Remembering how its fists had clashed with his black blade, he could only imagine its terrifying capabilities. Whether due to the extraction of the crystal or not, the monkey monster's corpse began to decompose at a visible rate. Parts of its body turning to yellow fluid in mere moments. That a foul stench permeated the AI. Su Jiuchuan hastily covered his nose and stepped back. Yet as he straightened, he suddenly froze. What was that? From his vantage point, he could discern a peculiar mark on the sole of the monkey monster's left foot, seemingly inscribed with some unknown script. To his astonishment, he recognized this script. It bore a striking resemblance to the annotations on the treasure map left by Ouyang Xian. What could this script signify? As the grotesque corpse of the simian creature approached a complete dissolution into yellow liquid, Su Jiuchuan hastily tore a piece of cloth from Wang Qinghu's body, pried a stone from the wall, and, using a bit of blood from the ground, meticulously replicated the inscription found on the creature's foot. By the time he completed the writing, the corpse had entirely transformed into a puddle of yellow water. Noticing that there was nothing else left behind, Su Jiuchuan rose to his feet, casually stowed the crystal and the parchment in his bosom, and prepared to depart. Suddenly, he felt a stirring within his garment, startling him that he quickly emptied his pockets, revealing the short sword he had seized from Shun Xiu. Upon contact with the yellow crystal, the sword began to glow and pulse repeatedly. Alarmed, Su Jiuchuan swiftly separated the two, only to discover that the sword possessed an inexplicable attraction. Firmly drawing the crystal towards it, the sword continued to throb intermittently, reminiscent of its behavior when Su Jiuchuan first acquired it. While the pale yellow crystal grew increasingly dim, with a surge of internal energy, he forcefully yanked them apart. Yet the sword appeared reluctant to relinquish its hold on the crystal, continuing to leap about. After a considerable pause, it seemed the sword realized it could no longer maintain contact with the crystal and gradually quieted, its blade dimming. Indeed, the practitioners of these sects possessed some profound secrets, thought Su Jiuchuan, a shiver running down his spine. What was the true nature of this sword? He could scarcely fathom the depth of knowledge held by those illustrious clans and sections. The crystal had an air of mystery about it, and he was left pondering whether the sword might undergo some transformation upon fully absorbing the crystal. If only he had someone to consult. Su Jiuchuan couldn't help but reflect on the importance of knowledge, whether in ancient times or now. With no further thoughts to entertain, he carefully concealed the sword once more in his garment, tore another strip of cloth from Wang Qinghu's corpse, and wrapped the crystal in several layers before securing it at his waist, deeming it properly handled. Only then did he truly grasp the black blade and make his way out. At the entrance of Hanshi Valley, Wang Yuanwei was leisurely pacing. This operation had been deliberated with the elder for quite some time, since the gold mine had been seized by the simian creature 6 months ago. The elder had intervened, only to find that the beast was of innate caliber, fierce and formidable, resulting in a mutual destruction with the elder. Consequently, he devised a plan to hire high-ranking martial artists as expendable pawns to wear down the simian creature, allowing the elder to strike once it was sufficiently weakened, ensuring success. However, he had not anticipated that these high-ranking martial artists were utterly useless, falling in droves without significantly diminishing the strength of the creature. And thus the elder found no opportunity to act. This time, however, Su Jiuchuan was a master of blade intent incarnate, presumably stronger than those who had come before. Just as Wang Yuanwei was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Wang Yuanwei, I have not failed in my mission. Wang Yuanwei was taken aback, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. Rubbing them, he indeed saw Su Jiuchuan smiling at him. With no one else around, Su Gongzi all alone, he stammered, momentarily unsure of the situation, that he had intended to inquire about the elder, but quickly changed his question. Has the elder changed his mind and spared your life? Yet, if that were the case, Why had the elder not accompanied him? Su Jiuquan let out a hearty laugh, feigning ignorance as he replied, "The simian creature has been slain, regrettably reduced to a puddle of yellow water. Otherwise, I could have brought it out for Wang Yuan Wai to behold that I asked there nothing else." Wang Yuan Wai, still unwilling to give up, pondered for a moment. The elder was far too vital to the Wang family. So he boldly asked, "The family ancestor has sustained injuries and has just emerged from seclusion." Hearing of Su Gongzi's expedition to the gold mine to eliminate the beast, he was concerned for your safety and came to assist. "May I ask if you encountered him?" At this, Su Jiuquan couldn't help but applaud inwardly. Wang Yuan Wai was indeed skilled in his words, the old man Wang Cheng who had intended to reap the rewards. Yet now his intentions were spun into a narrative of heroism. Quite impressive that it turned out that the venerable figure was the Wang family's ancestor. He felt a twinge of respect. Su Jiuquan feigned a tone of melancholy as he recounted. "When I discovered the simian creature beneath the mine, that venerable figure suddenly appeared, and in the end, they perished together." "What?" Wang Yuan Wai trembled, his body going limp as he collapsed to the ground. The elder had perished. The Wang family was doomed. Several attendants rushed forward to support him. Su Jiuquan secretly scoffed. Having dared to scheme against him, they must be prepared for the backlash. He disregarded Wang Yuan Wai and continued. "Oh, that venerable figure expressed gratitude for my assistance to the Wang family. Aside from the remaining silver, he hopes you will gift me an additional 100,000 taels." After a prolonged silence, Su Jiuquan glanced at Wang Yuan Wai, whose expression had turned ashen, seemingly oblivious to his words. Unable to restrain himself, Su Jiuquan coldly remarked, "What? Does Wang Yuan Wai not take your ancestors' orders seriously?" Instantly, Wang Yuan Wai felt a chill of impending doom, a shiver coursing through him. His heart ached, yet he understood that the Wang family now teetered on the precipice. A moment's misstep could spell disaster. He quickly steeled himself and declared, "Since the ancestor has given such instructions, I shall not disappoint him. Please, Su Gongzi, grant me a few days, and I will promptly arrange for the auction of this gold mine." Su Jiuquan, taken aback by his words, thought to himself that this man was indeed a figure to reckon with, though regrettably born into a world where strength reigned supreme, with the Wang family having lost their innate level ancestor. Their chances of retaining the gold mine were slim. Wang Yuan Wai's immediate thought to auction off the mine indicated his urgency to rid himself of this hot potato, perhaps the only way to preserve the family's lives. This gold mine, with annual profits of at least 1,000,000 taels, was certainly tantalizing even to Su Jiuquan. Yet he understood that such wealth could not be safeguarded without an innate warrior. Hence, he merely requested an additional 100,000 taels. Surely, the eventual benefactor would not quibble over such a pittance. However, witnessing Wang Yuan Wai's state stirred an uncomfortable sensation within Su Jiuquan. It was indeed a world governed by the law of the jungle. Once one's strength faltered, resources would inevitably be reclaimed. An unbidden sense of urgency enveloped Su Jiuquan. High-ranking martial artists were still too weak. Amidst torrential rain and interlaced thunder, on an island somewhere in the ocean, a young man knelt outside a stone cave, allowing the rain to drench him, yet resolutely remaining motionless. The paper umbrella bloomed above him, and a young woman clad in a yellow gown attempted to pull him to his feet, urging, "Brother Lan, you should rise. My father will not allow you to leave now." This young man was Lan Higuang, the eldest son of the lord of Hechuan City, Lan Sheng. Recently, news had reached him that the murderer of his brother had attained the rank of first-tier martial artist and was currently in Tianshui City. He had immediately sought out his master, Nan Ruotian, to plot his revenge. The young woman was Nan Ruotian's only daughter, Nan Haiying. With a sigh, she continued, "Did my father not say that you should wait until 3 months after the spiritual tide erupts before you go? You are already half a step into the innate realm. When the spiritual tide surges, you can break through to the innate level, and then it would be the perfect time for vengeance." Lan Higuang bowed his head, struggling to suppress the tears welling in his eyes. "I was born of the same mother as my younger brother, Lan Guping. We shared a close bond since childhood. In our youth, my father scoured the world for rare treasures to nourish our vitality and cultivate our internal energy. My brother often claimed that his talent paled in comparison to mine, and so he would always concede his portion to me. When the time came for me to leave home and study under my master, he said to me, 'Once you have mastered your skills and returned, We shall assist our father together in establishing a great enterprise. Who could have foreseen? As he spoke, tears streamed down Lan Higuang's face, mingling with the rain, since the tragic news of his brother's demise had reached him. He could no longer concentrate on his training. His sole thought was to rend Su Jiuquan's body into 1,000 pieces. A fierce hatred flickered in his eyes. Foolish child, a sigh emanated from within the cave. Your heart is burdened by too much hatred. I had intended to temper your emotions, but since you are so insistent, I shall not stand in your way. Hearing this, Lan Higuang felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, the voice continued, the upcoming spiritual tide must not be missed. Go swiftly and return promptly. Nan Haiying, delighted that her father had consented, chimed in, I have heard that this man has only recently advanced to a first-tier martial artist. Brother, it should be a piece of cake for you, being half a step into the innate realm. Lan Higuang, however, shook his head and replied, I received a letter from my father when he killed my brother 2 months ago. He was merely a 5th-tier martial artist. Now, in just 2 months, he has already become a first-tier. Silence enveloped them. The three remained quiet for some time, save for the intermittent thunder and the patter of rain against the earth. At length, Lan Higuang continued. Nan Haiying hurriedly covered her delicate lips, fearful of letting out a gasp. All along, she had believed that Brother Lan was the most talented martial artist in the world. Achieving half-step innate at the tender age of 18, yet, it turned out that there existed another individual capable of suppressing him, leaving Brother Lan in a constant state of anxiety about being surpassed. Just who was Su Jiuquan? Suddenly, an object shot out from the cave. Lan Higuang quickly reached out to catch it. It was a dusty jade pendant. This pendant can shield you from a single attack of innate level. Wear it for protection. Clearly, Nan Ritian was also feeling somewhat unsettled. Thank you, Master. Chapter 56. A certain death trap. Upon returning to the inn, Su Jiuquan found that night had already fallen. He took out the rolled-up parchment, which contained the half-complete Guarding the Sun scripture. This scripture was divided into 3 tiers, with the introduction detailing how each tier corresponded to a level of innate realm. However, only the first tier was present, indicating that one could only achieve the first stage of innate, known as the condensation of meridians. The initial sections provided a general overview of the innate realm. It explained that the transition from the 9th to the 1st rank involved the martial artist cultivating their true energy to open the circulatory system, refining their body and expelling impurities. Upon reaching the 1st rank, with the circulatory system unblocked, one must undergo a refinement process of true energy, which is a purification of the true energy itself. Once this purification was complete, one would achieve what is known as the great perfection of the 1st rank, also referred to as half-step innate. Then, by compressing the true energy to its utmost limit, it would begin to liquefy, marking the entry into the condensation of meridians. Only upon reaching this stage could one be considered to have entered the innate realm. As for the subsequent stages, they were not mentioned, possibly lost in the destroyed portions of the text. Should he pursue this path of cultivation? Su Jiuquan hesitated, fearing he might not discover the subsequent techniques. There was indeed a significant difference between the innate realm and the rank realm. Changing techniques within the rank realm merely required effort to start over. However, in the innate realm, once true energy had liquefied, switching to another technique would mean forsaking all prior cultivation, with the risk of damaging the meridians, rendering any chance of entering the innate realm impossible for the rest of his life. Yet, if he did not cultivate, he would remain stuck at the 1st rank. Obtaining techniques for the innate realm was exceedingly difficult, with monsters of the innate realm lurking even in gold mines. Staying at the 1st rank felt perilous. Su Jiuquan reread the parchment carefully, and suddenly his eyes brightened, since the great perfection of the 1st rank merely involved true energy extraction. He could use this portion of the technique to reach half-step innate, then utilize the simulator to seek out other techniques. The more he pondered, the more reasonable it seemed. He promptly sat cross-legged and began to cultivate according to the parchment. A night passed, and Su Jiuquan opened his eyes, revealing a bitter smile. His physical aptitude was truly lacking. After such a long time, he felt no progress whatsoever. It seemed that without the simulator, he truly struggled to make headway. Should I use the life simulator? Each use costs 10,000 points. Yes, AT18. You had already become a 1st-rank martial artist. You left Tianshui City and found a place to focus on your cultivation. 3 months later, Lin Yini found you and challenged you to a duel. By then, he had already reached half-step innate, and you were no match for him, being killed on the spot, staring at the simulation result. Su Jiuquan was stunned. How is that possible? His sword intent was destroyed, and he could break through to half-step innate in just 3 months. The simulation ends. You may retain one of the following. 1. 18-year-old martial arts realm. 2 to 18-year-old martial arts experience. 3 to 18-year-old life wisdom. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. He chose 1. After waiting for a considerable time, Su Jiuquan felt no reaction within him. 3 months was still too short for him. Yielding no progress at all. Again at AT-18. You became a first-rank martial artist, and you obtained the Guarding the Sun scripture. You left Tianshui City, heading north to the desert, seeking a place for intense cultivation. 3 months later, Lin Yini appeared and killed you with a single sword stroke. At the age of 18, seriously? I fled to the desert, and he still found me. This time, Su Jiuquan continued to choose the martial arts realm. Suddenly, true energy surged and accelerated within him. He could distinctly feel that the true energy seemed lighter. Was this the sensation of true energy purification? Nevertheless, it was finally a sign of progress that continued. AT-18. You had already become a first-rank martial artist, acquiring the Guarding the Sun scripture. You left Tianshui City and traveled to the seaside, purchasing a ship to venture overseas. 3 months later, your ship was still sailing through the vast ocean when Lin Yini descended from the sky onto your vessel. You fought him and ultimately perished beneath his sword. At the age of 18, is this even fair? I escaped to the sea, and he can still descend from the sky? This is absurd. Su Jiuquan felt overwhelmed. Pacing angrily within the room. Who is cheating here? Is it me or Lin Yini? Calm down. Calm down. Su Jiuquan took deep breaths repeatedly, and after a long while, his inner fury subsided from the experiences of past simulations. It was impossible for someone to suddenly drop from the sky. After all, the rules of this world must be observed. Thus, there was only one possibility. The Lin family had a method to locate his position, and once the time was ripe, they sent an innate martial artist with Lin Yini to find him directly. This time, Su Jiuquan opted again for the martial arts realm. What to do next? Su Jiuquan opened the system to check his balance, discovering he still had 330,008 points. Each simulation cost 10,000 points, and if each simulation lasted only 3 months, then this amount would suffice for only 99 months. Just under 9 years. With his aptitude, it would be utterly impossible to reach half-step innate within 9 years. Wasn't that a guaranteed death sentence? Su Jiuquan was thoroughly frustrated. These powerful families were too formidable, and he could neither fight nor flee. It seemed he needed to quickly obtain the money from Wang Yuanwei. After all, those 300,000 taels would only afford him a few more simulations. With this thought in mind, he lost interest in continuing the simulation and exited his room. He made his way to the inn's dining hall, where breakfast was being served, and the place was quite bustling. Su Jiuquan ordered some pancakes and soy milk, beginning to eat. Have you heard? Wang Yuanwei's family is auctioning off a gold mine today. Is that true? I would never sell it, even if I were to die. It's a family heirloom. Who knows? Maybe they have too much money and don't want to profit anymore. A few people around him were whispering casually, and Su Jiuquan thought to himself that Wang Yuanwei was indeed quick to act. Just yesterday he learned of Wang Qinghu's death, and today he arranged for the auction. As for the common folk, they had no understanding of the deeper implications. Whether the gold mine was a treasure or a poison depended on who held it. If one lacked the ability to safeguard it, it was better to relinquish it. Su Jiuquan was nearly certain that the auction would sell for a low price. Wang Yuanwei's motive for auctioning was not to maximize profit, but rather because transferring the gold mine posed a risk that if he transferred it to one family, he would offend another, and once the mine was relinquished, he might find his life in peril. Wang Yuanwei's decision to hold this auction was, in fact, a clever tactic, allowing those powerful families to negotiate privately. The auction process itself was a game of interests. Chapter 57. The auction with nothing pressing to do. Su Jiuquan decided to check it out. He called over the innkeeper and inquired about the auction's location before heading there alone. The auction house was centrally located in Tianshui City, operated by the government. It was typically a venue for disposing of goods confiscated from criminals, but it also hosted auctions of private collections. From a distance, Su Jiuquan could see a long line of carriages at the auction house entrance, indicating that many had come to witness the spectacle. An auction for a gold mine was a rare event, and even if he couldn't participate, watching the excitement would be worthwhile. Just as he was about to enter the auction house, he was stopped by a guard at the door that a scruffy old man approached, clasping his hands together. "Young sir, you seem unfamiliar here." "What? Can unfamiliar faces not enter the auction house?" The old man chuckled and replied. "I am Zhao Datong, a little manager at the auction house. Naturally, we have our rules here. Esteemed guests need to be certified to enter, or else it could lead to chaos, and angering the wrong people would be quite unfortunate." Su Jiuchuan understood that this was a measure to exclude potential troublemakers that he nodded and asked, "What are the certification requirements?" "At least show proof of possessing goods worth 10,000 taels of silver." This requirement seemed reasonable, but Su Jiuchuan did not possess such wealth. Over the past few months, he had amassed several 100,000 taels, yet all of it had gone into the simulator, which certainly would not regurgitate what it consumed. Seeing his troubled expression, Manager Zhao sneered inwardly. "Another poor soul hoping to join the excitement. If you can't provide that, kindly step aside and don't block the path of other esteemed guests." His disdain was evident. Furious, Su Jiuchuan knew it wasn't the time to cause a scene. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He coldly remarked, "Why do you look down on others? Take a look at this item. How much is it worth?" Having spoken, he took out an item from his bosom, which was none other than the sheepskin scroll recording the Shouyang Classic. Zhao, the steward, casually received it, unfurled it, and his eyes widened in astonishment. After scrutinizing Su Jiuchuan for a while, the disdain on his face completely vanished, and he solemnly stated, "Esteemed sir, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, he took the sheepskin scroll and walked inside. Approximately the length of an incense stick later, just as Su Jiuchuan was beginning to grow impatient, Zhao emerged with a rather peculiar expression, glancing at him before bowing and inquiring, "Esteemed sir, this is half a scroll of innate martial arts. Do you wish to auction it? Or—" A flicker of thought crossed Su Jiuchuan's mind that if he could sell this Shouyang Classic, it would be quite advantageous. After all, he dared not practice with an incomplete martial art. He had already memorized the techniques for refining true qi from the first half. "Then let us auction it. What minimum price do you propose?" Su Jiuchuan was momentarily taken aback. He had no clear idea of its worth. Yet he couldn't simply state a random figure. After some contemplation, he tentatively suggested, "Let the starting bid be 50,000 taels." Zhao smiled and replied, "Very well. Please assist me in completing the necessary formalities." Nodding in agreement, Su Jiuchuan followed Zhao, registered the item, and entrusted the sheepskin scroll to the auction house for safekeeping, after which he was escorted into the venue. The auction hall was rather modest in size, comparable to a modern cinema, devoid of private rooms or similar arrangements. Here, it was merely a straightforward contest of power and wealth, devoid of any pretentiousness. He casually found an empty seat and sat down. Gradually, many individuals entered. Soon, Su Jiuchuan spotted a familiar face. Wang Yuanwei was being assisted as he entered, appearing considerably aged. The once affable Wang had not received any greetings from others that a servant struck a copper gong, signaling the imminent start of the auction. At this point, the hall was already filled with attendees, and someone had taken the seat next to Su Jiuchuan. Just then, a figure entered through the door. Moving with a light step and graceful demeanor. It was Wen Yushu, dressed as a scholar, followed by a maid. He casually surveyed the room, and, upon spotting Su Jiuchuan, his eyes lit up as he approached leisurely. The maid hastily whispered a few words to the individual seated next to Su Jiuchuan, who promptly stood and bowed to Wen Yushu, relinquishing his seat. The maid then wiped the chair with her sleeve, allowing Wen Yushu to take a seat. Once settled, he suddenly smiled at Su Jiuchuan. "What brings you to such a place, esteemed sir?" Su Jiuchuan felt somewhat speechless. The familiarity was a bit much, making it awkward to respond with hostility. He could only retort, "I'm merely short on funds." Wen Yushu had not anticipated such a reply, pausing momentarily before chuckling. "Indeed, you are a witty person, Su brother." Observing Su Jiuchuan's silence, he continued unabated. "If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't waste my time in such a venue. I've heard that the old monster of the Lin family, Lin Shanqi, has summoned Lin Yini. It won't be long before Lin Yini seeks a duel with you." Seemingly concerned that Su Jiuchuan might not grasp the seriousness, he elaborated, "Lin Shanqi is a master of the destiny realm, the only one in the Lin family to have refined the Sacred Heart technique to its utmost pinnacle." Su Jiuchuan's heart stirred. Was this the reason Lin Yini had managed to recover from the shattered sword intent so swiftly? Was he indeed planning to strike at him? A wave of anxiety washed over him at the thought of these aristocratic families disregarding martial ethics. If Lin Yini were to be defeated again, and Lin Shanqi intervened, it would truly be a dire predicament 3 months hence. Ha! Wen Yushu covered his mouth and laughed heartily before saying, "You jest. Su brother, Lin Shanqi's status is formidable, but he has already sent word that if Lin Yini cannot eliminate you within 6 months, he will be expelled from the core disciples of the Lin family and exiled." Su Jiuquan nodded, finally understanding why he had been unable to evade capture during his simulated life at sea. Wen Yushu, noticing Su Jiuquan's unperturbed demeanor, silently admired him. Such composure in the face of adversity was not common. The auction commenced, and the two ceased their conversation. The bidding for Wang Yuan's gold mine saw several local aristocratic families vying with one another, until an elder stood up and abruptly halted the auction. After lengthy discussions with several families, a patriarch from the Jin clan ultimately secured the mine for a mere 500,000 taels. This price was quite low, considering the mine's annual yield was valued at 1,000,000 taels of gold. However, it was a necessary concession. Had they refused to sell at a lower price, they might have ended up with nothing. Once everything settled, an elder finally emerged, announcing, "The last item for today's auction is half a scroll of innate martial arts." The previously raucous auction hall fell silent. This was an innate martial art, a category of technique that could not be evaluated merely in terms of silver. It was baffling as to which family's prodigal offspring had brought it forth for sale. Wen Yushu was momentarily taken aback, signaling his maid, who quickly dashed out. After a brief interval, the maid returned and whispered something to Wen Yushu's brother. "I now believe you are indeed in dire need of funds." Wen Yushu suddenly sighed. Clearly having learned of the scroll's origins from the maid, Su Jiuquan felt rather vexed. Hadn't they agreed to keep the seller's information confidential during the registration process? He was helpless, adhering to the rules merely because he had yet to encounter a power stronger than his OWI in the hall. The auctioneer was quite pleased with the atmosphere. "After our appraisal, this manual is indeed the innate martial art, Shouyang Classic." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanwei, who had been slouched forward, immediately straightened up and turned to look in Su Jiuquan's direction. However, after meeting his gaze, he resumed his previous posture. Though he had always known it was Su Jiuquan who dealt with the old ancestor, the confirmation left him feeling powerless. Wang Yuanwei sighed internally. The Wang family had a sole heir named Wang Ziyan, who had shown no interest in martial pursuits since childhood, preferring the study of literature. He was currently attending the academy in the capital. This time, Wang Yuanwei merely hoped to preserve the family estate, planning revenge for a later date. However, the elder continued, "Yet this martial art only contains the first layer." A voice chimed in, revealing, "So it's merely an incomplete version." Entering the innate realm without the means to refine further would indeed leave one stranded at that level for a lifetime. Unable to progress further, someone scoffed, "Then you needn't buy it." "Everyone, please, quiet down." The elder gestured for silence. "Though it is incomplete, it remains an innate martial art. Surely, a complete version would not be present here." The elder continued, "This presents a valuable opportunity for those first-tier martial artists lacking innate techniques. Not everyone has the chance to break through to the second level of innate cultivation." This was indeed a valid point. Regardless of circumstances, entering the innate realm was sufficient to ensure the prosperity of an ordinary family. The bidding begins now, with a starting price of 50,000 taels, 60,000 taels, 65,000 taels. Before long, the price had soared to 100,000 taels, 105,000 taels. The entire hall fell into a slight hush. In this era, 105,000 taels held purchasing power equivalent to at least 10 billion in modern times. However, for families without innate martial artists, scraping together such an amount might prove impossible, while those with innate practitioners could reap significant benefits without any trouble. Su Jiuquan nodded, realizing that this price was reasonable. Considering it was merely the first layer of the technique. 200,000 taels, Su Jiuquan's expression shifted. The bidder was none other than Wen Yushu, and he wore an incredulous look. The Wen family was among the 5 great families of the Wei dynasty. How could they possibly lack martial arts, even an incomplete one? This price was utterly absurd, and the auction house quickly confirmed this transaction. The maid went to retrieve the martial art, and only then did Wen Yushu stand. Approaching Su Jiuchuan, I do not know why you require such a large sum, but that is of no consequence that I have faith in you. May you survive these next 6 months. He smiled, casually tossing the acquired sheepskin scroll to Su Jiuchuan before departing with his maid. Watching Wen Yushu's graceful exit, Su Jiuchuan couldn't help but acknowledge that his demeanor was indeed quite impressive. Wealth certainly does enhance one's charm. Upon returning to the inn, Wang Yuanwei soon delivered the promised 300,000 taels. After deducting the 5,000 taels auction fee, the remaining sum was also presented. How extortionate, Su Jiuchuan thought to himself, but he was powerless to change the situation. They possessed the power to fleece him. Gazing at the room filled with silver, Su Jiuchuan opened the system interface. Recharge. Recharge successful. Current balance, 780,008 points. In unprecedented wealth enveloped him, as Su Jiuchuan steeled his resolve, determined to reach the threshold of innate mastery. Just as he prepared to begin his simulation, a knock echoed through the room. Upon opening the door, he was met by the hunchbacked Aunt Li, which immediately rendered his expression solemn. It appeared that Kai Rujin's father, Kai Jing, had arrived. Indeed, Aunt Li, being mute, produced a note bearing a few words indicating that Kai Jing wished to see him. This left Su Jiuchuan in a quandary. Could it be that he sought him out due to the disappearance of his daughter? However, given the bizarre occurrences Su Jiuchuan had encountered recently, he felt the need to consult an innate warrior for clarity. Up until now, Kai Jing seemed to be the only one with a potential connection to his plight. After much hesitation, Su Jiuchuan resolved to meet him. After all, in 3 months, Lin Yinyi would be seeking him out, and he remained utterly ignorant of the capabilities possessed by innate warriors in a desolate wilderness outside the city. Su Jiuchuan encountered Kai Jing. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with a pale complexion and a long beard, bearing a slight resemblance to Kai Rujin. But as Su Jiuchuan observed Kai Jing, he too scrutinized him. Suddenly, Kai Jing transformed his left hand into a blade, unleashing a palpable wave of cutting energy that surged towards Su Jiuchuan. Sensing the imminent danger, Su Jiuchuan instinctively activated the white blade aura emanating from the black blade in his grasp and retaliated with a slash. With a resounding clash, Kai Jing's hand blade struck the back of Su Jiuchuan's black blade, transferring an overwhelming force that sent him sprawling far away. Su Jiuchuan was taken aback. Was this the true power of an innate master? In that moment, he couldn't help but think that Wang Chenghu was rather feeble in comparison. Yet, Kai Jing refrained from launching another attack, instead placing his hands behind his back and stating, "A few days ago, Rujin wrote to me, mentioning that you are a genius in the way of the sword and requested that I take you on as my disciple. You truly live up to the reputation." Su Jiuchuan was not inclined to immediately pledge himself as a disciple, for the master-student relationship in ancient times was far from ordinary, and they were not well acquainted. "Have you found any leads regarding the abduction of Miss Kai?" He quickly diverted the conversation. "I know where she is, and she is not in danger," Kai Jing confirmed, revealing that he was aware of the identity of those responsible for the kidnapping, fearing Kai Jing might depart at any moment. Su Jiuchuan hastily inquired, "I have some questions. Might you be willing to enlighten me?" Upon hearing this, Kai Jing regarded him with a penetrating gaze and replied, "I shall do my utmost to answer your inquiries. However, you must promise me something in return." Su Jiuchuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, followed by excitement. At last, an innate master was willing to clarify his doubts as for the promise to Kai Jing. He presumed that a figure of such stature would not impose any unreasonable demands upon him. With this in mind, Su Jiuchuan respectfully bowed and declared, "If you have any requests, esteemed elder, I shall endeavor to fulfill them." Chapter 59. A world of great strife. On the banks of the Yamlong River, a small boat navigated through the thick fog. On the deck, Kai Jing and Su Jiuchuan stood against the wind. Gazing out at the murky waters, "I have little time. I can only guide you on this journey, and I shall answer as many questions as I can along the way." Su Jiuchuan felt a surge of anticipation. He had initially found it peculiar that Kai Jing had agreed to answer his questions the previous night, only to bring him to the riverbank and board a boat without further ado. After much contemplation, he finally voiced a question that had long been buried within him. It seems that the number of monsters in the wild is increasing. What could be the reason for this? Moreover, these creatures are exceptionally formidable, even rivaling those of the ranked warriors. Kai Jing nodded thoughtfully, pondering for a moment before responding. It is said that 10,000 years ago, during the Great Zhou dynasty, the spiritual energy was abundant. Not only were innate warriors commonplace, but even golden core cultivators were not rare. However, something must have changed, causing the spiritual energy in the world to thin, leading to the gradual disappearance of high-level practitioners. By the time of the Great Wei dynasty, the highest cultivation level achievable was merely the Destiny Realm. Even the prodigious founder of the Great Wei, Qin Shinghe, was no exception. In truth, thousands of years ago, the concept of the Destiny Realm did not exist. The third stage of innate mastery was referred to as the false core. However, due to the constraints of the world's rules, no one could break through to the golden core level anymore. Thus, it became known as the Destiny Realm, attributed to the limits of destiny. Correspondingly, 10,000 years prior, the creatures that absorbed the world's spiritual energy for their cultivation possessed great abilities, such as monsters comparable to innate warriors and demons akin to golden core cultivators. Likewise, as the spiritual energy dwindled, the demons vanished and monsters became scarce. Yet, in recent centuries, it seems that destiny is shifting. The first significant surge occurred 300 years ago, heralded by a wave of spiritual energy. Each time this surge appeared, the spiritual energy in the world would become particularly concentrated, as if the energy hidden away in certain places was being released. 300 years ago. Is this the change in destiny that Ouyang Xian spoke of? Subsequently, such surges have occurred every 50 years, and in the last century, they have begun to manifest every decade, with the most recent happening every 6 months. The next surge is anticipated to occur in 3 months. Su Jiuquan's mind raced. Was Lin Yinyi's visit in 3 months related to the benefits she would gain from that surge, enabling her to attain half-step innate mastery so swiftly? Kai Jing continued. With the increase in spiritual energy, those wild creatures are absorbing it and gradually evolving. You know why innate warriors have been so few and far between in the outside world. Upon hearing this, Su Jiuquan realized the truth. Logically, the prominent families and major sects should possess innate warriors. So how could they allow a lowly first-rank warrior like himself to roam freely? Because all innate warriors must prepare themselves to seize the opportunity presented by the surge of spiritual energy and break through as quickly as possible. This is a world of great strife, and the geopolitical landscape is on the brink of transformation. Su Jiuquan was filled with fervor upon hearing this, eager to inquire further. Then why are you still wandering about aimlessly? Kai Jing cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, My circumstances are rather unique. I shall elaborate on them later. Su Jiuquan fell silent, coming to understand that this was indeed the resurgence of spiritual energy. Humanity and those creatures were fiercely competing to enhance their strengths. Initially, he had intended to inquire about the nature of innate mastery and how it surpassed ranked warriors in strength, but now he felt somewhat off topic and hurriedly asked, Is the distinction between innate mastery and ranking merely a matter of quantity? Kai Jing chuckled, stroking his long beard, and remarked, The primary difference between innate warriors and ranked warriors is that innate warriors can externalize their true energy. At that moment, a fish leaped from the water, and with a flick of his hand, Kai Jing summoned the fish as if it were tethered by an unseen force, drawing it into his palm. In his open hand, the little fish flailed helplessly, unable to escape. After a brief moment, Kai Jing released the fish back into the river. This characteristic has led many skilled individuals to create various innate techniques, which often enhance certain attributes. Similarly, those wild creatures that reach the level of monsters may also develop their unique innate skills. At this point, Su Jiuquan recalled the monkey-like creature he had encountered in the gold mine. Realizing that the prowess it exhibited was likely its innate skill, he wondered whether Wang Qinghu, the old fellow, lacked innate skills or was simply unable to utilize them due to his injuries. Allowing Su Jiuquan to take advantage of the situation. Su Jiuquan suddenly remembered the inscriptions he had found on the soles of the monkey's feet, hastily retrieving the imprinted cloth and presenting it. I discovered this from a monster. Could you assist me in identifying the script? Oh, you encountered a monster and managed to escape? Kai Jing regarded him skeptically before taking the cloth from his hands. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Jiuquan explained, It was injured. This is the script of the Jin Gu. Kai Jing exclaimed, astonished. Legend has it that this was the exclusive writing of the royal family during the Great Zhou dynasty. Over 10,000 years ago. You know what this character signifies? Su Jiuquan inquired. Kai Jing shook his head and replied, "Such characters are exceedingly rare. Only the scholars within the academies of the capital might possess knowledge of them." The academy? Su Jiuchuan committed this location to memory that he wished to ask more, but Kai Jing interjected, "We have arrived." Amidst the fog, a small island gradually came into view. On the shore, 3 individuals stood waiting. Seemingly expecting someone, Su Jiuchuan quickly spotted Kai Rujin standing behind a middle-aged woman, scanning the area anxiously, accompanied by a burly man. "Uncle Chun, has my father not yet arrived? Why have I not seen him?" The burly man remained silent, instead calling out, "Kai, you have arrived late." With a leap, Kai Jing landed on the shore, prompting Su Jiuchuan to follow closely behind him. "I know you mean no harm towards my daughter. Why not allow her to come over?" Kai Jing stated calmly. Chen Han, filled with fury, retorted, "After 20 years, you have already forgotten our initial agreement. I in this world of great strife. How can we afford to miss this opportunity? Why must you be so overly sentimental? Is this still the sword enthusiast I once knew?" Su Jiuchuan was taken aback, surprised to learn that Kai Jing had once been referred to as a sword fanatic. He noted the absence of any visible sword on him now. Kai Jing chose not to respond, instead gazing affectionately at Kai Rujin and gently stating, "People change, and I promised her mother that I would look after her." With a resounding clap, the scene shifted. The middle-aged woman, Mei Gaojia, was the first to be enraged, though she merely struck the trunk of a nearby willow tree, sending splinters flying and revealing a bowl-sized cavity. "Could you possibly be willing to?" Chun Han interrupted her, gesturing for silence. The 3 then employed a secretive communication technique, engaging in conversation for a duration equivalent to half a tea's brew. After a while, Kai Jing spoke up. "You 2 should step aside for a moment. I have a few words to share with them." Chun Han and Mei Gaojia exhaled in relief, nodding before turning to depart. Kai Jing pulled his daughter close and addressed Su Jiuchuan. "Do you remember the promise you made to me regarding a certain matter?" Chapter 60. The Lost Return. At this moment, Su Jiuchuan began to speculate, his thoughts a tangled mess. What if he wanted me to marry his daughter? Should I agree or refuse? While the young lady was indeed quite lovely, we hardly knew each other. This situation was akin to having a pleasant conversation with someone only for them to suddenly present their beautiful daughter and announce a marriage proposal. It was utterly absurd. Kai Rujin, unaware of Su Jiuchuan's inner turmoil, tightened her grip on Kai Jing's sleeve. "Father, are they forcing you to do something? Please don't agree." Tears began to stream down her face. Kai Jing sighed deeply and then recounted the events leading to this moment. Years ago, during his youth, Kai Jing had ventured through the martial world alongside 4 others. By chance, they stumbled upon a treasure map. After years of effort, they finally located the treasure's site. However, it was fraught with peril. And it was there that they acquired the foundational martial scripture, the Jade Flow Pill Cannon, a technique that directly leads to the Golden Core path. Regrettably, their cultivation was insufficient at the time, and they could only grasp the first 2 levels. Furthermore, they lost 2 companions in their escape. Over the years, the remaining 3 had cultivated the scripture to its 2nd tier, attaining the solid origin realm. With the impending influx of spiritual energy, they found themselves unable to advance due to their incomplete mastery of the scripture. Thus, Chun Han and Mei Gaojia intended to persuade Kai Jing to return to that location to acquire the subsequent teachings. However, Kai Jing, having married and fathered a daughter, despite his wife's demise during childbirth, was resolute in honoring his promise to protect his daughter and declined their request. Consequently, Chun Han and his companion resorted to forcibly bringing Kai Rujin to this location. "Father, they wish to obtain the scripture. You need not accompany them," Kai Rujin expressed, puzzled. Kai Jing sighed again, stating, "We once vowed to explore that place together in the future. Alas, I have let them down." Su Jiuchuan, feeling perplexed, interjected, "You 3 are already masters of the solid origin realm. Could you not venture forth to explore the treasure?" Kai Jing shook his head solemnly. "It is not enough. We suspect that place may harbor demons. Is it not said that due to the thinness of spiritual energy in this world, demons cannot exist?" Su Jiuchuan quickly pointed out another flaw. "I cannot explain it. Yet I have this unsettling feeling, and that place is quite peculiar." He sighed, looking at Kai Rujin. "However, as they mentioned earlier, the eruption of spiritual energy means that if I remain stagnant in the solid origin realm, I may fail to protect you in the future. In this age of great strife, one must contend. To refrain from contention could lead to dire consequences. Kai Jing murmured, gazing into the distance. Father, I cannot bear the thought of you risking yourself. Kai Rujin cried. It is all my fault for not diligently practicing, burdening you. Currently, she was merely a third-tier warrior and standing beneath the gaze of an innate warrior of the solid origin realm. Her lack of resources and techniques was indeed quite unreasonable. Kai Jing managed to smile, saying, Su Jiuquan, the promise I wish for you to uphold is to protect Rujin until my return. If I do not return, please safeguard her for 10 years. Su Jiuquan nodded fervently, relieved that no further sacrifices were demanded of him as recompense. I shall impart to you a technique of innate martial arts, the White Tiger's Roar. Su Jiuquan's expression turned serious. I shall do my utmost. Kai Jing took the black blade from Su Jiuquan's hands. The White Tiger's Roar is recorded in the secret techniques of Blade Qi. I shall demonstrate it once. Observe closely. With a fierce sweep, he thrust the blade forward, and the white Qi coalesced into a white tiger that lunged forth, accompanied by a resounding roar that it was as if the white tiger from the heavens let out a furious cry. Leaving Su Jiuquan momentarily paralyzed with awe, the tiger collided with the river's surface, producing a thunderous sound that sent the water crashing skyward, revealing the silt below. After a moment, the cascading spray of water fell back to earth. Such was the might of this technique. Beyond its offensive capabilities, its primary effect lay in its ability to instill fear. However, you cannot practice it yet. It is reserved for those who have entered the innate realm. Su Jiuquan hurriedly replied. He wished to request the innate scripture from Kai Jing, but found the words lodged in his throat. He could not demand exorbitant favors merely because he was obliged to protect the man's daughter. Kai Jing, being a shrewd individual, understood Su Jiuquan's intentions, but shook his head. In our youth, we vowed not to pass on the Jade Flow pill cannon outside of direct descendants. Upon hearing this, Su Jiuquan felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly regained his composure. Then, may I inquire about the location you intend to explore? Noticing Kai Jing's furrowed brow, Su Jiuquan added hastily. Currently, my strength is inadequate. Should you fail to return, I would like to be able to seek you out when I have gained sufficient power to assist. Kai Rujin, hearing this, regarded Su Jiuquan with newfound respect and gratitude. Indeed. Father, please leave the coordinates. When I reach the innate realm, I too shall seek you out. Su Jiuquan felt a pang of guilt. His previous thoughts had been clouded by the notion that if Lin Yini were truly as ferocious as rumored, he might need to escape to that location. Surely, the Lin family's innate warriors could not dare to tread where demons dwelled. Kai Jing, witnessing the sincerity in Su Jiuquan's eyes and the determination in his daughter's, sighed deeply, retrieving a map from his bosom and handing it over. If that is the case, I shall provide you with the map, hoping you never have to utilize it. Su Jiuquan accepted the map with solemnity, carefully storing it away. Afterward, Kai Jing and his daughter conversed for a time before departing with Chen Han. Su Jiuquan waited until their ship vanished from sight before turning to Kai Rujin. Then let us take our leave as well. Kai Rujin remained silent, merely wiping her tears with her sleeve, lowering her head as she followed Su Jiuquan to the small boat they had arrived in. Once aboard, she sat alone at the stern, cross-legged, preparing to cultivate, a clear indication of her determination. Observing this scene, Su Jiuquan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Does this count as a wayward child finding their path again? Chapter 61. A glimmer of hope as Su Jiuquan witnessed Kai Rujin diligently practicing. He gazed into the vast night, yet his heart was troubled. He still had no lead on the innate scripture. Suddenly, his hand brushed against a stone at his waist, and he recalled that this was the pale yellow crystal from the strange monkey creature. He had forgotten to inquire about it with Kai Jing, not to mention the short sword he held. Alas, it seemed he would have to address those matters later, with time on his hands and a substantial amount of wealth at his disposal. It was indeed the opportune moment to focus on enhancing his strength. He accessed the system and selected the simulator T18. You have become a first-tier warrior. Kai Jing has entrusted his daughter to you and has ventured into the secret realm. You diligently train in Tianshui City, but one night, a cloaked figure intrudes. You fight valiantly, but are ultimately slain. Meeting your end at 18 years of age, Su Jiuquan was taken aback. What was happening? It hadn't even been 3 months. Lin Yini had not come. So why was it someone else? In previous simulations, why had this cloaked figure not appeared? He pondered that in his earlier simulations, he had concealed himself in remote locations, either fleeing to the desert or the sea. If this figure had arrived in Tianshui City before him, it was indeed plausible that he could have missed him. The simulation concluded, and you may retain one of the following. 1. The martial realm of an 18-year-old. 2. The martial experience of an 18-year-old. 3. The wisdom of life at 18. Su Jiuchuan hesitated briefly before selecting the second option. Now that he was a first-tier warrior, according to Kai Jing, innate warriors had not been seen often lately. How could such a formidable opponent exist? A series of combat memories flooded his mind. And Su Jiuchuan's perception sharpened, instantly recognizing it as the prowess of a half-step innate warrior. Very well, let us proceed. At 18, you have become a first-tier warrior. You intend to journey to the capital city. Along the way, you are intercepted by a cloaked figure, and after a fierce battle, you are ultimately slain. Again at the tender age of 18, this time frame was far too brief. No choice seemed viable. Yet, having traveled to the capital, how could he not escape? Su Jiuchuan pondered for a moment, surmising that it was likely the delay in his escape was due to accompanying Kai Jing here yesterday. Ultimately, he made a choice. Although the cultivation he had achieved over the past few days seemed futile, it was still preferable to the torment of reliving the memories of being repeatedly slain. At 18, he had become a first-grade martial artist. Together with Kai Rujin, they were aboard a boat, navigating downstream. Half a month later, dark-clad figures descended from the heavens, and he was killed. A month later, he found himself in a maritime region, again falling victim to the black-clad assailants. 2 months later, he was pursued and slain by black-clad figures in the desert. Su Jiuchuan's countenance grew increasingly grim. This world was indeed rife with malice, offering no chance for survival. At 18, he had attained the status of a first-grade martial artist. He retrieved the map given to him by Kai Jing. Intending to retreat there for dedicated cultivation. 2 months later, in a desolate mountain, he was pursued by black-clad figures, fought valiantly, and was killed on the spot. At the tender age of 18, Su Jiuchuan spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed even the opportunity to flee to Kai Jing's secret realm was denied him. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have followed Kai Jing without hesitation earlier. He feared he would not catch up now. Alas, Su Jiuchuan felt a deep sense of despair. It was as if heaven had closed its doors to him, and the earth had sealed all exits. The duration of these simulations, ranging from a mere month to a maximum of 2, was simply too brief. Calculating his remaining resources, he found he possessed 660,008 monetary points, indicating he had at most 120 months left. Given his aptitude, it would be challenging to advance even half a step towards innate mastery in 10 years. Yet, Su Jiuchuan was not ready to surrender. He rose to his feet, grasping the black blade. Eager to test the innate martial skill, White Tiger's roar, following the qi circulation path suggested by Kai Jing, he infused his hands with energy, preparing to unleash the technique, only to find the aura on the blade dissipated once more. It was still unfeasible. With no retreat, he paced the deck, contemplating if he could amass a substantial amount of silver in a short time, which might extend the duration of his cultivation in each simulation. Perhaps that could be a solution. But where could he procure such a vast sum of silver? Su Jiuchuan calculated roughly that, given his talent, he would need several million, even tens of millions of taels of silver. He wondered if robbing the treasury of the Great Wei Kingdom would be feasible. Immediately, he weakly grasped his head in frustration, lifting his gaze just in time to see Kai Rujin finishing her practice. He casually inquired, "Rujin, do you have any money?" Kai Rujin looked at him quizzically and replied, "I should have some. How much do you need? My father has over a dozen shops and dozens of acres of land in Tianmu City, but I'm not sure of the exact amount. But I can ask Aunt Li later, though. It's nothing, just a casual remark." Su Jiuchuan realized he was overthinking. The Kai family likely had only a few 100,000 taels of silver at most, which would hardly resolve his predicament. Furthermore, it would be rather excessive to swallow up someone else's assets right after they entrusted their daughter to him for protection. "That I noticed you were gambling silver during your match with Lin Yinyi. I really don't understand why a martial artist like you needs so much silver," she queried, a hint of confusion evident in her tone. Feeling vexed, Su Jiuchuan chose to ignore her. Sitting alone at the bow of the boat, gazing into the distance, lost in thought, accidentally brushing against something in his bosom that felt somewhat uncomfortable, he retrieved it, discovering it to be the short sword he had obtained from Shen Xiuru. How do you have a talisman weapon? Kai Ru-jin, having sat beside him unnoticed, looked curiously at the short sword in his hand, but Su Jiuquan was taken aback. You know about this? What is a talisman weapon? Talisman weapons are objects embedded with runes. Because the innate masters can project their qi externally, they infuse the runes with their qi on a daily basis, and when activated, they can unleash the corresponding skills of the runes. Quite remarkable. Such things exist. Su Jiuquan's eyes brightened as he recalled the swift and fierce white light activated by Shin Xiu. Undoubtedly a formidable weapon, if he could also wield it. Perhaps he might have a glimmer of hope. My father once said that talisman weapons are very precious. Not only are the materials rare, but also it is difficult to find masters capable of crafting them. Therefore, they are often priced beyond reach. This was understandable. It would indeed be excessive if such items could be purchased with mere money. As she spoke, she took a necklace from around her neck, which bore a jade pendant, and said, "This is also a talisman weapon, a gift from my father for protection." "Then how can I activate this short sword?" he quickly inquired. Kai Ru-jin took the short sword, examined it closely, and sighed. "Your talisman weapon hasn't been infused with qi at all. It's unusable. If my father were here, it might be possible, but it's best not to bother. The last time I had this talisman weapon charged with qi, it took over a month. It was quite exhausting." Chapter 62. Disappearance. Su Jiuquan stroked his chin, coming to a realization. The so-called talisman weapon was akin to an energy weapon that required an innate martial artist to serve as a human charger. A charging period of over a month. This, Su Jiuquan sighed. He had no means of finding an innate martial artist willing to be his charger. Suddenly, he pulled out the pale yellow crystal and asked, "What about this? Can it replenish the qi in this talisman weapon?" Soul crystal. Kai Ru-jin recognized it, muttering, "That seems unlikely." She took the crystal, scrutinizing it closely, even infusing it with her qi. After a long while, she remarked, "This is indeed a soul crystal. How is this possible? How could you have such a thing?" "I obtained it from a monkey monster." Su Jiuquan candidly revealed its origin. Kai Ru-jin shook her head and said, "That's not right. My father mentioned that monsters, once slain, lose their spiritual energy quickly, making it difficult to leave behind a soul crystal. Therefore, such items are extremely rare." Su Jiuquan recalled Wang Cheng, whose wild elation when he acquired the soul crystal, and understood it must indeed be precious. However, he had assumed that all monsters left behind soul crystals upon death. Apparently not. Was it related to the markings on that monkey monster? Now was not the time to ponder this. He quickly pressed on. "What is the use of this soul crystal? I've heard it can be used in refining certain high-grade pills and talisman weapons, but that's merely hearsay. Then, for example, could it also be used to recharge a talisman weapon?" "I wouldn't know," Kai Ru-jin replied, somewhat impatiently. "How can a first-grade martial artist like you keep pestering a third-grade martial artist like me with questions without feeling ashamed?" With that, she turned and walked to the other side of the small boat. Lost in her thoughts, Su Jiuquan disregarded her, recalling how this short sword had previously absorbed the crystal, suggesting it might indeed work. According to the simulations, he would likely encounter that black-clad figure within 2 months. The ordinary methods had already allowed him to escape. He could only gamble on this talisman weapon now. Once the idea struck him, he placed the pale yellow crystal directly atop the short sword. Though the two objects adhered closely, no visible change occurred. Su Jiuquan was too weary to conduct further simulations. After all, the cost of a simulation was a staggering 10,000 taels of silver. With no other avenues available, he chose to let nature take its course. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. The boat surged upstream and soon returned to the dock outside Tianshui City. Upon opening his eyes, Su Jiuquan was astonished to see the short sword emanating a faint red glow, while the soul crystal had transformed into a pile of powder. "What is this?" He felt uncertain, touching it, and noting the sword was slightly warm that a wave of trepidation washed over him. This felt reminiscent of how a mobile phone might overheat from excessive charging in his past life. Fortunately, aside from being somewhat warm, he noticed no other issues, so he carefully stowed the short sword away at the dock. Aunt Li, the hunchbacked matron from the Kai family, was already standing there, before the boat had even come to a halt. Kai Ru-jin leaped ashore and pulled Aunt Li aside, whispering to her. Moments later, her eyes were red-rimmed, likely stirred by thoughts of her father. "So, where shall we go next?" "I wish to return to Tianmu City." Kai Ru-jin turned to Su Jiuquan, her demeanor slightly unaccustomed, Yet she remembered her father's instructions and refrained from throwing a tantrum. Instead, seeking his opinion, Su Jiuchuan was primarily focused on how to deal with the impending black-clad figure. He had no preference for their destination, as he could not escape regardless of where they went. Very well. Subsequently, the group returned to the inn to pack their belongings before checking out. As they walked down the street, Aunt Lee held on to Kai Ru-jin's hand, but as she was mute, she could only accompany her in silence. Su Jiuchuan followed behind, feeling bored, when suddenly his expression changed. You all go ahead. I have something to attend to. I'll catch up later. With that, he leaped into the throng and disappeared among the crowd. Just then, Su Jiuchuan seemed to have spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. So he exchanged a brief greeting with Kai Ru-jin before pursuing it. To his surprise, upon noticing his movement, the figure took off running. Su Jiuchuan hurriedly followed, and the two engaged in a chase through the streets. Soon arriving at a secluded alley, once there, the figure ceased running and turned away from him. What are you doing here? Su Jiuchuan exclaimed in surprise as the figure slowly turned around. It was Zheng Xinyue. However, her countenance was icy, and her gaze bore a hint of anger. Humph, there you are, frolicking with other women beneath the moonlight, leaving me all alone in these desolate hills. Huh, such words reek of deep grievance and jealousy. Could there be a misunderstanding regarding my intentions? Yet, with so many soldiers in pursuit at that time, he hadn't had the chance to seek her out. At a loss for words, Su Jiuchuan suddenly noticed that beneath Zheng Xinyue's coarse outer garment lay a wolf-patterned uniform, indicative of the Dawei Town Protector's Office. How did you become a member of the Protector's Office? Humph. Zheng Xinyue was evidently furious and chose to ignore him. Su Jiuchuan was equally unsure of what to say, leaving them to stand in silence. After a lengthy pause, Zheng Xinyue sighed and continued. That day, the soldiers of Shuzhou City were in pursuit of you. I dared not approach, so I changed my course. Along the way, I encountered my father. Your father? Su Jiuchuan nodded. He recalled how Zheng Nanhai had fled with the third prince and had since vanished without a trace. My father was promoted to the rank of captain in the Protector's Office due to his valor in rescuing the third prince. I thought perhaps I could leverage the power of the Protector's Office to locate you, so I joined as well. Su Jiuchuan felt a wave of emotion wash over him, yet he was at a loss for how to respond. As a man of steel in his past life, he found himself ill-equipped to navigate the current situation. Who would have thought that after my relentless search, you would be living so carefree? She lamented, casting a sorrowful glance in his direction. Su Jiuchuan could only manage an awkward smile and replied, Are you referring to Miss Kai? I merely promised her father to look after her. Oh, no, protect her. The more he spoke, the more he felt he was digging himself into a deeper hole. Humph. Zheng Xinyue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and an oppressive silence ensued. After what felt like an eternity, Zheng Xinyue finally regained her composure and inquired, By the way, what has happened to your elder brother and second sister? Su Jiuchuan was taken aback and quickly asked, What is going on? After I joined the Protector's Office, I feared that you had offended the Lord of Shuzhou, Guanlin, and that your brother and sister might be in danger, so I dispatched someone to check on them at Xuande Temple. To my dismay, the report indicated that Xuande Temple was destroyed 10 days ago, and your brother and sister have gone missing. Su Jiuchuan's heart raced with urgency. He had believed that Xuande Temple would serve as a temporary sanctuary for Su Yunxia and Su Yuanjiang until he grew strong enough to retrieve them, never anticipating that calamity would befall them. What on earth happened? Su Jiuchuan pressed, anxiety evident in his tone. Seeing his distress, Zheng Xinyue did not hesitate to elaborate. Upon learning of this news, I gathered a few skilled scouts from the Protector's Office to investigate Xuande Temple. By the time we arrived, it lay in complete ruin. The other inhabitants had perished, and only Su Yunxia, Su Yuanjiang, and the temple master Dao Qi were unaccounted for. However, Dao Qi likely escaped with severe injuries. While your brother and sister have left no trace. That a chill swept through Su Jiuchuan's heart. If even the innate level Dao Qi had been gravely wounded, then the fates of his two non-combatant siblings seemed dire. An overwhelming sorrow rising within him. As a time traveler, he had always perceived himself as a mere visitor in this body. Even when utilizing the simulator, he felt as though he were merely playing a game from his past life. Yet, now, this inexplicable sorrow seemed to emerge from the depths of his soul. It dawned on him that he had long since become one with the Su Jiuchuan of this world. There were no bodies found at the scene. He finally said after a long silence, Did you uncover who was responsible for this atrocity? Zheng Xinyue continued. Based on the wounds on the bodies and the destruction at the site, it appears to have been the work of 3 to 4 monsters. Monsters? Su Jiuquan found this hard to believe, especially the notion of multiple creatures being involved. Zheng Xinyue herself recognized the absurdity of it. Yet this was indeed the conclusion reached by the scouts of the Protector's office. If this assessment were accurate, it could imply that these monsters possessed intelligence, perhaps even being directed by a human hand. The thought of such a possibility drained the color from Zheng Xinyue's face as she shook her head vigorously. Attempting to dispel this dreadful notion, Su Jiuquan gazed skyward, his heart silently pleading with the simulator T18. You have become a first-grade warrior. You venture to Xuande Temple, only to find it utterly devastated. Discovering merely a row of graves, presumably those laid to rest by Zheng Xinyue. Unwilling to accept this fate, you continue your search in the nearby mountains for several days, yet yield no results. Just as you consider giving up, you encounter a bear-like monster. You are no match for it, and just as it is about to strike you down, it unexpectedly halts and departs. 2 months later. You meet a cloaked figure in the mountains who slays you on the spot, leaving you to perish at the tender age of 18, but upon absorbing the simulator's results, a heavy weight settled in Su Jiuquan's heart. Zheng Xinyue's assertion was likely accurate, but why had that bear-like creature chosen to spare him? Su Yunxia and Su Yuanjiang were merely ordinary individuals. Why would several innate-level monsters seek them out? The entire situation was shrouded in mystery. Given that innate-level forces were involved, Su Jiuquan realized he currently lacked the means to resolve this crisis, especially with the sudden emergence of the cloaked figure. A profound yearning for strength surged within Su Jiuquan like never before, yet he endeavored to regain his composure and offered Zheng Xinyue a respectful gesture. Thank you for coming to inform me. Zheng Xinyue's face paled further as she coldly retorted, I thought we had moved beyond the need for thanks. With that, she turned and walked away. Where are you going? Su Jiuquan finally discerned her anger, but remained oblivious to his misstep. Merely inquiring. The court has summoned my father back to the capital, and I shall accompany him, she replied curtly, continuing on her path. Su Jiuquan nodded, murmuring, the capital? Huh, I shall be going there as well. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xinyue paused briefly, then hastily departed, a hint of shyness flickering across her face. However, Su Jiuquan's mind was preoccupied with another matter. Presently, he had no leads on innate-level techniques, the only manuscript he had acquired. The Shuyang Jing was incomplete. Although Wen Yu had once mentioned that joining a prominent family would grant him access to innate techniques, Su Jiuquan was hesitant if merely joining a family could secure such knowledge. How would these families ensure loyalty? The only method he could conceive was to tamper with the techniques, either by truncating their content to diminish their efficacy or by only providing partial access, leaving the rest contingent on the family's whims. Such techniques would be far from trustworthy in Su Jiuquan's eyes. The only viable path to obtaining innate techniques lay in the treasure map from Ouyang Xian. Why had Ouyang Xian, a figure of destiny, left behind a will and a black blade but not the techniques? Perhaps he had kept them concealed all along, but Su Jiuquan simply hadn't discovered them. With this thought, Su Jiuquan's eyes sparkled with realization. Ouyang Xian's techniques might very well originate from the location of that treasure. Perhaps he had stored his methods there. Regardless, he needed to explore that site. To decipher the characters on the treasure map, Kai Jing had suggested seeking out knowledgeable scholars in the capital's academy for assistance. Thus, when Su Jiuquan casually mentioned that he would also be traveling to the capital, he only later realized that Zheng Xinyue had already departed. Shaking his head, Su Jiuquan set off in search of Kai Rujin and the others at that moment. In Tianshui City, a figure clad in black approached the inn with a stern expression. Welcome, esteemed guest. Will you be staying with us or just dining? The attentive innkeeper inquired. The man in black waved his hand dismissively and asked, I have heard that Su Jiuquan, who fought against Lin Yini in Tianshui City, is residing in this inn? The innkeeper smiled broadly, nodding vigorously. You mean young Master Su? Indeed, he is a remarkable figure among men. Since Su Jiuquan's victory over Lin Yini, he had gained considerable renown, and many had come to the inn seeking information. Recently, a local merchant had even waited 3 hours at the entrance just to catch a glimpse of Su Jiuquan. Each time someone inquired about Su Jiuquan, the innkeeper would regale them with tales, often earning generous tips, particularly from that merchant who had rewarded him with 10 taels of silver As he was mentally calculating how he might capitalize on this latest inquiry, he suddenly felt a pressure on his chest. Looking down, he saw that the black-clad man was pressing the sword sheath against him, and a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in the man's eyes, leaving the innkeeper paralyzed with fear. "Tell me, which room is he in?" Without hesitation, the innkeeper stammered, Su Jiuquan checked out early this morning." The man in black frowned and asked, "Where did he go?" as he slowly pushed the sword sheath forward. I don't know." The innkeeper felt the painful pressure of the sheath against his ribs, fully aware that it could easily crush them. They went to Tianmu City." He suddenly had a flash of inspiration and recalled that the beautiful young lady accompanying young Master Su seemed to have mentioned something to her mute servant. Immediately, the innkeeper felt a sense of relief as the figure in black had vanished without a trace. This enigmatic figure was none other than Lan Higuang, who had come seeking vengeance against Su Jiuquan. Chapter 64. Too powerful as noon approached, a cerulean carriage ambled down the official road. Within the carriage, Kai Rujin continued to meditate cross-legged, now seemingly gripped by a sense of urgency to seize every moment to enhance her strength. While the hunchbacked Aunt Li sat beside her, Su Jiuquan, however, remained on high alert, acutely aware from his simulations of life that the black-clad figure could appear at any moment. This man was a formidable opponent. A master just a step away from innate prowess, whose vital energy had been refined to perfection. With just a further step towards the liquefaction of his vital energy, he would undoubtedly become an innate martial artist. Su Jiuquan's own vital energy was only just beginning to be refined. Despite numerous simulations, the total time amounted to less than a year, leaving him without hope for victory. His sole glimmer of hope lay in the suspiciously overcharged short sword. Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently, and the horses pulling it neighed in distress, causing the carriage to sway violently. Su Jiuquan sprang forth from the carriage, brandishing the black blade to shield himself on the official road. A man in black stood in the center, cradling an ancient long sword, while the horse's legs had been severed, collapsing to the ground and whinnying pitifully. The coachman had tumbled to the earth. Trembling in fear, Aunt Li, hunchbacked, had already pulled Kai Rujin from the carriage, positioning them safely on the other side of the road. "Who are you?" Su Jiuquan coldly inquired, though he was uncertain of the man's identity despite having been killed by him multiple times in his simulations. The black-clad figure did not answer directly, but instead asked, "You killed Lan Guping, didn't you?" Upon hearing this, Su Jiuquan understood. This must be the legendary Lan Higuang, who trained under innate masters. "Indeed, I merely act to rid the world of evil." Lan Higuang roared in fury, shouting, "Dog thief, prepare to meet your end." With that, he unsheathed his long sword, executing a seemingly simple thrust that stirred the very air around them, firmly locking onto his opponent. This thrust was the Wind Thunder Sword technique, which, once Lan Higuang advanced to innate levels, could evolve into an innate martial skill, adding wind elemental attacks. Windblade, Su Jiuquan had long been on guard. At this moment, the short sword in his palm was suddenly infused with vital energy, vibrating violently before shooting forth. He felt a sudden drain on his internal energy, realizing that even with his first-grade cultivation, activating this artifact was taxing. It was no wonder that Shun Rujin had collapsed after using it, suffering from severe blood loss. Upon activation, the short sword emitted a crimson glow, unlike the white light it had produced previously. Possibly due to the absorption of soul crystal energy. Clang! A crisp metallic sound rang out as the thrusting long sword shattered into pieces, yet the short sword showed no signs of stopping. Lan Higuang witnessed a flash of red light hurtling toward him with incredible speed, his heart filled with dread. He felt his life was forfeit, just as it seemed Lan Higuang would meet his demise. An object in his arms erupted with a brilliant light, enveloping him entirely. It was the jade pendant given to him by Nan Ruatian before setting out, said to withstand a strike from an innate master. With a pop, the brilliant light trembled momentarily before shattering like a soap bubble, yet this distraction allowed Lan Higuang to narrowly evade a fatal blow to his chest. The short sword severed his right arm instead, embedding itself in a tree behind him. This attack's ferocity evidently surpassed that of an innate master, incomparable to Shun Xiuru's strike from before. Lan Higuang wailed, not daring to linger, clutching his severed arm as he fled into the distance. "I will have your corpse shattered into 1,000 pieces." His furious roar echoed on the wind that Su Jiuquan had intended to pursue and eliminate him entirely. Yet Lan Heguang's speed was astonishing. By the time he regained his composure, it was already too late. However, with one arm rendered useless, Lan Heguang posed no immediate threat, and Su Jiuquan did not fear future troubles from him. After all, with the simulator in hand, time was becoming less of an issue that he approached to retrieve the short sword, only to discover it had lost its luster, its blade marred with cracks, likely rendered useless. Within a secret cave in the northern wilderness, a middle-aged man sat solemnly, coldly observing Lin Yini, who knelt before him. He spoke in a measured tone. With your sword intent shattered, you shall remain in the Xianbing cave for 3 months. Uncle, spare me, Lin Yini exclaimed, panic-stricken. I realize my mistake. Please, for the sake of our Lin family lineage, grant me a chance for redemption. The uncle he referred to was Lin Tianqi, the only genius from the Lin family to have cultivated the Sacred Heart Sutra to the Destiny realm. Although he had surpassed a century in age, his appearance had scarcely changed since entering the innate stage, making him seem merely in his 40s. The Xianbing cave was a site Lin Tianqi had discovered 30 years prior in the wilderness, where he found a piece of millennia-old profound ice, rendering the cave intensely frigid. Not even Lin Yini, who had just suffered a shattering of his sword intent, could withstand a day in that icy cave, let alone endure 3 months. Lin Tianqi remained silent, slowly closing his eyes as if the matter did not merit his attention. Behind him stood an elderly servant, Lin In, who approached upon hearing Lin Yini's pleas. Inbo, spare me. Lin Yini was filled with despair. Lin In did not respond, swiftly advancing to seize Lin Yini as one would a mere chick, completely disregarding his pleas as he headed toward the cave's entrance. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lin In returned, clasping his hands in salute. He has been sealed within the Xianbing cave. With that, Lin In stood by, his expression hesitant, as if he had something to convey. Speak. Lin Tianqi, whose prowess was unparalleled, was already aware of the commotion beyond the cave and stated directly, Master, he is merely at the first-grade realm, within that Xianbing cave. He will likely perish within 15 or 16 days. How can he endure 3 months? Sword intent is the essence of a person's spirit. Look at his vacant gaze. This indicates a severe blow to his psyche. He must be pushed to the brink of death to temper his will. Only then might there be a slim chance of recovery. If within 10 days he can cast aside the fear of death and reforge his sword intent, I shall not let him perish. However, if he cannot, Master, should we inform the family head? After all, among this generation of Lin family disciples, Lin Yini is considered exceptionally gifted. Humph, Lin Tianqi scoffed and continued, does my Lin family lack such individuals? What we require are those capable of mastering the Sacred Heart Sutra, who can expand our family's territory in this approaching new era. A waste, devoid of value, who has lost his sword intent. Let him perish within. With that, he fell silent, closing his eyes once more. Chapter 65. Even more formidable, while Lin Yini suffered in the Xianbing cave, the Lin Yini of the simulated life was not idle. After Su Jiuquan and Kai Rujin returned to Tianmu City, he sequestered himself within his chamber. Initially, he had hoped that the short sword could contend against Lin Yini 3 months hence, but to his dismay, it had been rendered useless after a single use. To utilize the life simulator required a cost of 10,000 points each time. At 18, you became a first-grade martial artist. You retrieved the map given to you by Kai Jing, which marked the location of the Yunlin secret realm. And you set off immediately. 2 months later, you discovered this secret realm and entered it. 3 days later, you were besieged by several monsters and ultimately met your end at the tender age of 18. The secret realm was indeed perilous. You were slain not by Lin Yini, but by monsters instead. Once more, you embarked for the Yunlin secret realm, where upon entering, you excavated a cave and took refuge within. 3 months later, a spiritual tide emerged, causing the monsters in the secret realm to riot, resulting in your demise once again at 18 years old. This left Su Jiuquan feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Even after digging a pit to hide in, he still faced death. With a sigh, he continued to simulate. You ventured into the Yunlin secret realm and stumbled upon a tiger monster's lair. Seizing the opportunity while the tiger was away, you infiltrated the lair and pilfered a quantity of its feces. You then excavated a cave on the edge of a precipice within the secret realm, spreading the tiger's dung at the entrance. 3 months later, you successfully endured the spiritual tide. You continued your cultivation there. 3 years later, you exited the secret realm, preparing to head to the capital. A month later, Lin Yini appeared, and when you confronted him, You found him to be a half-step innate master. You were no match for him and were slain on the spot at the age of 21. Finally surpassing 3 months, Su Jiuquan clenched his fist fiercely. He was certain that the Lin family had intervened, for it was inconceivable that he could be discovered immediately upon exiting the secret realm. Moreover, the innate masters of the Lin family truly did not dare to enter that perilous domain. The simulation concluded, and you may retain one of the following. 1. The martial arts realm of 21 years. 2. The martial arts experience of 21 years. 3. The life wisdom of 21 years, without a moment's hesitation. You chose the first option. As the vital energy within you surged at high speed, Su Jiuquan could distinctly perceive the gradual enhancement of its quality, and his body felt increasingly agile. At present, his physical constitution has undergone a remarkable enhancement. Regrettably, he still falls short, as he is yet to enter the realm of half-step innate. Given that the method is indeed effective, it is certain that he can persevere until he reaches half-step innate. Subsequently, you have successfully navigated through the spiritual tide period, continuing your dedicated cultivation in the secluded cave of the secret realm. After 30 years, you have finally managed to break through to half-step innate. At this juncture, you are in urgent need of innate martial arts techniques. You plan to seek out the whereabouts of Kai Jing and others in the secret realm, hoping to acquire the innate techniques from them. 2 weeks later, you inadvertently trespass into the territory of wolf monsters and are besieged, resulting in your untimely demise at the age of 48. Indeed, the secret realm proves to be exceedingly perilous. Even having reached half-step innate, you are easily slain by monsters. However, back then, Kai Jing and his companions were already formidable masters, yet they managed to obtain techniques from the secret realm that it must be acknowledged that sometimes a person's fortune is truly of paramount importance. The simulation resumes, and you can retain one of the following. 1. The martial realm of 48 years. 2. The martial experience of 48 years. 3. The wisdom of life at 48. Without any hesitation, you choose one. Instantly, the true energy within you begins to circulate with renewed vigor, and soon, Su Jiuquan experiences a sensation of levitation. This the feeling of half-step innate, as your physical state gradually stabilizes. Su Jiuquan falls into contemplation once more. Should he continue to rely on luck to seek out techniques in the Yunlin secret realm, or should he adhere to his previous strategy of utilizing Ouyang Xian's treasure map for guidance? He has a premonition that the treasure map, which allowed Ouyang Xian to leave behind a legacy even in his dying moments, must be extraordinary. As for the innate techniques that may exist within the Yunlin secret realm, he harbors some doubts. After all, Kai Jing and others only acquired the second layer of the Yulu Dan Jing. Could it be that the entire secret realm lacks subsequent techniques? After much deliberation, Su Jiuquan resolves to take a gamble and search for Ouyang Xian's treasure. Otherwise, he would feel an insatiable yearning. The simulation continues. At 18, you have become a master of half-step innate and prepare to journey to the capital. 3 months later, Lin Yini suddenly appears, and you engage in combat with him. After 30 exchanges, you narrowly achieve victory and slay Lin Yini. However, a master from the Lin family appears and kills you on the spot, ending your life at 18. Su Jiuquan is furious. The Lin family truly lacks martial virtue. All along, Lin Yini had been challenging him one-on-one, leading him to believe that the Lin family would not interfere in the disputes of the younger generation. Did he strike too hard, resulting in a fatal blow? Had he merely injured Lin Yini, would he have had the time to improve further? Prompted by this thought, he decides to continue the simulation. At 18, you enter the realm of half-step innate. 3 months later, Lin Yini storms into your courtyard and attacks. After exchanging a few blows, Lin Yini is defeated, yet you refrain from killing him. Just then, a master from the Lin family appears and kills you on the spot, ending your life at 18. Why has the Lin family resolved to eliminate him at all costs this time? Su Jiuquan shakes his head once more. 3 months later, perhaps the masters of the Lin family were not unwilling to intervene, but were merely waiting for the spiritual tide. Now that the spiritual tide has passed, they naturally cannot allow someone like Su Jiuquan to challenge the Lin family's authority. 3 months. Must he advance to innate status within this time frame to preserve his life? Lacking any other options, he must continue the simulation. At 18, you achieve half-step innate and immediately head to the capital. Upon arriving at the academy, you seek to find a teacher for answers, but are blocked. Indignant, you plot to secretly infiltrate the academy one night. triggering the Academy's defensive talismans, resulting in your immediate demise at 18. What kind of place is this Academy to possess defensive talismans? Have they truly reached the level of luxury where they use talismans to guard against theft? Su Jiuquan cannot believe it. This academy is likely even more formidable than the Lin family. Is it truly necessary for him to provoke an even greater power to escape the Lin family's pursuit? As this thought crosses his mind, cold sweat begins to bead on his brow. Chapter 66. New usage of the simulator. Su Jiuquan feels a sense of unease, realizing that he cannot proceed with simulations recklessly. Fortunately, it seems that half-step innate does not constitute a separate realm within the system. As the price did not increase during the previous simulation, he opens the system to check his balance, which stands at 520,008 points. Pushing open the door, he finds Kai Rujin waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing him emerge, she quickly turns her gaze towards him. After a moment, she murmurs, "I just sensed a sudden change in the energy within your room and knew you were at a critical juncture in your training. So I did not dare to disturb you. But to think, you have already entered half-step innate." She is aware that when Su Jiuquan faced Lin Yini, he had just barely broken through to the first-grade realm. How could it be that in such a short time, he has achieved half-step innate? Could it be that he is the reincarnation of a great being? It is said that some powerful cultivators, due to certain reasons, reincarnate and gradually regain their past memories. Kai Rujin can only explain it this way. What nonsense! Su Jiuquan rolls his eyes and replies, "It is merely a recent insight that led to my breakthrough. Such matters are difficult to articulate. It is better left unsaid." He immediately shifts the topic, asking, "Are you familiar with the Academy? The Academy? Are you a reincarnation of a great being from the Academy?" Kai Rujin's eyes widen in disbelief. What reincarnation nonsense? You must have listened to too many tales at the tavern. Su Jiuquan feels somewhat helpless. Entertainment options are scarce in this era, and most people enjoy listening to stories in taverns. Moreover, Kai Rujin is at an age where dreams abound. Naturally linking such tales together, I simply have some Jin Guan that I wish to have translated by the teachers at the Academy. Su Jiuquan can only explain this much. Upon hearing this, Kai Rujin appears somewhat reluctant to let the matter rest, saying, "Is that truly the case? If it is, it matters not. I will not tell anyone. As long as you help me bring my father back. Is this never-ending?" Seeing that Su Jiuquan truly seems angered, she reluctantly says, "The Academy has a long history, said to have existed simultaneously with the Great Zhou dynasty, nurturing various talents for it. Even after the fall of the Great Zhou, the Academy remains steadfast. Even in our current dynasty, the Academy holds a transcendent status, and the Great Wei dynasty dares not interfere with its affairs." What does the Academy primarily teach? Su Jiuquan furrows his brow, contemplating the true nature of this Academy, which has existed for over 10,000 years. It is said that the Academy is divided into the Ren Division, Fu Division, and Dan Division. The Ren Division primarily teaches governance and the principles of ruling the world, with scholars selected through the imperial examination system, and the Academy only admitting a few dozen each year. Graduates may choose whether or not to serve the court, which cannot interfere. The Fu Division is extremely limited in number and primarily teaches knowledge related to talismans. Is that the crafting of talismans? Su Jiuquan's heart races, unable to suppress his curiosity. Indeed, and the Jin Guan you mentioned can likely only be deciphered by the teachers of the Fu Division. However, the instructors in the Fu Division are at least master talisman makers. Even the heads of the 5 great families would likely pay their respects to them. Su Jiuquan finally comprehends that this place is indeed of considerable prestige. No wonder the guards at the Academy were unwilling to pay him any heed when he sought an audience. Is the Dan Division responsible for alchemy? After all, who among those who traverse worlds does not relish the idea of consuming elixirs to level up? Su Jiuquan envisions a bright future for himself. Correct, the Dan Division indeed teaches alchemy. However, due to the depletion of spiritual energy in the world, there has been a severe shortage of the necessary herbs for many years, resulting in few students studying alchemy. And even the instructors may be scarce. The Academy merely retains the name. Su Jiuquan sighs. Indeed, elixirs require spiritual herbs, and this world has been devoid of spiritual energy for over 10,000 years. Where would the spiritual herbs come from? Even if spiritual energy were to revive now, it would take thousands upon thousands of years for the good herbs to grow. With this in mind, it seems that alchemy may truly be unattainable. He finds himself feeling somewhat wistful. Then, How does one join the academy? Su Jiuchuan finally can no longer contain his curiosity and asks. Joining the Ren division is relatively straightforward. One need only pass the imperial examination and achieve the rank of Jinshi to have a chance of being admitted by the academy. The academy will send someone to conduct an evaluation. And passing is sufficient. As for the Fu division, one must undergo assessment at the academy in the capital, with the requirement that candidates must be martial artists of first grade or higher. It is said that this year's assessment will take place in the capital next month. As for the Dan division, I am not certain. Su Jiuchuan promptly declares, I will go to the capital. Since your father has requested that you accompany me, you may come along. I wish to participate in the assessment for the Fu division. Su Jiuchuan exclaims with excitement. Having already witnessed the power of talismans, he must learn this skill. Observing Su Jiuchuan's enthusiasm, Kai Rujin silently muses. He must indeed be the reincarnation of a great being from the academy. The signs are becoming evident. Su Jiuchuan does not pay her thoughts any heed. Urging her to pack her belongings quickly for their departure the following day, he returns to his room, for the academy is no ordinary place. He intends to use the simulator once more for an additional simulation. At 18, you achieve half-step in 8 and arrive in the capital. A month later, you participate in the assessment for the Fu division at the academy. But you fail and are rejected. 2 months later, Lin Yini stormed into your courtyard, and you swiftly dispatched him on the spot. In response, a master from the Lin family, a practitioner of innate power, appeared and ended your life. You were merely 18 years old. This journey to the capital for the academy's assessment felt like a perilous endeavor, a matter of life and death. Failure meant demise. However, Su Jiuchuan remained unfazed, for he harbored a notion in his heart. Once again, a prompt materialized before him. Simulation concluded, and you may retain one of the following options. 1. Martial realm at 18. 2. Martial experience at 18.3. Wisdom of life at 18. Su Jiuchuan opted for the third choice. Instantly, a fragment of memory surged in his mind, revealing the content of the Academy's assessment for the Department of Symbols. This was precisely the innovative application of the simulator he had envisioned, allowing him to acquire the examination details in advance. With adequate preparation, passing the examination was virtually assured. If he desired, he could effortlessly secure the top position. From this memory, it became evident that the examination for the Department of Symbols entailed drawing a symbol. Was this not too simplistic? Su Jiuchuan found it hard to believe that he could fail merely by replicating a symbol. Skeptical, he rummaged through his dwelling for brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and began to copy the symbol from his recollection. His astonishment, as the brush glided across the paper, he felt his inner energy gradually infusing into the ink. Yet, after only one stroke, the ink at the brush's tip erupted, leaving a mere pool of ink on the paper. Chapter 67. The Academy. This symbol harbors such profound intricacies. Su Jiuchuan pondered for a long while, but could not discern the underlying principle. Attributing it to the distinct laws of this world, he switched to a new sheet of paper and continued to write, only to encounter the same issue. Frustrated, he realized that this was merely an entry-level assessment for the Department of Symbols. Yet it proved to be unexpectedly challenging. After several more attempts, each time he attempted the second stroke, the ink would burst forth. A vague intuition began to dawn upon him. It seemed that upon initiating the stroke, his inner energy would be activated, but the connection between the strokes caused an imbalance in energy output, preventing him from completing the symbol. Thus, the key lay in achieving a balanced and stable output of inner energy, a task that was no small feat in terms of energy control. Indeed, knowing the examination content in advance held little value in this world. Su Jiuchuan shook his head. With the upcoming admissions just a month away, he felt utterly uncertain about his ability to draw the symbol. Among the simulator's 3 options, martial experience, martial realm, and life wisdom, did the skill of drawing symbols qualify as martial experience? After all, it did involve the application of inner energy. Regardless, he decided to simulate once more. At 18. You are already on the cusp of innate mastery. You prepare to journey to the capital to enter the academy. You diligently practice drawing symbols. Yet a month later, you fail the selection process. You persist in your training. 2 months later, Lin Yini appears again, only to be slain by you, and soon thereafter, the Lin family's innate master crushes you. You meet your demise at the age of 18. Su Jiuchuan sighed. Indeed, mastering the art of symbol drawing could not be accomplished in mere months. Simulation concluded, You may retain one of the following options. 1. Martial Realm at 18.2. Martial Experience at 18. 3. Wisdom of Life at 18. With a heart filled with trepidation, he chose the second option. The countless memories of practice flooded his mind, and Su Jiuquan lifted his brush to the blank sheet before him. Channeling his inner energy, the first stroke flowed smoothly, and the second presented no issues either, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, as his energy stalled, the ink at the brush's tip erupted once more. Overjoyed, Su Jiuquan realized that the act of drawing symbols was indeed regarded by the system as a martial skill. Thus, he resolved to try again at 18. You strive to become an innate martial artist. You venture into the Yunlin secret realm, seeking a secluded place to diligently hone your symbol drawing skills. After 15 years, you finally master that symbol point. 3 days later, you leave the secret realm and head to the capital. Su Jiuquan sighed. Spending 15 years to perfect a single symbol made him question his talent. Nevertheless, he had finally succeeded and chose to continue with martial experience. He produced a sheet of white paper and promptly began to replicate the symbol. The countless memories of practice resurfaced in his mind, and his brush moved without pause, completing the task effortlessly. The symbol materialized on the paper, emitting a faint white light that flickered for several seconds before fading completely, eventually vanishing altogether. Based on his memory of the replication, he understood that this was due to the dissipating inner energy attached to it. Evidently, those master symbolists must possess additional techniques to anchor the drawn symbols. Su Jiuquan increasingly felt the profound complexity of symbol crafting, deepening his aspiration further. A month later, Su Jiuquan moved into a residence in the capital with Kai Rujin and Aunt Li. Each day, he continued his rigorous practice of that symbol, while Kai Rujin lost her previous enthusiasm for leisure and focused primarily on her own training. In this brief period, she had remarkably advanced from the 3rd rank to the 2nd. One day, Su Jiuquan rose early, had a simple breakfast, and, without disturbing Kai Rujin, set out to catch a carriage to the academy. The academy sprawled across a vast area at the foot of the eastern mountain outside the city. Although it was close to the urban area, it was not under the court's jurisdiction, boasting its own private soldiers and management system. The head of the academy was referred to as the Mountain Master, and all the scholars could not hold positions within the court. A few days prior, Su Jiuquan had thoroughly investigated the situation here, and today marked the day of enrollment at the academy. Upon his arrival, he noticed 3 enormous wooden signs erected in the large square before him, inscribed with flamboyant characters: Department of Humanity, Department of Symbols, Department of Alchemy. Beneath the sign of the Department of Humanity sat an elderly scholar, meditating with his eyes closed. Before him lay a table cluttered with various registers and items. Behind him stood a throng of individuals, likely those arriving for the examination. Occasionally, hushed conversations filled the air, mingled with various dialects. Under the sign of the Department of Symbols, only a middle-aged man leaned against the table, seemingly engrossed in whatever lay before him. In front of him stood over 20 people. Yet they dared not utter a word. Finally, the Department of Alchemy was utterly vacant, with not a soul in sight, save for an empty table. Su Jiuquan mused that it seemed unlikely anyone would show up for the Department of Alchemy. Perhaps only a facade? All around the square, teams of guards wielding long spears patrolled diligently. Observing the vitality of the soldiers, Su Jiuquan discerned that most of the commanding officers had already reached the 1st rank, and even the ordinary guards possessed skills at the 3rd rank. Such strength likely surpassed that of the Imperial Palace. Shaking his head, he dismissed these thoughts and joined the end of the queue for the Department of Symbols. As the crowd continued to swell, Su Jiuquan found himself growing increasingly bored when suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he was surprised to see a familiar face, Wen Yushu, who had once sought to recruit him. "Su brother, what brings you here?" Su Jiuquan glanced at this individual, who favored cross-dressing, and replied helplessly, "Just testing my luck." "Luck?" chuckled the man who had been queuing ahead of Su Jiuquan, suddenly turning to them. "The ignorant are fearless. Do you think the Department of Symbols is a place for charlatans? Especially not for a certain dead bunny. Wen Xiao are seeking death." Wen Yushu was evidently enraged by the dead bunny remark, his anger flaring. Wen Xia coldly laughed. "Then hurry up and kill me. Otherwise, if I get accepted into the Department of Symbols, you won't have another chance." Ew. Wen Yushu's face reddened, yet he dared not move. Losing the carefree demeanor he had displayed in Tianshui City, Su Juchuan discreetly shook his head. Both individuals bore the surname Wen, suggesting they were likely from the same family. He had no desire to meddle. But having been drawn into their banter, he remarked indifferently, "Drawing symbols is merely a skill. It's all about practice." This was his summary from 15 years of simulated experience. Haha. So you're just a clueless fellow here to test your luck. Wen Xie laughed heartily. Chapter 68. Entrance examination. Su Jiuchuan furrowed his brow. From the insinuation in the other's words, could it be that drawing symbols truly held some deeper significance? When Yushu, too, was taken aback. Realizing that Su Jiuchuan ventured into the academy's assessment site without any knowledge that it was hard to determine whether to call him brave or foolish. The art of crafting symbols relied heavily on the stable output of inner energy. And the higher the tier of the symbol, the greater the quantity of inner energy required, thereby increasing the demand for stability, especially for high-tier symbols, which featured numerous strokes. Achieving perfectly balanced energy output for each stroke was nearly impossible without controlling one's mental fortitude. Thus, the admission criteria for the Department of Symbols boiled down to 2 points. One must possess a cultivation level above the first rank, for only at that level could one's inner energy potentially meet the simplest symbols requirements. The second criterion involved controlling mental energy. Since mental strength was often difficult to quantify, the approach taken was to directly draw symbols. The fewer failures and shorter the time taken, the higher the implied mental acuity. Su Jiuchuan nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. What you just mentioned about practice certainly holds true. Familiarity breeds skill, and extensive training can diminish the demands on mental energy. However, in that case, mastering a single symbol might require decades. And how many decades does one have in a lifetime? Moreover, the materials needed for crafting symbols are not easily obtainable, so where would one find enough resources to practice? When Yushu sighed, "Is there truly no way to enhance one's mental strength?" Su Jiuchuan, somewhat begrudgingly, inquired. "It is not that there are none. There are indeed exceptional predecessors who have devised certain methods for spiritual cultivation. However, such techniques are exceedingly rare, with the most renowned being the Taiching Enian method from the Academy at that moment." When Shi, who had been snickering from the sidelines, interjected, "When Shuyu, your family has expended immense effort in seeking spiritual cultivation methods for your direct descendants. Yet you have merely attained the 3rd stroke level. How utterly laughable. There exists a hierarchy among people. You, as a collateral descendant, should merely fulfill your own duties." When Yushu retorted coldly. Su Jiuchuan was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that the person referred to was indeed Wen Shuyu, and when Yushu did not dispute it, he understood instantly that her true name was Wen Shuyu, and she had chosen the name Wen Yushu while disguising herself as a man. Su Jiuchuan had intended to inquire further about the 3rd stroke level, but at that moment, the morning bell rang, signaling the commencement. The old man from the Renzi department, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, stood up and announced loudly, "Candidates from the Renzi department, please enter through the door on the left. Candidates from the Fuzi department, proceed to the door on the right." The crowd began to move, and Su Jiuchuan and his companions made their way towards the right door. Amidst the throng, a pair of eyes fixated on Su Jiuchuan as he entered the door on the right. The individual beside him, dressed as a scholar, remarked, "Young master, that person is the one who caused the demise of our ancestor and forced our master to sell the gold mine. It can be said that the current plight of the Wang family is due to him." This scholar was none other than Wang Ziyan, the sole son of the esteemed Wang Yuan Y of Tianshui City, and the person beside him was a servant of the Wang family, who had traveled from Tianshui City to the capital to relay the events that transpired at home and fortuitously encountered Su Jiuchuan, who was here for the examination. Wang Ziyan nodded and proclaimed fiercely, "I cannot allow him to have his way." With that, he entered through a side door of the academy. Before long, he arrived at a side hall of the Fuzi department, where several servants were busily organizing papers and arranging writing implements. Wang Ziyan lightly tapped a miscellaneous servant on the shoulder, pulling him aside to say, "Lida, I require your assistance with something today." He then whispered a few words into his ear. Lida, taken aback, exclaimed, "How could I dare to do such a thing? If discovered, I would surely face death." Wang Ziyan retorted angrily, "It is merely a trivial matter, yet you hesitate. Was it not you who sought me for a loan of silver without such reservations?" He feigned rage. "Very well. Since you are so heartless, I shall inform Steward Feng that you deceived me out of silver, failing to repay it for months, and ensure you can no longer remain in the academy. Li Da, alarmed, quickly pleaded for mercy. He had merely been dragged to a gambling den by other servants one day and, unable to withstand temptation, had gambled a few rounds, resulting in a debt of over 100 taels of silver. Although the academy was affluent, the monthly salary for servants was only 5 taels, making it impossible to repay such a debt, which had now accumulated to over 1,000 taels with interest. The gambling house had given him 10 days to repay, or they would take their demands to the academy. That day, he had fortuitously encountered Wang Ziyan, who, seeing him in the academy's servant attire, inquired about his situation and generously paid off his debts. Elida understood that he now owed a significant favor, which would be challenging to repay, but at this critical juncture, he had no choice. Fortunately, Wang Ziyan occasionally asked him to gather information without imposing difficult tasks upon him, which eased his mind. However, today's matter was of considerable consequence and could jeopardize his life. What if Wang Ziyan truly reported this to the steward? Li Da knew that the academy despised gamblers the most. Should Wang Ziyan approach the steward, he would undoubtedly be expelled, and without the academy's backing, he would likely be devoured whole by the gambling house. That person will not pass the examination anyway. You merely need to perform a simple task, and I shall consider that 1,000 taels as a treat for you. What say you? Wang Ziyan continued to entice him. After much hesitation, Li Da finally steeled himself and gritted his teeth in agreement. All right. Su Jiuchuan followed the crowd into a grand hall, where over 100 desks were neatly arranged, and at the front sat an elderly man in black. The newcomers sequentially found a desk and took their seats. Once everyone was settled, the elderly man in black finally spoke. The examination for the Fuzi department will consist of the 3-stroke symbol. The so-called 3-stroke symbol is constructed with 3 strokes, and each person is allowed a maximum of 3 mistakes. The examination time is 1 hour. Su Jiuchuan then understood that the 3-stroke level mentioned earlier by Wen Qiyi referred to the maximum number of strokes one could draw. These scions of noble families had indeed known the examination content long before. Shortly thereafter, several servants clad in gray entered, carrying trays. They systematically placed the writing implements in front of each seated candidate, followed by 3 rectangular pieces of cowhide. These 3 pieces of cowhide were meant for drawing symbols, thus allowing only 3 attempts. Lid approached Su Jiuchuan, similarly arranging the writing implements and the cowhide before him. Before turning to leave, wait, Su Jiuchuan grasped Li Da's arm, about to speak. Silence is required here, the elderly man in black suddenly bellowed, adding, any further noise will result in expulsion from this hall. Chapter 69. The perfect symbol. The old man's furious shout resonated in Su Jiuchuan's ears like the clanging of a bronze bell, momentarily rendering his mind blank, causing him to release his grip. After a while, he regained his composure and glanced around at the others. They appeared unaffected. The earlier auditory assault seemed directed solely at him, instilling a profound wariness of the elderly man in black, prompting him to refrain from speaking further. Seizing the opportunity, Li Da departed, his head bowed low, though a glimmer of pride flickered in his eyes. It turned out that when Su Jiuchuan touched the cowhide, he noticed something amiss, a damp stain on its surface. Those unfamiliar with the intricacies of drawing symbols might overlook such a detail, but having practiced for 15 years in simulated life, Su Jiuchuan was acutely aware that waterlogged cowhide felt entirely different from dry cowhide. The other party had executed their tricks skillfully, sprinkling water on only select areas of the cowhide while keeping the rest dry. If one were to draw symbols, the strokes would inevitably traverse both the wet and dry portions, complicating the task of maintaining a steady flow of vital energy. Of course, for master symbolists, this would be trivial. However, for those participating in the Fuzi department's examination, such a slight discrepancy could significantly impact their chances of success. Su Jiuchuan cast a long glance at Li Da's retreating figure. Having just arrived at the academy, he could not afford to offend anyone here. Thus, it must be someone from his past who had orchestrated this. Regardless, he vowed to remember this grievance. Seeing that no one in the hall dared to move, the black-clad elder nodded and declared, since you are all prepared, observe closely. I shall write only once. He stood tall, grasping a large brush, and deftly painted a symbol on the white wall behind him with swift strokes, completing a symbol composed of 3 strokes. Once the strokes were finished, the entire symbol emitted a faint glow, which lingered for a considerable time before gradually fading. Su Jiuchuan could not help but be astonished. He remembered that at his current level, the symbols he drew extinguished within mere breaths. Yet this elder not only drew a larger symbol, but also maintained its luminescence for a longer duration, clearly exhibiting a profound mastery far surpassing his own. Ding, ding, ding. A servant struck a bronze bell within the hall, signaling the commencement of the examination. Su Jiuquan focused his mind and meticulously examined the 3 pieces of cowhide. The water-stained areas were unevenly distributed across different sections that he picked up one piece, channeling his energy, and soon felt warmth in his palm as the moisture gradually evaporated, leaving the cowhide dry. However, upon closer inspection, the dried sections appeared worse, curling slightly, and the entire piece now looked even more uneven. He sighed. It seemed he had no choice but to press forward. Su Jiuquan diligently ground the ink and began to draw. With over a decade of memories, his strokes were steadied. He completed the first stroke smoothly, skillfully avoiding the previously damp area, but the final stroke could not be avoided and landed on the recently dried section. Puff! Ink splattered from the tip of the brush, staining the cowhide with a large blot. Su Jiuquan sighed in defeat. It appeared that drying the cowhide was not a viable method. He raised his head to survey the examination hall, noting that 5 or 6 others had already succeeded, their cowhide glowing faintly. Among the 5 who succeeded, Wen Xie was one. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze fell upon Wen Shuyu beside him, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. His attention then shifted to the 2 discarded pieces of cowhide belonging to Su Jiuquan, eliciting a hint of disdainful amusement. The cowhide before Wen Shuyu had also become soiled, carelessly cast aside. While she hesitated to inscribe anything with her pen, beads of sweat beginning to appear on her forehead, Elida, standing in the corner of the grand hall, had been observing intently, upon witnessing Su Jiuquan's 2 consecutive failures. A smirk of triumph emerged on his face. Su Jiuquan, feeling somewhat despondent, realized he had underestimated the challenge. He had believed that his practice of the 3-stroke talisman in the simulated life would ensure his success in this assessment. However, he had not anticipated such unforeseen complications at this critical moment. Now, only one chance remained. Failure would bar him from entering the talisman department, and he would have to confront Lin Yini and the innate martial artists supporting the Lin family. Shaking his head to dispel these distracting thoughts, he reminded himself that if he could master this talisman over 15 years in the simulation, surely practicing with various materials should not pose a significant challenge. At 18, he had ascended to the level of a half-step innate martial artist and retreated to the Yunlin secret realm, dedicating himself to the art of talisman drawing. He practiced on sandy ground, inscribed on rocky surfaces, and etched symbols on grassy fields. 30 years later, he approached mastery of the 3-stroke talisman. With a sigh, Su Jiuquan reflected on the fact that he had simulated the creation of this 3-stroke talisman for a total of 45 years. Given the trajectory, he could only wonder how much longer it would take him to tackle even more complex talismans in the future. Raising his head, he noticed that over a dozen individuals in the hall had already completed their work, including Wen Shuyu, who had successfully finished her talisman. She gently wiped the sweat from her brow and cast a glance in his direction. Meanwhile, the colossal hourglass in the center of the hall had dwindled to less than a quarter of its original sand. Su Jiuquan took the last piece of cowhide, dipped his pen in ink, and with a single stroke, achieved his goal. To his astonishment, the symbols on the cowhide emitted a faint blue glow. This prompted the elderly man in black, who had been seated at the front, to rise in surprise and hastily approach him. He seized Su Jiuquan's cowhide and examined it closely, muttering in disbelief. It is indeed a perfect talisman. A perfect talisman refers to those whose strokes achieve an unparalleled level of precision, allowing the flow of vital energy to maintain an optimal state of connectivity. Even for a master talisman maker like him, the creation of a perfect talisman only occurred by rare chance. Although this particular talisman was merely the simplest 3-stroke version, the fact that such a young individual could produce it indicated a prodigious talent. However, as he glanced at the 2 discarded pieces of cowhide on the table, skepticism crept in. Could someone capable of crafting a perfect talisman truly have failed twice in succession? It seemed this instance was merely a stroke of luck. Chapter 70. More deceitful than the simulator, the gazes of those surrounding Su Jiuquan were fraught with complexity. Wen Xie's expression grew solemn as he regarded Su Jiuquan, having been identified at a young age for his exceptional mental prowess. He was nurtured meticulously, even receiving a copy of the family's expensive spiritual cultivation method, the Lingbao Gathering Spirit Technique. Over the years, he had lived up to expectations, mastering the third layer of this technique by the age of 20, enabling him to draw 5-stroke talismans. The family had long considered him a future master talisman maker, a title reserved for those who could inscribe 10-stroke talismans. This reputation allowed him to treat Wen Shiyu, the legitimate daughter of the Wen family, with a certain impunity, knowing she could do little in retaliation. Despite his genius, he had never produced a perfect talisman. According to various historical accounts, all master talisman makers had managed to create one at some point. Now that Su Jiuquan had accomplished this feat, even if by fortune, it hinted at the potential to become a master himself. For the first time, Wen Xie regarded Su Jiuquan as someone of comparable worth. When Shuyu's gaze flickered towards Su Jiuquan, clearly reassessing his value, that if she had previously viewed him merely as a tool to annoy the Lin family, he had now acquired true significance. Meanwhile, Li De, who had been observing intently, wore a dark expression. With Su Jiuquan's perfect talisman, his admission to the talisman department was now a foregone conclusion. Once he became an official member, dealing with someone of Li De's status would be trivial. Moreover, Su Jiuquan appeared to possess the potential to become a core member, making it effortless to eliminate Li De when the time came. Regardless of others' opinions, the elderly man in black returned the cowhide to its place and resumed his seat at the front of the hall. Ding ding ding, the sound of the bronze bell resonated, signaling the conclusion of the assessment. Those who have completed their drawings remain. The others may leave, the elderly man announced coolly. One by one, the remaining individuals stood, some casting reluctant glances at their 3 soiled pieces of cowhide before shaking their heads in resignation. Ultimately, only 23 individuals remained in the grand hall. The elderly man said nothing further, allowing his attendants to collect all the talismans drawn by the participants before departing. He traversed through 2 courtyards, arriving at a pavilion where 5 others were engaged in casual conversation. Teacher Chen, it seems the candidates for this intake have been determined. What are your thoughts? A beautiful woman inquired with a smile. The elderly man nodded, stating, not bad. We have someone who managed to create a perfect talisman dough. The others, previously engrossed in their discussions, rose in unison, exclaiming, let us see it. Teacher Chen placed the cowhide inscribed by Su Jiuquan on the stone table of the pavilion, where the faint blue glow of the symbols had yet to dim completely. Indeed, it is a perfect talisman. Such a talent is a boon for the academy. As the others marveled at this revelation, Teacher Chen added nonchalantly, however, he only succeeded after 2 consecutive failures, and the assessment was nearing its conclusion. This statement silenced the group, while the creation of a perfect talisman indicated exceptional control over spiritual energy. The consecutive failures could only be attributed to luck. Shall we grant him a first-class rating? The beautiful woman, Han Fuzi, proposed. Teacher Chen replied, had he succeeded without failures, he would have qualified for a first-class rating. However, since he succeeded on his 3rd attempt, convention dictates a 3rd-class rating. Given the final result is a perfect talisman, let's compromise and award him a 2nd-class rating. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, except for the eldest, He Fuzi, who remained silent, closely scrutinizing Su Jiuquan's cowhide. Since everyone concurs, let it be so, Han Fuzi declared. No. He Fuzi interjected coolly. Tradition cannot be altered at will, since it was only on the 3rd attempt that he succeeded. And given the considerable delay, he must receive a 3rd-class rating. But Han Fuzi began to argue, only to realize He Fuzi was unyielding, forcing her to relent. After all, He Fuzi was the most senior among them, and typically, no one dared to contradict his views. Thus, the decision was finalized, and ratings were assigned to the other candidates. Before long, Teacher Chen recorded the ratings and slowly returned to the grand hall. At that moment, everyone remained seated, no one daring to utter a word. They were acutely aware of the significance of ratings within the academy, as these would determine their benefits and privileges. Teacher Chen surveyed the crowd before announcing, I will now declare your admission ratings. He began to read aloud. Wen Xie was unsurprised to learn he had received a 1st-class rating, as his family had already evaluated him. Wen Shiyu, receiving a 2nd-class rating, felt somewhat deflated. After years of practicing the Lingbao Gathering Spirit technique, failing once was disheartening. She was eager to see Su Jiuquan's rating as the list approached its conclusion. Teacher Chen finally announced Su Jiuquan's rating as 3rd class. Upon hearing this, Wen Xie was momentarily taken aback before erupting in joy, realizing that only the Academy's master talisman makers could provide a fair assessment. Clearly, Su Jiuquan's success was merely a stroke of luck. When Shuyu felt a pang of disappointment, as she had not anticipated Su Jiuquan's rating to be lower than hers, having contemplated how to win him over Su Jiuquan, however, was indifferent, entirely unaware of the implications of such ratings. In his previous life, it mattered not what grades he achieved, as long as he was able to study at the academy. Teacher Qin continued, for first-class students, the annual tuition fee is equivalent to 50 gene of black iron or its equivalent in refining materials. Second-class students must provide 80 gene of black iron or equivalent materials, while third-class students are required to pay 100 gene of black iron or equivalent materials. What is black iron? Su Jiuquan pondered, bewildered, realizing no one had informed him of this. The first layer of the Taching Enian method for the talisman department is provided free of charge, but is strictly prohibited from being disseminated. Violators will face severe consequences. The subsequent layers must be exchanged for in the scripture pavilion. Additionally, the Academy holds a monthly lecture, where first-class students may ask 2 questions for free, second-class students 1. And third-class students must pay 10 gene of black iron for a single inquiry. Su Jiuquan, upon hearing this, began to seethe with indignation, cursing inwardly at the sheer audacity of the situation that it was utterly outrageous. More so than the simulator itself, and he feared that the Xiantai would be an exorbitant expense. A sense of overwhelming pressure suddenly weighed upon him. Chapter 71. The Task in August. The capital city was sweltering, but fortunately, Dongshan was densely forested, making it a pleasant refuge from the heat. Su Jiuquan had settled Kai Rujin in a town near the academy, where most of the residents were families of students attending the institution, rendering it quite bustling. For Kai Rujin, the location mattered little. Her sole focus was on transcending to the innate realm to search for Kai Jing. Luckily, before Kai Jing departed, he had entrusted his daughter with the Yulu Dan Jing, so she would not find herself devoid of cultivation methods as Su Jiuquan did. In the early morning, Su Jiuquan sauntered through the side entrance of the academy, donned in a pale blue robe, exuding a scholarly air. However, as a third-tier student, the tuition fee of 100 gene of Xiantai was indeed burdensome. After some inquiries, he learned that Xiantai was a unique metal in this world, possessing a hardness superior to ordinary iron, and served as a fundamental material for crafting talismans. Simultaneously, Xiantai was also a commendable material for forging weapons. Thus, most mines were controlled by the court, noble families, or sections. While it was available for purchase in the market, it came at a steep price, roughly 10,000 taels of silver for 10 gene. This equivalently meant that 1 year's tuition could simulate 10 attempts, which made Su Jiuquan reluctant to part with it. Fortunately, the academy considered that many students came from modest backgrounds, allowing the fee to be submitted within a year for those with commendable aptitude. It was plausible to earn enough within a year by undertaking various tasks. Habitually, he approached a stone wall where numerous tasks were posted. Generally, these were missions issued by higher-ranking students or instructors, accompanied by certain rewards. This served as a significant avenue for students to earn income. 1 task required inscribing a Vajra talisman on a shield, offering a reward of 500 gene of Xiantai, with a compensation of 100 gene Xiantai for any damages incurred. Su Jiuquan contemplated this task and sighed inwardly. Indeed, talisman crafting was a lucrative endeavor, alleviating his worries about sustaining the simulator. However, the process of crafting talismans did carry a risk of failure, and any mishap could damage the inscribed object, necessitating compensation. This arrangement was fair. Otherwise, inscribing on a suitable object was not inexpensive, and allowing talisman makers to practice recklessly would be intolerable to many. Yet, Su Jiuquan was not in a position to take on this task, as the Vajra talisman required a martial artist of at least the innate realm to wield the necessary vital energy for support. Currently, being merely half a step into the innate realm, he could only attempt 3-stroke talismans. Unfortunately, he had already discovered that 3-stroke talismans primarily consisted of simple functions such as cleaning or invigorating, lacking substantial utility, making it nearly impossible to secure a task. With a sigh, he continued to peruse the subsequent postings. 1 task sought a city lord for a small town within a 500-mile radius, to manage it for 5 years, with a qualification standard of annual tax revenue no less than 3 million taels of silver, offering a reward of 100 gene of Xiantai. This clearly targeted students from the human character department, and the so-called small town was likely not under the court's jurisdiction, but rather the fief of a noble family or a town developed by a sect. Generally, these factions valued high-end martial prowess but were impatient in cultivating managerial talent. Hence, they issued tasks through the academy. For the academy, this was also a means of resource collection. Su Jiuquan perused dozens of postings without finding a suitable task. Growing somewhat disheartened, just as he was about to leave, he noticed a cluster of people gathered around another corner of the stone wall and approached them. This task is utterly absurd, to find 1,080 types of plants on the back mountain. And they must be meticulously processed. The most infuriating part, the reward isn't even Xiantai. Isn't there something more worthwhile to do with this time? As Su Jiuquan drew closer, he noticed a paper affixed to the wall, which read, "Within the confines of Dongshan's back mountain, locate the specified 1,080 types of plants and ensure they are treated for pest control. The reward is the opportunity to answer 3 questions." No wonder so many were complaining. The issuer of this task was clearly stingy, concocting such a tedious requirement with hardly any reward. This was a blatant attempt to exploit others. After all, the chance to answer 3 questions for first-tier students was merely a matter of a month and a half, while for second-tier students, it would take just 3 months. However, for third-tier students, it meant saving 30 gene of Xiantai. Yet, seeking over 1,000 types of plants would likely take several months, not accounting for the processing time. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted by, and Su Jiuquan looked up to see when Shuyu had somehow squeezed into the crowd. Also glancing at the notice, with a smile, she said, "Brother Su, it seems you are also in search of a task. But this one is rather ridiculous, isn't it?" The task appeared open to anyone, lacking any prerequisites, yet the time commitment was daunting and the reward. She chuckled. "This task has been posted for quite some time. I doubt anyone will take it." When Shuyu continued with a smile, "Why not join my one family as a talisman maker? You would only need to successfully inscribe 1 talisman each month. And any losses from failures would be borne by my family. How does a monthly reward of 50 gene of Xiantai sound?" Su Jiuquan regarded her intently, recognizing her goodwill. After all, he had just begun to draw 3-stroke talismans, which held little value at present. The offer to inscribe 1 successful talisman per month was clearly an opportunity for her to provide materials for him to hone his skills, not to mention the monthly reward of 50 gene of Xiantai. Seeing his hesitation, when Shuyu sweetened the deal, "I am aware that you are already half a step into the innate realm. My family can also provide innate cultivation methods." The conditions were exceedingly generous. When Shuyu was confident, she had investigated Su Jiuquan and knew he lacked any backing, making it a challenge for him to accumulate the 100 gene of Xiantai required for tuition. Of course, she was no simple benefactor. She perceived the potential in Su Jiuquan's flawless talismans and considered it a worthy investment. Su Jiuquan furrowed his brow. He harbored a deep-seated distrust of these noble families. Moreover, with his simulator at hand, he could not possibly align himself with a family for such trivial benefits. He replied, "I appreciate your kindness, Brother Wen, but I have no intention of relying on a noble family at this time." With that, he stepped forward, tearing the notice from the wall amidst the astonished gazes of those around him. When Shuyu found it hard to believe, why would he forego such an advantageous offer for a task that seemed laborious and unrewarding? Was he truly a fool? Yet Su Jiuquan was far from foolish. Given his current capabilities, he could hardly secure a fitting task here. The only task worth attempting was this one, since he could answer 3 questions. If he utilized it to decipher the annotations on the treasure map, it would surely suffice. Once the secrets of the treasure map were unveiled, it might lead to cultivation methods and resources aplenty. Chapter 72. Completing the task following the address on the paper, Su Jiuquan arrived at a courtyard at the foot of Dongshan. From the outside, it appeared quite expansive, and he could faintly detect the fragrance of herbs wafting from within. He approached and gently knocked on the door. Before long, an elderly man clad in gray opened the door. "Excuse me, is this task issued by the master of this residence?" Su Jiuquan inquired, holding up the paper. The elder scrutinized him from head to toe before responding, "Indeed, it was posted by my master. Follow me." Upon entering, he was greeted by an expanse of shrubs, and as they navigated through them, they encountered an elderly man in blue tending to an herb. This man was none other than He Fushi, who had insisted on grading Su Jiuquan as a 3rd-tier student. "Master, someone has accepted the task," the servant said respectfully, He Fusher straightened up, casually grabbing a cloth from a nearby branch to wipe his hands, and said, "Let's discuss it inside." Su Juchuan obediently followed him in. The task involved searching for 1,080 specified plants within the Dongshan region and processing them, with no time limit. The reward was the opportunity to answer 3 questions. "Are you clear on this?" He Fusher stated indifferently. "The student understands," Su Juchuan affirmed. He Fusher nodded, retrieving a small booklet and handing it over. This booklet contains details about the 1,080 medicinal plants, along with their characteristics and processing methods. Su Juchuan accepted it and perused the contents, finding the explanations to be quite thorough. Most of these plants were medicinal herbs, with illustrations, growth preferences, usage instructions, and guidelines for their preservation post-harvest. It was essentially a botanical pharmacological dictionary. "Return to see me once you complete the task. If you decide to abandon it, please return this booklet promptly." Su Juchuan clasped his hands in acknowledgement. After departing from He Fusher, Su Juchuan returned to his lodging, meticulously studying the booklet. This hefty tome would require an immense amount of time to locate all 1,080 types of herbs, time he simply could not afford to squander. Initiate simulation. At18. You have become half a step into the innate realm. You accepted He Fusher's task to search for 1,080 types of medicinal herbs. 5 years later, you successfully completed the task and prepared to seek He Fusher to exchange for your reward, only to discover that he had gone missing 2 years prior during an outing. Upon completing this simulation, Su Juchuan felt a profound sense of frustration. 5 years had been squandered in the pursuit of these medicinal herbs. And to his dismay, Mr. He had vanished before he could finish his task, rendering those years utterly fruitless. Subsequently, he was given the choice of martial realm, martial experience, or life wisdom. This time, without hesitation, he opted for life wisdom. Countless memories of searching for herbs in the mountains flooded his mind, prompting Su Juchuan to hastily retrieve his writing materials and sketch the approximate locations of the herbs he had discovered. In the days that followed, Su Juchuan traversed the woodland paths of the eastern mountain each day, relying on his memory to swiftly gather the herbs. Even though he had forgotten the locations of a few varieties, he was able to spend several days locating them. Upon returning each evening, he meticulously processed them according to the instructions in the booklet. Remarkably, in just over half a month, Su Juchuan had successfully collected all the herbs documented in the booklet. However, before he could meet Mr. He needed to prepare further. He took out the treasure map he had received from Ouyang Xian. It was clear that showing Mr. He the map directly would be unwise, as it would betray the secrets contained within. Thus, he procured paper and ink, carefully transcribing the annotations while omitting any repetitive text, and rearranging the remaining words to ensure no connection could be made to the treasure map's phrases before he was satisfied with his work. Afterward, he ventured out to hire a carriage, loading it with all the herbs before making his way to Mr. He's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Su Juchuan rapped on the door, and the elderly man in gray opened it once more. Upon seeing Su Juchuan, he appeared momentarily taken aback, then sighed in disappointment, saying, "You must have given up on the task. Just return the booklet to me." Evidently, many had taken on this task before, only to abandon it after a time. "No, I am here to submit my task," Su Juchuan replied with a slight smile, gesturing for the carriage driver to open the carriage door, revealing the neatly stacked herbs within. This the elderly man in gray hastily approached to inspect, examining the contents closely before exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent, please wait for me." With that, he turned and hurried inside. In a short while, Mr. He and the elderly man emerged briskly, and Mr. He approached the carriage, snatching a handful of herbs to scrutinize. After a few moments of contemplation, he brought them to his nose for a scent check and finally remarked, Good indeed, quite remarkable." He then inquired, "Which esteemed family do you hail from?" With a sigh, he added, "Though I do not favor those from noble families, since it is ultimately someone from such a lineage who has accomplished this task, I shall adhere to the established rules." Su Juchuan was taken aback, perplexed by the situation. It felt as though he had unwittingly triggered some significant subplot. "What noble family? I do not come from any such lineage," he replied with a hint of confusion. Mr. T merely glanced at him and said, "Given the circumstances, why feign ignorance? It is inconceivable that one individual could gather 1,080 varieties of medicinal herbs in the mere span of half a month." Su Juchuan chuckled softly, recognizing the flaw in his reasoning. It had indeed taken him half a month through dubious means. How could an ordinary person achieve such a feat? Nevertheless, he was left with no choice. If he delayed for a few more years, Mr. He would likely be gone, and he would be unable to exchange for his rewards that he steeled himself and replied, I simply possess a natural sensitivity to plants. Mr. T did not respond but gestured to the elderly man, who nodded vigorously before swiftly departing. Discard all of these. Mr. He instructed the carriage driver before turning and re-entering the premises. Su Jiuquan was bewildered. After pouring so much effort into gathering 1,080 varieties of herbs, Mr. He was simply going to have them thrown away. Was this some form of jest? Confused, he hurried inside after him. Once they were in the room, Mr. He remained silent, seated in the main chair, quietly sipping from his teacup, while Su Jiuquan awkwardly stood to the side, uncertain of what to do. Approximately half an hour later, the elderly man returned hastily, presenting a letter to Mr. He. Mr. He took the letter, read it, and seemed to exhale with relief, exclaiming, So you are not from a noble family? Huh. Quite good. Indeed. Clearly, Mr. He had sent someone to investigate Su Jiuquan's background. But this was not a difficult task for the academy, given the numerous students who graduated each year, particularly from the Ren department, many of whom became officials, forming an extensive network of information. In reality, all students admitted to the academy underwent some form of investigation. However, Mr. He did not fully trust the information in the report. He proceeded to ask Su Jiuquan where he had found the herbs and their growth conditions, which posed no challenge for Su Jiuquan, as he had indeed sourced each herb personally. After a thorough inquiry, Mr. He was convinced of Su Jiuquan's knowledge concerning the origins of every herb and nodded in approval. Seeing this, Su Jiuquan seized the opportunity to say, I have a few questions I would like to ask you, Mr. He, and handed over a prepared note. This is Mr. He accepted the note, astonished, and inquired, Jingu script. Where did you obtain this? Naturally, Su Jiuquan could not divulge the truth that he smiled and replied, Several years ago, I discovered it at a stone tablet in a desolate mountain area and sensed some mysteries within. So I copied it down. I wonder if you might recognize it, Mr. He? Not quite. Mr. He furrowed his brow and said, This text is utterly chaotic and incomprehensible. Did you perhaps copy it incorrectly? Su Jiuquan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking that chaos was indeed the intended outcome, he continued, Perhaps some characters were worn and unclear, which is why they were not recorded. Perhaps, Mr. He mused, not pressing the issue. He considered for a moment, then took out a brush and wrote a character beneath each line of Jingu's script before handing it back to Su Jiuquan, stating, I have translated it for you. Su Jiuquan was overjoyed. The secrets of the treasure map were finally within reach, and he quickly stowed it away. May I ask the other 2 questions later? Mr. T stroked his long beard, nodded in acknowledgement, and fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. A moment of silence ensued. With neither party speaking, Su Jiuquan pondered whether it was time to take his leave when Mr. He suddenly spoke, Su Jiuquan, do you know why, despite achieving a perfect talisman during your assessment, you were still rated AC? Su Jiuquan was taken aback and replied honestly, I heard it was because I had failed twice in succession. While it was true that he had failed twice, Mr. He shook his head, saying, You completed a perfect talisman. Receiving AB rating should have been entirely feasible. It was I who insisted on giving you AC. Su Jiuquan was momentarily perplexed, realizing he had been misled by Mr. He. From your talisman's parchment, it was evident that someone had soaked it in water beforehand, yet you still managed to create a perfect talisman. Moreover, I discern no traces of spiritual energy in your strokes, indicating that you accomplished this without any cultivation of spiritual energy. That is indeed a rare feat. Thus, I intended to assess your character further, which is why I assigned you AC. I had planned to find another opportunity to test you. I did not expect you to accept this task and complete it so flawlessly. Mr. T regarded Su Jiuquan with evident satisfaction. Su Jiuquan felt a flush of pride. Although he had indeed accomplished the task, he was well aware of his dubious methods. Would you like to become my direct disciple? Su Jiuquan was taken aback, then filled with joy. He understood the distinction between general students and direct disciples within the academy. General students had to adhere to the academy's rules, requiring payment in xiantai for inquiries. As the teacher's time was limited, direct disciples, however, enjoyed a deeply bonded relationship, one in which their fates would be intertwined. For Su Jiuquan, this also meant he would no longer need to worry about gathering xiantai for tuition fees and could freely ask questions. Master, Su Jiuquan was eager to bow in reverence, but was met with an unseen force that prevented him from doing so. Mister, he continued, hold on. First, let me explain my situation. The academy was established alongside the Great Zhou dynasty 10,000 years ago. Initially divided into departments, the Dan Division, which taught alchemy, the Fu Division, which instructed on inscription, and the Ren Division, which focused on enlightening the populace. Among these, the Dan Division was held in the highest regard. For although elixirs were external, they ultimately affected the self. The Fu Division was secondary, providing auxiliary support through external means, while the Ren Division embodied the ideal of teaching the world that as time passed. The Great Zhou fell, spiritual energy dissipated, and the spiritual herbs gradually vanished. With the exception of a few secret realms, due to specific circumstances, they largely disappeared, leading to the decline of the Dan Division. Despite the efforts of the teachers, they were in vain. After millennia, the alchemists of the Dan Division slowly faded away, and I suppose I am one of the last remaining teachers of the Dan Division. Mr. T mused with a bittersweet smile. However, due to the lack of materials for alchemy, the Dan Division could not attract students. Fortunately, I also practiced inscription, which is why I became a teacher in the Fu Division. Today, I accept you as my direct disciple, representing the Danzi sect. Naturally, I shall impart to you the art of talisman crafting without reservation. Su Jiuquan had not anticipated such a development. No wonder, Master, he instructed him to gather 1,080 varieties of medicinal herbs. This was, in fact, a means for him to comprehend the properties and characteristics of the herbs. Truly a thoughtful endeavor on this occasion. When Su Jiuquan sought to become a disciple once more, Master, he did not decline. After the formalities were completed, he produced a jade pendant and handed it over, saying, "Consider this a token of your apprenticeship." Su Jiuquan hastily accepted it, giving it a cursory inspection but finding nothing noteworthy. Noticing that Master he offered no further explanation, he tucked it away. "Master, I am now at the threshold of innate cultivation, yet I find myself at a loss without an innate technique that I wonder." Su Jiuquan mused, believing it only natural to request an innate method after becoming a disciple. Master, he smiled gently and replied, "Since you have become my disciple, it is only fitting to provide you with a technique. Here is the Xiandan Ju of the Danzi sect, a method that leads directly to the path of ascension." With that, he handed over a small booklet, which contained the teachings of the Xiandan Ju. Filled with joy, Su Jiuquan expressed his gratitude, then inquired, "Master, I have observed that various noble families possess numerous techniques. How does one discern their merits?" Master, he stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, "The techniques available after entering the innate stage are indeed crucial. As they form the foundation for achieving enlightenment. One must exercise utmost caution. Many techniques have been established in recent millennia and, due to the essence of heaven and earth, can at most reach the destiny realm. Thus, true techniques that lead directly to the great path must originate from over 10,000 years ago." Chapter 74. Finally, innate upon exiting Master He's abode, Su Jiuquan boarded the carriage for his return. Still contemplating the words of his master, now in possession of the innate technique, the Xiandan Ju, he recalled Master He's assertion that it would enhance his alchemical prowess, though its combat efficacy might be somewhat lacking. He resolved to further examine the treasure map. Should he find no additional gains, he would solely focus on cultivating the Xiandan Ju. A sense of foreboding gripped him. He felt that during the impending spiritual tide a month hence, something significant was destined to occur, compelling him to hasten his strength. Upon returning to his quarters, he found Kai Rujin still in seclusion for her cultivation, so he proceeded directly to his chamber. Retrieving the treasure map, he translated the annotations based on Master He's provided insights. The treasure was located at a place called Julong Yuan, and he speculated that the annotations might have been penned by Ouyang Xian. According to the notes, he suspected that Julong Yuan could be linked to the ancient Zhou royal court from a millennium ago. Su Jiuquan activated the simulator and noted that his current balance stood at 320,008 points. Should he utilize the life simulator, which costs 10,000 points per use? Indeed, at 18, you have become half innate, and you have acquired the Julong Yuan treasure map. You set out alone in search of the treasure map. A month later, you finally arrive at Julong Yuan. Days later, during the spiritual tide, a monkey demon and a fox demon clash, and you were struck by the ensuing shockwave, resulting in your untimely demise at the age of 18. Su Jiuquan sighed deeply. Jiulong Yuan was indeed formidable, harboring demons akin to golden elixir cultivators. To his knowledge, no known human cultivator had yet reached the golden elixir stage. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. 18-year-old martial realm. 2. 18-year-old martial experience. 3. 18-year-old life wisdom. Without hesitation, he chose the third option. Instantly, memories surged forth, revealing the location of that secret realm. He discovered a bountiful array of spiritual herbs, flourishing in abundance, suggesting they were of considerable age. It seemed that this secret realm was one of the few places capable of preserving spiritual energy. Could he have misjudged? Was there truly no technique hidden within that secret realm? Su Jiuchuan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and resolved to simulate once more. At 18, you have become half innate, and you journey to Jiulong Yuan. You avoid the location where the demon previously appeared and discover an abandoned 7-story tower. As you attempt to enter, you find the tower's structure to be incredibly robust, preventing your entrance. You contemplate giving up. That night, during the spiritual tide, your black blade unexpectedly glows, inserting itself into the tower's structure, causing the tower's entrance to open. Inside the first level of the tower, you uncover a treasure chest, within which lies the technique, Huanglong Ju. You swiftly memorize the technique. An hour later, several monsters invade the tower, and you are killed on the spot, passing away at the age of 18. Upon seeing the results of this simulation, Su Jiuchuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, there was a technique hidden within that secret realm. He had not anticipated that Ouyang Xian's seemingly unremarkable blade would serve as the key to unlocking that tower. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose the third option. Soon, he acquired the memories of this technique. According to the records within the treasure chest, the Huanglong Ju was, in fact, a technique of the Zhou royal family, reserved exclusively for core disciples of the royal lineage. Unfortunately, the treasure chest contained only 3 layers, perfectly corresponding to the 3 innate realms. However, with the best option available, he would not hesitate. Continue simulation to AT18. You have become half innate. You have acquired the Huanglong Ju. You devote yourself to rigorous cultivation. A month later, during the spiritual tide, a horde of monsters begins to attack various towns. The court requests the academy to provide more talismans to assist in defenses. Due to certain circumstances, you are dispatched to Phoenix City. On the journey, your party is ambushed by monsters, and you are killed on the spot, passing away at the age of 18. How could this happen? Su Jiuchuan felt bewildered. Although he had undergone numerous simulations, he had no recollection of any prior instance involving a large-scale monster assault on towns. Could it be that some event had transpired, altering the course of the future? Yet, as a half-innate being, he felt it premature to concern himself with such grand matters. This time, he opted for the martial realm. Su Jiuchuan immediately sensed the true energy within him compressing and purifying once more. A process that lasted for the duration of a single incense stick. He furrowed his brow. The half-innate stage itself involved the extreme purification and compression of true energy. He felt that his true energy had reached its limit. So how could it still be further refined? Was this not the remarkable strength of the Huanglong Ju? He activated his true energy to test once more and distinctly felt it becoming even more robust. Continue simulation to AT18. You have become half-innate. You immerse yourself in cultivation. A month later, during the spiritual tide, monsters wreak havoc. You are summoned to Phoenix City to craft talismans for defense. You refuse and plan to leave the capital that night to seek a secluded place for focused cultivation. Half a month later, you are surrounded by several monsters and perish on the spot, passing away at the age of 18. Witnessing this outcome, Su Jiuchuan was at a loss for words. Could things truly be this dire? A distinguished half-innate warrior unable to find a place for cultivation. If this was the case, it seemed most towns would have long since met their demise. He could hardly believe that such a fate was not a manifestation of the world's malevolence. Once more, there were 3 options that Su Jiuchuan pondered. Even the legs of a mosquito are meat. He chose to continue with the martial realm. Let the simulations proceed. You devote yourself to cultivation, and a month later, during the spiritual tide, you seek out Master He, requesting to assist him. Master He, feeling gratified, takes you to Qianzhou for defense. Days later, monsters attack Qianzhou, and with Master He's aid, you manage to survive. 15 years later, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth fully revives, and you finally step into the innate realm. 10 years later, the academy is besieged by a demon king and ultimately falls. You perish on the spot, passing away at the age of 43. This time, Su Jiuquan did not wait for others to compel him to venture into the outer lands. Instead, he actively chose to follow Master He, and at last, he took a step in the right direction. With Master He's assistance, he managed to persist for 25 more years. Yet, the monsters grew increasingly formidable. If this continued, it would not be a tale of spiritual energy revival, but rather one of survival in the face of apocalypse. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1.43-year-old martial realm. 2. A 43-year-old martial experience. 3. 43-year-old life wisdom. This time, he did not hesitate. He chose the first option. Instantly, Su Jiuquan's aura began to strengthen, growing increasingly robust until it reached its zenith. Boom! He felt a deep resonance throughout his body, as if the entirety of existence flowed within his consciousness, granting him a newfound understanding of all things. Is this the sensation of being innate? Chapter 75. Price increase. Again, the door swung open abruptly, and Kai Rujin entered, observing Su Jiuquan with an expression of astonishment. You have broken through again? Evidently, the aura from Su Jiuquan's recent breakthrough had drawn her attention. Kai Rujin waited for the atmosphere in the room to stabilize before entering. Upon seeing Su Jiuquan's state, whose formidable aura now rivaled that of her father, she immediately understood that he had become an innate warrior, eliciting a surge of envy. Back in Tianmu City, she could still discern that Su Jiuquan was merely half innate. Logically, even with the technique, the liquefaction of true energy would take time, 2 or 3 years at the very least. Yet, Su Jiuquan had astonishingly completed it within a matter of months. Could it be that he was truly a reincarnated great being? Unbeknownst to him, she was lost in her own thoughts, while he remained engrossed in the simulation of life. With the spiritual tide approaching, the monsters seemed poised to erupt, necessitating early preparations. Brother Su, you wouldn't truly be a reincarnated great being, would you? I've heard tales that a millennium ago, elixirs flourished, capable of rapidly enhancing one's strength, that if you have regained your past memories, why not procure some elixirs for me, so I can swiftly enter the innate realm? Kai Rujin jested. Su Jiuquan suddenly found merit in her words. Given the revival of spiritual energy, it was certain that spiritual herbs would soon proliferate. Therefore, it was imperative to swiftly learn the art of alchemy. He dismissed Kai Rujin, as Fuji had once advised him that to master alchemy, one must enhance their spiritual power. Thus, he was instructed to at least cultivate the first layer of the Taiching Inian method. The usage of the life simulator costs 100,000 points each time. Is that so? Su Jiuquan's eyes widened in disbelief. The price had skyrocketed tenfold this time. Point 1 simulation would require 100,000 taels of silver. Currently, there were only 300,008 points in the system, which meant he could simulate at most 3 times. He urgently needed to find a way to earn money to attain the age of 18. He became a congenital realm warrior, focusing intently on the Taiching Inian method. A month later, during a surge of spiritual energy, he assisted Fuji in crafting talismans. 3 years later, due to his exceptional talisman-making skills, he was dispatched to Phoenix City to aid in its defense. He successfully mastered the first layer of the Taiching Inian method. 3 months later, the city was overrun by monsters, and he perished in the chaos at the tender age of 21. Witnessing this scene, Su Jiuquan felt a tinge of melancholy. This was indeed a chaotic era where even finding a safe place to cultivate was a challenge. The simulation concluded, and he could retain one of the following. First, the martial realm at 21. Second, the martial experience acquired by the age of 21. Third, the wisdom of life at 20-1. Su Jiuquan found himself in a quandary. Logically, he should select the advancement in the Taiching Inian method. However, the years of experience in talisman making were also invaluable to in the academy. The talisman department offered free lessons for talismans of 5 strokes or fewer, but those with more than 5 strokes required a certain quantity of mysterious iron as tuition. Moreover, the years of hard-earned experience in talisman making were precious. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and chose the second option. After all, his current means of earning money lay in talisman making in an instant. Countless memories of arduous talisman crafting surged in his mind. In this simulated life, he could craft up to 6-stroke talismans, but that was only after mastering the first layer of the Taiching Inian method. At present, he had not yet reached that level. He assumed that crafting 5-stroke talismans should pose no problem. As Su Jiuchuan stood up. With 2 simulation opportunities remaining, he was in no hurry to use them. He planned to first visit the academy and seek some tasks. He felt uneasy knowing that with the simulator costing 100,000 taels of silver each time, he needed to save at least 1,000,000 taels to feel secure. In the Great Wei Imperial Palace. Yuan Holi from the Bureau of Celestial Phenomena rushed into the Yangxin Hall, urgently reporting to Emperor Jing. Qin Yuanyue, Your Majesty, the statue of the High Emperor in the Ancestral Temple has cracked. This could be an ominous sign. The High Emperor of Great Wei referred to Qin Shinghe, the founding emperor, who currently possessed the highest cultivation in the realm. He had been secretly cultivating in a hidden location within the capital since the surge of spiritual energy 50 years ago. Sensing an opportunity for a breakthrough, he ventured out and subsequently vanished without a trace. Many factions, witnessing this, incited King Yu to rebel, yet the court took no significant action. These covert forces speculated that the Pillar of Great Wei might have encountered an accident. Emperor Jing remained unperturbed. After all, Great Wei's strength was formidable, and with the unparalleled cultivation of the founding emperor, once he returned, they could sweep away the rebels. However, with the statue of the founding emperor cracking today, he feared that something truly was amiss. Coupled with the founding emperor's message before his departure, indicating the return of the demon race, he paced for a moment and suddenly instructed the eunuch Wu Bangchu, issue an edict. All local officials and soldiers must concentrate their forces in towns with populations exceeding 100,000, abandoning remote areas. Wu Bangchu looked up in disbelief at the middle-aged emperor. The edict clearly indicated a complete abandonment of smaller towns, prioritizing the defense of major cities. If the founding emperor's message were true, it was uncertain how many of these major cities could be preserved. Emperor Jing exhibited clear signs of fatigue. The pressure on his mind had been intense during this period. Wu Bangchu dared not speak further and simply bowed his head in compliance. In the Yunlin secret realm, Kai Jing, Mei Gaojia, and Chun Han were assaulting the stone door of a cave in the valley. Suddenly, Chun Han made a gesture for them to stop, saying, "Do you sense something amiss?" Upon hearing this, Kai Jing and Mei Gaojia quickly closed their eyes to sense their surroundings, and their expressions changed drastically as they felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the depths of the valley. Drawing nearer, they attempted to evade but found it too late, so they could only crouch behind some bushes by the cave, hoping to conceal themselves. Moments later, 2 enormous figures rushed from the depths of the valley. It became clear that one was a colossal ape and the other a black bear. Charging together as this unfolded, Kai Jing and the others could distinctly feel a consciousness sweep past them. Pausing momentarily before rapidly departing, from the wind, Kai Jing vaguely heard the 2 creatures conversing. "The Holy Ancestor is reviving. We cannot linger. We shall deal with these insignificant insects later. Indeed, this is a significant matter for our demon realm." After a considerable time, the pressure dissipated. Kai Jing, the 3 of them exchanged glances, and Chun Han, after a long silence, fearfully remarked, Is this what demons are?" It seemed grave trouble was brewing. They needed to break the restrictions here swiftly. Obtain the cultivation method, and leave immediately. I have a foreboding sense of impending disaster, Kai Jing said, his heart still racing with trepidation. Mei Gaojia, with a pained expression, retrieved a cone from her bosom, intricately engraved with complex runes. Upon closer inspection, it had 10 strokes. Seeing this, Kai Jing and Chun Han silently stepped back. Mei Gaojia gritted her teeth and activated the runes. A flash of white light illuminated the stone door, which exploded into a pile of rubble. Chapter 76. The fine Su Jiuchuan once again stood before the stone wall of the academy, where a considerable crowd had gathered. Half a month prior, when he had visited, there were but 100 or so tasks affixed to the wall. Now it was densely packed with at least 300 to 400 postings, clearly indicating that various factions had sensed something amiss and were hastily stockpiling resources. That he approached and casually perused a few postings. Discovering one that read, "Battle car inscribed with Xuanwu talisman. Reward, 5,000 pounds of mysterious iron. Failure penalty, 100 pounds of mysterious iron." The Xuanwu talisman was a defensive talisman that, once activated, transformed into a true Qi turtle shell for protection. It was a 7-stroke talisman, and such sustained talismans required at least 5 congenital warriors to continuously input true Qi to maintain their effect. In Su Jiuchuan's recollection, These would indeed prove quite useful in future confrontations with monster attacks. Generally, the higher the tier of the talisman, the greater the risk of failure. Yet, the penalty for this task's failure was only 100 pounds of mysterious iron, which could be considered quite reasonable. However, Su Jiuquan currently lacked the capability to inscribe talismans. Otherwise, he could have made a tidy profit and secured ample time for simulations. He continued to browse, discovering another task: long weapon inscribed with armor-piercing talisman. Reward: 500 pounds of mysterious iron. Failure penalty: 100 pounds of mysterious iron. This task seemed feasible, as the armor-piercing talisman was a 5-stroke talisman, well within his ability. Nevertheless, he recalled that tasks with failure penalties required both parties to pre-deposit the mysterious iron with the academy. At present, he could not even afford the 100 pounds required for tuition. Side. This was akin to conducting business without capital. Continuing his search, he found another task: sword-type weapon inscribed with speed talisman. Reward: 600 pounds of mysterious iron. Failure penalty: 50 pounds of mysterious iron. The speed talisman was also a 5-stroke talisman, capable of accelerating attacks, making it quite practical. The reward was notably higher. While the penalty for failure was lowered, it seemed there could be no better conditions than this. Just as Su Jiuquan was about to claim it, a hand obstructed his. Looking up, he saw that it was Wen Xie, who blocked him with one hand while reaching for the paper slip with the other. Enraged, Su Jiuquan swatted away the hand before seizing the slip, but Wen Xie did not retract, with a tearing sound. The slip was ripped in two. How dare you cause a ruckus here? A booming voice erupted, as an elderly man who had been dozing in the corner of the stone wall suddenly raged, followed by a squad of guards rushing in to surround the two. These guards were the academy's private soldiers. The onlookers, previously nearby, quickly stepped aside to observe the spectacle. The two were brought before the elderly man, and Wen Xie hastily clasped his hands, saying, "Teacher Tian, we both set our sights on this task simultaneously, and in our moment of inattention, the slip was destroyed. I am willing to accept the penalty." Coming from a prominent family, he was well versed in the nuances of interpersonal relations. He understood that in such a situation, placing all the blame on Su Jiuquan would only provoke Teacher Tian's ire. So he assumed a posture of willingness to accept punishment, which might earn him favor. Su Jiuquan rolled his eyes. It was clear he had been the first to notice the task, yet the other now claimed joint interest. However, at this moment, it was unwise to contest, so he merely clasped his hands and remained silent. Teacher Tian regarded the two with a cold gaze and said, "Causing a disturbance here warrants a fine of 100 pounds of mysterious iron each." Wen Xie promptly bowed and replied, "I accept the penalty." Su Jiuquan felt a pang of embarrassment. He currently lacked even a single pound of mysterious iron, so he could only plead, "Might I defer the fine until after I complete this task, allowing it to be deducted from my reward?" "You cannot even afford the fine. How can you pay the penalty for failure?" Wen Xie scoffed. Teacher Tian, growing impatient, remarked, "No more nonsense. If you have no mysterious iron, you shall be assigned to the talisman-making cave for 3 months of hard labor." Su Jiuquan's expression shifted dramatically. The talisman-making cave was a place of punishment within the talisman department, where students were required to toil to create talismans for the academy. Most tasks involved simple runes sold to the court's military in bulk, and due to the inferior materials used, failure was inconsequential. Tio put it plainly, it is nothing more than arduous labor, devoid of any compensation. With merely a month remaining, the spiritual tide is set to erupt, and the monsters will commence their assault on human settlements. Being dispatched to undertake menial tasks under such circumstances would be catastrophic. As he contemplated whether to summon his rather inexpensive teacher, Hefuzi, he resolved to cover the fine on his behalf. A voice rang out from the crowd, declaring, "I will pay the fine." But Su Jiuquan turned to see that it was Wen Shuyu, elbowing his way through. Humph! Wen Shi seethed with rage. Since when does a mere collateral descendant dare to question the main family? Wen Shuyu retorted disdainfully. Humph! Enraged, Wen Shi silently vowed, "Once I become a master of talismans and gain entry into the One family's elder council, I shall make you pay." Teacher Tian, indifferent to the unfolding drama, declared, "The fine shall be paid first." Both Wen Shi and Wen Shuyu promptly presented a token. Su Jiuquan recognized it as the identity token of the academy, which he possessed as well. It allowed for the storage of Xian Tai in the academy's supply department, facilitating easy retrieval by simple deduction from the token. Exceedingly convenient. after settling the fine. When Shi finally spoke, Teacher Tian, regarding this task, Su Jiuchuan mused that since he already owed Wen Shuyu a favor, he might as well owe a little more, and he declared, "This task is mine to claim." Teacher Tian regarded the two with a bemused expression before whispering to a nearby guard. The guard hastened away and soon returned with two long swords. Addressing the pair, "Since both of you are interested in this task, I shall grant you an opportunity. Should you fail to inscribe the talisman, you will still owe 50 jin of Xiantai. The one who succeeds will receive the task reward." When Shi Yi, somewhat reluctant, inquired, "What if we both succeed?" Teacher Tian replied with a smile, "If both succeed, I shall determine which is superior and grant the reward accordingly. The other will have their talisman purchased for 100 jin of Xiantai." The crowd, upon hearing this, could not help but silently curse. This old scoundrel, to think he would attempt to acquire a 5-stroke talisman for a mere 100 jin of Xiantai. What a shrewd calculation. However, no one dared voice their thoughts, as they observed Teacher Tian effortlessly commanding the academy's guards, clearly indicating his high status. Teacher Tian paid no heed to the gazes of the crowd and nonchalantly gestured for several servants to set up 2 tables on site. The tables were adorned with engraving tools and a small dish of red liquid. Su Jiuchuan recognized this red liquid as a mixture of ground minerals combined with water, known as xiansha. After inscribing talismans, xiansha must be applied to seal the spiritual energy within the talisman, ensuring its potency remains undiminished even after many years. Naturally, this xiansha is only suitable for talismans with fewer than 10 strokes. It is said that those exceeding 10 strokes require far more precious jade sand for inscribing. Chapter 77. Victory. Teacher Tian glanced at the sky and said, "You have but 1 hour. Failure to complete it shall be deemed a loss." The two, upon hearing this, exchanged no further words and took their seats. When Shi Yi, being a key talent nurtured by the Lin family in the art of talisman making, had reached the innate realm before the age of 20, thanks to a plethora of cultivation resources. While his skills may lack practical experience, they sufficed for the art of talisman making. He cast a glance at Su Jiuchuan. Feeling a surge of superiority, he had long since inquired about his background, discovering him to be merely a commoner, even with a few fortunate encounters that led him to the innate realm. Combined with a touch of innate talent, when Shi Yi could not believe that at this age, Su Jiuchuan could surpass his skills in talisman making. After all, talisman making is no simple craft. It demands extensive practice. The Lin family had surely squandered countless resources for his training, while Su Jiuchuan could not possibly have had access to such materials for practice. When Shi Yi, filled with pride, was aware that his status within the family, as a collateral descendant, was even higher than that of Wen Shuyu, a position he had earned through diligence. He closed his eyes, regulating his breathing, as he prepared to inscribe the highest level talisman he could manage, 5 strokes, ensuring he was in optimal condition for a successful attempt today. While he was adjusting his state, a sound of carving against metal reached his ears. He looked up to see Su Jiuchuan already beginning to engrave on the blade of his sword. A smirk curled on Wen Shiye's lips, filled with disdain. He presumed that Su Jiuchuan had recently acquired some knowledge of talismans and, emboldened by a modicum of talent, dared to undertake this task. Unaware of the actual difficulties involved in the engraving process, unbeknownst to Su Jiuchuan, he remained oblivious to Wen Shiye's thoughts. Even if he had known, he would not have been bothered. He grasped the engraving tool, instinctively feeling a sense of familiarity, before consciously deciding how or where to carve. His hand moved of its own accord, guided by the countless times he had simulated the process of talisman making in his previous life. When Shi Yi completed his mental preparation and was about to begin when a chorus of astonished gasps erupted around him, he looked up just in time to witness Su Jiuchuan finishing the swift talisman. The talisman radiated a faint glow. Su Jiuchuan then dipped a brush into the xiansha and applied it to the freshly inscribed talisman, executing the motion with fluidity and grace. Devoid of any awkwardness, the symbols on the sword swiftly dimmed. Seeing this, Teacher Tian stepped forward, seized the sword, examined it closely, nodded in approval, activated the talisman, and with a flick of the wrist, sent the sword flying. Observers felt as though the sword had merely flickered before appearing embedded in a tree trunk 100 zhang away. It moved with such swiftness that it seemed to have materialized there instantaneously. Was this truly the effect of the swift talisman? When Shi Ye's heart tightened, He had not anticipated such an outcome. Before he could even begin, Su Jiuquan had completed his task. Realizing this would not do, he hurriedly took a deep breath, grasped the engraving tool, and began to inscribe on the blade of his sword. Are you not claiming to be the youngest master of talismans in the academy? Wen Shuyu's sardonic voice cut through the air. Having borne the brunt of Wen Shiye's arrogance on multiple occasions, Wen Shiyi focused intently, ignoring the external distractions. He understood that concentration was imperative during the talisman-making process. He continued carving. Having already completed 3 strokes, that Lin Yunjing is quite the beauty. I wonder if that Wan Feiyu fellow will succeed in his courtship today. Wen Shiyu continued, her words striking a nerve within Wen Shiyi. He and Lin Yunjing, a collateral descendant of the Lin family, shared mutual affection, and he had planned to propose once he achieved mastery in talisman-making. He had not anticipated Wan Feiyu, despite being inept, would act first. Though Wan Feiyu was a direct descendant of the Wan family, if Lin Yunjing felt pressured to agree, what then? In a moment of turmoil, Wen Shiye's hand trembled, and with a sharp sound, cracks appeared on the blade, rendering it useless. Teacher Tian scoffed at his failure and declared, since you have failed, you shall compensate. Wen Shiye's face turned pale as he silently retrieved his identity token. After Teacher Tian deducted the compensation, he turned and walked away, his figure exuding a desolate air. Wen Shuyu burst into laughter, finally relishing a moment of triumph after being belittled by Wen Shiyi for so long. Teacher Tian, ignoring the commotion, shifted his demeanor entirely, smiling at Su Jiuquan. You performed admirably. Did I recall that upon your entrance, you managed to create a perfect talisman? Would you consider becoming my direct disciple? Su Jiuquan smiled bashfully, replying, thank you, teacher, for your kind offer, but I have already taken a master. Teacher Tian frowned, his eyes widening in disbelief. That cannot be. You have only been here for a little over half a month. How could a C-grade student become a disciple so swiftly? Who is your master? My master is Hefuzi.im. Teacher Tian suddenly recalled. On the day of enrollment, Han Fuzi had mentioned that Su Jiuquan's ability to draw a perfect talisman warranted a B grade. But Hefuzi insisted on adhering to the rules and assigned him a C-grade. It seemed he had harbored intentions to keep the other teachers from focusing on this student, intending to take him under his wing himself. What a shameless old rogue. Realizing the entire scheme, Teacher Tian was instantly filled with rage. Su Jiuquan felt quite embarrassed, standing there momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After venting his frustrations, Teacher Tian understood that the situation was beyond remedy. He seized Su Jiuquan's identity token, input the corresponding amount of Xiantai, and tossed it back carelessly, his interest evidently waning. Upon receiving his identity token, Su Jiuquan gazed at the marked 600 gene of Xiantai, feeling a surge of elation as he finally escaped the clutches of poverty. Brother Su, congratulations, Wen Shuyu interjected, offering her well wishes. Her gaze towards Su Jiuquan filled with envy. It had only been a brief time since he entered, yet he had already become the target of the teacher's competition. Thank you, Brother Wen, for your generous assistance earlier. I will return the Xiantai to you. Su Jiuquan expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that regardless of Wen Shuyu's demeanor, she had indeed helped him on multiple occasions. That today's reprisal against Wen Shiyi is a source of great satisfaction. This modest sum of wealth shall serve as a congratulatory gift for my apprenticeship, she smiled, recognizing that the 100 gene of Xiantai would be a valuable gesture to ensure Su Jiuquan remembered her favor. Su Jiuquan, seeing her goodwill, felt no need for further formality. The two exchanged a few pleasantries before parting ways. Thereafter, Su Jiuquan hurried to the supply department, where he promptly settled the academy's tuition fee of 100 gene of Xiantai. Upon reviewing his balance, Su Jiuquan discovered he possessed 500 gene of Xiantian iron. To his astonishment, the identity token here could extract the recorded quantity of Xiantian iron, prompting him to apply for the withdrawal of 100 gene. Chapter 78. The rune cave. Before him lay a large, dark mass of metal, roughly the size of a watermelon, yet weighing 100 gene. This was Xiantian iron, renowned for its formidable hardness. At that moment, the system unexpectedly presented a dialog box, revealing the existence of a special metal in this world. Xiantian iron. It inquired whether the simulator should adopt Xiantian iron for counting. Is it possible to do so? Su Jiuquan pondered. Given that a simulation now cost a staggering 100,000 taels, while gold and silver held little value for martial artists, The disappearance of such substantial quantities of currency could inevitably lead to a monetary crisis in this world. Ultimately, he opted for yes. His current monetary point stood at 200,008, which converted to 200 points of Xiantian iron. The 100-to-1 exchange rate seemed relatively fair. Would you like to recharge your Xiantian iron? Yes. The recharge was successful, and his current Xiantian iron points increased to 300. Su Jiuquan nodded. With only a month remaining before the surge of spiritual energy, acquiring Xiantian iron, likely a strategic resource, would become increasingly arduous. It was imperative to gather as much as possible now. Yet, how could he swiftly earn Xiantian iron? Continuing to accept tasks was indeed a viable option, though he had to be cautious of the frequency. He recalled that in his simulated life, his exceptional performance in rune crafting had resulted in being dispatched to Phoenix City to face dire consequences. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps he could find what he needed at a certain location. Su Jiuquan turned and made his way to the rune cave, where he believed he could procure a means of earning. Although the materials within the rune cave were merely ordinary ironware infused with a hint of Xiantian iron, such items could only endure the energy of 3 to 4 runes at most. In contrast, Xiantian weaponry could withstand up to 9 runes. Exceeding this threshold would drastically reduce the success rate of rune crafting. Even if successful, the material would inevitably be destroyed upon rune activation. This explained why Mei Gaojia had so reluctantly produced that 10-rune talisman in the secret realm. It had become a consumable item. Runes of 3 and 4 strokes were relatively weak, such as cleansing, slowing, or sharpening runes. While they might offer some assistance to ordinary soldiers, they were virtually useless against more formidable monsters. Su Jiuquan envisioned purchasing a batch of inexpensive weapons, inscribing 5-stroke runes upon them, and treating these arms as disposable items that in due course, whether to sell or retain them for personal use would prove a wise choice. Upon entering the rune cave, he encountered a figure pushing a cart filled with various broken weapons. Some long spears snapped in two, other short swords marred with cracks, evidently remnants of failed rune crafting. The individual pushing the cart was Li Da, the servant who had doused Su Jiuquan's leather upon his acceptance day. Upon catching sight of Su Jiuquan, he hastily lowered his head. Su Jiuquan recognized him as well, but refrained from immediate confrontation, choosing instead to observe him closely. Wait a moment, he thought, isn't this cart supposed to contain only failed rune items? Why do I glimpse a few intact runes amidst the discarded weapons? Deciding to remain silent for now, he awaited an opportunity to address the situation. However, he soon heard a commotion from within the rune cave and stepped inside. But a scholarly-looking individual was embroiled in a heated argument with the portly manager clad in black. Manager Li, I have clearly completed 50 rune instruments. Why do you claim I am still short by 2? He Ming, cease your unreasonable outburst. I have only received 48 successful rune instruments. Continue this way, and I shall have no choice but to report to Master Yin, the portly manager retorted with a sneer. You, He Ming, infuriated, appeared to fear Master Yin, ultimately stamping his foot in frustration before turning to leave. The manager watched his retreating figure and chuckled. Most of the students relegated to the rune cave were those lacking connections or had violated academy rules, with many being those who failed to pay their tuition within a year. He harbored no concerns regarding potential repercussions from such individuals. Who are you? Manager Li then noticed Su Jiuquan standing at the cave entrance and promptly demanded an explanation. Su Jiuquan quickly clasped his hands in greeting and replied, I am a student from the Rune Department, here to explore the possibility of procuring some weaponry. Manager Li was taken aback, silently speculating whether this individual had uncovered something that he coldly retorted, This is the Rune Cave, not a general goods store that we do not sell weapons here. Begone. Su Jiuquan did not linger, nodding before departing. As he exited, he spotted He Ming standing at the cave entrance, furiously striking the stone wall. Clearly venting his frustration at his brother, he approached and clasped his hands in greeting. He Ming quickly suppressed his anger, regarding Su Jiuquan with suspicion, and asked, Who are you? I am also a student from the Rune Department, and I happened to overhear your conversation with Manager L. It seems he has shortchanged you on your rune instruments. Upon hearing this, He Ming's anger reignited, and he exclaimed, That manager merely relies on his distant relation to Master Yin to act with impunity. When I become a master rune craftsman, I will make him pay. Oh, what is it that has incited such ire in you? He brother. Caught in the heat of the moment, He Ming recounted the entire ordeal. It turned out that He Ming, also a third-tier student, had failed to pay 100 gene of Xiantian iron within the year and was thus sentenced to labor in the rune cave. He was required to work 5 hours daily until he crafted 50 rune instruments, and for each failure, he was obligated to compensate with a successful instrument. Consequently, Yiming had toiled in the rune cave for 3 full months to gather the requisite 50 instruments, only to discover that manager Li had deceitfully counted only 48.